generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every alienated, paranoia, enemy list, wiretap, dead acts, dossiers, medical records, social security number, credit record, national security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot in the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out point one." During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity, and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point 2, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be. Futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264, placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT and TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the Nucivir of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify the thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our This is the underlying discovery of Newtic science. What's more, it's happening right now. You can feel it all around.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Touraine, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of three features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All three characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Touraine realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Touraine adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. They used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be out while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then, and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree square circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just in my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integer soldiers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin, now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no, I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets this I know so well. I have my work cut out for me, this has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work, and why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that, them just lurking. Who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once now I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist in a world gone cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this, like my little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, got to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, let it work it work. Come on, jiggler.
Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence, the dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reps. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the upstream green with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attack detected full advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks just like to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory Alabi brought to the kings before me as the sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole to chorus within construction. Nanonet filaments hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable and united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar-ridden enigmas. Now the claw is risen. Man is up with cheek. With this type of disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millipede legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem a bad sign. And that's the vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking to level hidden cages you can't unstage this cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome hidden with thrones. Like a program metal skull covered in the hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Now only steel can sharpen steel.
With the flows I bring, you get bashed in the head when it's don't face brick. Can't fuck with the flows I bring. You get bashed in the head when it's don't face brick.
We're realistic, drop linguistics. Trust me, the laughing's over. If rapping colder, I block out the sky like Krakatoa. Smack Jehovah MCs, then proceed to take the soul of them before controlling them and exploding them like plutonium. We'll grab a hold of them. I'm tearing into your drum. My mind sequence has more secrets than Area 51. Yeah, staring into the sun. Don't compare me to anyone. These bars of suffocation, sucking the air about your lungs. Try to run, we'll catch it like the chainsaw master. Your brains fall after the clash of my words bashing. Splashing the game with facts like academic decathlons. Backing it cause the passion's gone smashing in every track I'm on. No matter fast or calm, our style's equally pleasure with speeches as clever. Too deep to peek in my letters, it's bad weather. Who better at approaching the rhythm? I'll leave you with no choice but to listen like socialism.
Nah, who wanna test my wicked flows? You know I best be hotter than your elementary flows. I expose every bitch, yeah, you think you the shit, this is it. I'ma end ya, call me fucking ninja. Ha 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 ha, danger. Chicken smoking ginger, I bend ya, I end ya. I'ma speed it up so you can catch up on my kids. Look like chips, I'ma pour some ketchup on your niggas real quick. This is sick, motherfuckers, I'm the sickest on the beat. That's it, only chick qualified to be called the queen is me, because I literally own that motherfucking bitch. So stop the fighting and the fussing, keep my name out of the cussing, quit discussing who I like and who I'm fucking.
You can't fuck with the flows I bring. You get bashed in the head when it's don't face brick. You can't fuck with the flows I bring. You get bashed in the head when it's don't face brick.
Lyrical calisthenics, I'm running laps around these rapping gimmicks. Cross the line and they ain't even halfway finished. Lucky we'll pass the limits while defining the laws of a classic sentence. Go ask a witness the way I master physics. My lyrics like catching spirits. Step into the next dimension, impeccable writtens rest in my vision. Got you scared like you're next to prison with an ex-conviction. I guess trying to test the essence just wasn't your best decision. Reflect and listen to the way I got my pen and zap into tactics of ripping tracks to get smacked like a tennis racket. If having it in action is tragical times, most of the world probably ain't even understanding my rhymes. Just like the way that I'm spitting or knocking the beat. Don't understand the topic I speak whenever dropping this ink. A prophet with speech flowing hotter than a tropical beach. You'll get cooked. What the fuck think I'm calling this beast? Got it all in my teeth. The radios are all in repeat. And the brainwashing methods have got your conscience falling asleep. Turning deceased. That's why I rip the mic until my hands rip. And I run out of English words and start speaking in Sanskrit.
I'm a queen. That would make me one ass kicking, money making machine. I join a team of royalty in the area. Stake my claim, keep my game clean like Ariel. Style hotter than hell, slicker than gel. Remember this one for my music, my get beef they sell. Blaze, see never set, but she know they smell. Why not y'all be digging me like they digging a well? Ring the bell, knock out. This is about you just gonna knock the guard out of my mouth. You get more trouble than the South South. You don't better. Blaze play the hand, the night Delta. Now you towns gotta be running helter skelter. You know blacksmiths, why you ain't smelter. Explosive, y'all should be living in bomb shelters. Lightweight, so stop messing with heavyweight.
I have several questions. What is the highest technique you hope to achieve?
To have no technique.
Very good. What are your thoughts when facing an opponent?
There is no opponent.
And why is that?
Because the word I does not exist.
Welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And we got some interesting reflections for you guys today, right? In terms of many different thoughts and ideas that, sort of we can get into concerning the whole sort of I guess origins, right, of what we consider the technosphere. Okay, and obviously it has a inextricable relation to the ecosphere. Okay, and also to this concept of universalism. So I'll sketch this thing out for you guys. Okay, of how we sort of promulgated, right? First, the massification of man and the creation of the mass man, and then the subjugation of man to technique, right? Which is the main thing of our concern, because see, there's a whole idea in which, in the one end, right, technique or technology has led to a sort of depersonalization of man, right? But paradoxically enough, this depersonalization was brought about by first, right, making man the primary sort of goal of history. Okay, and this idea of making man the goal of history, the pseudo eschatology of progress, okay, was a formulation that obviously we gave several different designations of how this was formulated, right? Well, one of the most, I guess, modern conceptions, okay, that you can grant, okay, is this notion of the species being. And obviously you need evolution for this. Okay, so the species being means that you could look at man as sort of collectively part of the animal kingdom, right? So this was a particular designation for mankind, right? But if you'll notice, there's no distinction between one man and another man within this categorization. Okay, and that's the main idea that I'm focusing on, right? So if you go backwards through history, you have the idea from John Locke, I believe in the 1600s, right? Where he starts talking about the notion of the tabula rasa, right? That every person's born with a blank slate in their head. Okay, this was one of the major ideas that was tied to empiricism, right? Because once you can establish that everybody has a similar cognitive framework, you can create a universal design, right, for man's sort of epistemology, right, for his epistemological concerns, right? So you could develop a sort of universal schema, right, based on the fact that you've assessed that every rational being, okay, accesses information in the same way. So you figure out through empiricism and through this notion of universalism that man is either a species being or a tabula rasa. Okay. And if you go backwards through time, right, obviously, right, this, if you go further back, it has roots within the Protestant Reformation. Okay. And within Calvinism. Okay. Because there was a notion within Protestantism about the solas, right? So sola fide, sola scriptura, sola, so on and so forth, right? So this sola, right? It meant yourself, right? Sola meaning you, right? Your salvation, right? So it was moving everything to an individual level, right? But still within the state, there's a notion of the collective spirit, right? And this is why Rousseau said that Christianity could never become a stately religion, right? Because it was too overly focused on the individual concerns, right? So he said, what we need is a form of collectivism to offset this individualism, right? So this battle between individualism and collectivism, as we've talked about it, right? Yeah, I think sola means alone, right? That's right, Denise, right? Alone, right? So, yeah, faith alone. Like sola fide is faith alone, right? So, if you look at this idea, okay, going even backwards through time, right? They had the notion, okay, of man, as we learned in Maimonides, right? There was a sort of type of intelligence that man and God shared, right? See, because God is seen as a rational being. So the way that man could understand God, because the highest attainment of man was seen as his rational faculty. So this in and of itself was a sort of primary form of universalism, right? Saying that man's reason puts him above nature as a mediator between God and nature. Okay. This is our sort of working, I guess, definition of what universalism means in our mind, right? Okay, which is the basic belief that's responsible for liberalism, okay, and then for techno-liberalism, right? Which in other words is basically just scientific totalitarianism, right? In terms of using science and technology to order, right, and expand man's capacities. Okay, so techno-liberalism is where the liberal ideology, right, is being promulgated or mediated through the technosphere. Right? So man is increasingly becoming reliant on the technosphere instead of the ecosphere, right? Primitive human civilization, right, or human societies, okay, they can be governed by natural causes, right? Okay, and of course, at that level of subsistence, right, small groups and families and ethnic or cultural limitations govern man's capacity. Okay, so in that world, nature is mediated by human relations, right? Those human relations are kept in check by natural limitations. And that entire relationship is governed by the mediation of cultural symbols. Right? So man, on the level of using symbols and simple tools, relies on nature in order to function. Right? This stage, which also exists today, right? It's not a stage of the past, right? It's an explanation of man's technical capacity. Right, and I think this is man's sort of technical capacity as far back as we understand his development. Right, and side by side of this, we have something called the mega machine. Which is where all of those symbols and tools are mediated through forms of human organization. Okay, where the human tasks are divided, right? So using a division of labor, right, and using war and slavery and subjugation and human organization and hierarchical structure for expansion and control, right? So those are features not of the village, but of the mega machine, right? So obviously this mega machine exists alongside of the village, right? They're two different types of sort of governance, if you will, right? Right. Now, as human society parasitizes on the ecosphere, right, so does the technosphere use human beings as a resource to mediate between itself and the ecosphere. I appreciate the people that are coming to watch. I know there's lots of people that are live today. But yeah, you know, we're talking about the origins of techno-liberalism. And of course, there's a simple way to explain this, right? A simple way to explain this, right? in terms of man's use of cultural symbols, expanded his use of technique through forms of organization that you could store information, right? And it's basically writing and agriculture that constitute the formulation of the mega machine, where man's symbolic realm becomes invaded by the technical, right? And symbols are put to use for the sake of technology, instead of technology being put in or filtered by the use of cultural symbols. So this is a key feature in the development of the mega machine. Not only do symbols keep technique at bay, but they are particularly responsible for the expansion of techniques, right? So there's a sort of paradoxical relationship between the symbolic and the technical, as it were, right? In terms of what Ellul and Mumford are saying, right? Which is fundamentally that techniques integrated the machine into human society. Right? If there's sort of 4 very important quotes from the technological society, and if somebody were to ask me, what are the most important quotes from the entire book, right? Okay, I would possibly say that obviously the definition of what technique is, right? That would be huge. Right, but this quote that he has, that technique is what integrates the machine into human society. I find this a particularly compelling quote. And also this quote that everything technique touches, it transforms into a machine. And also this fundamental idea that liberalism gave birth to its own executioner. And you could see, just as liberalism mediated between man and technique in the form of universalism, so did the symbolic realm mediate between man and techniques on the level of the mega machine or human civilization. Okay. So if you're wondering why I'm using all these words that you're not familiar with, I've already taken care to define the words. So you could go back through what I'm saying and apply each of those terms as a sort of codex to then decode my speech. And I'm sorry we have to do things this way. We have to do things and explain things in an extremely complex manner because we don't have time. So the people that will look into it will look into it. All right. Right. And of course, some of these words I've made up. Right. So there's some neologisms. Okay. I believe that's the word, neologism. Right. That's like when you make up a word. Right. There's a few of those in my speech, but I've taken care to define those terms. Okay, I appreciate you guys. I will take a look at the chat here in about 30 minutes. But I guess I'll be explaining things to you guys for another 30 minutes, right? I'd like to put in maybe at least 50 minutes of extemporaneous speech per show, right? So that we can show and prove. Right. And of course, you won't see this around. You won't see people cataloging what they know. And of course, even if somebody attempted to copy the speech here, it would take them 10 years, over 10 years of research just to mimic what we're saying. So I'm not worried about anybody stealing or trying to use the material. Go ahead and use it. We're trying to warn as many people as possible about the things I say. So please cut, paste, steal, distribute. I have no concern for it, right? Well, I'm simply leaving this as a sort of warning message, public service announcement, right? I'm pretty sure people don't get paid for those. But what I'm saying is of deep concern, right, to the people there. Of course, we are meant to pose the question of what is a legitimate critique of the system itself, right? Because right now we know that there is a watch list, right, has been added without telling most people, right? The FBI has added an entire dimension to what is considered an extremist, right? And now they're saying that you can be an anti-tech extremist. That's right. If you critique technologies, right, new technologies like cell phone towers, you could be considered an anti-tech extremist, according to recent reports by the FBI, right? Now, you guys can go ahead and look this up, right? And of course, this is why we have to deal in extremely careful sort of analysis, right, of the system itself, because there's obviously huge impetus for trying to scare off anybody who's attempting to critique these things, right? So we have to be extremely serious, extremely professional in our critiques. Blessings.
I 100% agree with you.
Yeah. So that is kind of why I'm trying to be extremely careful, right? There's not a lot of shows that take a critical stance, but then also tell you the implications of taking a critical stance, right? The fact is that people rely on the internet for their livelihood. And if you critique these things, right, you give people bad idea. You tell people to go off of their cell phone, go off of their laptop, to go into the woods and do all that stuff. People's lives will be put in danger because they abstain from using the system. This is the fact behind it, is that we're sort of locked in to whatever's going on within the technosphere, right? There's people's lives that are riding on it to manipulate you into a position of complete and utter conformity. Right, so this is the fact of the matter, right? We have to be extremely careful when we offer these critiques. That's why when I offer one critique, I offer 2 or 3 ideas that automatically disagree. Right, because it's not a time to be ideologically confined, right? Put yourself in a little box and hide from the world, as it were. Right, these are extremely serious times, right? So I implore you guys to really look at, right, some of the resources that we're working with, right, and some of these ideas of technological determinism, right? Because if people rely on this thing, okay, or it shapes their lives, then the question of whether you can control it or whether you have a choice in the matter is illusory, is simply illusory. You have to move on from that form of thinking. Right? People are simply not being not in control of something that shapes and molds them on a daily basis. They rely on it, right? So the fact is that we have to understand how serious the situation is, right? 90% of people think it's all your choice, right? They don't understand basic ideas of philosophy of mind, of critical thinking. And of course, of this notion, which is a sociological issue called technological determinism. So we simply must familiarize ourselves with the landscape, right, that we're dealing with, right? And of course, right, the universalism of man was necessary to create the universalism of techniques. Okay, so obviously the universalism of man is based on, several stages of development, as I explained, right? And I'll go back into these sort of telescoping phases. Okay, and looking at man, right? And promulgating man as first the end of history, and then looking at something that's going to come out of man as the end of history. Okay, so how did this process take place? Right, well, we've explained it several times, actually. Okay, first, right, man was seen as a mirror of the cosmos. Right, this is the notion that man is the measure of all things. This means that through a understanding of the world, we can shape, mold the world to our liking. That our reason is a mediator between us and nature. Right, but pretty soon we develop the notion that God is separate from nature. Right, this was a key feature of Plato's philosophy. And through his idea, reason constituted a realm that is superior to nature. And by conceiving of this realm of reason, man could master nature, which was a mere imitation of the forms. So through the notion of Protagoras, which was developed by the sophists, now Plato said he wasn't a sophist, but he still tried to go beyond nature. In trying to use language to mediate, right? Because of course his categorizations were false. Right? He imposed them. There were categories of the mind that he imposed on what he thought was nature. But pretty soon, right, this notion of reason as superior to nature, the notion of God as superior to nature, right, created this idea that man and his reason was superior to nature. And that this constitutes a new realm of understanding that can mediate between God and man. And in this second stage, right, you have the entire Christian formulation. Okay, and why this is so necessary, right, is because not only in this is man the beginning point of creation, right? So not only is man the mediator, excuse me, right, between God and nature, but man also constitutes the end point of the historical process, the final conclusion of the historical process, right? In order for man to become like God, God had to become like man. So this notion that we must die of this world to become reborn in the eternal life-giving spirit, and so on and so forth, right, is really the seed of an idea that when you apply Plato's philosophy to the Christian message, right, you get this notion that through man's reason, he could mediate between nature and God. And of course, once you get rid of God in the equation in terms of the Hermetic corpus, right, man started to idealize that becoming like God was the final endpoint of history. Right? And this is because again, God created the world in order to know himself. The two are all there is, what comes to be and what creates it. So as there was something called creation, nature was subjected to the realm of becoming. And so the final conclusion of this is that man is the endpoint of history. Finally, as I've said earlier in the presentation, right, we developed the notion of the universalism of man through the notion of the tabula rasa, and then through the notion of the species being. And this is 1600s and 1800s, respectively. Everything that I said thus far was going into the medieval era, right? So you go into the medieval era, right? Then you pop out with this idea of sola fide, right? This notion of this individualism, right? So, and finally, right? Sorry, I'm kind of talking too fast, right? But finally, you get this notion that, right, as like is understood by like, in order to, right, in order to become like God, right, man must first know God, right? To know something is to become like it. So as man became the final endpoint of history, right, and God was sort of, right, I said we killed God, right? We took God out of nature, put God in the temple, then kicked God out of the temple and put ourselves into the temple. And of course, the last stage of this is the collectivized mass man that's a product of society, a product of history. Right, and this is where Marx says in his final statement that the root of man is man himself. Man gets to define himself. And what conclusion does man come to in defining himself? That man has to be surpassed. Right? That man cannot possibly be the final endpoint of history. Right? The final endpoint of history is something that goes beyond man himself. Okay, and this is where we're at with the transhumanism, with the posthumanism, right? And of course, the nub of this thought is in the notion of evolution. Okay, it's by the notion that man is a species being that he then surpasses, right, this status. Okay, so here, God is not the beginning point of history, and man is not the mediator of nature. Right, but now, nature is something that is transient. It's been placed in the realm of becoming, right? And man is not the goal of history, but it's God, right? God does not begin creation, right? Creation is sort of a mediation between man and nature, again. But in this eschatological scheme, God is the final result of the combination of man and nature. So these are the sort of 4 stages of universalism that I've been referring to, right? Okay, and of course, they are represented, as I said last time, right, within several dialectical formulations. First, going from the metaphysical, then going to the realm of the human mind or the imagination, then going into the realm of being the final product of the quote-unquote spirit of world history, right, which is the eschaton, right? That's injecting things into the past from the future. All right. So yeah. So as I've said, it goes from being and becoming, right, having a fundamental relationship to this notion of Plato, developing the notion of the one and the many, right? And this notion sort of degrades into the notion of immanence and transcendence in terms of individual and collective salvation, right? So now it's moving from the metaphysical realm to the realm of man, right? And that moves to the state of chaos and emergence, right? In terms of, being concerned with the transformation of nature and the transformation of man, right? Because these things do not have a stable design, right, in the final analysis, right? So I hope I've not been too sort of repetitive here, right? But I tried to give a sort of breakdown of techno-liberalism, some key ideas within techno-liberalism, right? And of course, as I said, right, universalism develops the universalism of man. Okay, and of course, this creates the notion that man can recreate himself. Okay, and you have the notion of evolution, that this change of man recreating himself is actually being driven by nature. So then they come to the conclusion that man has to be surpassed. And so you have the collective evolution of man into a stage where man himself is surpassed. Okay, now what is going to surpass man? Okay, is it a new form of man, or is it man's own creations? Okay, just as man was made in the image of God, maybe we're supposed to create something. The goal of or purpose of human life is to create something that will be better than us. Well, some people have prematurely came to that conclusion, right? They're not asking the rest of us. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I just want to say, sounds like technobalism might be related there.
Sorry, repeat yourself there. I think it like cut out what you said a little bit. But yeah.
Oh, sorry. I said it sounds like techno liberalism and techno Luciferianism might have a correlation there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. or technosis, right? To quote the work from the beginning, um, the work by Eric Davis, right? Technosis, right? So yeah, interesting, right? This notion, and of course, you could look at a alternative notion that we've explored, that technology is actually the archons, right? That we developed this thing, right? Sort of a misinvention, right? That now rules over us. Okay, similar to how Sophia created the Aldebaoth and Aldebaoth created Samael and Saklas.
Yeah, I think the correlation on those ideas is very poignant in my opinion, for sure.
right.
Yeah, and I just want to ask you a question because I do see a bigger contention, but I want to ask you a question. Or not really contention, just more of like I want to get a clarification more on something else later. But but what you said is interesting. You said like you take God out of nature, right? And then you said you put God in the temple, then you take God out of the temple, you
Yeah,
get
that's
rid of him,
Rousseau. Yeah.
and then you put man as a temple because that is a Christian thing. But and that's what I want to parse out later. But basically, it sounds like what you're saying is like they basically we've just continually limited God to like really like whatever our mind is, right? And so then we correlate our mind with God, right? And then you're saying through that process, we've kind of limited God to our whatever we can reason,
Yeah.
right? So that's kind of like the God of reason, essentially.
Yeah, because Plato dislodged sort of logic and math from the mind. Right. So I think that is kind of what modern science has done, right? They've created a virtual space, in which and of course, as we read, right, Copernicus and Galileo, they were firmly convinced by the notions of Pythagoras that all is number. Right. So
Yeah,
they wanted to reduce nature to this sort of virtual space, this super rational space, right?
Do you think that Pythagoras even argued that, or is that more of like just taking in what he said
He
and
did.
running with it? He did say
Yeah, he
that.
did.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a direct quote from Pythagoras. He said, all is number.
Really? Well,
So,
I
yeah.
definitely disagree with him on that.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So I want to get in this more with you later. I just want to mention one thing. The next review we're going to do is Sam Hyde versus Stefan Molyneux. They did a little
For sure.
shilling, and they're like telling their fan. Sam Hyde's doing a fan for Chalk.com, and then he's doing a advertisement for like freecash.com where you go and play video games for free cash and stuff. Yeah,
Oh, man, I should sign up for that.
Yeah, and then literally Stefan Molyneux is like promoting the God of Reason and all this. So it's like I'm sure we'll both have an aneurysm watching that one, but so it's it's pretty interesting. I just thought because it's interesting. Like I was just watching that, then I switch on and you're talking about this. It's like I don't think you can be more diametrically opposed to what they were promoting. So it's really interesting.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's right. There's no show like this. It's actually weird how opposed a lot of the shows on the internet, so much so that we get paranoid and just attack people who have nothing to do with the content here. So I apologize for that in advance, but but yeah, we will just lash out on people because it's just because sometimes you walk up and you're like, just what the fuck is going on here? Right? And you get kind of freaked out because there's you hear things about the world, you're already paranoid, and then you see people just not really making sense, not attempting to make sense, and then also spreading confusion at the same time, right? And spreading a literal psyop narrative, right? To the mountains, right? And and it's sort of wild that this is allowed to continue, right? We may be billed as anti-tech extremists, right? Just because we want to take a critical stance towards the world technological system, right? Meanwhile, there's people who are actively promoting offing yourself, right, on several networks, right? There's whole ideologies and groups dedicated to promoting euthanasia and stuff like that, right? Whereas, and even they're promoting this to children and whatnot. So I've seen all sorts of stuff, but we can't critique the technological system. That's extremely, that'll get you banned. That'll get you put on the list. So all of you softies out there, right, that are literally making shows about nothing and you think you're controversial, right? We just proved that this is the hardest narrative out there, right? You guys have no fucking clue. You have all you have is cowardice and fake media talking points, right? That's all you people bring all the time, right? We've mapped it out hundreds of times, right? So it's really pathetic at this stage, right? That they're going to sit around and joke and laugh with all these boomers, right? And really accomplish nothing and get paid to do nothing, right? It's a joke. And really what you're making money is, you're making YouTube money and you're making all these corporations and these apps money, right? That's actually what's going on, right? So, and of course they're giving you a fraction of what they're making in order to produce the same type of stuff, right? You're producing the same type of content that professionals produce, right? Working your entire life to earn scraps, right? And they get paid to produce the same shit, thousands and thousands of dollars, right? So you people are playing a losing battle, a losing game, a rigged game. Okay, good luck with that, right? Total trash, right? And it's not comical, it's not funny, it's total degenerate behavior, right? And when they want to pretend like they're intellectuals and stroke each other, it's actually very sad and depressing. Very sad and fucking depressing.
And it's no
The
wonder
level
that
of cowardice.
It's no wonder that they're teaching kids to drink and smoke and do drugs and gamble and all this stuff. It's like it's
right.
Not a coincidence whatsoever that they're promoting this and laughing about it and taking money to talk about real ideas. And this is the thing, is like a lot of the people that do talk about real ideas take the money to fund themselves to talk about the ideas because it's a joke to the people that are paying them. You know what I mean? Because they're going to get you one way or the other. And yeah, it's very gamified, metaphorically and not metaphorically. So that's
I'd rather talk to 100 crazy schizo people that are literally, think they have it all figured out. Something new, something different. Not the same old conformist nonsense of somebody who's never had a fucking original thought in their head. Right? And they're here to confuse others. Right? I'm really fucking tired of that. Right? I'd rather talk to all these people. And haven't we proved time and time again that all of our fear mongering was actually legitimate? Right at this point, right? You're literally being policed by drones. Anyways, let me go and
and no one would rather us be wrong than us, for sure. I would rather us be totally wrong, honestly. So.
Oh yeah,
indeed.
That was a quote by Mumford that I really liked. Right? They said, they asked Mumford, "What's your hope for the future?" And he said, "Well, I hope that on my epitaph it reads that this was the dumbest man who ever lived and everything he wrote was wrong."
Yep.
But he says, "I'm scared that that's not going to happen. I'm definitely scared that it's not looking like that's going to happen. Actually, some of my predictions will come true in the future." And that's pretty much where we're at, right? We're living in the mega machine. So let's get up in this, see who's out here for us supporting the show. We greatly appreciate your participation. Right? There's not a lot of us. Okay, so we greatly appreciate the people that come through, right, and put their name and sometimes they even put their face and ideas to support what we're doing. We greatly appreciate you because just like us, you probably got nothing for it, right? So this is the fact behind it, is that we do so out of great concern, right? So blessings to Panelverse, blessings to Denise. I greatly appreciate you, madam. Blessings to our new friend Marilyn. I appreciate your time. Thank you, Crystal Shaman. Blessings, madam. Yeah, you tell me what's going on, homie. I appreciate you watching. Cecil Drake, what's going on? Blessings. It's good to see you. Lizard Tree, Thank you for watching, madam. I greatly appreciate your support. Set Scales, thank you for your continued support. Blessings, brother. Found a new way of viewing and understanding the world that I now consider crucial. It's called topological metaphor, described and formulated by Joseph P. Farrell. Wow.
Ooh, baby.
Yeah, ooh, baby. That's pretty interesting. Yeah, coffee. Oh, man, I put the coffee there. Now it's definitely very cold. I got to warm that junk up. So we'll be doing that in a minute here. I got some songs for you guys. I'm going to be playing a lot of music today just because I'm not really, I don't know. I'm just feeling like very like filling up the show with music. So it is what it is. You know, fuck it. I mean, we bring hours and hours of explanations of books and material. So, I mean, I can play whatever I want. I don't give a fuck.
Vibes is right.
Yeah. Ready to smoke? Yeah, I hope you're still here. Because we about to smoke some things. I'm about to play two versions of the same song. I don't give a fuck. Called Jobless. One of them I mixed up. So yeah, so Set Scales Dom Nimrod uses topological metaphors. Oh snap! Nimrod, how has Nimrod beat everyone to the punch, yo? Yo, I was shocked when Nimrod was talking about Parmenides and Zeno. I was like, what?
Ruh-roh.
I was like, what? I was like, yo, this guy's talking about the pre-Socratics. That's pretty based. Nimrod has one of the best topological analogies of the fall, quote unquote. The fall.
So he basically just takes religious ideas and remixes them. Sounds like perennialism.
Revision of the spirit sphere. Yeah.
I mean, if we're supposed to release all of our attachments, why does it matter?
Shatter spirit shields with lyric fields.
Depends on what attachments are.
Not surprised you'd know of them, Hyperborean. Do you mean Nimrod the hunter or Nimrod the writer? He definitely means the
definitely
writer.
the writer. Yep.
Yeah.
De Rosario.
Yeah, De Rosario, yeah. Yes, the reversion of the spirit is when our ideas and symbols begin to take over the material world and override the cosmos while separating us from being. Yes, definitely, Don. I'm picking up what you're putting down there, man. Yeah, putting us in a state of becoming. Ooh, baby. That's on point.
Ooh, baby.
Also, that might be Gnosticism, so we'll hit them with this.
You should be seeking this knowledge to expose evil. That's something Christians are supposed to do.
We don't seek knowledge. That's Gnosticism.
You dummy.
Don't seek that knowledge now, you hear? That knowledge might change the whole game if you seek that knowledge.
That clip never gets old.
It's just too performative. It's like heavyweight wrestling debates, right? It's like no. Like the way he's swinging around. It's like, no, it's Gnosticism, you dummy. It's like crazy, man. It's like, chill, bruh. Reversion.
Stun, it's only plank.
Yeah. Reversion. Think of the act of reversing. Oh, yeah. Go back. Gotta go back. Back to the past with Samurai Jack. Blessings.
Hi, hello, Machine Wise, hello, everyone.
Greetings, my friend.
How we doing?
We're about to play some music, actually. So I apologize for that.
Oh,
Yeah, so
it's okay.
Is that Mao Zedong with a black sun? What am I looking at here?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
It's Mao Zedong
yeah.
with the Nazi Maoist badge on his hand and with like, yep, black sun, Nazgul. Yeah.
Where'd you get that from?
Based.
I can't believe I haven't seen this.
Uh, uh, Jitter, you know, X Twitter, Jitter, yeah.
Jitter Twitter. Never heard of
Twitter,
it.
Jitter,
Weird.
yeah.
Are you into esoteric Maoism?
I guess you can say that it's more of like a heuristic, yeah, just to get the message across that like I do not easily get labeled, yeah, like
Oh,
yeah,
yeah. That's kind of what our friend here is doing too.
yeah, oh, neurojack,
Similar tactic. But yeah.
No, I'm
oh yeah,
fascinated. I've never seen
exactly, yeah.
I've never seen this kind of picture before. So it's I mean, yeah, it's a very peculiar thing that is very interesting. I'm very curious about that one. It's pretty interesting.
Oh yeah,
Thank
this is
you.
the top guys I've heard of on the internet. Fatima right here. You know.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, he's been
exactly.
talking.
I'm a very opinionated person.
Yeah,
I'm a
very interesting guy from what I've heard so
Yeah,
far.
of course. Yeah, of course. I'm a very interesting person. I do not mince my words. And, you know, if I see something that's like obvious, I'm going to call it out, even though it might not land well with people, but it still needs to be landed, you know? Every
That's
plane.
kind of what this is about. Yeah, it's like,
Yeah.
you know, we kind of don't care, you know. So
Exactly.
people have to say what they need to say, and of course, all ideas are welcome. There's nobody who's ideologically superior.
No,
in terms of,
absolutely not. Like, literally, I
yeah.
have fucking, like, you know, not socialism with like Maoism in one photo. Like, I think both of those have some overlap. Like,
Oh yeah,
yeah,
yeah. We
like,
gave a huge explanation of that. You know, in terms of ellul, right? He said they're the same thing. He said they're exactly the same system. Right?
exactly. Like,
So yeah, we gave an entire explanation. Yeah.
exactly, like, and like, I think it was Slavoj Žižek that said that, you know, ideology is just a performance. Like, it's all about who can get their message
Exactly.
across. Exactly,
Right.
and like, I'm not the biggest fan of like Slavoj Žižek. I'm not, but like, he says some good points. He does have good points though, even though I reject like broader Hegelian philosophy because I'm more of like
Oh yeah, yeah. I
I'm more
gave
of,
huge rants. You know,
yeah.
huge huge rants against Hegel here.
Looks like
you know.
his avatar pic isn't showing up on YouTube.
Yeah,
It's
Hegel is you know, a racist, you know, basically who fucked the maid, you know, and
Yeah, no, like
and all
I
this.
swear, like people say that like Schopenhauer is like a correction of Hegel. That's true, but I prefer actually a Soren Kierkegaard. I think he was a more like appropriate correction towards Hegel because he's all about like, you know, the absurdity of life and faith. You know, that's what I'm about now. You know, like everything is just a shit show. Like you have to take things on faith and on irrational thoughts. You cannot process things in like an irrational. You can, but then there's gonna be something that's like a counter to you. I think William of Ockham also said that too. That's why he came up with Occam's razor. You know what?
Well,
I'm just
sounds
gonna.
like like you need to debate Stefan Molyneux. He would disagree with you.
Stefan Molyneux. Oh my god, he's still like a materialist, atheistic person. Like I respect atheists who are like idealists, like Schopenhauer and like the British idealists, right? But like he's still tied within like the racial pentagram of like, you know, Darwinism, isn't he now? Like he doesn't understand, and he's one of those people that's like, sure, I might have some grievances about race, but I am not a Nazi. I'm like, bro, you're a coward, you know. Like, own up.
Yeah, I'm very ashamed because he was a big influence on me, but he's definitely fallen behind the times of. Well, I think he may be doing it on purpose. I mean, he's either an agent or he's extremely autistic in this particular sense. So
Well,
I don't know which one it is. But.
I don't know how you guys feel about like that, but like he's also part of like, you know, the tribe himself. So there's that. He's always going to be a bit facetious, you know.
Right.
Yeah, yeah, that's him.
Yeah,
Except for
I have suspected these things, but I wasn't 100% sure. But if that's true, that definitely makes a lot of sense. I mean, him and the
yeah,
reincarnation of Leon Trotsky, Sam Hyde just sat down for a little conversation. So
exactly.
I'm
Yeah.
sure that's
Oh,
not a coincidence.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Leon Trotsky is like the most influential leader of the 20th century because his band of Trotskyites, they became what the modern day neocons who still have power within like America and Israel.
Well, I don't know who you are, but you and I need to connect because I got some friends that we all say the same thing as you, so we definitely need to talk.
Absolutely, yeah, exactly. Like, and that's unfortunate
Yeah.
because I only came to stop. I actually have to like go within 10 minutes, but like, you know, I just came in because I was actually doing something else. I was at like a gathering. I was at like a family event, and I just got home. I was like, oh shit, a machine lives is live. You know, I have to say hi at least just to stop by because you know I did promise that. You know, and
Thank
here
you,
I
my
am.
friend. Yeah,
Of
greatly
course.
appreciate that.
Exactly, yeah. And it's like he started at 9:15. What time is it? 10:40. Okay, I still have time. So yeah.
Well,
So yeah,
definitely, I'll put my Discord or something in the back because I would like to connect with
absolutely.
you because your analysis is very similar to some of mine
Uh,
in a lot of ways. Not exactly, but pretty close,
yeah,
close
it's
enough.
close. Yeah, it's
Too
close
close, too
enough.
close, too close for comfort, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
So,
If you want, here is my my email in the private chat. Here it is for you. Yeah, and if you want my other socials after that, you can just ask. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, throw our Discord in there too, Neuro. So we'll put those Discords in there. Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, definitely.
For sure, yeah. So it's gonna be okay. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I just came to stop by, say hello. You know, I was in the like the virtual neighborhood town square. You know, so yeah, I'm just here. But so far, like I first met the Machine Lies at TML through LA's channel. You know, Life Abolitionist. He seems to attract a lot more interesting people than someone else I know. You know, yeah, he has more variety on his
Yeah.
show now. Yeah, he
Yeah, well, he
does.
gave a presentation on Agamben, so
Exactly
so I
right.
think it was an upscale sort of topic that I've
Exactly.
not seen around on YouTube. So I was I wanted to support him there. Definitely a very interesting little 10-minute interaction we had too. I will play that 10-minute interaction here because I thought
Absolutely.
it
Yeah.
was fascinating.
Yeah.
Fascinating discussion. First introduction to a lot of the ideology that
Oh yeah.
and of course
Antinatalism. Yeah.
yeah,
Life.
Buddha is
Mm-hmm.
he's well versed on it. So
Yeah. Oh, Avian. Yeah, Avian is
yeah.
very smart. I met Avian, and since I met Avian through LA's channel, and I met Head Scales Dom through finding Gnosis's show until I saw Dom always be on LA's channel, and you know I was on both. So like yeah, so
are you an antinatalist as well?
yeah, leaning towards it. Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Oh, here we got Buddha right here. Blessings.
Interesting.
Avian, hey Avian Buddha, how you doing?
Hey, Avian. I just want to say, like, we're definitely going to have to set up a roundtable discussion on antinatalism because I don't understand that at all personally. So,
I don't
Oh,
know
of
why.
course, yeah. No, it's fine. Yeah, as I said, you know, there's going to be a type of valuableism with groups of people. You know, like there's that one cosmovision, that other cosmovision. You know, and yeah, it's always good to have these discussions. You know, but it's healthy. It's healthy dialogue for sure.
Sound like Avian's mic was really crackly or something.
That was weird. Yeah, sound like a weird.
Some
And then
mic issues.
it also
Yeah.
looked like it kicked him out too. So weird. So
yeah, I'm putting the Discord in the back. Sorry, it took me a minute to remember how to share this
It's
kind of
okay.
stuff. My bad.
It's okay, man.
So yeah. So go ahead and join so we can all be in touch because we should definitely do some stuff about that because I actually just invited a antinatalist to come on. You know, my channel or this channel doesn't matter to me, but yeah, it would be interesting to talk about some of that because it's very relevant to the whole idea of transhumanism, posthumanism, and how it seems that they're trying to push us towards antinatalism. So the fact that people are voluntarily like signing up for it, very curious to me.
Yeah, it is. It is very interesting. And hello, Avian again. How you doing? Hope your microphone's working.
Hey, I'm doing well. What about you?
I'm doing good, Avian. Yourself? Okay, that's good.
Being post-human is basically being anti-natalist to some extent.
Oh yeah, it is for sure. Yeah, post-humanism. That's something I'm also interested in too. like the one anime I think everyone knows at this point as Serial Experimental's Lane. Yeah, that's essentially what's gonna happen soon. You know.
Yeah, I've not seen the entire. I've only seen the first 4 episodes, so don't spoil it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Of course. Yeah,
You know,
sorry.
but yeah, interesting stuff so far. I'm very confused by the first 4 episodes.
Oh,
Yeah,
good. That's everyone's reaction. Yeah.
no idea what's going on. Yeah, so
Yeah, I would say I'm a conditional anti-natalist in the sense that if mankind cannot scale down the technological complexity, which I am kind of cynical about, then I personally just refrain from reproduction. And also, I just see it as because the machine destroys human autonomy, it infects and invades the symbolic or semiotic landscape of humanity, and then it kind of instrumentalizes to serve the technique, to serve the efficiency. And so people aren't really in control of it. So I see that
absolutely.
I call it Homo mechanicus. Homo mechanicus is very different from pre-industrial man.
Right.
So my book goes into it in more depth. I'm done with the book, but I have a friend that's gonna help refine it. Oh, you left.
Nice. Yeah, he said he had to go. So yeah, he said he only had like 10 minutes. But yeah, blessings
Is the
to.
friend is the friend named Gemini or OpenAI or
No,
ChatGPT? I'm just kidding.
It's someone else. Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to mention this interesting thing. So I was using my friend Gemini to do a song analysis, or Grok actually, to do a song analysis of a Nirvana song, and I had a theory that it was something about some weird occultist stuff, of course, but I asked it about William Burroughs, and they related the lyrics to William Burroughs' idea that language is a virus. I thought that was interesting.
Yes,
I never knew that.
language is a virus, which also influenced, I think, Nick Land in some ways. That like everything is a virus. Every concept is like a virus. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. We're actually gonna give a detailed explanation of Land and a bunch of other people.
Yeah.
Probably Moldbug and others, but I think the foundational stuff. I think we're like laying down very foundational stuff right now. Like like Ellul and Guanan and Hegel and Nietzsche and stuff. So
Heidegger too.
Yeah, Heidegger, of course.
Heidegger is great. Yes.
Yeah, definitely Heidegger. And yeah, if you want to give a presentation here on Heidegger, that would be awesome. You seem to really like that topic. And of course, everyone's free to give presentations here. And so on and so forth. I'm pretty open with
but
material.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to be blunt because this might be a preview, and this is going to sound very rude. But how can you be interested in Heidegger if you want to extinguish life?
I think he gives like a good descriptive analysis of where things are going wrong, but like his like solution to the problem, I think it could not be adequate, especially nowadays. And I think another philosopher that said that he's part of the speculative realist, his name is Ray Brasseur. He's like a transcendental nihilist. He takes Heidegger as like a descriptive analysis that like, yes, we are unbecoming now, standing reserved, but like there is no way out. He pretty much flips Heidegger on his own head. They're like, yes, Heidegger, you have diagnosed the problem of nihilism and modernity, but your solution to it is just grasping at straws. I'm not saying that. Ray Brasseur is saying that he's part of this speculative realists. Yeah.
Yeah, Neuro is not aware, I think, of the fact that actually Heidegger is the one who coined the object-oriented ontology.
Yes, he did.
So he actually invented.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. Yeah.
And what was that in response to from you guys'?
He did it in response to Kant.
Yes, Kant was like all about like a human-centric point of view. Yeah, he wanted to like make humans the center and not let us worry about like phenomena.
Well, I mean, I definitely think that has gone too far. But I mean, how could you view it any other way since you are human and you live here on Earth and you view things with a human mind and a human intellect? I mean, can you put yourself in the eyes of a shrew or a mink or
I think it's possible if
single cell amoeba.
If you take into consideration that I also follow a type of non-dualism as well. Like, I do think that things are from the mentally different from another. That's kind of like found in like a Taoism and a Buddhism, of course, but Taoism is all about that stuff. There is effortless action, between us
Well,
and
sure,
another
but I mean,
properties.
if you extinguish all life or all human life at the very least, I mean, what difference would it make if your experience of it? Because I mean, a human being is not a one thing. It's a collective organization of many different things living together in a shell we call, I
The
mean,
body.
a human being is an ecosystem just as much as the earth, is it not?
Yeah, of course, yeah, it is. But I think that we have like overstayed our own intelligence. Because we're pretty much debasing ourselves with technology and AI. That's happening in real time. Like we're starting to replace ourselves. It's almost like a type of Promethean tragedy, which could come into fruition in the future of like replacing us in the post-human world. Kind of goes back to like Prometheus and how his creation just overruled him. And he was punished for it.
I mean, so you have no choice but to play a game. So you just flip the table over and quit. I mean,
So something similar to that, though. Like I could like give it out a more a descriptive like a presentation or essay that I could do. Yeah.
They might both go into a lot of stuff. He's mentioned Ray Bryce here. Have you ever looked into Thomas Metzinger? Because I think
Yes.
Metzinger.
He's a psychologist, I believe.
Yeah, I like his stuff. His world zero hypothesis is interesting. Is kind of similar to the signless or some stuff like emptiness, sort of.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit.
And I think there are the Japanese philosophers that were influenced by Heidegger, or they wanted to respond to Heidegger, saying that like, oh no, your guys is like Western abstraction is not the solution. Ours is the one. It's part of the Kyoto school. I forgot who was the philosopher that wrote the book Religion and Nothingness, but he's very interesting too. He talks about like non-self and non-world essentially.
There were some interesting figures in the Kyoto school. One of them, I forgot. I think his name was Nishitana. Yeah, that guy.
Oh yeah,
Or,
Nishitana. I think he was the author of the book I mentioned, Religion and Nothingness. Yeah, he was the author of that book.
Yeah, that's him.
Nishitana. Yeah.
Nishitani.
I went to a presentation of his philosophy a long time ago, over 6 to 10 years ago or something.
Nice. Yeah. It's very great stuff. Yeah. But it's really cool that like Machine Lies brought up ellul, because ellul is like one of the most, in my opinion, the most underrated theorist of like the 20th century of politics and theory. Because everything.
Yeah, I think like ellul might be the most important like writer.
Absolutely. In the 20th century, yeah.
For me in the 20th century, I think his work is totally monumental, right? And I think technological society and propaganda, I think those things need to be studied inside and out. Right. I've read like half of technological society on the show page by page. Right. And so I'm doing a page by page analysis of the entire book. Right. So I think that every channel should do that at least once.
Yeah,
right? They should page by page analysis. They should all just shut down everybody's channel until they do a page by page analysis of ellul.
Most of them wouldn't get through it; they'd fail.
Yeah,
ellul,
yeah. That's how important I think it is. It's just like a Bible of our modern times.
Absolutely,
like
yeah. Ellul pretty much predicted the mass man. His critique of the mass man is very, very has strong overlap with Kierkegaard's own critique of like mass, the mass man as well, like the crowd the mob.
Kierkegaard is so fundamental,
It is absolutely he is.
People
yes.
sleep on Kierkegaard hardcore,
Oh yeah, if you were to ask me who is my favorite philosopher, I would usually say him 8 out of 10 times. Yeah, him.
Yeah.
He's so good. He's probably my favorite philosopher and writer. Like he's very very funny and clever and ironic. Almost kind of like a prototype of like a 4chan poster. Irony. Yeah.
Is Kierkegaard an antinatalist?
He broke up his engagement with his fiancee Regina Olsen, and he became like a type of like celibate monk. And there are some writings that could be considered one, but I wouldn't say he is one outright. Maybe a type of like light one or like a prototype of one. If you want, I can send a very interesting video on your Discord by this channel called Hermetics. You guys probably heard of him. The Hermetic podcast. It talks about antinatalism with Kierkegaard and another philosopher. Peter Wessel-Zapfe.
Yeah, what's very intriguing about the Hermetics podcast is that they've done a number of interviews with Dr. David Skrbina, and I believe they've talked about ellul as well. They've talked about ellul and Uncle Teddy on there. So,
yes, they have.
So I believe one of those shows, he not only did a show with Dr. Skrbina about panpsychism in the West, but he also did one about his anti-tech philosophy. Actually, I want to say something right now. We will never now use the term anti-tech. We can't use that term anymore. So we're gonna go ahead and retire that term.
Oh.
Right, so today is the last day we'll be using the term anti-tech because of the FBI. Right. So so that is the facts, right? So
all right, sounds great. Yeah,
I don't use the term anti-tech anymore. Obviously, we are associated with that term to an extreme degree at this point, so we can't do anything about it, right? But from now on, we have to couch what we say in a different sort of terminology.
Yeah.
It sucks.
And I just want to say this really, what's interesting about that situation, which I don't know much about, admittedly. Like I saw that somebody posted a video, but in my opinion, if you look at the people that are promoted as that term, let me ask Fatima if he's heard of this, by the way. Have you heard of like the Less Wrong Foundation and all these other like kind of strange,
Ooh, only briefly. I've heard of it in passing, but I haven't delved into it extensively. But I have heard it before.
Well, the main thing I just want to get across is that it's very strange that the reason why they're shutting down the discussion is because, these very, kosher leaning groups have been promoting their own form of philosophy, let's say, regarding this issue that seem to have wound up a lot of people to act without thinking. And so now we all have to suffer because of that. So.
Oh yeah, of course.
So I think that's an interesting aside that I would say.
Yeah, no, it is for sure. It definitely is a notable phenomenon that needs to be addressed more, for sure. Yeah.
But this is why, talking about different ways of approaching and discussing the situation in a more intelligent way rather than a cartoonish way. Like Machine said at the beginning of the show, like giving people advice on what to do about this is extremely, honestly evil, to be honest with you. And so people are looking at us like people are trying to strawman us as if we're giving people a hard solution to things, and that's not what we're doing, So.
No, absolutely not. No, like I don't claim to have all the answers, and like I'm not even certain about like what I know. It's almost like that philosophical dilemma that I know nothing, but we can come close to like an approximation of like what is going on, and what could you do. But it's not the final solution, as people would say, like I don't claim to have all the answers, and I'm just a curious person that reads a lot. But I definitely do value a type of like, unorthodox theory. I do value unorthodox theories or points of view that need to be like, examined over and over again. and like reevaluate it again and again, because I think that's a good healthy mind, if you know what I mean.
We could just say we're critics of technology.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. And I'm also couching the critiques within philosophy of mind, right? Philosophy of technology. So there's a lot of different ways, and also the aesthetic of cyberculture, and
For sure.
all that type of stuff helps sort of I wouldn't outright say cloak, right? Because obviously I'm not hidden in any capacity, right? This is not a LARP to any degree, right? And of course, that's a huge problem, right? Because my name and a lot of information is exposed, but
Mm.
I have no fear really.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
It's always about like a stoic acceptance of like, okay, these are the circumstances, and like, you almost have to be a type of like, you just have to go with it, like you always have to like always be aware that there are some risks and sacrifice in like doing these things, like, and like I think it could be like, accommodated, of course, because like I'd rather side with truth than with a falsehood, and if truth like kind of leads me astray from like the crowd, then so be it. I always see it as that.
Yeah, one thing I'm resting on is the fact that whenever I present one view, I present two or three views that are opposed to it, right? And also that I never give any finality in terms of what which one I present. I deal with the content on its own terms, and then I also present the sources, and I tell people to deal with them. So I don't
Absolutely.
tell them that they should follow what the text is saying to any degree or fashion. So I say they should be critical about what they're reading and what we're presenting. And of course, we say we do not advocate for any of the words therein. Actually, we're taking a critical look at all of it. So I
That
think
is
if
good.
people pay
I
a
love
lot
that.
of attention, right? If they pay a lot of attention, that we are not advocating for anything, right? So beware and be wary of the fact that we are actually not taking a position, right? We are presenting a historical critique, and of course, it's one that we don't agree with. Like, for example, we presented information on Gnosticism, on Hegel, on all these things, and sometimes we talk about it on its own terms, and people think that we believe in it,
Yeah, exactly,
right?
right.
But we don't. So this is the thing.
That's not true. Actually, that's very false. In fact, like that's how actual proper philosophy it's done. Like the groups of people who would do that were like the medieval philosophers, the scholastics. Like they would like give arguments and contrary to like their point of view. Like there was like the Thomists, and then there was like the Occam's razor people, the Occamists, and they would steel man their like enemies position within their treatises, and they would go break it down. They would pretty much argue, like, give like a unbiased framework of their opponent's worldview, and then they will like critique it, but then they will let you decide whether you're going to agree still with them or with their opponent. That's how philosophy is usually done. It's done with dialectics. This
Well, I'm
is
sure. I'm sure the charges are coming very soon that we're all Thomists now and that we're Jesuits and all this because we employ the tactic of a Jesuit. So I'm sure we'll find that soon.
Oh yeah, oh my god, yeah. It's it's inevitable that you're going to be like
Yeah,
accused of this.
basically, if you say Jews run anything, you're a Jesuit now. So this is crazy. It's crazy how this works now.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Pigeonholed somehow.
Pigeonholed, yeah, like it's insane, like it's just insane how you can be accused of anything nowadays. And like it's like the boundaries are just evaporating, but then new boundaries are coming up now inside the sphere of like ideas and media and social gatherings. Yeah, it's just very very interesting times. It's like we're erasing the old, that we're making a new weirder dialectical world.
Yeah, I've been trying to explain things in terms of dialectics, right? So there's no end solution, right? So there's just I just talk about the tension, and that is a method that is brought forward by Kierkegaard as
Oh
well.
yes, of course, yeah. Dialectics. He used
Dialectical
it.
suspension, right, or something like
Yes.
that. I
Wait,
think.
you see, he admits it. Everyone, he's a Kierkegaardian. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm a
Everyone, yeah,
Protestant
yeah.
Muslim.
Hey, did you guys know that
Better than
now
being a
in
Discordian.
Right.
Discordian? You know what's really crazy is that now there's scholars out there saying that Kierkegaard wasn't as hostile to Hegel. He was actually himself a Hegelian. He just wanted to correct it, you know. But back then,
Oof.
in like the 20th century, he says that it's a debate like up until like the 19 I guess 70s. Before that, it was like he is totally against Hegel. He hates Hegel. He wants to destroy Hegelian rationality. But then after that, it's like, wait a minute. He used a type of dialectic within some of his works, such as the pseudonym writings and the ironic authorship. That's a form of dialectic. So now scholars are like, wait a minute. He's using a type of method that Hegel's doing, but he's just like
Oh my God,
reverting it. Yeah.
he didn't create the dialectic. Zeno did. They're so blindsided.
Exactly. Like no,
What are you
like
talking about?
people think of people think of Hegel and they think of dialectics and vice versa. No, dialectics are older than him. He just like made it
Yeah,
into
that's
his own thing.
created. Yeah, that's literally created by Zeno and the sophists and stuff. Like, it's like, what are you talking about?
Exactly. You know, it's them that says it's very weird. You know, like Plato used it, Aristotle used it.
Right.
Every
Right.
like
Have they never read a Platonic dialogue? They're like
right.
uneducated
Yeah.
halfwits now, and they're like talking about philosophy. This is the problem, right?
Exactly, right? Like even like all of the scholastic philosophers, all of them use the type of ironic dialogues and like dialectics, you know, that's how they got to
Are
their
you saying
ideas.
Paul the apostle was using dialectic?
Some people say he was. Well, if you think about it, he could have been because he was trained in he was a Greek Jew who grew up in like the Hellenistic world. He most definitely had access to like Platonic dialogues or knowledge, because in one of the verses or one of the parts in the Bible, he talks about a unknown God, which some people say that kind of points at like the form of the good in Plato, which is like, you know, the transcendent principle, you know.
This trip to Athens, Acts 17, I believe.
Yep, trip to Athens. So yeah.
Apparently, there was a lot of oracles in a lot of the cities that he was in, and like they were like drugging children and like asking them for advice on things and stuff like this. So,
All right.
did you guys hear about that? Did you guys hear about that? And then
Of course.
and then they started talking to him, and he like cast a demon out, and he's like, "You want to follow?" And they like these kids like started following him instead because they like had demons in them because they were all
Yeah, it's a
drugged up or
common
something.
problem. You get like a witch problems flare up, you know.
Yeah, it's really
Witch gangs,
insane.
you know.
Witch games, yeah. He was
Those
pretty much
damn,
just
those damn witch gangs.
yeah. There he was, yeah. And there's actually another part in the Bible, like in one of his writings, that he actually lost a debate because like he says that only with faith you can like rationalize things. And even he like knew, but he still had faith in like, you know, the resurrection and stuff like that. So it's very interesting how Paul, you know, was essentially just like the one that was just like the firebrand of everything, you know. He wanted to mix like, you know, Athens and Jerusalem together, you know, reason and faith, you know, in some way. Though towards
Well,
the
he seemed a little anti you know what at the end of his life, didn't he?
of course, yeah, exactly. So some people say that, you know, he wanted to just like dissolve that one and just like replace it with a Greek ontology, you know.
But see, people say that it was the Jays invented Christianity,
Oh yes, they say.
supposedly.
Yeah, one of the arguments that people say to this is that as Saint Peter, they say that Saint because Saint Peter is actually highly respected within Talmudic Judaism. This is a fact. He's highly respected. And what's interesting is that like he is the first pope in like the line of like six in that
Allegedly.
allegedly, right? You know, in quotation. So how can the first pope of the Catholic Church also be a highly respected and valued person within Judaism? That's really strange, you
Do you
know.
know why they specifically respect him? Because this is that I've never heard that before, but that is very curious to me.
Oh, because he pretty much their argument is that he was an agent for them to spread Judaism, but through a covert way with like the Catholic Church or like the established church, pretty much. Yeah.
That could
That's very
possibly
interesting.
Yeah, I've
explain
heard this before.
his confrontation with Paul, but I don't buy it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can't say that I agree with it because I am a Christian, but I do see the argument. So I will say that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
Well, this
because
is what I was trying to squeeze out of the Gnostic informant,
Hmm.
right? To see how Jewish is this early form of Christianity? You know, essentially.
Well, it's really interesting because they formed this dialectic between Rome and whatever Judaism means. Because again, nobody has a real definition. But
yeah,
but it's interesting because and me and Machine have been kind of tracing this like very recently. It's the dialectics are getting very crazy, and I just want to mention this because maybe you have a comment on it. This whole Rome versus Israel, but I mean, with the Hasmoneans and the people and the Herodians, I mean, they basically were crypto Romans through and through, and so this whole like dialectic didn't really seem to be happening. And my personal opinion is that Paul and Jesus very plainly talked about that. And in kind of a more esoteric way. But I mean, so I'm just kind of curious, like, what do you think about that whole dynamic where they're like trying to say that there's like the Romans and Jews were against each other and they've always been at war together? And
I mean, it's true because that's still happening to this day because of the historical dialect between Jews and everyone else around the world. It's not just the Romans. They seem to have like a type of dialectical uh, treaty with everyone. You know, they are in the land, they make money, they kind of give them a type of spirituality. You know, with Christianity and like Kabbalism, which influenced even Martin Luther, and yet they get somehow removed. You know, it's very interesting how they operate.
so, in other words, are you saying that they've kind of created golems out of the goy or something like that?
Yeah, something similar to that, though. I think that, though, what I think about it is that, like, when it comes to like the figure of Christ himself, like, I have to side with Paul at the end of the day than like anyone else because I think that Christ was trying to like break away a new path away from them. You know, like yeah. So I honestly do think that like I do think that he was a unique figure. He wasn't like a deceiver for them.
Right.
No. He
Well,
wanted to
this
break away.
yeah,
Yeah.
this is why I offend a lot of people and purposely go out of my way to say that I don't think Jesus was a Jew, and then people get really upset about that. But I mean,
Well,
yeah,
he was in flesh, but he died, so he's not bounded by flesh anymore. He's a spirit. He's the universal form of the good,
well,
according
sure.
to.
But my point is that I mean, there's very strong evidence, from what I understand, that what we call Judaism had already been Hellenized and basically syncretized, by the time Jesus was around. Meaning, there's probably a lot of Jews who were, sacrificing things to Zeus or
Oh
Athena or
yes,
many
yeah,
other things the
absolutely.
entire time. So I mean,
Of course, absolutely.
yeah.
No, that is true because of one philosopher, Philo of Alexandria. He was the Jewish philosopher that like Platonized Judaism way before Christ was even born. Some people say that he's kind of like the intellectual father of like early Christianity of Philo of Alexandria. He was part of like the Middle Platonism. Yeah. So yeah, Judaism was heavily Hellenized already when Christ was alive. That's very true. Yeah, and of course, it was strange because besides Judaism and Greek culture being fused, Greek culture and Buddhism was also fused, I believe, thanks to Alexander the Great's campaign. You know, he spread Greek
Right.
culture all around back when Afghanistan was like Buddhist, strangely
Right.
enough.
Right. Well, and that's the thing is like, I mean, in my opinion, there's strong. I mean, in my opinion, that I mean, I don't want to get too deep into it because it's going to just piss everybody off. But you know, I think you could look at it two different ways, and I'll just kind of simplify what I want to say, for, you know, for the sake of time. But you could argue that Christianity is overtly a syncretistic religion if you're an atheist, right? I don't
Yes.
see it that way, but because I am a Christian, so I don't see it exactly that way. But I understand why people would argue that. Or on the other side, you could just say, well, if you want to look at it historically, that Christianity certainly either Christianity is a reflection of a much older religion that has always been around, and parts of it were within Buddhism, and parts of it were within these other religions around, and they just kind of express differently. Or you could just say that like God has found ways to express himself through different things or whatever. And again, I'm not saying that I personally believe this, but I'm saying that I can see the different arguments for it. But I think that there is a lot of overlap between the basics of Hinduism, or to simplify it, Hinduism or Buddhism or these things. I mean, they're very clearly trying to express similar
Truths.
notions, or truths, maybe,
Yeah.
perhaps. in
Would
some
you
ways, so.
interesting. I have to go within like 2 minutes, unfortunately. But one question I want to ask you, Neurojack, would you consider yourself like a type of a perennialist? Like you see like some validity in
No,
like
no.
all? No,
I don't
okay.
think so.
No,
I
this is
don't
the
think
top
that
homie of the channel. Is Neurojack.
Yeah.
What?
Neurojack and the Machine Lives. We have similar names, or
Oh,
whatever,
okay.
but-
Yeah, I'm definitely have been recently accused of that. I don't see myself that way because I don't think that Christianity allows for that. But
Of
again, I'm
course.
just trying to. But I also believe that it's a mistake to just go around telling everybody like, well, I'm a Christian and you should believe what I believe, and
Yeah, that's
Jesus
just
died for
very
your sin. I think
condescending. Yeah.
I think that's very retarded. I don't think that's. I mean, not that it's retarded. Honestly, it might even be the right way to do things. It's just that maybe I'm deceived or something. But I think that trying to understand where other people are coming from, and particularly like maybe pointing out that we've all been lied to about history or theology or whatever, because I think that most Christians have been deceived significantly on theology, obviously, but also on history, on philosophy, on language, on many topics. So it's very difficult to even talk to. I mean, honestly, I find it easier to talk to people who are non-Christian about some of these things, because Christians have a very particular curated worldview that's been kind of like injected into them, in my opinion. So it's kind of difficult to talk about some of these things without people thinking that you're not really a Christian, or that you are trying to convert them to some strange version of it or something like that. But
All right. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, guys, I do have to go, but it was a good introduction and starters to meet all of you. I will come back for more, and I will see all of you later. Have a great night, everyone.
bless.
Easy.
See ya.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, that's cool. Hopefully we get more.
Yeah, more people
interesting
like
people.
that. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, very interesting. Thing. I got to figure out where he's getting the esoteric Maoism from. I can't believe I've never seen this.
Yeah,
before,
that's
so.
itching you really bad, isn't it?
It is because I feel like I've been left out of the party a little bit. But yeah, there's something going on. I mean, there's it's kind of like what Machine was just saying, the eschaton, the quote unquote eschaton vigil, if you will. Yeah, there's something going on for sure, because there's something going on where they're trying to rewrite the past from the future. I don't know. There's something very, very strange going on. I put one of my favorite
causality.
Yeah, well, it's like what Giorgiani's talking about. It's what a lot of people are talking about, but it seems that Machine is kind of tracing that way, way back. I mean, my favorite clip that I put in my last video was this clip of talking about Nostradamus, because when I was a kid, Nostradamus was like a really big thing that I had learned about. And everybody was talking about how Nostradamus predicted this. And I remember listening to it, and I was like, this is an interesting theory. but you know, I didn't find it very convincing, to be honest with you. But it is interesting in the way that if you look at his history, I mean, he's tied to some very strange people in his lifetime. I can't remember all the details right now, but it's just kind of weird how people sell you these narratives, and then now, like, you know, 500 years or however many years later, they're still like digging up this guy's words and saying how it's evidence that, you know, there's premonitions and prophecies that come true. And now I see the ortho bros doing that and saying, like, some guy on a mountain told me this thing. And again, and I'm not saying that you can't have prophecy. I think that that's very real, but I just think it's very dangerous to like promote that to the general population and like get them thinking and imagining things that they probably shouldn't be imagining, you know, personally. But I don't know if there's something very weird going on with that rewriting of history and using prophecy to like self-fulfill and all this. Like, it's probably one of the biggest problems we have right now, I would say, for sure.
Yeah, yeah, this is really weird, Neuro, but you did a show on April 16th, and I'm not finding it anymore. I don't know where. Did you just take that off, or?
I may have. Let me double check. I'll see if I can find it.
It says DM me if, you know, that's how the title starts. So send me that if you can, because
yeah, let me take a look. I'll take a look. I'll come back later. I'll let you play some music, and but I appreciate everybody. I'll be back.
yeah, it's called DM me if something, and it was on April 16th. I'm not finding it in even my history anymore. So I'm like,
yeah, I'll see. It might have got whacked, or I might have taken it down for some reason. So let me double check. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, hopefully it didn't get whacked, because I need that recording, because I was gonna replay that tonight. So
Satchel.
yeah, so that's crazy. Because I posted it in a community post, so wondering where that. Oh wait. Oh no, wait, no, I'm not finding it. Yeah, I'm not finding it. So yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah, anyways, we'll take a music break. We'll see if get that going here. But yeah, blessings. All right, so we'll be back. I'm gonna play these two songs. They're two versions of the same song, and yeah, one of them is mixed with DJ Crush. So yeah, blessings.
Nice.
If I could hold the world in my palm, would I trade it like a baby or tear it apart? I'm laughing, my neighbors, they think I'm crazy. My heart is in the right place, body's in the wrong manner. If I could hold the world in my palm, would I trade it like a baby or tear it apart? I'm laughing, my neighbors, they think I'm crazy. My heart is in the right place, body's in the wrong manner. Shots bang out, everybody wants to be this Montana. Bandana cover my dreads, I tread light, just a knife. Keep a lead pipe under my bed. Pass a bucky for them federales. Fuck them, bust one in their heads. Then I call me, then I cut from the ends. I send love to my loved ones. Young thugs, top shotters, coffin dodgers, dodge coppers, dogs. While the gods watch us popping like gods with us. Strong niggas, good hearts, wicked minds, living life like we ain't lost sinners. Government check us behind the cross as a swastika. Sick lie, poverty stricken, the plot thickens like this cold milk porridge I'm sipping. I feel sickened by the prospect of picking cotton or rotting in prison. When Jaja lead us, them can't defeat us. See how we don't flex, we know we can't. Pray jobless, my life. Pray jobless, my life. When Jaja lead us, them can't defeat us. See how we don't flex, we know we can't. Pray jobless, my life. Pray jobless, my life.
Yo, shit is twisted, trapped in the
belly of the sickness is sick and sadistic like 666s. Arrhythmic, I sit with a lit spliff. My heart split into bits over big sis. She slipped wrists and left a letter on the bed begging for forgiveness. That's why I writ this, you chiefs don't get it. But you can quicker than scripts can say billet. Overstand, it's deeper than lyrics. When prayers exchange dough for half of their spirit. Trapped in the maze of masquerades and mimics. It might sound harsh, mate, but to me, we're living in the last days. The same thing my pop say before he passed away. Now all I've got is my youths and my Marjay. So our Father, who art in heaven, send me the will and strength for 60 henchmen.
When Jaja lead us, them can't defeat us. See how we no flex, we no weak heart. Pray jobless, my life. Pray jobless, my life. When Jaja lead us, them can't defeat us. See how we no flex, we no weak heart. Pray jobless, my life. Pray jobless, my life.
About now I'm surrounded by scoundrels, drowning in singing just say this place is clouding my vision. I stay vigilant on my vigilante mission. I miss them days when we used to play without killing each other. I look up Curry, she's a brilliant mother. Or can I be a father in this fatherless nation of bastards? My password I still to discover. My path's covered with disgusting cover-ups, covered just mystery scholars. Got a lot of us by the bullet, just plotting to put the squeeze on us. We follow fashion, fascist capitalists, fleece dollars. I pen fire like Benjamin Zephaniah, too black, too strong. I'm steady headed for Zion, crying, God bless my brethren and everything I owe dear. My sibling, my pops and my old dear. Corinne and Kira for keeping man focused so clear. I'm overloaded with emotion, but I hold a cold stare.
When Jaja lead us, them can't defeat us. See how we no flex, we no weak heart. Pray jobless, my life. Pray jobless, my life. When Jaja lead us, them can't defeat us. See how we no flex, we no weak heart. Pray jobless, my life. Pray jobless, my life. Pray jobless. Pray jobless, yeah, yes. Pray jobless. Pray jobless, yeah, 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 yes. Pray jobless. Pray jobless, yeah, yes. Pray jobless.
Greetings, Rastafari. God bless.
If we want control over our destiny, then we need to take control over the things we can control, such as our physical health, what we teach our children, and more importantly, how we see and treat each other. That's revolution. If I could hold the world in my palm, would I create it like a baby or tear it apart? I'm laughing. My neighbors, they think I'm crazy. My heart is in the right place, body's in the wrong manner. Shots bang up, everybody wants to be this Montana. Bandana cover my dreads, I tread light, just a knife. Keep a lead pipe under my bed. Plus a bucky for them federally. Fuck them, bust one in their heads. Then I call me, then I cut from the ends. I send love to my loved ones. Young thugs, top shotters, coffin dodgers, dodge coppers, dogs. While the gods watch us bopping like gods with us. Strong niggas, good hearts, wicked minds, living life like we ain't lost sinners. Government trick us behind a cross as a swastika. Sick line, poverty stricken, the plot thickens like this cold milk porridge I'm sipping. I feel sickened by the prospect of picking cotton or rotting in prison.
When Jaja lead us, them can't defeat us. See how we no flex, we no weak heart. Pray jobless, my life. Pray jobless, my life. When Jaja lead us, them can't defeat us. See how we no flex, we no weak heart. Pray jobless, my life. Pray jobless, my life.
Yo, shit is twisted, trapped in the belly of the sickness. It's sick and sadistic like 666s. Arrhythmic, I sit with a lit spliff. My heart split into bits over big sis. She slit wrists and left a letter on the bed begging for forgiveness. That's why I writ this, you chiefs don't get it. But you can quicker than scripts can say billet. Overstand, it's deeper than lyrics. When prayers exchange dough for half of their spirit. Trapped in the maze of masquerades and mimics. It might sound harsh, mate, but to me, we're living in the last days. The same thing my pop say before he passed away. Now all I've got is my youths and my Marjay. So our Father, who art in heaven, send me the will and strength for 60 henchmen.
When Jaja lead us, them can't defeat us. See how we no flex, we know we caught major bliss. My life, major bliss. My life. When Jaja lead us, them can't defeat us. See how we no flex, we know we caught major bliss. My life, major bliss. My life.
About now, I'm surrounded by scoundrels, drowning in singing, just save. This place is clouding my vision. I stay vigilant on my vigilante mission. I miss them days when we used to play without killing each other. I look at Corinne, she's a brilliant mother. But can I be a father in this fatherless nation of bastards? Now my password I still to discover. My path's covered with disgusting cover-ups, covered just mystery scholars. Got a lot of us by the bullets, just plotting to put the squeeze on us feet. Follow fashion, fascist capitalist fleece dollars. I pen fire like Benjamin Zephaniah. Too black, too strong. I'm steady headed for Zion, crying jar bless my brethren and everything I owe dear. My sibling, my pops and my old dear. And care for keeping man focused so clear. I'm overloaded with emotion, but I hold a cold stare.
When Jaja lead us, them can't defeat us. See how we no flex, we know we caught major bliss. My life, major bliss. My life. When Jaja lead us, them can't defeat us. See how we no flex, we know we caught major bliss. My life, major bliss. My life, major bliss.
So I'm saying, man, we need to stop passing down ignorance and negativity to our children, man. I mean, we need to acknowledge our mistakes and take responsibility for them. You know what I mean? Time for me to run, bro. It's time for me to run.
Yeah. So I didn't watch that video. I'm not sure what that was trying to convey. I just looked really weird. Anyway, so let's move forward with some things about transhumanism. We'll try to find this video for you guys. Here, hold on. Let me try to get on the Discord and ask if we're able to locate this episode, because this is very important that I mean, this is actually very weird that this has disappeared right before I do my show, because it was literally, I just clicked on it right before I started the show. So I'm not sure where this video is. And I may have to come back into the so I'll see. DM me for the link. Yeah, dude, this is wild. Weird. Huh, that's really weird. Okay, so I don't know why I couldn't find this video, folks. I'm about to come back into the Discord now that I found it. And I apologize for the technical difficulties here. Wow. But yeah, I have a hit piece on somebody called Hurricane Paro that's chosen to attack us. So fucking stupid motherfucker. Right? So that's gonna happen after the show. So because they like to do shows and use our name. So yeah. So give me a second here. Let me come back into the Discord. Yeah, we got some interesting news about the Panelverse members, right? There's apparently somebody who goes around on Flow State, the Powder Dusty, and a bunch of other channels, and he sent a message to people saying that he wants to take my daughter's virginity. Pretty weird stuff, right? So, and he said he's gonna think about how tight my daughter's pussy feels. This was the type of stuff that he was saying. And I don't have a daughter, but it's kind of interesting that this guy talks like that to people he doesn't really know, right? And then he had an interesting conversation with Hyperborean, in which he's talking about weird ideas about people's daughters, and I don't know. This guy's a pretty fucking sick weirdo, right? That they have around. And of course, they pay these people to go talk about people on the internet or whatever is the case. But yeah, sick pedo weirdos that make honestly really strange threats that expose things that are really strange, right? About our surrounding area on the internet. Like, what the fuck? Like, what are these people? Right? I concluded that these people are sick and dangerous. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and, since they chose to do a whole series on us, right? We're gonna go ahead and show people who they are.
Unhinged, you could say.
Unhinged. Psychopathic. Right. So I mean, you guys will see it, right? But yeah, totally strange stuff. Yeah. Anyways, so that's towards the end of the show that will expose that information for you guys. I have both a voice recording, a text message, and also a entire video recording of this person. Very disturbing stuff that they like to say. So for some reason they're allowed to go on, and they also use a symbol that's been labeled by the FBI for grooming children.
100%.
Pretty strange stuff that's coming out of this YouTube space that we all inhabit. Not safe to be a girl anymore? Yeah, I would say. Oh yeah, we will be documenting that stuff. We will be documenting what these people do. But yeah,
good catch. Good catch. Thank you for documenting.
Yeah, but first we're getting into the transhumanism, and of course Hyperborean helped document because we were backstage. Anyways, I'm glad I wrote down the date of that, because for some reason my YouTube and my YouTube history and my computer internet history has totally scrubbed the fact that I watched this Neurojack video right before I came on the show. Isn't that really interesting, folks?
That is really strange.
That is really strange. But yeah, because I didn't really tell anybody that I was going to use it for after the show, so I'm actually really confused about this. Right? But yeah, it's almost like the computer itself is fucking with me. But yeah, I'm not sure what that is, but
That sort of stuff happens to me often, it seems.
yeah, it's like there's a particular file that you're looking for, and it's just not there anymore. It's pretty weird. It's like,
It's like getting gaslit by a computer.
Yeah. Little, bugs in the wires, or what's going on here?
Well, I mean,
Bugs in the attic.
I'll just be thinking something to look up, and then it will just kind of like recommend me pretty much exactly what I wanted to look up without even saying anything or mentioning.
Yeah, Dom, at this point, I already assume they have that. It's happened to me many times. I already assume at this point, or it's something to do with the Wi-Fi towers or something that, yeah, I've definitely not have had my cell phone on me, have a conversation with someone, and then bam, later that day or the next day, I'd have an ad for it. So at this point, yeah, scan your brain.
Yeah, I feel like it's been like this way though since before the towers went everywhere though. I don't know. I feel like it's been like this for a long time personally.
I mean, sure, yeah, to some extent, but I'm sure they help.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they do. I was gonna ask, have any of you guys heard of the topological metaphor? Something I came across a few days ago.
No, you were telling us about that. So yeah, you said you'd like to speak on that. Yeah, go ahead, Dom.
Yeah, it's basically like it combines math and philosophy without using numbers and shows how information flows between different boundaries within existence. So topology is math that shows how one point will create several other points that are interconnected. And the metaphor is basically how the information is flowing from point to point. So it breaks down reality into 4 components. Number 1 is that there is an unchanging medium which flows throughout all of existence everywhere. The second component is from this medium comes about the cosmos. So the first stage is called the primordial, and then the second stage is called the cosmos. And the cosmos, and also called the geometric stage. So the geometric stage is the laws like gravity or electromagnetism, physical laws, and unseen laws like natural law and karma. I talk about that a lot. These are the things that come from the primordial. And then from this second stage comes the third stage, which is matter or the material. And this is things like planets and stars, space, stuff like that. And then from these, wait, hold on. No, I think the planets are part of the cosmos. I'm sorry. And then in the third stage, you get us. We're forms that exist within the cosmos, bound by the laws of the cosmos. And, you know, we have to live on a planet. We can't just live on space. And then from the fourth stage comes the metaphor, which is information that is real that comes from us. So this is things like nations. Nations are not real. They're just concepts we've invented. And we use things like symbols to convey the information of nations. So the topological metaphor basically says we create scissions within reality or cuts like scissors cutting reality that create boundaries. But because these boundaries exist within a field that is ever present, or the primordial field, these boundaries, which are seemingly closed off to each other, are interconnected. And they're not just interconnected with each other, they're interconnected with everything that exists. And so when boundaries interact with each other, they do so through metaphors or the exchange of information. And this information manifests in a middle field between these boundaries, which is basically how they interact with each other. And this is the topological metaphor. Or at least to the best of my knowledge that I can explain it, but I'm pretty sure that's fairly accurate.
And who's the person that's coming up with this?
Joseph P. Farrell, I was looking at some stuff he wrote. I'm going to probably order one of his books through the library in the next couple weeks. I think he's a theologian, but he is a fairly advanced researcher from what I've seen so far. And this is his method to compile information through a basically mathematical construct, converted into information that does not rely on numbers.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Yeah, I've not heard of that ever. But there is a thing in mathematics called topology. So,
yes. Yeah.
And I believe it's a highly advanced form of mathematics.
Hyperborean says it's not math. I mean, it is beyond math. But in academia, I'm pretty sure it is recognized as mathematics. And he also is saying that he did not create it. He will also say, Joseph P. Farrell will also say that he did not create it.
Okay.
Well, that's interesting because, in fact, Mobius loops are involved with that. When we talk about the STEM machine a lot,
the Mobius strip?
Yep, Mobius strip is involved with it. It's one of the motivations.
Is that Henri Poincaré or something like that? I don't know.
I'm not sure. I just know that it's definitely associated with topology. So, oh boy, bridges of. I'm not even going to try to say that word. Königsberg. The result does not depend on the shape of its sphere. So, oh.
I think it's a more ancient method that he's just kind of put together. I would like Hyperborean to come up here and explain it more. That would be helpful. Because like I said, I just came across, I just learned this concept today, so I'm fairly certain that I'm missing something, but I explained it to the best of my ability there. Based off
I'm out of my
what
depth.
that guy says.
You use properties in geometry to make analogies.
Yeah, so like the geometry is the boundaries that we form. Like, it could be a physical boundary, like your fence around your house forms a physical boundary, and it creates an enclosed system, but it's still part of the larger city, which is part of the larger country, which is part of the larger world. And it extends beyond just physical things. Like I said, it extends into information, like concepts, like religion creates boundaries in people's minds.
Oh boy, why? I'm sorry, but why does it sound like it's starting to sound like I'm watching Daredevil again? Because you're starting to sound like what they were talking about during Wilson Fisk's court case. Oh boy, what's the difference between a vigilante and a criminal?
Well, it sounds like
boy.
maybe history could be topological. I don't know.
Yes.
Is that something that
I'm
is that an extrapolation? Or?
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm getting at. Definitely.
You can view history as linear, like they want you to view, where it's like this progression of history, where it's like, oh, we had the Mesopotamians, then we had the Egyptians, then we had the Romans, then we had the Middle Ages, then now we have modernity brought about through the Enlightenment. Or we can look at it through a topological view and see how the interconnected parts of the world interact with each other. And the shared or the singular point of existence is the shared medium or the primordial force and energy which flows through all things.
Yeah, it's the word of the day. Yeah, it's kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of like Blue's Clues. It's got like a Blue's Clues feel to it this moment. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, that's what it's meant to do. It's meant to take the various seemingly disconnected parts of reality and put them together through a geometric lens. I'm not going to use the word mathematic because Hyperborean's saying it's geometric, and I guess that does make more sense.
Geometrize without numbers. That should be a shirt.
Yeah.
Geometrize without numbers. And you spell numbers like Numbahs.
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what it is.
Yeah, I'm gonna spell that out so I could put it on the screen. Geometrize without numbers. Hashtag topology.
You know what else that guy was saying? He was saying that people like Descartes and a couple other philosophers were talking about how during the Enlightenment, when guys like Copernicus and Newton were coming out with their mathematic theories and equations, that the Catholic Church would have taken their theories and cross-referenced it with an ancient mathematic system, which Descartes said that they were using to gatekeep the public, and that the ancients were actually more advanced in math, and that the system was trying to hide this knowledge from everyone else. Have you guys heard anything about that?
Nope.
No, I have not heard of that.
I'm gonna have to look more into that because that makes a lot of sense. I don't really know where this explosion of math came out right as the counter or right as the Protestant Reformation was happening conveniently. But I just knew they were cross-referencing it with something. I just didn't really know what.
I think they like stole it from Arabs or some shit. I don't know.
That was my thought too.
You know, and Hindus, because I'm pretty sure Hindus had calculus. It was a form of doing their calendar because the dates would get cyclical, so they had an infinitesimal calculus to describe the cycles of time. I believe so, right? So I think they took calculus from Hindus and they took algebra from Arabs or some shit. I don't know. I could be wrong with.
What's up?
Yeah, we got hostile to geometrize.
What's up, guys? Long time no see.
Yeah, blessings.
Yo.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, so it seems like you've stumbled across topology recently.
Of the metaphorical kind.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it is in itself, you know, it's inherent that it's analogical and can be metaphorical. I don't think it's anything new. I don't think, especially somebody like Joseph P. Farrell, you know, when people attribute it to him, the idea, maybe him coining the word topological metaphor, quote unquote. The more popular phrase would be topological analogies. It's not necessarily math. It is used in mathematics because geometry is math, but it doesn't necessarily use numbers. You use properties to describe geometrical relationships. So like words like interior and exterior, or bend, stretch, expand, contract, interpenetrate, fold, continuity, abrupt. These are like words that you can use to bridge like metaphysical concepts into your immediate reality. I think it is groundbreaking, though. I'm not taking that away from you. It is something that when I first came across it, it was, earth shattering. It's something
For
that,
example, a coffee mug and a donut are the exact same shape because both have exactly one hole. No homo.
yeah, something like that. Topologically, you know, the mug and the donut melt away. You're just using the properties of those forms, you know, and reducing them to just their properties. So we don't even need the form of the mug. You can put them in the same, or the donut, you can put them into the same category under one hold or something like that. But I think what Dom is trying to explain is that, you know, you can use topology to go even further to help support metaphysical concepts, you know, and you'll have these realizations, these
that's what we use in computer networks too.
Go on, explain.
No, I thought you were the smart one. I'm too stupid.
Oh no, you brought it up. I thought you were wanting to expound on it.
I just saying that we use it in computer systems as well. So
yeah, I'd imagine so. So yeah, you have these realizations or like eureka moments. You know, topology helps support this like sense of certainty or surety when dealing with metaphysical concepts. It can be dangerous though, because you'll rely on the topology too much. The topology will give this, sometimes it'll create this illusion that, you know, the metaphysics is concretized. You've like made it fixed and something like you've made it like something, you've reduced it to like physics or something. So you got to be careful. I like how Nimrod uses.
I see what you're saying.
Nimrod is careful to explain. He gives you like a disclaimer when dealing with topological analogies. He'll say that I don't mean that this is the thing itself, right? These are only, like you say, metaphors. They're only analogies to steer, you know, gnosis, to stir gnosis is what I mean.
Well, as Farrell.
Well, interesting. Because there's something called Nimrod, New Internet Routing and Addressing Architecture. So,
what's the M? I think you skipped it.
It didn't give me an M. I'm just saying it says Nimrod, New Internet Routing and Addressing Architecture. So that's what it gives. But I guess the subname for it is Nimrod.
Oh.
Acronym Nimrod. So I don't know why they did that. So
yeah, that's pretty weird, right?
It's weird, a little weird, yeah. Coincidence, right? Quinkydink.
Yeah.
Well, Farrell describes the metaphor as the information flow between boundaries or properties that exist within the shared medium. How is that how Nimrod uses it? Or
Yeah, depending on what he's dealing with, yeah, the topology is they relate in that way. There will be some sort of boundary. Like for instance, the spirit sphere, there's like the membrane of the sphere itself that is the boundary. And then you can go forward and like separate or distinguish different properties using that geometrical, shape. But it's not the shape itself. He's careful to say that.
well, to Pharaoh, these boundaries exist within different degrees. So it sounded like you're describing the boundary of the spirit within a physical body. So that
No, yeah, not that.
well, another example of a boundary would be like like an extreme example, I guess, would be something like a gang. So you have like one street gang who has their way and their colors, and then there's another
Yeah.
down the street who has their own gang with their own colors, and they have these boundaries that are created entirely by their beliefs that intersect with each other through metaphors, which is information flow within a shared middle ground.
What's the middle ground? The medium?
The middle ground is basically like when these gangs meet in the real world.
Oh, okay. I see.
Action of these manifested or these artificial boundaries they've created.
Like, for instance, Nimrod will say this, quote, he says, "It will not be necessary, we suppose, to stress too much that the spirit is not spherical by the fact that the model is. What remains invariant in the correspondence is the topology and not the geometric shape. The analogical concepts are deduced from the topological invariants and their physical consequences."
Yeah, so it kind of sounds like don't get too caught up in the boundaries and realize that there's a shared medium between all these things, right?
Well, not necessarily a shared medium, but yeah, not to get caught up in them. Going too far is to say they're all like, I heard you earlier talking about how maybe Joseph P. Farrell explains it, and like all these things are interacting with each other or overlapping, and they all share the same medium and experience the same thing, or like the same existence, essentially.
Well, yeah, I mean, it would basically be like Parmenides' being. That's the shared medium. We all exist in the same reality, and it's being. And within reality, we can create boundaries within it, like an artificer.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So like
Well, I mean, not in the Hyperborean model, but yeah, I understand where you're coming from. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. This is how he describes it.
Yeah.
Except he calls it the primordial. Yes, it's the primordial or the ever-present medium. It's basically the paper or the canvas from which we as humans, for example, can draw upon.
Oh boy, now we're starting to fucking mirror Daredevil. Is that why Wilson Fisk threw Daredevil into Vanessa's picture? And he got angry when he realized he destroyed another thing he loved. We're LARPing here, people. No, I got
that
the
one's
giggle.
above me. I can't recall that movie or the
TV show Daredevil. It just came out. You should watch it because I would just put it this way: a lot of people are noticing the things that I'm pointing out about it. So I'm just saying it's starting to eerily mirror a lot of the things we're hearing here lately. So, but Wilson Fisk is here to save New York. Oh well.
See, like he'll use another term. Continuity is another one I come across a lot. Like he'll say, "Let us consider the cultural structure and define it." Let us consider the cultural structure and define in it the concept of continuity. In a structure, continuity is a topological property, i.e., qualitative, which intuitively can be defined as the possibility of starting, quote, from any node and arriving, quote, at any other just by moving along the bonds. That is to say, continuity requires that no interruptions occur during the movement. This is true for a simple structure similar to the model in figure 12. So like he goes on and on. It's like chock full of topological analogies, and he uses like diagrams. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think he was the guy who created it either. It's like trying to say you created mathematics itself in general or something. I think it's just something people pick up on and discover.
I think it's a lost ancient art.
Yeah.
Or way of viewing the world.
I think it's like a form of esotericism, essentially. It's something
extreme esotericism.
Yeah. Yeah. I think esotericism itself is pretty extreme. Most people, it isn't for everybody. But yeah.
I mean, but fundamentally it is, because it's ultimately about just being a better person by living in alignment with truth. That's how I see it. Because it brings
Well,
you
that's murky. That's murky territory, because that's exactly what Daredevil's putting in your face now. Again, that's why he poses the question: what's the difference between a vigilante and a criminal? Can you answer it? I mean, he allegedly answers it, but I mean, when you really look at it, is Matt Murdock, the lawyer, any better than Wilson Fisk? Not really. Just because he goes out there and breaks bones every night, does that make him any better than him? No. That's what they're LARPing in your face about, that we as a society will sit here and claim that you're Matt Murdock, the good lawyer who fights for justice in Hell's Kitchen, but in reality, all of us want to be like Wilson Fisk and run New York. So
lawyers aren't good people.
No, most of them aren't. That's the LARP. Exactly.
What are you guys talking about right now?
So the point is my what I'm getting at is that often, from what I've noticed, they can just, get people to believe a certain way, and people will do it for comfort and security. So
Yeah, you know what that reminds me of is like when that dude blasted that one dude, the healthcare executive CEO, and then they came out with
Mangione.
Yeah, they came out with those Joker movies. And
it's okay. The doctors know about that LARP too, and they just smile in your face about it. Yeah, they know the healthcare system is rigged. They don't care.
I'm gonna drop one more of these topological analogies real quick, because this one is really cool and it's stimulating. So back to continuity. He says
that last one was actually flames. I gotta hand it to you. Yeah, that one was actually killer. Right?
Yeah,
like continuity is means stopping and starting from the same points and all this shit. And dude,
yeah, very.
I will have to hear that back.
He says. He says continuity, thus defined, is a topological property, a pure quality of the structure, but the cultural structure is an organism vitalized by mental activity. What he means here I'm going to stop real quick. What he means by cultural structure is like the mental. So he pictures in our minds that there are geometrical lattices.
Well, in the last one, I found it striking that he said topological, i.e., qualitative.
Yeah,
isn't that what he said?
Yeah,
so,
yeah,
interesting.
Yep.
Yeah.
Topological properties, right? Property, i.e., qualitative. So yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, they're like not synonymous, but they correlate. So yeah, so like the cultural structure is this structure that we form out of thoughts and relations, or let's say archetypes, general things and specific things. And these generalities, you can call them archetypes, and they're like nodes, right? And then there are relationships, the specifics that bridge one node to another. So now when you do this over and over again, you create these structures. It
Oh,
can
wow,
be
that's
cute.
like, sorry, that's like a tensor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It can be simple, like a cubic structure, or it can be very complex, like octahedral or something. It can be like far out and wicked, like depending on the clarity of the individual or how oriented he is or how confused he is how the geometrical lattice is structured. So he says, but the cultural structure is an organism vitalized by mental activity.
Hey, it's not my fault I'm directionally challenged.
That is a problem though, for sure. Yeah. Some people, I think he literally mentions that, how some people can think that, out is in and right is left and left is right because they're not properly understanding the terms defined by others. That's
Well, the
why
AI can do it. Why can't I?
that's a problem. Yeah.
Yeah,
I.e. the word cultural, right? Because it depends on the cultural that the structure we use words and then we define these words in relation to how some other being outside of us understands the word so that we can communicate with each other. This builds a cultural structure, right? So some people are confused. He says each cultural structure is like a world of its own. So he says on earth there are thousands and thousands of worlds, because there are people who live in within different cultural structural systems. So he says, there are no separate parts or qualities for it, but rather experiences of systems, thoughts over the structure. It is worth asking then, how is the continuity of the cultural structure experienced? The question for the experience of a quality can be understood analogically. Let us suppose that someone establishes that our skeleton is continuous in the topological structural sense mentioned earlier, and asks us how we experience such a quality. Naturally, the answer can only come from a self-examination, given that we cannot feel the skeleton. We can at least make a palpation with the hands of our body. Then an answer could be this, for instance. The continuity of the skeleton is, for me, the hardness that the flesh acquires when it is pressed by the fingers of the hand in almost the whole body. Said hardness is continuous because I can go from any point of hardness to any other just by moving the fingers over the body, and without at any time ceasing to perceive its exterior hardness, its interior hardness. What does this tell us? That the quality is experienced as an attribute of something else. The continuity has become a continuous hardness, quote. In other words, hardness, quote, which is also a quality, i.e. an adjective, has been substantivized, reified, so that its continuity, quote, is then predicated with the adjective continuous, quote. The hardness, the thing, is continuous. It thus turns out that the experience of the quality consists in its substantivization. The answer is the following. In the cultural structure of the PASU, structural continuity is experienced as a continuous signification. Pretty interesting stuff. It's highly stimulating, and it takes that one paragraph you can chew on that for like a month.
So is it like fractals that we form and then live in, which come from our thoughts?
I guess you could see them as fractal. Yeah.
Where's that from, Hyperborean?
That's Fundamentals of Hyperborean Wisdom.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you got like a page number for that?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. That one's that's page 78 and 79.
Cool.
The chapter or the subsection is called Demiurgic Signification and Design.
Nice.
Yeah, because right after that he says, and it's just a sentence, he says, here's a concept of capital importance. Signification is a continuum, quote. But precisely because of its importance, this concept will have to be clarified. So just when you thought he was clarifying it needs to be clarified even further and further. It's very deep stuff.
That kind of sounds like C.S. Peirce too. Signification is a continuum, right?
I'm unfamiliar with that. Who?
C.S. Peirce?
Yeah, I'm unfamiliar.
Oh man. Yeah, he talks a lot about semiotics. I think he coined the term. Could be unsure.
Oh, Pierce.
Nuero.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Charles.
Yeah, but I'm sure it's pronounced Peirce, but I could be wrong. This is
I
I
could
think
be
it's
wrong.
the skrbina. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pronounced Peirce.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, he's got a weird name. Yeah, because it looks like Pierce. It looks like how just how Pierce looks. So I don't know why it's pronounced Peirce, but yeah.
I think the E and I are in different places. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask Hyperborean. I said this, but I just want to know what he thinks. Nimrod thinks of this. Farrell describes the topology of reality in 4 sections. The first is the primordial, which is basically Parmenides' being. The second is the cosmos, or the geometric, which is where things like the laws of logic come from, or natural law, or things like electromagnetism or gravity. Then the third is the material, which is where we come in, like material beings. And then the fourth is basically metaphors that come from humans, which are basically like the things you were just talking about, thoughts that become real, and we live within the boundaries of these thoughts. And he also describes a fifth state, but it's not really a fifth state. It's just an inversion. And the inversion is when the thoughts become their own and begin to take over the material world, and then rewrite the cosmos and separate us from the eternal medium or being. What would Nimrod say of that?
It's a little much at the moment. I have to digest it, honestly. Are you taking notes of what he exactly said? Or are you kind of projecting some of your own
of it?
Say that again?
This is my understanding of it. There's 4 parts, and then the fifth part would be an inversion.
So is he splitting these into parts, or are you doing that?
These are basically boundaries of existence that he does this, right? So you have being, then you have the laws of the cosmos, and then you have degrees within the cosmos, which we experience as the material. And then as living beings within the material, we can form thoughts, which then shape our reality. And all of these form boundaries, which interact with each other through shared middle grounds where information or metaphors interact with each other.
I see. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it sounds pretty solid, except for the very beginning, which most people have. That most people, I would say it's like orthodox to believe that there's like this oneness and there's nothing outside of it or whatever. So like, you could take Hyperborean wisdom as like an unorthodox position, metaphysical position. So there's like this extra boundary that he would be missing, which is like the separation of spirit and matter, instead of like
He's
it
also
all.
a Trinitarian.
Say that again.
He's also a Trinitarian.
Yeah, it's kind of goofy.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got a shit ton of Joseph P. Farrell books. He writes a lot.
Yeah, because I'm not sure if Trinitarianism would be what you're talking about, right? One, right? It's technically not, right? It's more dualistic, or it would have to be, right? Because they need a hypostasis.
Yeah, you got to have the hypostases for sure.
Right.
But are those just boundaries and that's okay in his model or something? Did he explain why Trinitarian belief fits into that?
I'd honestly have to go back and listen. I don't want to say anything because I don't know.
Yeah, it's heavy shit. It's not just like child's play. So, I mean, I commend him for being a deep thinker for sure. Yeah, it's not just like...
Yeah, Nimrod is a pluralist, right?
Yeah, like, yeah.
Well, it does want to overthrow God, so...
Well,
yeah. Technically, Nimrod would be a pluralist, right?
Yeah, that will dualist for sure. As far as like more than two substances, I don't know. He doesn't really say that.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't know.
So he's just going with two. What are the two?
Matter and spirit.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah.
All right.
So these would be the two apparent substances.
Yeah, I
that
heard
would
you
go
say
on.
that earlier. I was so surprised when you said matter actually exists. I was like, what?
Yeah. Matter exists because you can't have... If spirit and matter are separate, it has to have always existed. So it's just a consequent of the model.
But what is matter made of?
Matter is made of...
That's the point.
light.
It's not made of... it's not created out of nothing. Nothing is. There is no such thing as creatio ex nihilo. So matter's there. It's a substance. It's always been there. But it's not you. It's not the spirit. So that's all we know. That's a topological thing.
Oh, okay. So
Well, I mean, right. Hyperborean wisdom, they believe that humanity became trapped in matter, right?
Not trapped. I like enchained is a more specific word.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like
well, that's
ball
why
and
the
chain.
AI uses chain all the time. Okay.
Yeah, the demiurge is a disloyal siddha.
Yeah.
Because we all are siddhas, but it depends on our level of loyalty.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah. Siddha would be like specifically meaning perfected. So like we're not all that, right? We're all
Eternal,
Hyperboreans, right? But we're not we're at different levels or degrees of awareness. Like one is awake, one's asleep, one's perfected.
There's another question I wanted to ask.
I'm pretty
Hyperborean.
sleepy.
It's unrelated to this, but it's related to my overall topological framework I'm trying to construct at the moment.
I think we're putting Reddington to sleep. Might need to pivot. Might need to pivot.
I recently came
That's a
across
good
something
combo.
when I was looking at the Tower of Babel, trying to look more at it, and there was some guy.
Ruh-roh.
Oh, this is
yeah,
I don't know if you know this, Don, but you may trigger Hyperborean with this because his whole thing is about the tower, right? So it's interesting.
Yeah, I like this topic.
Ruh-roh.
It's just a side quest. It's not even like the main thing, but yeah.
Yeah,
Ooh, side quest from cats.
Jack
I
the
think
Beanstalk.
I think it's an important side quest that could help shed light on what's going on today. And more
That sounds like conspiracy theories.
Well, no, because it's based in history. And we also see what happened when...
I'd be careful with that word. I would be careful with that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if the Bohr-Sippa ziggurat happened when they say it did, and it collapsed around when they say it did, right after that happened would have been the Babylonian Dark Ages, which would have went around from about, they say, 1500 BC.
I know what happened. It turned into the Great Wall of China. I'm just saying there's some people who believe that. People believe that the Great Wall of China was made out of the blocks of the Tower of Babel. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I was looking over that passage you're reading, Hyperborean. It reminds me of that book I mentioned previously, The Dark Art of Linear Algebra, a Geometric Approach. You know, linear algebra is the math that largely underlies deep learning models and neural networks. And I've talked about that before too, but, you know, it's like, you know, like you can make a saliency map, but no one knows like why when the weights shift this way, when you're like fine tuning the weights, you know, why it has that kind of output or prediction. It's like it's creating its own continuum or hyper like dimensional cube or something, I don't know, based on the weights or something, you know, with tensors and matrices, you know, which is one way of, you know, having geometric stuff. So
yeah,
would you say that when you train a neural network, there's a telos involved in that, or it's more random? Like this gets into questions like stochasticity, you know, about stochastic processes.
I don't.
You know, it gets into a lot of complex stuff. You know, it would be good to find
explain that. Stochastic. Explain that.
Stochastic. Stochastic. Yeah, that's how you say it. Have you ever heard that word?
No. I have not. I just looked it up. That's interesting.
Yeah,
stuff.
I mean, a very important word in science and physics.
What does it mean? Yeah,
very important. Yep.
If you don't want to give it, I'll read this general definition. It says stochastic is a mathematical term meaning randomly determined.
Okay. So he just said that. Yeah, he just said that. Yeah. So
it describes a process or model where outcomes involve chance or probability. Instead of producing one exact predictable result, stochastic systems have inherent uncertainty.
Oh, so that's why you didn't repeat yourself, Buddha, because you already said it.
Oh, but you forgot, meaning you can likely predict various outcomes, but not the exact result. Boy, that's starting to sound like psyoping, but yeah. Anyway, LARP.
Well, it says no. It says instead of producing a predictable result, they're inherently uncertain.
Yeah,
well, I guess your AI is giving my AI different responses.
AI, but it's so crazy. Like the fact that people are using AI as much as they are kind of blows my mind. I don't really use that shit. It's crazy how people.
No, I read Wikipedia, but yeah.
So the AI has a loss function, you know, and
that's why I still donate them $1 when I can. Keep them running.
You know, so when you do supervised learning, you use labeled data, and you split the data into training, a validation, and test set. Test set is unlabeled, so you're training it, and then the weights are being fine tuned, and you want to prevent like overfitting. You know, overfitting means when it learns the training data too well, so it cannot generalize well onto the unseen samples. Underfitting is when it's not even learning the training data. But the point is,
yeah, but look at the number of things that it's used in. Start naming off the amount of different fields that it's used in. I'll wait.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, when you generate a Minecraft world, is that random? I mean, it's not random, right?
Allegedly.
It's not random. There's a set amount of worlds that it can generate. You know, it's the same thing with the model, right? I don't know. I don't think there's anything. There's no randomness in it, right?
It's ergodic or something. Have you heard of that one? Is a more of a fancy ergodic. Is that, you know, that a point of a moving system, either a dynamical system or a stochastic process, will eventually visit all parts of the space in which the system moves in a uniform and random sense. So that gets into more complex stuff. This is like more complex mathematical stuff. Ergodic. I haven't actually researched that as much. So, but I heard it's important and stuff. You know, a lot of mathematicians and physicists who get into this kind of ergodicity or some crap like that. And I'm kind of out of my prime and stuff. I didn't go as deep as like someone.
Yeah, well, it's also using genetic programming, by the way, too. I just want to put that out there.
Here's two examples of how to explain that. It says if you play a slot machine 1,000 times in a row, your average winnings will generally equate what 1,000 different people would win playing the machine at the same time.
Yes.
You can bounce back from a loss and keep playing. That is ergodic. Russian roulette 1,000 times in a row, they will eventually die. The outcome of the individual over time does not match the group average, where 5 out of 6 survive in the first round. Because death is an absorbing, irreversible state, past attempts do not reset the odds, and the group experiences fails to predict the individual's ultimate fate. This is non-ergodic.
No, but here's the thing: it's like randomness only exists in terms of probability because randomness is a product of the fact that you're not plugging all the information into your data set. So there's no actual randomness. You know, if you
and I think that that stochastic models that incorporates that. You notice it said randomly determined, right? That sounds oxymoronic almost.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Yeah. So there is a determinancy there.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's only random in terms of the probabilistic framework.
Yeah.
So randomness is a construct, everyone.
I think it is. It's got to be.
Yeah, I do agree. Look at space.
That's ludicrous. Yeah, chaos.
It says how it's different from determinism. It says in a deterministic model, a specific starting condition always produces the exact same output. Stochastic models introduce chance, yielding different results each time.
Yeah, but here's the thing: like chaos and emergence are false, right?
I believe that. Yeah, I'm not a big emergent. Yeah, I don't buy that. I don't feel that.
Yeah, I have a question. Do you guys reject or accept the second law of thermodynamics? Because that's really the root of all of this. And I would say I don't reject it. But if you were to reject it, that would mean all of science is one big psyop.
No, but look, that's that problem with but when you got to be able to see both things at once. It isn't a one or the other type of ordeal that's going on. So
it is this time. This time it is.
Entropy it is. Well, no, you just place you place entropy in its category, right? That belongs to the universe, right? It doesn't mean the entirety of existence is entropic. We know there is a negentropic thing going on. We observe that. Now, if you want to chalk that up to emergent phenomena, it's a far reach to me. I don't see how that's just emergent from molecules colliding with each other. I don't know. I don't see how that works.
The negentropic stuff ties into Prejon. I can't pronounce this. Perigoni or Prejon.
Prigozhin has entered the chat. I was about to say
Prigozhin,
that.
Yeah, it's stuff on like dissipative structures and how like you import the entropy and then you export it. And, like there's a kind of cyclical process where you can have like a negentropic impact, but
we took a fairly large hit of Prigozhin earlier.
I think Prigozhin is really leaning more towards the emergentist camp, though. So that's like what it is. Like it's kind of spontaneous self-organization or something like that. Yeah, so the second law of thermodynamics, I remember once, TML gave this one guy, he was very interesting. I went on his forgot his name. I went on his blog. He claimed he had found a way to reverse entropy, and he was working with this guy in Italy about it. But he said he's not ready to publish the results and stuff because it would cause a big shock to the entire scientific community.
Sure, if this guy was allegedly, he'd be not breathing already. But
yeah, that guy. It was the guy you shared. He had a bunch of Ebola clips and other stuff. I forgot his name. I had his name on there. That was pretty interesting. But yeah, And this gets into questions like teleonomy and telos and other stuff like that, and determinism, stuff like that. Yeah, it does tie into it, essentially.
I think your original question was about the matrices, the cultural structures, and you were talking about neurology. Like if there's if there's a teleology behind it or something. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, I'm saying let me think what I'm saying. Here it is.
I don't think
No.
necessarily the cultural structures are teleological. I think the body, the material body that the spirit is, underneath or behind or within, however you want to look at that topologically, it's separate from that system, right? And that thing is teleological. Now,
Yeah, I don't know.
When the mind is, when the spirit is interfacing with the body, the results are the matrices, the mental matrices that you can say correspond to neurological mapping or whatever. He would say the same thing. Actually, he actually says that in the fundamentals of Hyperborean wisdom. So those things are not teleological. They're dynamic. They change and they cease to exist over a period of time. The trajectory at which the bodies are developing, that's teleological in this model, in the Hyperborean model. It's all to go to the final man or the Manu, the archetypal man.
Yeah, the entelechy, the soul, and the demiurge plasmating and shaping forms in the deceptive world of matter, and he's enchaining the spirits from the origin and to fulfill the entelechy. But I don't know. That's why I brought up stochasticity and I brought up teleonomy and
I think the problem you have with it is that you haven't got the dualism part. You think that there is only one thing. So yeah, in that model, it does not work. But if you can separate spirit into being and it's eternal, there is no teleology there. There's nothing like that going on.
So
You're
will I
trying
become a glowing spirit?
You're trying to equate what you experience in becoming, and you're trying to graft that on and equate it to what happens in being.
But doesn't all dualism have what is called the interaction problem? I mean, that's the problem.
Like you mean like the mind body?
I think the interaction problem could also apply to all forms of ontological dualism.
Well, I don't think in the Hyperborean model there isn't a problem because there's a membrane there. It's not. There's no space in between things. There's no nothingness. There's no such thing as nothing. There's just like the space that picture like oil and water. Oil and water are not separate when they're in a beaker, right? They're not truly separate in the sense that there's space dividing them, but they rest against each other and they don't mix. So there in a way you could say that oil and water interact with each other. They touch, quote unquote, each other. That's how the mind and body interact with each other. They're up against each other. This is all topological. It's not physical. That's not what I mean when I say touch or against, or hopefully you get that. I think you do.
Yeah. I mean, that's it's like oil and water, but ultimately though they are still of the same continuum or substance or whatever. And so then isn't that more like a non-duality? Like because you need a sharp ontological demarcation for them to be separate.
Yeah, no, that's a poor analogy. You're right. That doesn't work when you I can't use it to mean it exactly. There's not like a one-to-one correspondence here when I use worldly concepts or forms from the world. Yeah. So I understand it. It is a thing that's hard to battle with and come to terms with. Like it's not just something that's easily settled. It's not something that I can show you or hand it to you. That's why when I said earlier about, emergence, it's not something that I feel is true. at the end of the day, these problems I don't think are solvable. I think we have to intuit what is right at a certain point. You're not going to like logic your way out of this.
If emergence is true, reality is at war with itself. It's really that simple. Because
Hyperborean resonance is assessed by softening, not straining.
What?
yes, we need to take it easy and seek the neutral realms, because that is the key to end dualistic thinking. Realizing that we exist in a realm of both duality and chaos. But as the human being, we are the neutral force capable of balancing these forces through righteous action in alignment with the sacred principles which respect the sovereignty of each being. And sovereignty is respected because we do not form artificial boundaries which restrict free will beings from interacting in the objective world.
Oh shit.
That's my answer to dualism. It's neutrality. And I think that many other spiritual traditions align with it. But I don't know.
Well, I'm sure that guy who got caught in that conveyor belt felt the same way about all them people who just walked by and let it crush them. Oh, not crush them, but choke them. But yeah, I get your point. Yeah, be neutral, right? Don't lend it. What happened to we all need somebody to lean on?
Well, you see, in that instance, it's actually not neutral to not help that person, because we can reflect upon, if we were in that situation, what we would want other people to do, which would be to intervene and press the emergency stop button. It's not the good thing or the bad thing. It's merely the action-based self-reflection and responsibility over the objective world that we all inhabit. Now, I want to ask Hyperborean a question. So, who were the first technocrats, or at least where did they come from? Where or how did they get their information? And what exactly was the information that they got that allowed them to be the first technocrats?
I mean, I can't answer that question definitively. There's no history for that, right? So, like, do you just want to hear the mythos, or?
The myths are the history told through the forms of cargo.
No, that's a mistake. Don't say myths are history. That's a mistake.
They are cargo cult forms of history. So that means that they do not accurately depict events, but they are an accurate representation, I think, of the people trying to remember the past events as best they can.
Yeah, I just have to disagree. Yeah, calling myth history is a problem. But yeah, the myth would be that, you know, there are people, obviously at some point, who endear they prefer technological advancement over, you know, the opposite of that, I'm trying to stay away from terms like spirit and matter and things like that. I want to just be general as possible. So, you know, at some point that has to have had happened, right? So those would be the first technocrats. It's kind of redundant or circular, right? Like you can't. There's no history for that. I don't know really what you want. I like you want.
Okay,
a name,
would you say maybe a time frame for when they really started popping up?
We don't even
Do
know
you
what
have a time
is.
frame?
Yeah,
Oh,
we don't even know what time is really. So
The way I see it,
I guess.
Well, according to my research, 200-300 years ago, they were starting to pop up in major America for sure. But yeah,
I think technocrats start from the very beginning.
and
right?
people who are very obsessed with technology and started strange cults like Scientology. But yeah.
Yeah, I can't give you a place or a race or a time. Like I can't give you like the history of it. And I think you know the mythos.
I'll tell you how I see it, and you tell me if you agree or not. Somewhere, in some point in time, I don't know when, a group of people, I don't imagine they were very large in number, isolated themselves from the rest of the world around them. The rest of the world was pretty much an animistic or totem-based society that existed within nature. But these people, within their enclosed environment, which I'm going to call Dillman, or something like Dillman or Eden,
Oh no,
were
not
able
Dillman
to
again.
examine the world. They were able to examine the world from this enclosed environment rather than live in it. And because they were observers, they were able to learn things like geometry, astrology, psychology, and probably many other disciplines, which
it was Hogwarts.
separated them from everyone else. So when they eventually integrate or reintegrated back into society with tools to build civilization as we know it, they basically became gods. But they had to do so through severe hardship, like war and struggle.
And baby eating.
I don't know if they were doing that in these days. I'm going to guess they probably were not. But this is my view of them. They were isolated. They were able to detach from the natural environment, learn the natural environment, and integrate their knowledge, which was unprecedented, of things like astronomy and geometry and so on, and build civilization as we know it.
So where's Doctor's? Damn, I can't remember his name from Planet of the Apes. Son of a bitch.
Damn it, the LORP just like it broke down. That's crazy.
Dr. Zaius? Yeah, there you go.
There we go.
There we go. Okay, starting to make sense. Yeah, they hid the nuclear bombs in an old subway, and all the sands and beaches started overgrowing the Statue of Liberty. Yeah, they did it. They actually did it. No, I'm saying I agree with you, Dom, that there most likely were people who did that and do find it as their god.
Yeah. Seemed like you fell out of the combo. Oh no, wait, here he is. All right, yeah, you were saying something that
I refreshed by accident.
Yeah, no, I agree with most of it. The isolation part, I don't necessarily think that would have to be the case.
So how else do you think?
I think they come into it. They already have it. They're like in cahoots with the creator God. They're in cahoots with the great architect.
Yeah, so I think that either they're in connection or contact with beings of other degrees. I don't know if it's necessarily
Yes.
the creator God, or
Well,
they
he's like
formed
the
an
command. He's like the top of the great chain of being. So like they have to be, because the higher you ascend in degree, the closer you get to the one.
So you think they actually contacted the one God?
I think they all know each other. Yeah, they all know, they have gnosis of each other. They can communicate. They can do
What the-
miraculous things.
What is going on?
Yeah, so they come in here with the abilities. Just like different races perform differently. Like these are like superior races of men.
These people weren't good though for the surrounding environment.
Well, of course.
see
What
how they
did I say that they were good?
How could they be from the one God then? Do you mean the
Because the
demi-
one God, yeah, exactly, yeah. So we're in two different models, two different worlds when we speak to each other. You got to try to
Hyperborean, can I ask you something quickly?
give me some leniency and try to remember that.
Would you say it's relatively accurate to say that Nimrod's and your views are close to a neo-Catharism? Because that's typically how I try to say it to other people. It's like a neo-Catharism.
Yeah, sort of, but like less Christian. I don't know. I
Yeah,
mean,
less
there's elements of it there, but I wouldn't necessarily say neo-Catharism. No.
Yeah, maybe there's.
It's its own thing. It's highly unique. It's not a cult. It's not something that like belongs to any religious group or tradition, or it's like its own unique thing. It's the only thing like it. There's nothing you can compare it to.
Yeah, I guess I would say it has like based on what we have presently is probably closest to Catharism, but it's not reducible to Catharism. So yeah,
I don't even think it's close. I think there's elements of Catharism that like are there. That's why he says, Hyperborean wisdom. Cathars were aware of Hyperborean wisdom, not the other way around. He doesn't say Hyperborean wisdom has anything that it doesn't depend on Catharism or Manichaeanism or Gnosticism. It's beyond that. It transcends that. It's like the kernel that they're all pulling from, but they're like confused to certain degrees. Like one's corrupted by its Christianity, the other's corrupted by its Judaism, the other's corrupted by various forms of traditions and religions.
it's it's kind of like it's different, but from the traditionalist schools, it's more dualistic than them. Those guys are more. Yeah, it's way more.
Yeah,
So
there are some things from Ebola that this pulls from too. I think he pulls his racial theory from Ebola. I haven't seen that theory anywhere else.
yeah,
Yeah, and then I have a whole article on Guanan and Shambhala.
Oh, that's cool.
How he was all like he was really into the concept of Shambhala. So
Yeah,
I think you'll be
Shambhala
into that.
boys.
Yeah, you'll be into that article.
Yeah, send it to me. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. See, like, look, it says, let's see here. Let's see here. Something like this. Okay. Notwithstanding the difficulties that its interpretation presents, the problem is real and can be formally posed for its elucidation as follows. What is the nexus that links the Viryas who intervene in the secret history of the CTUHLU? Is it an esoteric secret doctrine, the knowledge of which converts the Viryas into members of a secret society such as occurs in the organizations of the synarchy. A first
Wait,
answer
what's a virya in relation to a siddha?
he's like a degree lower. He's just awake. He's not perfected.
Oh,
He's,
okay. So somebody.
he's realized that he is, a spirit, a spiritual being.
So they have a rank order system in this?
Not necessarily a rank. It's not a hierarchy. It's just degrees at which a Hyperborean is awake.
But the people inside the organization know the rankings of the different members?
Well, no, it's just by how one presents himself. Like, I can tell you're a Virya because a Siddha would probably not be here. A Siddha wouldn't like.
So you're saying there's no rigid hierarchical organization behind
No,
these
there's
groupings?
no organization. No, it's
right.
anti-synarchical. This is the opposite of organization.
So I guess that's why you're saying that it's not a cult.
It's not a cult, exactly. They have this. They call it a circular system or a closed circle or closed circles plural, and not a triangular vertical system of a hierarchy. Like, for instance, the military or something where you have like privates, corporals, sergeants, so and so, and it takes a certain amount of time to send a message from one guy to another, and it takes that much longer to get back to you, or the fact that like privates don't know the information that a corporal does, and the corporal doesn't know what the general knows.
But does Nimrod believe there's an international organization that represents these views, or like he does allude to such things, right?
Say that again?
Nimrod himself alludes to the fact that there may be an international organization from history that represents these views, or is that not what he says?
Of Hyperboreans?
Yeah.
No, not really. They're closed circles. They don't necessarily communicate with each other. They have a transcendent, like a Führer. They have a transcendent center or a leader, and it could be any of the loyal gods, for a lack of a better word, the Siddhas, the Lords of Venus, Christos Lucifer. It could be Adolf Hitler. It could be Perón. It could be Mussolini. Like the other guy is an esoteric Maoist. It could be Mao for an individual, whatever.
Like, it's like the ultimate LARP.
No, it's the opposite of a LARP. It's like it negates LARPs. The LARP is like a triangular system.
Clusterfuck of LARPs.
So to continue, right? So he says, of which converts the Viryas into members of a secret society, such as occurs in the organizations of the Synarchy? ? A first answer can be found in our previous dissertation when we compared the Tula-Gesellschaft with the secret societies of the Synarchy and spoke of the closed circles. Taking that
Tula-Gesellschaft. Explain that to the people. That is the Tula Society?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
So that did have a rigid organization or structure, right?
Well,
or am I wrong about
no,
like
it doesn't.
Buttendorf and Eckhart.
Well, it doesn't have a hierarchy within the system.
There are leaders, right?
No, their leader is the Führer. It's a closed circle, and what transcends. They don't have like a general that they report to. So, like the Tula-Gesellschaft continued to exist after the Führer dies, quote unquote, supposedly dies, right? But he doesn't lose command. He's still the transcendent center for the circle.
Let's see, in this time period or something.
No, throughout time. It's transcends time.
So there's an avatar of Vishnu or something like that?
Yeah, it's like he's like a Tolku or something like that. I don't know what word if you're wanting to look at this in like an esoteric Hitlerism form or whatever.
Yeah, because I know Savitri Devi, she said he's an avatar of Vishnu. So that's why I was
or Kalki. Yeah, Kalki. Yeah. But yeah, so speaking of the closed circles, taking that teaching into account, it can be considered that the Viryas, i.e. Trithemius, Agrippa, Theophrastus,
Optimus Prime of the organization,
Paracelsus, John Dee, etc., were forming a closed circle, the charismatic center of which was a divine Hyperborean general, right? It doesn't matter what his name is, or they don't
like your circle open.
They don't. No.
Sounds
You
like
close
mini
it.
antichrist, but yeah.
Well, it's not antichrist, right? So it is anti-Christian, but if you're talking about like this being in the Christian narrative called an antichrist, it's not that. No. This answer is correct, but insufficient because, for example, it does not provide indications for overcoming the previously cited paradox, i.e., the Viryas are esoterics, quote unquote. But as we were affirming, there is no common esotericism that serves as a nexus between Viryas. There is no cult. This is me talking now. There's no secret.
So what does he
doctrine.
say about the division between the esoteric and exoteric? He believes in it or no?
Yeah, there is a division of that. Yeah.
So who avails that?
Who avails it? Like,
yeah, isn't there like adepts and then people who are profane and so on and so forth? It's similar to Evola and whatnot.
well, no, not necessarily. Not like that. I thought you meant something else by esoteric and exoteric.
Well, I think
So,
that's how it would be. Yeah, that's how it would be represented within.
not necessarily. No, that's like a different dichotomy.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Like the
Yeah, we can hear you.
initiated and
Is this thing on?
yeah, I can
Yeah,
hear
yeah,
you.
yeah. You're there.
Just
Yeah,
to
go ahead,
back
you're
up,
there.
for instance, what he says specifically in this is
Oh, this shit is lagging bad.
this is secret history. It says, it is understood that the title of initiatic secret society is only given to those which secret knowledge is esoteric and spiritual. Therefore, we must first analyze what is understood by initiated and esoteric before we fit together a definition for the initiatic secret societies. The word initiation, initium, derives from two Latin words, in and eo, to go. That is beginning. The initiate in general is the one who begins something, and in the particular esoteric case, is the one who begins a new life. So then he goes forth to talk about ritual initiation and what these synarchic secret societies consider to be esoteric. What Hyperborean wisdom is not that. It's not about necessarily
Right. He said that earlier too. Yeah.
yeah, it transcends that. There's no doctrine. Like when you go into masonry, there's a doctrine. When you join theosophy, there's a doctrine.
I'm
Literally,
just kind of,
the
You
secret
could obtain
doctrine.
all of the knowledge that is hidden if you just study a deck of bicycle playing cards.
oh yeah, of course, yeah. You can learn about the universe
Yeah.
if you study a blade of grass. This is actual facts.
No, I mean like literally, like it's literally an occulted book of knowledge.
It literally is. Yeah, yeah. It was the tarot first, for sure.
No, not tarot. Bicycle playing cards from the United States.
Not
playing
even
card
sure what
company.
that is.
I'm
What is
saying
that?
that they were made from
Bicycle
tarot
playing?
cards. That's a fact.
Oh, okay, I see. So
Yeah.
it's some type of Boy Scouts type of thing, guerrilla scouts.
So like, like tarot cards was made from tarotchi, and
Yeah.
it all comes from like through the means through China, like Arabia through China, then through the I think Sicily.
Bicycle playing cards
But-
are just the minor arcana.
Like playing cards, bro. Like
Oh, okay.
people play poker with them. The major like
I'm not sure what that is.
decks you find in a
Bicycle
store,
playing
like
cards?
bicycle.
Bro, I'm
Oh, you're talking about
painfully aware of what you're talking
Yeah, like
about.
fucking cards, bro. You
Oh, you're
play
talking about
poker,
like the regular
blackjack.
deck of cards.
You just go to the store.
Yeah, they're distinct
They
red
got, like,
type
they
of
sell
cards,
different-
but people also they're
Yeah,
called
yeah,
bicycle
regular
cards
deck.
because people would put them in their
the brand.
bicycles and it would make motorcycle sounds allegedly.
It's the brand. It's called bicycle.
No,
It's
they don't
literally
make
the minor
motorcycle
arcana.
sounds, bro.
Yeah.
I'm talking
Yeah, I have one of
about
those. Yeah.
bicycle.
It's the minor arcana. It's this is a indisputable fact. It's not even like a question. It's not a theory or something.
But who invented it? Who invented the?
Well, like the minor arcana contains the major arcana. You know what I mean?
I don't consider that to be the case. Yeah.
Arabs.
Here, hold on. Let me see. Who invented deck of cards? Let's see what it says. Let's see what it spits out. Who invented the deck of cards? Deck of cards. Deck of cards. It says no single person invented the modern deck of cards. Instead, the standard 52 card deck evolved over centuries through a global chain of cultural exchanges. Started with paper money or fortune telling ships in the 9th century China during the Tang Dynasty. It says 9th century China, then in 13th century Egypt, then in 15th century in France, then in 19th century in America.
Like in Asia, they had something that was like playing cards, and then the Arabs basically created the predecessor to.
Yeah, that's what it's. I guess they it went from China to Egypt, so some shit like that, and then it went to France.
Yeah, from
That's what it
from
says.
Arabia.
Of course,
it went to.
There could be misinfo there, but
it went to like Italy.
You want to know something? I don't think I mentioned it, but the word paradise etymologically descends from the Avestan word paradisi, meaning walled garden. So it comes from a Zoroastrian word, paradise, the etymology of it. I mean, that's not related to what you're talking about, but I wanted to say that's very interesting. I wonder how the word paradise reached the English language or something. That's kind of weird.
Yeah,
I was related to what I was talking about with the aristocrats who walled themselves off to learn this knowledge, which I know.
The 52 card deck contains 54 cards.
What?
They're
You got the
jokers.
jokers.
Secret cards. There's 2 secret bonus cards.
Yeah, jokers. There's 2 jokers in every deck. It's because if you add up all the values of the cards, you get 364, but you need a leap year.
So, Seth, I have a question for you, Dom. You reject like all claims of stuff like royal bloodline. You would say that's nonsense. Like, what's your opinion on people who believe in that kind of stuff?
They think they're connected to this ancient lineage of the people I'm talking about, and because they think they're connected to the people who built society, they think they should still rule over it because the systems were basically built by their direct ancestors.
You guys are confused.
Who is?
You guys are confused. These are not people we're dealing with. These are bodies that are possessed by spirits.
I'm not confused about that.
That's what that's what homie was saying earlier. Hyperborean wisdom. He was actually saying it.
Yeah.
Make sure you call Ghostbusters.
That's exactly what I say as well, except
Yeah, that's what Dom says too, I think. Yeah.
they're not.
Well, like he just said something else.
They allow themselves to be
but it's mixed.
basically taken advantage of or used by these things you could call spirits.
I mean, who are they? And how do you know they weren't manufactured for the purpose of being a vessel for the spirit in the first place and not actually being a
Aristocrats today, demons tomorrow.
That could very well be their whole purpose in life, manufactured in a lab to
not like you're looking at a body as if that's the body of the entity. And it's just a vehicle that's possessed by something that is not human. They're not like me and you, assuming you're a person.
Anyone
that's humanist.
Be possessed if they allow themselves to. It might not be for.
Well, we're talking about the bloodlines, right?
Yes,
we're not talking about.
Yeah, I don't believe it, and that's the. You know, I've tried.
You don't believe a bunch of rich people inbred to keep themselves pure, like Voda Splort. No mudbloods. No mudbloods.
Like magic. like invoking demons
Like
and
you just
stuff.
got to
Like,
look into the ancient
how do you do it?
hieroglyphs and look into the
Well,
transfer of consciousness.
we can look at demons and things like this from a topological perspective. Okay.
Now we're starting a Mobius loop.
We're not talking demons. We're not talking demons. We're talking
Yeah, no Matt Damon's here. No Matt
literal
Damon's.
entities that don't have a physical body.
Demons are just simply
I mean, the fallen.
who did not go through the proper death sequence, and they're basically stuck within an artificial boundary.
That sounds like Nephilims, but yeah.
Yes, Nephilim are demons.
Demons are literally background processors. They're not.
Oh,
not
okay,
alive.
Oracle. I'm the Oracle, damn it.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You better respect my knowledge.
Yeah, vis-a-vis, concordantly.
It's just,
You know what I'm
I
saying?
just have a hard time believing that people can summon demons with rituals or occult magic practices. Because each time I come across an occultist, I welcome them to summon a demon against
Well,
me.
most of them
Not
don't
how
throw
it
babies
works,
on
bro.
burning hot
How many
golden
times
calf
have I
hands,
said
but
that?
yeah.
Again, I've told you multiple times that is not how this works.
How does it work? How does it
The
work?
demon is a program.
The guy who
Ah,
actually
shit
speaks
again.
with
Program,
demons
bro.
is not the guy who's gonna be in this chat room talking to you, telling him, provoking him to cast a spell on him.
Uh-oh. You hear that,
The guy who
Twilight?
talks to demons
You hear
is
that,
doing
Twilight? You fucking
real
schizophrenic.
work.
You're getting demons confused with spirits. There's two different things.
I mean, they
No, it's
technically
not.
are spirits. They're
Yeah, it's
just
not two
bound.
different things.
It's a non-living background processor. It's like a program. It's like a technological.
That's right. Every time you ever heard of a ghost or an alien, it was a program doing something it wasn't supposed to.
If it's technological,
Well, that's a
where does it
spirit.
come from? Where does it come from if it's technological? Then?
It comes from the source,
It's a
damn it.
technological program. You know what I
That
mean?
comes where?
It's like, all right, so I'll give you like an example, right? You fucking beat your meat tonight at 8:00, right? And at 8:00 tomorrow night, your dick's gonna get hard, and you're not gonna know why. And this is a demon that you literally built inside of yourself, right? And if you keep feeding that demon, right, you keep feeding that process, it's a biological process that's going to keep repeating itself because your body's expecting this orgasm to happen at 8:00. So you basically build the technology within yourself, but it has existed. The process existed. Who created it? I don't know.
Oh, that sounds like nefarious. You need a number of yeses.
Sounds like a min-max
Like you
algorithm.
go into
You
you go into
min-max
rages, right?
algorithm.
You go into rages.
Or aggregate.
And then every
rages,
day
yes.
you're gonna want to go into that rage, even if you're not in a bad mood, because
So,
there's a
min-
demon, there's a background process that is running in your
Yeah,
biology.
but
And who
the
put it there?
min-max
You did.
is like,
You know.
it's just minimizing the possible loss for a worst case scenario. You know, there are different algorithms.
So when
like,
you
what
see
is the
like
algorithm of a demon?
when you
I
see
don't
like
know.
Jesus go into the desert for 40 days and 40 nights, right? He's fasting, he's abstaining from things because he's ridding himself of all these background processes to be pure.
Hold on, let's go
From
back.
what I understand, Avian, to give you my perspective as a Christian, they want to inhabit human bodies because they can't have physical bodies. That's why I try to take over mine.
That's a spirit.
Aggregate.
The
Allegedly.
demon is different than the spirit.
Hold on. It sounds like you're saying that the demons, because they're these background technological protocols powered by
It's
us,
not-
that they're essentially just aggregors.
It's not a being. It's not a living being. It doesn't have a consciousness. This is a program. It's like AI.
I didn't say they were. I'm
It's like
calling
an
them
AI program.
I'm
It's a
calling them
biological
Would you
LLM.
listen? I'm not. I'm saying
I
that
would
they're
listen if you would listen. but y'all are not listening. Y'all are just wanting to fucking talk.
Trying to get
I
clarification.
mean, because you're
broke it
assuming
down.
you're being a little hubristic and saying that demons and angels don't have their own personalities. And from what I understand about them, they definitely have their own personalities. But yeah,
No, we're not talking about angels. There's fallen angels, absolutely, but that's not what a demon is.
what is it? Key maker? What has he got a key to all the back doors?
I could go make it.
Does
right
he have
now.
a key to your
Google
back
knows
door?
it. You know,
That's not what
you know,
a
it's
demon
weird.
is.
Like a
A
you know,
fallen
I
angel
don't
is
think
not
it
a
makes
demon.
sense. It doesn't make sense. You
No.
know,
You know what I mean?
it doesn't make sense. No. You know, LLM is, you know, you have to first the computer, you know, it's binary code. It's an electric current running through, you know, and NOR gates, you know, and they switch on and off or whatever, blah blah blah. And it's just an algorithm, you know, and you know the LLM is just algorithms and crap like that, you know, it's just math. So I don't know how that explains anything. Like spirit is like an LLM, it's like a background process or blah blah blah. You know, I mean, it doesn't explain like anything. You know, it's just you're just saying it's like the computer program. What does that
When you look
explain?
at the deadly sins, you're seeing emotions, right? You're seeing anger, lust, envy, right?
Yeah.
These aren't
Well,
fucking spirits. These are demons. These are programs.
No, they're not demons.
You feed them, they grow. They grow inside you.
Anger is not a demon. Lust is
Sure
not.
it is. Sure.
Anyway, to correct you earlier, fallen angels and demons are widely considered the same entity. But yeah,
Well, it's because you have a bad understanding of reality.
no, that's literally the translation of what it tells me. But okay,
It's not.
maybe you should
Not
read.
at all.
Yeah.
I've read.
They are
more
seen
than
as
you
spiritual beings who rebelled against God, led by Lucifer, who were cast out of heaven. So they're usually considered widely the same thing. Yeah.
Fallen angels are not demons. You've got it fucked up.
Is that what the Jewish theology tells you?
Uh-oh.
No, that's literally what it is.
In some ancient Jewish and apocryphal texts, yes. In the book of Enoch. They are distinct, you know.
In the book of Enoch, it refers to demons as being the disembodied spirits of the Nephilim, not the fallen.
So it was a Nephilim that tried to attack me, not Lucifer or Legion.
Nephilim
No,
literally
it was
means fallen.
you that tried to attack
Uh-oh.
Because you're
I'm starting to feel
retarded.
like Blackheart from Ghost Rider. I've sinned. I've sinned a lot.
It was you. It was your own ego that was
Oh,
fighting you.
9 years old? That's
Yeah.
Wow. What was my ego?
Your ego. Your ego. You
My
watched
ego?
too many movies.
My echo.
Yeah.
Oh.
It was the little voice.
Hey,
in
Can
your
you spell
head.
echo?
did you watch that
Echo.
movie? I recommended Lord Weapons 2025. Did you check it out?
watched too many movies.
I've watched a little bit of it, but I've been kind of busy because I got injured here lately.
I'm sorry to hear
You
that.
believe what they told you.
I
That's your
appreciate you.
problem.
Right.
Right.
Right. I don't think it
believe
was
in
what
the
they taught
boogeyman.
me that got me to believe in Jesus, but right.
You
If I
believe
say
in the
right too much,
boogeyman.
will I be a can't say that on YouTube word?
All right.
The
All right,
boogeyman's
Matthew
gonna get
McConaughey.
You better watch out. Boo.
Yeah, whatever. Point is, we can just go to Shangri-La, right? So what does it matter?
Shangri-La. Shambhala, Shangri-La.
I'm just saying, Nathan Drake, pointed out a lot of things here recently, which is obviously they took a lot of things very real, including like the Fountain of Youth and the Spear of Destiny. So at this point, what is real? Yeah, coming from the one who probably believes most of the history that he grew up in school, right, Rand? Yeah. Good thing I didn't go to school believing all my history. I'm going to cut down the cherry tree, and I cannot tell a lie.
I'm gonna let y'all be geniuses.
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess you know better than me. I must be retarded.
We just have different interpretations. I don't think you got to go that far.
What different interpretations of what?
How you interpret what a demon is, right? Like there was already a problem with what you said, right? Like Nephilim literally means fallen ones, but like
Nephilim,
you'll say
isn't
that
the
doesn't
fallen
mean
ones.
that. It
Nephilim
literally
is a
means that.
hybrid. Well, it doesn't.
The word literally means okay.
Yes, it
No,
does.
it actually doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Well, he's right. I'm wrong. You're right. I'm gay. Whatever. Okay, there you go. You win.
This is what I mean by interpretation. You have an interpretation of this, and then there's like what other people believe. It's not like we know better than you, or you got a sob story, us into listening or whatever.
Because if the Nephilim came from the fallen, how could the fallen be the Nephilim?
It's the lineage. It's the spiritual aspect of the Nephilim.
Spiritual aspect of what?
So there are the fallen angels, and then there are the fallen humanoids that we'd call Nephilim.
Mm-hmm.
The word literally means fallen.
We're talking about the fallen.
And demons are the disembodied spirits of the giants. You get the distinction?
That was the problem with what he said, is that he was like, no, it's not the fallen ones. It's actually the spiritual disembodied spirits of the fallen ones. Is what he said. But he didn't know that Nephilim.
The book of Enoch was written by the Jews. That's the problem.
So it boils down to interpretation.
It's actually a book of magic veiled as a biblical book.
You're talking to the
So
you're preaching to the choir, bro.
Where are you getting that Nephilim does not mean fallen?
When I say the fallen, I'm referencing the Elohim that became physical beings and lay with the daughters of men, producing the Nephilim.
Boy, I bet that was some awkward sex.
LORP is on fire.
You know what I mean? And also the beasts.
Probably a little more than awkward.
They defiled themselves with the beasts, creating monsters.
So what about the fact that,
you know what I mean?
My knowledge, and Hyperborean agrees too, that Nephilim literally translates to fallen.
Show me the word.
Now, I'm not saying, well, we'll look it up in a minute, but I'm not saying that there is not a difference between the fallen and
the term is derived from the human verb to fall, which means to fall. There you go. Hebrew verb root Naphal means to fall. The fallen ones, or fellers, or tyrants.
Okay, but Nephilim, show me the word.
He just told you. Eem is just the plural ending to Nephal. It's literally the fallen ones. This is not new. You're acting like you don't know this. I know you know this. You might be trying to like recompute.
Show me the word.
Figure out how to correct what you're trying to say right now.
I'm saying, show me the word. Show me the Hebrew word.
He just said.
Well, we can't pull it up.
Like on the screen is what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Like put the word on the screen.
All right. No, I don't think he was lying.
What would that do? What would putting the word on the screen do?
Well, I could see it.
You just don't believe Lord.
You just.
Oh, I can't put it up anyway, even if I wanted to.
Anyways.
Well, look, okay, let's just look
because
at this.
I mean, if you have,
I think that you're trying to point out that
giants,
there's a difference between the beings who bred with the women and the beings that the women birthed, right? That's
exactly what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's exactly what I'm saying, because we have the fallen angels, right? And then we have Nephilim, which is their
That wasn't
offspring.
the problem. The problem was you said that demons
Nephilim
are not
didn't
that.
Fall from anywhere.
The problem was you said demons are not that, but they are that. That is the problem. We can move on. It's not. We don't need to hark on it over and over.
Demons are not that.
Okay, you said they are not that. They are the disembodied spirits of the fallen ones, not the Nephilim, who are the fallen ones, right? Do you see the problem?
No, I'm saying that's what Enoch says. I'm saying that demons are literally background processors.
You said the word Nephilim.
It's a program.
We get
Who's that demon mon?
I said
it's
the book
Beelzebub.
of Enoch. calls demons the disembodied spirits of the Nephilims. I was saying that that's where he got it from. You need to pay attention when I speak.
No, I understood you perfectly. You said that Nephilim are not fallen ones. That's what you said.
All right, well, you're going to have to run the tape back and you'll understand what I'm saying. Because clearly you're not paying attention.
Well,
You're
no,
too
I don't
focused on what
agree
you're gonna
with
say
your
next.
interpretation of what demons are. You think they're just automatons or whatever that lack spirit. I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, the word daemon it's literally where it comes
Yeah,
from.
that's more correct. Yeah,
It's a background processor.
No,
It's a
it's not a
program.
background processor.
You've
No.
been taught that it's some extraterrestrial.
Well, then it really does
spirit.
sound like it just comes down to how you see
been
it,
taught
because
it's
it's
a
still
spirit
debated.
because you
It's still
don't-
debated by scholars to this day on whether they're the same entities or not.
it's
So it just comes on
basically-
your own perception.
Well, it sounds to me like he was describing an egregore.
Basically, if you don't understand what it is, you can't
No.
defeat it.
Not really.
You know what I mean?
Because
Solomon
it's
had a
translated
ring
the
with
fallen ones,
72
but
names
even
of
top
the
scholars to
demons
this
on it,
day
right?
can't agree whether or not they're the same entities or not. Because how can an eternal being like an angel produce an offspring? Like people say, does angels even have PPs and vajayjays? I thought they were androgynous. I thought they looked like the woman who played in, John Constantine as the
When they
female,
fall-
the ancient one in Marvel. You can't tell whether it's male or female. But okay, whatever you say, Benedict Cumberbatch.
You just
That
lack
movie
understanding.
Dogma.
When
Well,
you
no, I
have
mean,
a
you have
God,
this
a
new radical,
spiritual
like
God
Jungian
being, a mighty
interpretation of
being
it.
that
Like
is
the
a
ancients
spiritual
disagree
being
with
that
you, bro.
falls.
The ancients disagree
Could
with
y'all
you.
shut the fuck up for a second? So I
You've
can
talked
break
a lot.
something down.
We've heard you. Like, we get it.
Like,
We
goddamn.
get what you're saying, guy. We get it. But like nobody in the past, the guys who are direct to it,
I don't think
closest
you
to
wanna
it, that are
hear any
using
of
the
it.
word daemon in that language, they believe that they're spiritual beings. They don't believe that they're just programs. Okay? So this is a new radical form of understanding it. You're
It's real simple to
interpreting
break it
that way.
down. If you just listen.
You
When you have a spiritual being that falls, it becomes physical. That's what it means to fall. Dimensionally, right? From a spiritual existence to a physical existence, they fell. Do you understand?
Oh, is that why Kurt
He's
Russell, whatever his
questioning
name
how
is,
these
holds
beings could
the
interact
snake
in the
skin in
earth
Noah?
and create offspring.
Go forth and multiply.
Yeah, in the Chinese
It's
myth,
why you're retarded.
No, I'm so retarded that in the movie was it
You know
Happy
what I mean?
Feet? You know how Robin Williams' penguin character gets plastic stuck around his throat? How did Robin Williams die in real life?
Yeah, this
Anyway,
is why you're retarded.
yeah, I'm not retarded, but you call yourself a Christian.
Because the moment you get stuck and you got nothing actually to
I'm
say,
not
you just
stuck.
go off on retarded tangents.
I've had real demons attack me
Kind
where
of like
you
your playbook.
claim to believe in them.
You know what I mean? Pretty
Devil
soon you'll
believes
just
in things
start
too.
fucking talking like a meth head and go into a fucking downward spiral of chaos.
That's
you. Know what I mean?
I mean, you've been kind of spurging for the past 20 minutes, like jumping from topic to topic, and there's really no point
No,
to it.
that's you.
Guy.
does that,
What point do you want?
So
I
I have
don't
a
want a
question.
point from you.
If something like the Nephilim or like
My
let's
point
say
is simple.
dragon,
Y'all are retarded.
let's say
That's
if dragons could shapeshift as human beings,
Say it
would
with your
you
whole
procreate
chest,
with the dragon?
SpongeBob.
Would you procreate with the dragon or the demon or the?
You like
or
dragons?
the-
Oh, what is this,
It's a
hentai
simple
now?
point.
No, I'm saying dragon that can take a human form. And stuff.
No, I'm good.
hope you like
Thanks. I don't want no dragon dick.
I'm gonna be dragging these nuts across your
Oh,
forehead.
look, I beat you to it. I already beat you to the dragon genitalia joke. Get out of here.
No, the shapeshifts into human. It can become a human.
No, you didn't.
Yes,
Like,
but you do
yeah,
still
well,
realize
I-
that, like, what is the fucking benefit? What is the benefit? How does it benefit you to be able to breathe fire, Fusro Da Skyrim dragon talk?
I can beat the Epsteins. I could burn the PDS and other stuff. I could use my powers. to end the suffering or something. Just topple the synarchy, something like that. I don't know what the fuck was next.
You guys ever heard of inner demons?
Is that your mom?
No, that's where they come from. They come from you. You are the evil.
Did
Actually,
you hit him with the, is that your mom? That's crazy.
you know.
That was crazy.
See, you don't got to defeat any demons outside of yourself. But they don't want you to know that. They want you to believe they're magical demons from the hellscape. But when you don't know what it actually is, you can't beat it. Because you don't even know where you're fighting.
Like the magical traditions throughout history, the grimoire tradition, like they don't believe what you're saying. Like spirits are being the demons, the angels, all these categories for beings are not
they lie.
automatons. They're not. This isn't a Jungian conception.
They lie.
Of like it's your mind. It's
they
you,
lied to themselves. They lied.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like they basically lied.
I'm saying they are
liars.
actually identifying the enemy. You are saying it's yourself. It's like something you do and program
They're
yourself
actually,
to do. Like with the masturbation example.
They're actually just LARPing. They're LARPing as magicians.
I don't think they were. I don't think they were.
I know they are. Because the devil tricked them.
Oh no.
Who? Chris
Not
Chris
the devil
Angel and
tricked
David
them.
Blaine?
Not the devil tricked
You see,
them.
the devil gave them a system that they believe.
Are you
works.
Chris
So
Angel? Are you mind
devil
freak?
an automaton? Is the devil an LLM? Is the devil a
Mind
program?
freak? Mind freak?
I think it's important to
devil.
understand that the ancients underwent very traumatic experiences and were trying to make sense of them the best they could through the stories that we were given.
We haven't made progress since then. We've devolved, right? The model is we've devolved. These people were not trying to figure something out. They were coming from where it was figured out. We're trying to figure shit out. We literally have 3 differing opinions about what a demon is on this panel right now. The ancients did not have this argument. They didn't. They all understood what a daemon was.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a debate.
So what was it?
Oh.
They're beings. They're
I know
actual
what it is,
spiritual beings.
Tell me what it was.
They have
then.
names. Yeah.
Where are they? Where are they?
I would say that they exist on different, like the subtler planes of existence.
Where'd they go?
They're here. They're here. We live in like a closed, quote unquote, closed system, a universe.
Doing what?
Doing what? Did you say doing what?
Yeah.
Like, what are the various spiritual beings doing? Is that what you're saying?
No, the demons that you claim are those beings.
Yeah, the demons serve their own purposes. They all have their own tasks and jobs in the great chain of being. Have you ever read The Divine Comedy?
What do they do?
It's a pretty
give me an
general
example
view,
of what they do.
Christian view of how these beings exist and what they do.
I mean, my logic on the whole thing is that we had advanced beings in the earth that were once spiritual gods, mighty beings. They fell and became physical, masqueraded as gods, because that's what they were. They became the gods in the pantheons of all the ancient religions. They had offspring. I don't know if they actually had sex or just provided genetic manipulation, creating beings with technology. But what
Is
I'm
this
saying
like
is
Hercules?
disembodied spirits, right? And the spirits of the fallen angels are far different than what we would consider demons. And I think once you separate the two, it makes everything a lot better, because these demons are not omnipotent. And the same demon that rules over lust is not an omnipotent being operating on everyone who is lustful.
Technosperm.
The name of the demon is you becoming aware of what that program is. When you're able to call it out, when you're able to say, I'm lustful, right? You can now combat your own lust. But until you're aware that you're lustful, you can't stop being lustful. You don't even know what it is.
Yeah.
And then when you're told it's a fucking being, a powerful being in a dark place that you can't even fucking see, touch, taste, or smell, or anything, then how can you ever stop being lustful? Because now it's just something that's doing it. It's not you. Then you take zero accountability for your own lust that comes from yourself.
I'm familiar with the
ontology of
And so I'm
thing.
trying to give you the truth about what a demon is and separate it from what a being is.
Well,
right?
it's not new. This is just like
'Cause
the
in order to
Jungian
deal with
model
an entity,
of
right,
ritual magic, basically.
you got to be dealing with a consciousness.
Yeah, and my Anunnaki.
So I mean, we're just
That's
getting
what I said
really lost
earlier.
in the word. I don't care what you want to call it. There's background processes, right? There's background processes, and then there's spirits. There's beings.
Yeah, in my
I'm
model, it
separating
takes
the
a
two
spirit
things.
to
I'm
make
saying
those
that
processes.
there are spirits,
right? So
that
like
you can
there are
contact.
there
and
are
deal with.
egregores, larvae, shells, things like that. There is a plethora
I'm a
of
bug.
flora and fauna throughout the subtle planes of existence, and those things, they are filled with a spirit.
I'm a bug
Whether they have individuality or they're operating through the
So like when
breath.
you see Solomon building his temple, when you see
That's
Solomon
right. He was
building
using
his
demons
temple,
like parasites,
right?
little hive
Using
mind.
demons by having the names of the demons, right? I don't believe there was actual disembodied spirits physically building the temple. What I believe is that he used things like vice to convince men through addiction and other things to build the
Through that
temple.
crack rock.
Adds a whole new meaning to
the same way
masonry.
that they get
based on
the
what?
same way that they
In the
get
whorehouses,
us
them damn
to
hoes.
participate in this fucked up society, even though we don't want to, right? We don't want to participate and build this society, but we are all participating because we each have our own demons that are possessing us.
No.
And causing us to operate in this society.
Using
Greed,
the topological metaphor
envy,
framework, we could look at Solomon.
desires.
Okay,
You want
we
the
get it,
fucking-
Morgan
you want the
Freeman
nice
and Brad
car,
Pitt.
so you
What's
keep
in the
going to work,
box? What's in the box?
right?
If
You
the
want
demons were
you want the
using
nice
him
house, so
instead
you
of
keep
him,
doing the job that you know is fucked up. You keep doing the usury, right? These are the demons, is what I'm saying. These are the motivators.
First
that
name
keep
Matt,
us
last name
motivated
Demon.
to participate
Who are you,
in
who are
something
you
we
trying
are
to
against.
teach right now? The
You know,
model
the
you're giving
fear.
is not new. I think everyone here is
Who am
aware
I
of
trying
it.
to teach?
At
The
least I am.
blind.
Yeah, at least I
Well,
am. It's
I'm
not
Keanu
you.
Reeves.
Demons
I'm
are
not
not
blind.
just you in your mind. It's not. You're literally
Well, you
not
don't
identifying
seem
the
like
enemy.
you're aware of it.
You're saying that it's
It seems
not
like
a
you're
thing.
aware of it once I say what it is.
No, you're saying that I've never
What
agreed
I'm
with
saying
that
is
model.
it is a thing.
I'm
It's
saying
just
your
not,
position
it's not
is
a
actually
conscious
the
being.
opposite of what the
You don't
position
need a
you're claiming
conscious
it is.
being.
You're claiming you're identifying an enemy when actually you're not. You're disenfranchising
So
the
you're
enemy.
telling
saying
me
it's
that
actually
what I'm
just
saying
you.
is not what I'm saying? Are you?
That's
Are
exactly
you
what I'm saying. You're
crazy?
confusing yourself even. Like, I think
Are you
you're
crazy,
kind of
or are you
making
trying
this
to
up.
make me crazy?
Well, no, I think you're kind of making it up as you go along when you,
Yeah,
when you figure
I'm
out that
making this
words
up on the
mean
fly.
things.
Clearly,
Like when you're told a word
Okay,
actually
okay,
has a
hang on.
definition.
Let me ask this. Hang on.
why?
Brant. Can an angel that fell from heaven possess someone? Can a Nephilim possess someone?
Can an angel that fell from heaven possess someone?
Because according to what you should believe in, the answer would be yes, and
an
so
angel
could a
that fell from
Nephilim.
heaven is
So isn't that
still
not the
in
same
their
thing?
body.
It's an evil spirit that can inhabit a body.
They're still in their body, right?
Oh, so what is this? This is some mind transference. Get out.
Well,
They can just
they're
put
not
their
a
brain into the
spirit when
body
they
and
just
walk
fell.
around out of theirs. Oh. Well, I can just tell you, whatever attacked me that night, it seemed to be random, but yet
So
not
you're asking
random.
me like 5
So
different complex topics. Do you want an
no,
answer to
it's
any
just
of
you
them, or do
seem
you
very
want to just keep
confused
asking me
on what
questions in succession?
it is. So I don't know what to tell you, man. Maybe go back and do some spiritual walking.
You know what, bro? A person who knows something sounds confused to someone who's
No,
lost.
I just know that Legion is made of many things, and
That's
it's not
true.
just falling angels. But yeah, we are Legion, for we are many. But
You
yeah,
said that
we
you
are
were
many,
identifying
right?
the enemy.
Who the fuck
You
is
said
we?
that you can't do
Right, who
something
is
if you
we?
don't know what it is, right?
Who's
Who
we?
said that, right?
who is there?
Yes.
Is there a fucking owl in
Say that.
You know
here?
what I mean?
He said that, yes.
Yeah. So it's actually, and then his position is it's not actually
Yeah,
things.
tell me
It's just
who
you.
we are.
It's just in your mind.
So
Basically,
that would make
habits
that
and vices
you
and
are your
virtues.
own worst enemy.
I'm saying that the demons are you.
This model
that's
is
what the
not
demons are.
new. What you're saying
Now,
is
the
not
fallen are
new.
something
It's not
totally separate.
revelatory. It's not like, oh shit, bro. Now it makes sense. People have
It's
come
not
across this
new?
model, and you can either reject it or accept it. I'm telling you,
So-
I reject it.
You better
So
go
who
get
came up with the
baptized,
model?
boy. You better go get baptized by
So-
Hulk Hogan. Oh, that's right, he's dead. Never mind.
So who else are you trying to
Who
teach? It
came
sounds
up
like
with
there's
the
like
model, and when did I
everyone
say
on
it
the
was
panel
new?
disagrees
I'll
with your
call you
position.
anywhere, brother.
You want to move on? You want to move to the next topic?
I mean, nothing is new under the sun. So when did I claim it was
Under
new?
the sun, doo 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 doo.
Well, no, you're acting like you're saving people.
Maybe
or
you're
something.
assuming it's new.
You're out here saving. You're Captain Save-A-Ho, telling us what the enemy is and what we need to do and shit.
Well, I
I'm
mean,
good.
you
Yeah,
believe
not even
what you've
I
been
throw the
told.
Bible around here, Rant. Jeez.
Like
I mean,
I'm good
Jesus.
on it.
You
Can we
believe
get the
what you've
next
been
topic?
told, and I'm trying to explain to you that it's not true.
Okay, I
The
get your
next
position now.
The next,
Next
topic should be the shared medium that allows all these things to exist in the first place. The ontology of being,
Yeah.
right? Because all of these
Preach.
things exist within boundaries, within various, I'm going to call them hierarchies of being. The highest hierarchy would be the primordial essence, which is essentially shapeless and formless. You could even call it empty, but I call it whole. Then you have the laws of the cosmos, and this is just me reciting the topological metaphor framework, which are things like natural law, which is the second degree in hierarchy. And
Here we
then,
go, Mark Pastio, live and in person.
well, I'm just using that as an example. It could be that. It could be the laws of logic. It could be the laws of gravity, the physical laws.
How are laws being in this model?
They are essentially like principles which flow from this essence, which shape boundaries within existence. So we live in a boundary guided by these laws seen
So
and
1 and 2 are essentially the same substrate. It's the same medium. It's just like a different stage, I guess, in the process of creating the boundaries.
It is a boundary.
But there's no differentiation between the being of 1 and 2, right? They're the same being.
Yes, it's the
What if
same.
we live in a creation inside of a creation? You know?
Yes, that's where we get to the third and fourth hierarchy. So the third hierarchy is the material, which, as we see it here, various laws have formed matter to be the way it is. And From here, matter has formed things like biological life, and biological life can form ideas which create other boundaries.
So
that
pause again.
Oh boy, we're starting to go into the reality iceberg. Oh boy.
Pause
All
again
of
on the
these are
third, right?
Thin boundaries, yeah.
If you could, because I want to ask again. Still no differentiation in being, right?
No.
Matter is that primal source, right?
Absolutely.
It's just, okay, so we're still in monism, essentially. We're just like creating
matter
boundaries
primal
and
source.
process. This is like process philosophy. Being and becoming are one thing.
How is matter primal source?
This is how this specific metaphor makes sense of existence, yes.
Yeah.
But
Wouldn't
he
matter
also
be the
brings-
lowest form of existence?
He's getting there. He's got, let him lay out his model or whatever.
Yeah, it would be the ideas which come from matter. So things
Yeah, but
like
matter is the lowest form. So, like, wouldn't the ideas come from something greater than matter? Because, like, an idea is not material. You
Yeah,
can't hold
so-
it in your hand.
but they are based in the material world. Like
Can you prove that?
He's talking about the ideas we formulate within the material world. So like there's obviously ideas like the nous or whatever, like the forms that precede matter. He's talking about the ideas that are post.
That's a hell of an example.
Well, you're talking about the form of the idea. The
No, he's talking
representation
about
of something that
post
can't
matter.
be
He's talking like,
represented.
okay, this Dorito tastes good, so therefore like Dorito means this or whatever. Or like that there's a dog running by, I feel a sensation that it will bite me, this or whatever. Like there are
Well, what
ideas
comes
that we
first?
formulate out of interacting with the material world, not the
What
forms
comes first,
underlying the
though?
material world.
Like, did
That falls
taste
into his
exist
category
before
number
you
2.
tasted it?
What you're describing
I mean?
what you're describing falls into his category number 2.
Category number 2.
Yeah.
Why do we need to number categories?
Just let him continue.
All right, continue.
yeah, the fourth boundary is just the shared ideas that we have, that we live according, or that we live to make up the world by. So the ideas of nations, the ideas of laws, philosophies, religions, just anything that people live based off of worldviews and beliefs that interacts with each other and creates boundaries, they create boundaries that interact with each other through shared environments that are outside of these boundaries. And the boundaries are the ideas. So to sum it all up, you have being, or you have this eternal, ever-present medium all throughout existence, which creates boundaries within itself, which manifest in the forms of cosmic laws. And then these cosmic laws forms things like matter within themselves, which is another boundary within the eternal medium. And then these boundaries create other boundaries, which are basically ideas or aggregors.
This is very Heraclitean. It's becoming is being.
But how is it Heraclitean if there is a ever-present eternal substrate?
Because you're saying that it's the same thing. You're saying that the every eternal substrate is the same thing as the category number 4 and 3 and 2.
Yes, all it does is create boundaries, which alters the information within them.
This is Whitehead. This is process philosophy.
Okay.
Like prostate philosophy.
Yeah, being is like growing and becoming. Yeah.
No, Whitehead actually has has the primordial nature of God, which is unchanging, but the consequent nature is becoming. So he kind of
Yeah.
smashes them for you.
They're together. They're not separate.
Yeah, that's true. They're together.
I would say Parmenides does not agree with that. They're separate in Parmenides' view. There's the two in his model. There's the earth and the fire.
And that goes back to that one discussion we had a couple of months ago where I got that passage. We were debating, was he a monist or was he a pluralist?
Yeah.
And then you were arguing in favor of Leibniz monadology.
Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. I remember, yeah.
Newist every day.
I don't know.
You know what I mean? It's hard to nail down what I am because I change daily.
The one in many problem.
Spoken
You know what I
like a
mean?
true false Christian and schizophrenic.
Well, I never said I was a Christian, but that's besides the point. At the end of the day, right, you have to constantly change your ideas and your beliefs to align with what you believe to be true. Otherwise, you are essentially.
Well,
a
I know
hypocrite.
that nothing is true.
You know what I mean? Well, if nothing is true, then you're retarded.
I'm gonna be honest.
Not
Maybe
necessarily
you can
true.
tell me if I'm wrong.
You know, some animals see the grass a different color than you do. Some people don't see the same color at all. So
Well,
I
one
guess it
plus one is
depends on your
two.
perception.
You know
One
what I
word to
mean?
you, fire may mean fire to me, but it may mean water to you. Guess it depends
One
on how
plus
you're
one
brought
is
up.
two. You know,
Yeah,
and if it's not,
I
you're
guess.
retarded. You know what I mean? I guess.
I think that the topological metaphor with its four overarching boundaries of existence is compatible with the Trinitarian framework, or at least my Trinitarian framework. I don't know exactly what that guy's concept of the Trinity is.
Well,
I look more
yeah,
into, but
it's not. It's because
Well,
there's no hypostases. You have one thing.
Also, doesn't it make more sense to say triad instead of Trinitarian? Because
yeah, perhaps.
Yeah.
It only is just you have chaos, you have order, and then between them you have neutrality. And basically they're the same thing, bound by the same thing. So it's a false triad because it's ultimately bound by the same substance. It's just a matter of balance, which of course within the totality of being,
It sounds very Kabbalistic too. It sounds sounds like Simsum. It sounds like he's
Amazing
like
how you can have so
vacating-
much.
Go
ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
It's definitely Egyptian, and it definitely has resemblance to the Kaaba, heavy resemblance to the Kaaba.
Yeah, I don't mean that. Let's not get too far out. Like, I mean Jewish Kabbalism. This sounds like the Simsum. TZIM.
Simpsons. Yeah, sir.
I don't
Basically, all the occult schools are all Kabbalah.
well, even into the occult, and you don't know what Simpson is. I know what Simpson is, even though I'm not into the occult.
Do you guys know what the Simpsons
I was
is,
singing.
though?
I was singing the
Can't
Simpsons
pronounce
song,
it,
but yeah.
I can't. It's like system.
No!
DICUM. I know about it. I learned about it like 10 years ago. So,
I'm gonna call you Homer Simpson.
like
Homer
it's a weird ass
Simpson.
Hebrew word. It's a weird ass Hebrew.
Yeah, I
word.
would just look into it, Dom. It sounds like Simsum. It sounds like process philosophy. Yeah, I mean, you can maybe reconcile it with Trinitarian, but you would have to come up with further distinctions besides just the boundaries to create hypostases. They're
So how
not.
many
Your
words
three
do
are
you
not
think you guys
hypostatically
need
unique.
to break down the point of reality?
There's just boundaries. They're all related. They all participate within each other
Can
and are
anyone
only
break down the
separated by boundaries.
purpose? Can anyone break down the purpose of reality? The point of it all.
Yeah, I mean, I can give a shot, right? I can shoot my shot. I
Shoot
don't
it.
think that existence truly has a distinct set purpose. Like there's not some grand unifying goal for each individual to get to. I think each individual is eternal. They're an eternal spirit, and their purpose is theirs to decide. They have a free will. That's the ultimate purpose, is like for the individual to enact that will and create certainty for himself in that eternal existence.
What if individuality is an illusion?
That's trash.
I agree with
I'm a sheep.
Yeah.
But what if
See, it always boils down to this. This is what we get to. It's always like you can boil it down to a handful of things, but it's usually the two things. Are you an individual? Are you not? That's like the main one. That's I've noticed that.
Think you are.
I know I am. You think you might be. You're still battling with that. You're still
Yeah, but
trying to figure that out.
I didn't say
Yeah,
that.
I
You
respond
said
to that. I would say that individual
I'm
is
asking a question. I'm
is
asking a what if.
spontaneous
You're taking it as a
expression,
statement.
You know,
That's
the
retarded.
idea of some permanent self to the individual. I don't know. I just don't. I don't think that's true. You know, I think it's like a spontaneous expression. You know, it cannot.
Do you
I
know
think
the
that's
difference
the
between a
difference.
question and a statement?
Of course.
Depends how memorable
Okay,
your
so
life.
why are you claiming that my question is a statement?
Because most of your questions have led to those statements
And
that the question is implying. So this time it
And?
changes.
Sure.
If it changes, forgive me. I'm sorry. I assumed.
Yeah, that's why I said you're retarded.
Okay. So you do believe you're an individual?
I believe I'm an individual, correct.
Okay, then why are you even postulating the question?
Because let's
Why?
speculate. Let's speculate on the idea.
So who honestly says so? All right, that for instance, me, I believe I'm an individual. I don't think I'm going to throw out the question, but like, what if you're like not, and it's just an illusion?
But like, what if you are?
Are you smoking weed right now? Just be real, right? It's not a problem, but are you high?
Actually, I haven't smoked weed in a while.
Okay, if you were
I'm
high,
sober.
I'd be like, okay, this is cool. It makes sense.
I'm sober
If
as
you're
a-
not,
as
you're
a
LARPing.
nun.
You're like you're on here doing a LARP or something.
No, there's no LARP. I'm trying to get you to think, and I'm trying to listen to what you say to get myself to think. That's the honest answer.
Well, look, if you're not an individual, here's the reality. Nothing you do ultimately matters because it's going to end into some cosmic nothing, or you're going to be merged into some monistic hive mind.
Ruh-roh.
Those seems to be the reality if you're not an individual.
Yeah, take your pick.
Yeah, the individual. You know, there's different metaphysics. You know, I think the repository consciousness, it kind of has like residues of what we grasp, and then it kind of like has like certain dispositions or latent potentials or whatever, but there's no like core or compact core to what we take to be ourselves. You know what I mean? I don't think there's an underlying essence. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to be destabilized or whatever, or change or whatever. Like haven't you like, yeah, so the individual, you know, like I would say there's a spontaneous expression, it unfolds, it orders without direction or like without compulsion, but it's not like there's a
But even in Buddhism, you guys know, right? Like there's the observer, there's the pure unadulterated awareness. It's not the conscious self, it's the thing observing the conscious It's the thing observing the thoughts roll by. It's not the thought. It's it's the thing behind that. That thing preceded the thought. It preceded the attributes that the characteristics that you think you are. It precedes all that.
Yeah, but
it's the tabula rasa, right? It's the thing that needs to remember what it is. That's what they would call it, right? The blank slate. I'm saying it's not blank completely. It's just seemingly blank. It's there. It precedes all those.
Like how do you think, right? How do you think if you're aware of your thoughts? Like how do you think things that you didn't want to think? And you're there observing your thoughts, and you're like, that's not me. What is that?
First, we have to understand that thoughts are an emergent property of feeling and sensing the world. From sensing the world, we compile information about how our external environment works, and this begins to program our subconscious, which then programs our thoughts. And if we are not mindful of the information we are taking in, we will begin to have thoughts which are essentially not our own.
Yes.
And we will be running on programs.
Yeah,
like
for anybody who wants to look into that model further, Rosicrucianism, I think, is very correct. When they explain the synarchic, the true great train of being, the Platonic and the Gnostic view of this, I think it's very accurate. Steiner, I think, gives the best model. He says, in general terms, he says, it goes in this order: I am, I feel, I think, I do. So there's like the self or the I, and then there's the astral body, and then the ether body, and then the physical body, which does things. But also very Jewish, very Kabbalistic, like the archetypal worlds of the Kabbalistic tree.
First of all, I mean, the Jews didn't invent anything. They stole everything. So let's just get that clear.
Well, yeah, I think it's all trash. I think it's all wrong. I think the Jews just are like the, what's the word? They exemplify it. They exemplify the shitty model.
The Sumerian and Babylonian knowledge, they stole it when they were in the libraries of Babylon as slave scribes, and they compiled it as their own text and made themselves the main character of the story. So basically, it's not Jewish. If anything, I would say it's handed down from the fallen to mankind.
I would say it is Jewish. I would say there's just a bunch of Jews, you can say Semites or whatever. I guess you can use that word if you want to. You can have fun with that term.
Exist. You know what I mean? Like Jewish is a fucking derivative from the tribe of Judah, which is only one tribe of Hebrews.
Yeah. It'd be better to say like Hebrews or Israelites.
Is this Jewish? If the enemy is in range, so are you. Is that Jewish?
You're Jewish.
Oh. Shekel, shekel, dreidel, dreidel.
I mean, you're not a Jew, but you're Jew-ish, you know?
Yeah, I would say the model ultimately comes from the demiurge or the one. And the one prefers a race, and it prefers what we call today the Jewish race.
Like the race of people who will sell out their own people for like shiny trinkets?
Yeah, you could say the traitorous, to use the most general term
trolls
possible.
Are they trolls?
Yeah. And not just like mundanely traitorous, like specifically spiritually traitorous.
Yeah. Like they'll stab their fucking brother in the back for a shekel.
Yeah. More, but the meaning is much deeper than the shekel. It's what lies behind the shekel, the power behind money and currency, which leads to the subjugation of the spirit.
Yeah, it's like because they're so weak spiritually and physically, they seek anything to give them the illusion of strength.
Yeah, they're not warriors for sure. I agree with that.
They're like rats.
They're like priests, priest class.
They're water rats.
They're
Are they water rats?
You know,
I know plenty of water rats.
they even look like rats.
Oh. Well, I shoot
The
rats.
spirit of the rat.
Whoa.
Yeah, well,
In
they do carry
Minecraft?
disease, and you can get
You
paid.
do that in
no,
Minecraft?
No, it's an actual job. You can get paid for it on farms.
Oh, okay.
Same
good,
thing with
good.
snakes. You can get paid good money to kill snakes too.
That's just
My grandpa used to drive around a golf cart and shoot snakes near a big corporation's gas tank, and if he had punctured it at any time, it would have exploded and caused millions of dollars worth of damage. But they allowed it.
How do you get paid for that? You,
$20 kill
bring
snake.
in do you bring in the snake?
Yeah, every time I'd kill a snake, he'd just give me money for it. So bop bop.
Read below. Please read below. Lord, just be mindful.
Oh, but you're not allowed to do pest control. I'm sorry. I know that was terms of service.
You have to say it's coming right for us.
War does not determine who is right, only who is left.
You got to be in danger.
Damn, the prompt is money, dude. That's good stuff. TML. Yeah. But anyway, it got kind of radical quick. Let's soften it up a little bit.
Hold me, kiss me.
Yeah, we have the ability to be a little lenient for a little while because we've been able to avoid the recent censorship. So we're back on track with being able to talk more openly on certain subjects. So right now it's a little bit more open, but
definitely rather not risk
let's not go too crazy. But
yeah. Pew-pewing rats definitely not okay. We should yeah.
The key, anyway, is to respect all life.
You say that when the next Black Plague starts, but anyway, bubonic plague away.
Where does the respect end, right? Because I used to believe
when tyranny becomes law, rebellion becomes duty.
Where do you draw the line with respecting this and that thing?
The respect ends when self-preservation is violated. Or when artificial
say the same thing about the goddamn
imposed over you, which
cow that you get from the store? I bet you don't.
Within being.
How do you define self-preservation? What does that mean to you? How far does that go?
Well, for example, if we bring up the rats, or I don't know, maybe is that a topic we can
No.
talk about? I don't know.
Let's just not elaborate.
It's too fresh. It's too fresh. Too
I think
soon.
we got a
my
bigger
guy.
problem at hands, guys.
I thought he was talking about like the 1300 rats.
Oh,
So
okay, yeah.
imagine this
Bubonic
really
plague
quick.
rats. Got you.
You guys want to hear an original idea? Or are you guys good on original ideas?
Yeah, I think we're good on original ideas for now. Thanks.
All right. Well, anyway, fuck you guys then.
I'm joking. Go, please. Damn.
Oh wait, what?
Come on, Rant.
Rage quit.
Well, if we take 1300 rats, for example, right, and you're living in the 1300s.
Well, I'm just saying, don't complain when they allegedly are supposed to cyanide bomb a bunch of animals off the property for your data centers. So
I'm telling you, when the respect
don't complain.
The respect ends when it is known, although even though it's acting before you can become, or it can become known for sure, that there is a plague that is being transported through some sort of biological medium. So, in order to neutralize the plague, you've got to neutralize the biological medium, which could involve things like just stop shipping. And of course, since there are already biological agents which have landed, that could involve things like what Lorp was saying and taking a destructive path in order to preserve life.
in certain circumstances, this will lead to the question, how do you define, what is allowed as far as preventative measures and preparing things like that, right? Like, do you just wait till it comes to your doorstep? Because like there is a such thing as there's too late of a reaction to preserve yourself. And what if somebody wants to take that as far as saying, hey, I understand that certain ideologies threaten my self-preservation, right? The person they may think they're good. They may think that they're doing the right thing. They may think that love is the ultimate principle, but they could be doing something entirely the opposite that has the effect that's opposite of that principle.
Well, most people throughout history have existed within predatory systems which download false paradigms into their mind. However, if there was correct paradigms uploaded into their minds, and they were actually living righteous lives, and they didn't just believe they were, but they knew they were, that would act as a large preventative measure from a whole lot of bad things. For example, if people were living healthy lives and we got rid of like fast food, for example, there probably would be less disease and cancer, almost certainly.
Allegedly,
So you're thinking because of this is almost like communism in a way. Like you think that like, or like a leftist form of socialism or something. Like if we create certain conditions, the attitude, the behavior of human beings changes for the better.
Yes, but the conditions need to be based off natural law, not Marxist thinking.
Like if I house somebody well enough and I feed them well enough and I give them all the necessities.
These are material
enough, right?
These are material things are part of it. People need to be educated spiritually and understand that there are standards higher than man.
That age-old adage where they say, leading a horse to water. Like when it comes to, giving somebody material needs, that's real easy. They partake, they understand the transaction, the necessity is met and fulfilled. But like giving somebody an ideology or a program, a teaching, some intellectual like model, for instance, to how to live or something like that, giving them principles to live by. How do you truly transmit that? How do you trust that people abide by that? I just think the whole new age love each other thing is, and I understand Dom fell out, but I'm just going to fill dead air here. I think that's the wrong way to go. I think it's illusory to believe that. It's a sham.
Yeah, unfortunately, I would have to agree with you. Unless you find a few people. There's a few people maybe you can have a close bond with. But the world at large, pretty much.
That's why I like to elevate honor above love, because love is there within honor, but love doesn't always have honor within it. So there's a problem. There's like a room for error. If you place love as the highest principle, you're going to do shit that's self-destructive, possibly.
You can love someone too much and hurt them even worse.
That too. You can hurt others with love, and you can destroy yourself with love. You can sacrifice that self-preservation that Dom was mentioning. But honor, I think, secures all of these things.
I agree.
You know how to hate.
Honor is the one thing I die over. If I give you my true honor, I'll die over you. That's for sure.
Yeah. Honor is the true principle. That thing, you learn how to hate correctly and in measure necessarily. You know how to, defend.
Yeah, I would actually argue that compassion is probably the most important. Compassion is not similar to love. Compassion and love are different. Compassion doesn't involve attachment or bond.
Agreed.
Compassion is different.
Yeah. I think the problem with compassion is the mercy aspect. There are some things that do not deserve mercy or
I agree.
compassion.
Yeah, but actually, though, you can kill people compassionately. I mean, if they did something
That's
like
right. That's why there's that famous saying,
unforgivable,
kill them with kindness, or, whatever.
like a rapist or whatever, you can still be compassionate. You put them out of their misery. Something like torture.
That's right. Cut off their dinguses, then they can't rape no more.
Yeah, I would say.
I think we're gonna need the disclaimer.
Yeah, Hyperborean, let me ask you something. Do you think torture can ever be honorable? I would say no. Torture can never be honorable.
Not according to
no, I think anything can be honorable. that's the trick to honor.
That's where I disagree.
You have to use
Guantanamo Bay would like a word with you.
Yeah. This is why I place compassion above honor, because something like torture should never be done. You know what I mean? Like it's just something I cannot accept. Like I don't understand.
Even in the name of national security.
Yeah, you just execute swiftly. Like you don't need to.
No,
well, then you won't get the key code that way.
Purpose. Everything has its its place. So there is a circumstance out there that torture is required. Yeah, I believe that.
Quick, someone get the water.
Because it has nothing to do with attachments or just feeling really good about yourself and the way things are. And then this is just going to heal things. Love in the agape sense is an acknowledgement and an acceptance for truth. That is, the way things are is that which is, and you within your hearts fully realize that you are a part of it and accept this. And because you realize that you are a part of a truth larger than yourself as an individual, this truth is interconnected and whole, meaning that everywhere you go is a part of this truth. And you recognize this truth within everything just as much as you recognize yourself. And the Merriam-Webster definition describes love as basically having a really good disposition towards all things at all times.
I think agape is even worse than the general sense of love, because agape is actually unconditional love. The general term love is very conditional. Unconditional love is even worse of a poison, because it is the meaning of sacrifice. This is the sacrifice of self-preservation at its extreme. It's giving it up, whatever that is, for the greater good, the universal good, which actually isn't even a thing. So like it's an illusion to oneself.
That's right. You shouldn't save the busload of kids.
I think it's detrimental.
The universal good is simply this. Each individual...
Sorry, kids.
Each individual owns themselves and is their own sovereign authority of how they interact within the world.
The problem with the good is that it's subjective. This is the problem that Plato had with defining it.
Well, it's not.
Now you're starting to mirror Daredevil. Now you're starting to sound like Bullseye.
Well, it is. It's because there are people who are corrupt and immoral, and they think that what they're doing is good because it pleasures them. But I get what you're saying. It's not in alignment with natural law. It's not the real good, man. There's this real good. But that's the problem, is that there is no universal. They don't see it. It's not there. It's not apparent.
All the universal good is an absence of the bad.
Oh, so instead of saving the kids from the train, I should push them into the train.
It's a neutral. What?
Just nothing. Keep going.
Yeah, I don't
For
know.
the audience, Dom. For the audience.
My man took ethics.
But look, the absence of what is bad is simply the absence of violence and creating artificial boundaries or interfering with other individuals' ability to objectively.
What if an individual thinks that
Correct.
it's bad to not be able to do the immoral thing? Right? He has this addiction, he has a vice. I get it. That's my point. You think he's wrong, but he doesn't. He does not think it's wrong.
It doesn't
This is the
matter.
subjectivity aspect of what I'm trying to get at, i.e., not universal.
That's right. So you shouldn't get mad at those cops who didn't go to Uvalde.
I mean,
Allegedly.
It is based in subjectivity anyway, because the objective truth is that each individual has authority over their own subjective experience. And if you use your subjective experience to interfere or contain other individuals' subjective experience, this is an objective phenomenon.
Yes, we agree with that. And just so I'm clear and not misunderstood, I believe in good. I want to side with good. I want to side with morality, right? But I'm not going to make this leap and say that there's this target of the universal good that everyone's getting to. That's not the case.
I agree.
It's since time immemorial. There is the bad guy. There's not a privation going on. There is evil. There are evil people, and they will keep coming as long as the material universe exists.
Did you ever read the Zoroastrian Martin Farooq's doubt removing book that I recommended?
Yeah, that one looked fire. I've yet to read it. It looks really good. I did save it though.
But basically, in older Zoroastrianism,
No, you didn't. Don't lie.
In the early Zoroastrianism, Ahura Mazda did not create Ahriman. It was Ahriman that attacked Ahura Mazda out of avarice, and that led to a cosmic battle and the formation of the universe, which is an intermixture of colliding and conflicting light and darkness and stuff like that. So,
Oh, antimatter.
I asked you
Matter.
where I can buy a physical copy of the doubt removing book. I don't know if you remember that, but I cannot find it. I would like to have a physical copy and not just. It's a book that I'd like to own, but if you can come across it where in a maybe some like exclusive piece, because I've looked up like book through Bookfinder. I tried to find niche booksellers to see if they had it in their catalogs or their inventory, and I couldn't find anything.
yeah, that one's super French, so it's kind of hard to find the physical copy. I read most of the PDF. I have to look for the physical copy because I've never looked for it though. But yeah, that's
No worries.
Yeah, but it's interesting how in Zoroastrianism, they debated, Yasna 30.3 of the Gathas. There were some, I think that the common consensus was they're independent internal principles that are in conflict. Ahura Mazda and Ahriman, the sacred, Spenta manual translates into sacred spirit, but manu has a double meaning. It means both spirit and mentality. And Angra manu is the spirit of destruction and dishonor, and they think they have two independent origins. They don't come from a common source. A lot of Zoroastrians believe that.
Oh boy! So basically, I live in real life Star Wars, and I'm constantly pulling to the Jedi or the Sith. Great. Where's my lightsaber, motherfuckers?
Yeah, it's like Star Wars. It's like Star Wars on crack. Yeah, it's like that. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, the early Zoroastrianism is very.
So,
it's
what
cool.
makes a person pull to ultimately good and ultimately bad? Is it their own preferences? Is it upbringing? I mean, what makes a person not want to be either or neutral, like we were talking about earlier? Can you really remain neutral?
I would say the biggest hindrance is civilization itself, or the mega machine.
Facts. Dom, look, man.
There you go.
I respect your position, because I was there once, we were very close in positions. Here and there's some things. The model's a little different, but ultimately, like, you know, the core aspects of your model, I was there. And I think it's just, I don't know, you might want to look at this, give it a try, right? Just kind of like there's a romanticism there. We rely on this romantic idealism of what the universe is and what it should be. We're very heroic inside, and we want the universe to be that. And I don't think it is. I think when you actually confront the universe head on, you're going to get something else.
So Hyperborean, are you saying that there's subjective and objective truth, and that we can't verify the objective truth, so we're pursuing it?
The objective truth is subjective, ultimately, in the eternal.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's paradoxical. It's not meant to be
Because
logical.
when Dom was saying negation of the bad, right? That wouldn't solve the issue, because if the bad is subjective, it's the same problem you're still in. So that doesn't get to the heart of the matter to say it's negation of the bad. So
I
if you
don't
can't,
remember him saying negation of the bad. I remember him saying the absence. The good is the absence.
privation, sorry, privation.
Yeah.
That's the same difference, though, right? So if you have a subjective opinion on what the bad is, the privation of that is going to be subjective, right?
Anakin killing the younglings wasn't bad because the Force accepted him back as the chosen one anyway.
Well, it comes down to verification versus justification, right? So even if someone thinks they can justify what the objective truth is or the objective good and bad is, that's a different thing than verifying what objective truth is.
Absolutely.
Oh, so Padme crying over it is okay, it's bad, but the Force saw that a bunch of younglings and the Jedi dying was good, and it needed to be done in the name of the balance of the Force. So
no, the question is, how do you verify what is bad or good?
I guess that depends on your role in it, because to some people they were funding both the rebels and the Empire at the same time. So I guess it depends your role in the grand scheme of it, right?
It's not just the role. I can see if depending on your role is what you're going to perceive as the good and bad. But I'm saying beyond perception and justification, how do you verify?
No, you can't.
I mean, I verify based on how I feel. I just feel like, stormtroopers were bad and rebels were good, but I guess it depends, because I like red lightsabers more, so I guess I choose the dark side.
Well, yeah, how you feel is subjective. Right.
Yeah. But I still like the aesthetic of Obi-Wan and the Jedi. So, I mean, it's hard to pick. I guess it really just depends. Do you want to rule through passion, or do you want to, serve with, compassion? I guess it really just depends on what you feel. So, yeah, it's subjective. It's how you feel at the end of the day. Because one day I could want to be beside Obi-Wan and help him save the Jedi, but then turn around and be like, Anakin, I want to I have the high ground and cut him in half. So I guess it depends on how I feel and what works for me.
Well, yeah, but if Jeffrey Dahmer is passionate about eating brains, then it's not about passion.
Mr. Anderson, this is what I'm saying. I think we agree, right? Or am I wrong about that?
As far as that, I think we agree. When Dom was saying the negation of the bad, it still doesn't solve the issue of verification of objectivity.
No, yeah, there is no objectivity in becoming. There is none there.
I'm not. I don't have the stance of becoming.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm answering Anderson from my point of view. And our discussion was entirely something different. Anderson, when you're seeing this discussion from the outside, me and Dom have two different cosmologies. So, like, I'm playing his game when I was speaking to him, right?
Okay.
But, like, in my model, I have a different answer for it than what he would provide.
So what is the good in your model, if at all?
There is no good. That's a false dichotomy in my model. There's only eternity and free will. The truth is your free will, and that ultimately is subjective.
So there is no good.
Therefore, the objective is that.
Oh boy.
It's a paradox, but it resolves itself.
But so you're saying there's no objective good, right?
No, there's no
It's objective good. So is there objective truth?
Not in this, not in becoming. Because
No,
there's
in
no
your paradigm.
target.
In your paradigm, you're saying
No,
there's no
no.
such thing as objective.
Yeah, no, there's no objective truth. Yeah, there's only existence. Truth is like factoids. Like when you deal with, when you're inside of becoming, you're like interacting with physics and, you know, duration and measure.
You're saying it only truth only exists within a particular paradigm.
Yeah, exactly. And outside of it, it doesn't mean there's non-existence. I'm saying that there's no necessity for truth in eternity. It just is.
Ultimately, though, there are two beings in yours, because you say the solar or whatever is phagocytosis, and you say the green light is more closer to the origin. So, you know, one could go to the other being versus the being of the origin. So there's like a kind of antagonistic dualism there. You know, that's the. Am I right?
So-
like that?
I missed that. I'm not understanding.
Are you saying, Hyperborean, just to jump on what he's saying, do you think that there is a creator? Do you think there's multiple gods?
No.
Do you think this the Gnostic, like demiurge and all this shit?
Multiple spirits. Quit calling them gods, right? That's another false dichotomy. You're implying that
semantics.
you're not. Yeah. Well, I'm not judging you, right? I'm just telling you from my model. I'm trying to interact with you. I would not call them gods, because that's like you're reducing yourself to this worldly human versus God dichotomy thing. You're
So the
just
demiurge is a spirit.
Exactly. Yeah.
So you think there's different how do you differentiate the spirit of the demiurge between someone like yourself, or do you think that you have a spirit?
Yeah, I have a spirit. The demiurge has a spirit. He's disembodied. So he is like the thing that came out of the origin first and sets the rules and sets the chessboard up. And he doesn't participate as pieces or the chessboard itself. He's outside of it and creating it, kind of like panentheism. But we are like pieces on the chessboard within it.
So you're not on the same level as the demiurge.
Boy, that sure does sound like bringing the Antichrist kingdom, but okay.
Yeah, as far as like powers or something like that, that's all illusory, right? He's not like more powerful or anything like that. He's just more aware of what's going on. We're like in a state of confusion.
That sets
or
him apart
amnesia.
from you then. So if you were to call demiurge a god, that would just be a semantical thing setting him apart from yourself.
Well, no. In becoming, it's all illusory. In this model, it's all illusory. What he seems to be upset, the seemingness of the set apartness, the boundaries that you're seeing, that or perceiving, those are all illusions.
So your perception that the separation is also an illusion.
The separation it's up to you to dissolve that separation, and you can do it.
So you could potentially be on the same level as a demiurge.
Absolutely, you are.
Ye shall be as gods.
You got to wake up.
Ye shall have pancakes.
You have
and
it
syrup.
there. It's latent, right? It's there. Your spirit is in the origin. It's just turned inside out. It's reverted. So now you're identifying with the outside, and you think that that's real, and you're limiting yourself.
So you think that the demiurge was just like is separate from the architect, or do you think that
it is the architect,
or he's the architect, and basically that you could have been the architect if you were there first?
If I was traitorous and I was there first, I would have been the architect. Yes.
Who created the order that the architect created with?
The order. What do you mean by that? Like
the architect had the laws of physics and the materials there.
The origin. Yeah. So the what we call physics, what we call the order, quote unquote, of the universe is actually just a crude imitation of the potentiality, the unlimited, infinite potentiality within the origin. It's like a wellspring, or like a continuous fountain of expression through the will.
Well, potentiality, you lost me when you said potentiality, because it's just by nature. If somebody is a architect, like I can go create a garden right now, but I didn't create the soil. I didn't create the laws of logic. I didn't create the
No,
not laws of logic, the laws of physics that would make it.
Yeah, what we're calling logic though kind of fails because logic is like something that we.
I misspoke when I said logic. Laws of physics.
Yeah. But
what
the
I'm
thing
describing as
behind
the laws
logic,
of physics.
the thing that allows us to perceive things logically, rationally, intellectually, affectionally, so forth and so forth, all comes from the origin. It's in the will.
So the origin's not the demiurge.
No,
You're talking about the
it's
one.
a place. No, it's a place. It's not a who. It's not a person.
Who created that origin?
It's uncreated. It's eternal.
Eternal.
Yeah.
So the architect is not eternal.
Yes, he is eternal. He's a eternal being from an eternal.
What took him so long to fucking create some shit?
It didn't take long. Who said it takes long?
Well, to create, that's a time and space.
Well, no, he's not creating anything. There's no ex nihilo. He's not like
architect doesn't. Yeah, I know it's not ex nihilo if it's grand architect, but it's still a time and place when you're creating.
Yeah, I would say that.
Otherwise, it would be eternal. The creation would be eternal.
Far out and far fetched, but I think it's like plasmation instantaneously.
But still, at a time and space when you instantaneously create it.
Yeah, that's time and space outside of the origin. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Interesting.
Yeah. He's not in the origin doing this. You can't do what we're experiencing here in the origin. This is becoming. This isn't being.
So it's a regressive thing.
Oh, so I had to be Neo. I'm Neo. I have to walk through the door.
It's not ex nihilo. None of it is ex nihilo.
It's not ex. Well, yeah, it's not ex nihilo, and you're saying it's not regressive because it's eternal.
Well, no, becoming seemingly is that, right? Because of time and space.
But what is? How can teleology exist if there's no becoming?
No, that is where the teleology is. It's in becoming exclusively.
But yeah, okay. So you're saying, but I thought you were saying it's all being.
Becoming are separate. They're separate.
You're saying it's a false perception of becoming, and that it's actually being, right? Like Parmenides.
It's like Parmenides. Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm.
So it's just a false perception that we're becoming, and we're actually just being.
We're actually just being, exactly, and becoming.
So telos is just perception.
Well, no, telos is real from the demiurge. It's real from the mind of the architect.
But how can becoming be conceptual and perceptive, but telos is not? How can you have telos if there's no actual becoming? How can you have actual
I'm
telos?
not saying that. I'm saying there is. So becoming is a thing, but it's not what you are. The problem here, when I say illusory, I don't mean it's non-existent. I'm saying you are not that. The problem is we think we are becoming. We are identifying our existence with becoming. That's the problem.
But that's what I'm saying is, how do we have a telos if we're not actually becoming?
I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. Okay, so the matter, the things that are looking like they're becoming, they're moving. That's not what you are. That movement, the matter that's moving, has a teleology. It has a teleonomy. Living organisms, they're growing and they're hitting it. They're directed towards some kind of end goal in this model.
So things that are not us are becoming, but we're not becoming?
Yes, we're not becoming, but we're in a body and we think we're our body, which is matter, and the matter is looking like it's becoming. It's looking like it has a teleology. It has a goal.
Why is our spirit not becoming if everything besides our spirit is becoming?
Because it's eternal.
So that's what sets us apart from becoming, is that we're
Yes.
being as eternal beings.
Yes.
Interesting.
It's dualism, ultimately. It's two separate things going on, and they're not one thing.
And then how do we, because I know it's kind of a thought experiment, but how do we verify these things? How do we verify dualism?
Yeah. So earlier, before you came in, we were talking about topological analogies. I think things like that really help us intuit these things. I don't think you're going to logically figure out truth, what you're trying to call truth, at least. I don't think you're going to like logically get there or rationally get there. I think what will happen is if you use things like logic and rationale, you're only going to create more unanswerable questions, and you're going to keep driving into like madness essentially with that. But if you go backwards and try to remember through intuition, I think you get closer to the truth, what you're calling the truth.
That loses me because you have to use your faculties to interpret so-called intuition. It's kind of like interpreting sense data.
No, that is a problem. A problem that a newcomer has when they first get here. They go, why is that the case? Like, it seems like we have to use that and go through those certain degrees to get to this point. And that is the case. We're like awakening, essentially. He says Nimrod says in the works that the Hyperborean lineage is actually incipient. It's something that's seemingly starting to happen when we live our lives, but it's only through recollection, anamnesis, that this is happening, and it feels that way.
So that's what you just described as a doctrine.
I'm saying things and I can write this down, but this is like primordial. What this
that's
is
getting too abstract, though. You're saying a very specific doctrine from a specific person.
Well, no, it's not a doctrine. It's not that. You can write it down and you can say things, right? I guess you can call that a doctrine, but this isn't some like you don't. My truth doesn't rely on it. My existence doesn't rely on this or whatever. Like,
I didn't say that. I didn't say your existence relies on it, but it is. Those couple of sentences you strung together were a doctrine strictly from this Nimrod person.
Parts of it, just the incipient aspect of Hyperborean lineage. Yeah.
Well, and the entire idea of
that was me,
the Hyperborean spirit in general, right? Because aren't we? Because I talked to you before about this. I can't even remember now where you're saying the Hyperborean spirit that we're all kind of.
Here, I'll strip it down. There is no doctrine. What it is strategy. Each Hyperborean lives by a strategy, and that strategy is employed by his own will. It doesn't matter what you take on. So like it transcends doctrine, quote unquote. You can be a Christian Hyperborean, you can be a Buddhist Hyperborean, you can be a Satanist Hyperborean, you can be a Luciferian Hyperborean.
So it's a fraternity?
So forth. No, it's none of that, bro. It's none of that.
That was good.
Well, that's what Freemasons say. They say you can be a Christian Freemason, you can be a Islamic Freemason.
They don't say what I'm saying.
Not the particulars. Yeah, I'm not trying to pin.
They definitely don't.
I'm not trying to miscompare your specific.
As a Freemason, they don't say that. Like, they actually give a particular doctrine, which is the Holy Bible, which is furniture of the lodge, and it's immovable furniture.
So blue. You're talking about a blue Bible.
It doesn't have to be blue.
No, I know, but you're saying the standard template is Christianity, such as
like Judaism specifically. Yeah. So
rebuilding Solomon's temple.
Yeah, in the Blue Lodge, it's Old Testament. Yeah.
But they do accept Islamists.
They accept anybody from any religion, yeah, but they have a doctrine, a core doctrine, which is the Holy Bible.
The Bible.
They say you can find the truth if you look in the pages of this book. That's said in a degree. So there is a doctrine being pushed onto the initiate.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah. I would say they're interpreting it with their own lens,
literally
with their own doctrine.
You don't need any of that, or you can, right? It's saying either or. Like you can have a doctrine and still do this, or you can just say to hell with all that. And it's probably better if you did say to hell with all that.
So it's a evoluted form of doctrine and secret society. Then it's
not
going
a secret society,
moving with the times and having better rhetoric.
Before you came on, I was literally reading about this, that it has no secret doctrine. It's not a secret society. It meticulously goes through in order defining what this means, what a secret society is, what the synarchy is, what an initiate is, what an esoteric doctrine is, what an exoteric doctrine is. And then it finally gets to why Hyperborean wisdom is none of those.
So there's no initiate systems or anything like that?
None of that.
So it's not a secret society. It's
comprised of initiates. It's comprised of esoterics. But
Come on, man.
It doesn't teach that. No, this is explained in the work. It's confusing because I think you're reducing this to from the lens of becoming. You think in terms of becoming, and that's a habit that we all suffer from.
Yeah, but that's philosophical rhetoric to cover up the fact that it's kind of a cult.
It's not a cult. It's the opposite of a cult. This actually frees you from cults.
That's really good rhetoric.
How is that good rhetoric? I'm telling you, that's
because if I was starting a cult, saying that this is a non-cult would be great rhetoric. It doesn't mean that yours is. That in itself doesn't mean that yours is a cult. I'm just saying.
It literally is anti-culture. It's anti-civilization. It's anti-synarchy. It's anti-secret society. It's anti-initiatic order.
If you had a large amount of people belong to this Hyperborean doctrine, then it would become a culture. It would become a cult.
It wouldn't, because it inherently isn't culture. It's deculture. It's anti-culture. That's what being a Hyperborean is.
That loses me. You're saying it transcends cultures like America or Persia. Go ahead. Sorry.
I just gotta say, I really like the sound of anti-culture and deculture.
Yeah. They hold the barbarian in high esteem.
Well, yeah. It transcends America. It transcends Persia. It transcends Japan. Right. It transcends England. Transcends Anglo-Saxon.
Just look at the word culture. Etymologically, it basically means to cultivate.
Yeah.
So these are systems. All these things you just named are artificial boundaries we've constructed to cultivate people into false information systems. So if there's something that goes against that, I think that it should exist.
Look, let me read something.
I don't see it as false, though. I see cultures as creating, it's in a time and place. You have to create a culture that creates self-preservation for a certain group of people.
But that's all explained in this work, too, is specifically the races and their place and what that means. Okay. But let's slow down and get back to the point where, like, this is not a cult. This is not a doctrine. This is not esotericism in the common sense of the word. Okay. So, let's say here, okay. Look, but as only the rationalistic observation of performing a comparative analysis is responsible for this apparent paradox, we will explain this in answer by drawing on some concepts of the Hyperborean wisdom. To begin, let us consider that from the fact that all viryas are esoteric, the rationalist mentality attempts to extract an inflexible law, the quote common esotericism. And the truth is that the fact that all viryas are esoterics does not imply that this must be the nexus that unites them. But to accept this conclusion without reflection may lead us to seek another explanation for the fact of the nexus, which would be another error, since the most correct attitude is to not seek any explanation.
So, I don't know. That's a nexus of what? How do you have a nexus?
You're trying to
nexus,
pin
non-nexus.
Hyperborean wisdom down to some sort of nexus, which is a doctrine, a society, a fraternity, an esoteric initiatic order. There's none of that.
No, I get the label thing. Like, I'm not a label. I don't like people putting labels on me, but it has to be some form of ideology or culture or something, dude.
The way it sounds to me is it's just basically someone sharing a perspective of how to view the world that is based in esoteric knowledge.
Yeah,
It
that's
sounds like gnosis. It sounds
It
like
is
a
gnosis.
special boy knowledge where they have the special
Absolutely.
knowledge.
Absolutely, that's what this is.
How is it not a Gnostic New Age cult?
This is Gnosticism, but not what you're thinking is Gnosticism. This is not like 300 AD, 0 AD.
Well, you've got the pursuit of gnosis, and you've got the demiurge, and so on and so forth. That's a
Yeah, it's not just the demiurge.
Gnostic
We're
cult.
saying we're using
Be seeking this knowledge to expose evil. That's something Christians are
No,
supposed to
no,
do.
we don't seek knowledge. That's Gnosticism.
The problem is you're so used to looking at each one of these ideas rationally and
Yeah,
logically.
Well, yeah,
Oh,
I'm not
this.
like the mom on Waterboy where I'm like everything's the devil, foosball's the devil. So I do believe in attaining knowledge and things like that. So I'm not like spooked by attaining knowledge, but it does sound like a Gnostic cult.
Look,
I'm not saying that in like a Christian way.
Verbatim. Okay, listen, look. For only the golden chain can be distinguished as a bonding factor between the Viryas, but it is absolutely transcendent and cannot be represented. It can only be intuited. Outside of this, it is useless to attempt to establish similarities. There is no common philosophy or secret doctrine, nor do they belong to a secret society, nor do they know that others often seek the same thing as them, much less how many there are.
So are you reading?
Hold on. However, they all synchronistically coincide in the eternal return. And that
Are you
is
reading
why they find
Blavatsky or
themselves-
Nimrod?
This is Nimrod. And this
Okay, I
is
just had to clarify.
anti-Blavatsky. This is anti-Blavatsky.
So competition.
No, well, yeah, they're the enemy. There is a competition. There's a war. There's a spiritual war.
Yeah.
Well, the Hyperboreans from Hitman would disagree with you, but yeah.
Well, I guess he's admitted to Gnosticism. He's just saying it's not a cult. So he's saying it's a Gnostic anti-cult.
Well, I admit to what it's Gnostic in the very general sense of the term as a word, right? Not the historical tradition or philosophy.
So is it like when people say I'm not part of the Orthodox Christian Church, but I have a relationship with Jesus Christ? Is it like when people do that?
No, because Gnosticism, right? Gnosis is a word, right? This isn't some idea.
Well, yeah, we
not
know.
a person. Like I'm not attaching the word to some tradition or some philosophy. It's
The
a
philosophy
word.
is having sacred knowledge that others don't.
Well, no, that's historical Gnosticism. If that's what you mean, that's not what this is. If you think this is like Nag Hammadi or something, that's not what this is.
No,
It has
not
nothing to
not
do with
that.
any of that. Actually, it's more like Germanic and white power type stuff. This isn't like Jewish at all.
Well, yeah, I know the idea of the Hyperborean thing linked to white power and so on and so forth. I just
I say that to be edgy too. I don't mean that seriously.
I don't. Yeah, it doesn't bother me either way because I have there's pros and cons of white nationalists and white power people.
Where's Dave Chappelle?
But the key point that I was getting to, though, is that last sentence where he says, however, they all synchronistically coincide in the eternal return. And that is why they find themselves in certain historical circumstances.
What's the eternal return? Is that reunifying with the one, like through Jacob's ladder?
No, it's the opposite of that. It's getting away from the one. It's combating the one.
Combating the one?
That's
Why would
right,
you want to
Battle of
combat the one?
Armageddon, motherfuckers.
Because the one is the illusion. That's the grand deception. There is no one. There's a many.
So it's not Neoplatonic.
No, it's anti everything that you know of in the world. It's anti that. Just use that as a rule of thumb. I haven't come across, out of the 3,000 plus books that I have, and I know there's a lot more research out there. I'm not trying to boast. There's thousands and thousands of more books and things that I don't know. But I'm saying, out of the research that I've done, I've not come across anything like this. It's anti all of that. You can just lump that all into a basket and burn it. Call it synarchy. Call it synarchical wisdom. Just trash it. Throw it out.
You should become the preeminent teacher on this subject on the internet.
No, I'm just a student, bro.
We all students.
I'm like elementary level on this. I know there's people out there that have had this book, these works longer than me and have got to ruminate and practice more than me. And I'm sure there's somebody who gets this way more. There are, like, if you believe the mythos wholeheartedly, there are siddhas out there. There are people. There's a war, right? That's what we buy and we believe and we claim to know. So, like, to not agitate people's, to not trigger people, right? We say believe, right? To be polite, we say believe.
You
We
don't
believe
think
these
you
things.
could be one of those siddhas?
Yeah, that's what we strive for. I want to participate in the war at the most intimate level.
Bro, I think that you're closer than you give yourself credit for.
Well, there are circumstances in my life. My path is different, right? I have a family. There are things that restrict me from reaching that pinnacle, right?
Right. Yeah.
I have other duties, and that knowing that, right, that limits me, that prohibits me from getting to that level. But for myself, I absolutely know that I'm returning to the origin. Like, I know that I'm making the leap. This isn't some suicide cult or something like that either. This is like, so many people, when they hear this philosophy for the first time and they only get minutes of it, they make all these sordid, weird judgments about it because it sounds like this or that. But I promise you, it's far from that. It's so unique. It's so different than anything that you've come across.
Can you clarify more on returning? I dropped out. Sorry, I'm on mute for a second. Can you clarify on that?
Man, dude, I've talked about this too much. In short, to keep it like in seconds, but it's not something that you can just explain in seconds. There's a place that you belong to. We'll call it the origin, right? You are a spirit. You're not matter. And to get there, basically you have to remember that you are not a part of the world. So that what comes with that is you have to deprogram yourself. You're not logic. You're not rationale. You're not these truths, quote unquote, about the universe that you think are real. You're not any of those things. So you have to come into contact with the spirit. You have to reclaim the spirit. You have to awaken the spirit. You have to awaken to yourself, basically. The self is slumbering. You're sleeping. And the more you awaken it, the more likely it is that the return is made.
So do we have individual souls, or is it one
spirit?
General
Individual
spirit?
Yeah, the soul is like a dummy. It's like a vehicle.
Yeah, can I say something? The thing is that there are two beings, basically. The demiurge, he is a spirit too, and you say the origin has a multiplicity of spirits. They're gazing to the sender, so on and so on. But you said what defines the demiurge's spirit is like solar, like the sun, and like solar. And what defines the origin was a green light or something.
No, I've never said any of that.
So you said
I've sent you a message about the Gruner Blitz and what that means. It's like an analogy. The color spectrum is an illusion. The spectrum of light is an illusion. So, like,
it's perceived light.
You misunderstood like what I was getting at when I sent you those pictures and things like that. So it's not a problem. It's just you're misconstruing what I mean by that. The demiurge is not the sun. The demiurge is not separate either. There's not two things going on. He's not separate from the origin. He's a spirit. His spirit, it belongs to the origin. He just chooses to revert the spirit. He turns himself inside out and gazes towards the matter. He gazes towards becoming, and he's intermingling with becoming.
Yeah, because you said the solar in reference to the sun is synarchic.
The sun, all the planets, all the entire material universe is synarchic.
Yeah.
I mean, for you, that's not a far leap, right? You're misanthropic. I mean, I don't know.
Beam me out of here, Scotty.
Yeah. exactly.
I mean, in Buddhism, or at least Mahayana, is a non-duality, and it's not by non-duality. It means not one. Not one means it's not a featureless blob. It's not, but not two means it's also that the it's not like the self and let me see, self and there's like a separation between self and world is ultimately not fixed and is not independent either. So, but it's not a featureless blob.
That's
So
good
it's
stuff.
non-duality.
That's good stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not dualistic though. Dualism, I don't know though. You know, like it leads to a kind of anti-cosmic kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. This definitely sounds anti-cosmic. It is. It is because the origin is not the cosmos.
Is the origin God?
No, God. That's a misnomer. It's a false dichotomy. Just throw the word God out.
So we don't have to remember we're God. We're remembering that we're in the origin.
We're spirits. You are a being. You can just call it, like, give it this substrate, like name for the substrate, the spirit. Yeah, the origin is a place. It's a where, not a who, not a being. Like not a being in the sense of a person.
Can you agree that none of these things are intuitive? Like if me and you were born on an island and started bullshitting around a campfire, these are not intuitive. These are
doctrines. If you pay attention to the world, yes, it is intuited. You'll get this sense of, you'll ask these questions. The typical one is, where do I come from? Why am I here? These age-old questions that don't need any literature to figure out, or an outside person to
I agree with
you.
that.
Yeah. That's the golden cord that was just mentioned in that passage that I read. What really unites us as Hyperboreans is the longing for the origin, the return, the nostalgia for the home. And
Who are Hyperboreans?
Here. It's a spiritual race, is how Hyperborean wisdom defines it.
Race.
I would go as far to say that, like, people 50,000 years ago
super eugenics
probably understood this stuff better than
Yeah.
But what the fuck is a spiritual race?
So I would refer you to Evola's work on race, and I'm sure you're probably already familiar with that.
I'm not totally because I'm familiar with race.
Sounds like
I'm just not familiar with spiritual race.
Sounds like Plato's The Forms, basically, and then on top of
You've said this before. It's not.
I mean,
the forms are in the material cosmos. The forms are the thoughts of the demiurge.
Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem. You're reading a book. You're reading a book that's giving you a belief, but then everything here that in reality is a lie. So how can you? How can you believe it if it's not?
I don't think you're really understanding, because the book is just like it's like a signpost.
Your brain is a lie. Your eyes are a lie. Your thoughts are a lie. Everything's a lie. So how can you believe it?
Yeah, I think you're dumbing it down. Yeah.
Are you looking at me or the woman in the red dress?
Oh, I'm just going to put it like this. The book is several steps down from the truth, when the truth was directly experienced by humans in the first place.
I just want to know what a spiritual race is, because I know what a race is, but
here's the thing: is how can you have any truth if everything that we're experiencing is a lie, including your thoughts and your reading and everything?
We're not saying everything is a lie. You're dumbing this down and generalizing.
You're saying all material reality is a lie. So how am I misconstruing it?
We're saying that the reality that's not a lie is outside of the material.
So you're a Christian. That's
what they got to break through the glass.
No, that's what Christians think. So you're just a Christian then.
It's not necessarily that it's a lie. It's just that there's a greater truth that this material reality is a part of.
So when you die and you go to the next illusion, how do you pass the test of the next illusion when the aeons try to test you?
You really don't, until you totally deny material reality.
So you're an antinatalist, post-human.
No, I'm not. I have children. I'm not an antinatalist, and I'm not.
But you're saying reject all reality. So
yeah, that's why I said this sounds confusing to people, because they make these assumptions and this rash judgment because they try to pin everything into a category or a box.
Well,
If
it's
you
natural to do that.
open your
It's
mind,
natural for humans to do that.
and you're using
it
words.
is natural for humans to do that. You're right, and I'm saying you gotta suspend that for a
So
moment.
your
You gotta-
final boss is to get rid of that physical book written by Nimrod.
Well, I've already done that.
It's
Like,
to get rid of the human
don't
form. He
need
wants
the
to
book.
kill off all humans because all
You don't-
humans are wrong inherently.
That's
He's
not
clearly internalized the knowledge of
Jack. You're spurting out, bro. You're going.
You want me to tell you
too
something
far.
funny?
No, words have consequences, and what you're saying that's the end result of.
You want me to tell you
humanity
something
bad.
funny though? I'm gonna tell you something hyperbolic. You know, Ludwig Claudius, he looks like an Aryan, but he has the complete opposite philosophy of Nimrod. But Nimrod does not look Aryan as much, at least in the way you guys say it. And he, you know, he has the more Aryan philosophy. Like,
yeah, it's very
isn't that
Is he,
weird?
Yeah.
but is he spiritually white power?
Claudius.
Absolutely, yeah. No, I thought you were talking
Claudius
about
is like the complete antithesis
bullshit.
of Nimrod, because Claudius
bullshit.
thinks the spirit is evil. Claudius thinks the spirit came from outside of the soul and parasitizes the soul, and so for Claudius, it's all about the soul. So he wants to expunge the soul, and he just wants to focus on the soul. I mean, he's expunged the spirit, and he just wants to focus on the soul. Claudius, it's kind of interesting. The contrast is very interesting. I talked about that before. I know. The contrast.
So the spiritual race can inhabit different physical racial bodies.
Yes.
Can a black guy be spiritually Hyperborean?
He can, yes.
And are they? Like, is there actual currently black folks that are spiritually Hyperborean?
Yeah, at this stage in miscegenation, basically there are no more like, well, there are, they're just not as many as pure the biological race. The biological race isn't as pure anymore, matching up to a Hyperborean spiritual race.
So are the Europeans biologically lined up?
Ultimately, traces of the spiritual race are left in the blood. The mnemic memory of the spiritual race is in the blood. So depending on the degree of miscegenation is the degree of confusion within the individual spirit.
So is European
wait,
tied to Hyperboreanism?
Mr. Anderson, wait 1 second. He just said that all of the material is bad, but then the blood determines how you're reacting to reality. Doesn't make any sense.
Well, yeah, it's contradictory.
Depend on the blood. These are all consequences of reverting the spirit. I think you're just on one tonight. Like, it's okay. It's just I don't think you're thinking.
To be fair, Hyperborean, I mean, to understand that the blood has spiritual components is not something that I think a lot of people know, and it's spoken about.
No, I accept it, but my point is that I'm not an anti-materialist, and you guys are, so that's the problem.
Yeah,
I never said I was.
But is it
Well,
the
you're
case
saying he's
that
close
all
to the truth, so obviously you're endorsing somewhat.
Are all Europeans spiritually Hyperborean, but not all spiritual Hyperboreans are European?
At this point in time, Hyperboreans basically are all over the world. Almost any and everyone is. There's like a few like recluse, secluded, homogenous groups that aren't, that haven't mated with the fallen, or whatever you would call it in the biblical terms, like the spirits that reverted and come into contact with the material world. They haven't come into contact with them, so they haven't mated with them. They're not miscegenated. We would call them
European. Are Europeans more likely to be Hyperborean spiritually?
Yes,
absolutely. And why is that? What is our physical matter in this physical realm? Why is our blood more likely to be inhabited by spiritual Hyperborean?
Well, it's not the other. You're looking at it backwards. You're thinking that the blood is what is responsible for the spiritual. It's the other way
No,
around.
why is the spiritual
blood is a
attracted to our
consequence-
blood?
Say that again.
Why is the spiritual attracted to European blood?
You're looking at it wrong. It's not attracted to it.
It tastes better, obviously.
It is that. It's a consequent of the spirit. It's in the blood. It's plasmation in the blood.
Why is it not
there's
plasmation in
blood
other
out there
races
that
the
has
same way?
no. Listen, there's blood out there that does not have it in it.
Is there any physical evidence for this plasmation?
No. Well, the plasma, yeah, but not the spirit.
Plasma.
Because the spirit is not physical.
I'm
That's
gonna
doctrine.
Get off,
That's
but
doctrine
I
belief.
want to say before I get off, the reason that it sounds like I agree with Hyperborean a lot is because I do. Because we both, I think, have our paradigm shaped fundamentally by occult philosophy.
Yeah, I agree.
But we differ on how reality is structured.
Yeah, our cosmology is different for sure.
Yeah, that's
It's
really
not a bad thing.
But isn't your background from Rosicrucianism? Hyperborean?
No. What? Where did you get that from?
I thought you said your background was Rosicrucianism.
Oh, I thought you meant the picture. I thought you meant, never mind. I thought you meant the background picture. Okay. Yeah, no, I come from studying Rosicrucianism for sure. Yeah.
And is that not Jewish Kabbalistic
This
foundation?
is not, Rosicrucianism is trash. What I'm saying is all those things that you're categorizing is trash. Throw it in the trash, set it on fire. Don't even think about it anymore. Just go straight to Hyperborean wisdom. Why would you bother with Kabbalistic trash?
All right. Well, good night.
Well, yeah, I agree with that.
Good night, Dom.
Well,
Good night.
We appreciate
the problem
you, man.
is what you're saying sounds exactly like Kabbalism. You're just like, yeah,
It's
but I don't
not
like
at
Jews.
all.
I don't like Jews, so
What?
let's call it something else now.
How does it sound like Kabbalism? Bro, you are not doing good tonight. I think this is why your AI slop models look bad, is because I think you're entering the text you're entering is wrong. You're
I
not
think it
giving
sounds like
actual
Gnosticism more so
data.
than Kabbalism, which
Yeah,
usually
it's-
Kabbalism and Gnosticism go hand in hand.
It's all
So
the
it's
same
like
shit.
not all
It's all the
Gnostics
same
are
shit.
Kabbalists.
It's all the same shit. It's all
It's
one heresy is all the same heresy.
From a Christian's perspective, yeah.
He's like, you're in a cult, man. Speaking from like an actual cult. It's crazy. It's wild.
Yeah.
Your position is wild.
Well, that's what I was trying to.
No, what's wild is that you're saying materialism is all fake and gay, but your blood makes you more like the
Your
spiritual
blood does
realm that
not
we
make
can't
you.
detect.
Your spirit makes the
But then
blood.
you're saying
Are
that
you not
Christianity,
listening?
but then you say Christianity is retarded, which is so you're
Why
basically
does
like
why does the
appropriating.
spirit make European blood
That's not
more
a
so
problem.
than African blood?
There's a lot going on right now. So first of all, Jack is wrong. I didn't say the blood makes you this. The spirit is in the
Yeah, I
blood.
agree.
Very simple.
Yeah,
Very simple.
that is what you said.
No, but you also said that material reality is not real, so it's a contradiction. You're contradicting yourself.
You are not material. Matter exists. You are not matter. That's what I mean by it's not real. You will not belong to matter.
He's
You'll
talking about
die
your
in 70
eternal
years.
spirit.
Okay, so you're just a Christian. I get it. I mean, I get it.
Sure, man. Call me what you want.
He's talking about your eternal spirit, and I'm
He
just
knows.
curious.
He knows, bro. He knows the position.
I'm curious the intersection though. That why would a spiritual race be more attracted to a physical race more than a different physical race? That's the part I'm
mythos,
lost on.
no, it's not attracted to it. You don't have the full cosmology yet, and we don't need to go into it any further. We don't
Or
need to waste any
manifested.
time. If you want to get with me in like Discord, and if you are earnest and serious about this, like I'll talk about it more with you or whatever. But I've talked about this shit so many times on TMLs, and I don't like doing it after so long. But
Okay, fair enough.
yeah,
He's going to get you the initiation rites. He'll send you the postcard.
there's no initiation rites. This is none of that. In short, you got it backwards. The spirit is not attracted to a body. The body is a consequence of the spirit. So in the mythos, the whites are coming from somewhere that nobody can track. The white skin, the pale, clear skin, to where you can see like the blue blood through the translucent skin. is actually like a product of the immediate, instantaneous spawning, essentially, of the Hyperborean race into the world.
Well, shit.
Well, yeah, I get it. There's no.
I got
You
blue
have
blood.
you have an explanation, but I personally don't have an explanation for where white people came from. Honestly,
No, and he talks about this in the works, and it's not him. It's not the
we
book
just
that
showed
you
up on a
rely
scene.
He's just going to give you information from supposed history that would support those claims. That's all that the book is doing. It's just
Like
a signpost.
I live around a lot of Native American folks, right? Like there's a lot of tribes around here. They have a story that the white, like green-eyed, blue-eyed, like red-headed giants came and they had to like lock them under the fucking lake and shit.
Yeah, there's a lot of
It's
mythos,
almost
and
like the old Greek shit.
But also, you don't get this confused either. This isn't like solely, like I said earlier, that the miscegenation and the degree of miscegenation, he doesn't place like one race above another, one skin color above another skin color. So like, that's not really the thing right now. That game is done with. That game's over with. That was something that existed in the past that mattered when we were trying to follow something called.
But how do you
blood
avoid
pact.
the problem of perennialism when you're using the English language, which comes out of other things?
I think you're confused by what certain words mean. What do you mean by that? How do you define?
How are you not a
perennialism?
perennialist? Is what I'm asking you.
Because I'm denying all that. I'm saying all
Yeah,
that's
but
wrong.
if I just deny
Nero,
something, does that make it true or
semantics.
false?
If you're saying English representing what's being said, that's semantics, right?
It has nothing to do with the correspondence between religions and traditions. This is negating all that. It's saying all those are wrong. Like the cosmologies behind them, the end goals, the process, the practice, all those things are wrong within them.
That would create a us versus them mentality, wouldn't it? Like if right
Absolutely.
now, if I brought 100 people with me into a little tribe and said, "Hey, they're all wrong about this," that would create a us versus them mentality, and that would effectively create a cult. If there's a us versus them mentality.
No, that doesn't mean that therefore cult. That's not
No,
how that-
I mean me. If I were to get 100 people and tell them this philosophy, and it was a us versus them philosophy where they have it all wrong, but we have it right, I could potentially be creating a cult. Not what Nimrod did or what you're doing.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, well, we would say that it's called a. He gives an acausal nexus, is the term that he uses in the work. It's this idea that it's a through the charismatic bond of our beliefs, what we understand to be true as far as our cosmology is concerned, we find ourselves near each other in certain circumstances. This
So it's
isn't
like
something
negation.
that it's like what?
Like negation.
Yeah,
No,
I
it's
feel
like
a lot of
it's like spontaneity.
the stuff about the various, the indestructible bodies, and all of that. That does sound like it's influenced or taken from Mahayana, like the Lotus.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, there's
He's gonna use
terminology there,
language. Sorry, TMO.
There's terminology there, right? Like,
Yes.
like you said earlier, Vrajya.
Yeah, that's more Tibetan terms. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vajra. It's Sanskrit. These are all Sanskrit words that he uses. The main ones. You're going to see Sanskrit riddled throughout all this thing.
Yeah, that one's Sanskrit, my bad. Yeah.
Well, he's
It's
drawing
like Bodhisattva,
inspiration.
yeah. But the difference is that
You get a tablet. I get a tablet. We all get tablets.
Oh shit.
Well, this is the reality, right? This is the human condition, right? So we can only draw from our experiences, right? And in order to author things and create things, it's kind of like the authors who were creating the Israelite nation. They drew from Zoroastrianism and Egyptian mythology. They drew from what they knew.
Yes.
And it's kind of like this Nimrod character, it sounds like to me, is drawing from things he knows. He's drawing from Gnosticism.
But he's denying them.
He's drawing from Hinduism.
No. The difference here is that these people who are perennialists are using the correspondence to affirm their position.
Yeah, but to deny it means that you're still drawing it as inspiration to deny from.
No, it's not inspiration. That you're not understanding. He's giving you the correspondence to show you what the synarchy is. He's not taking that position. He's saying, okay, this is the synarchy. This is what one world order looks like. Now let me show you how to absolutely dissolve that, how to destroy it. This is anti-one world government, anti-new world order, anti-secret societies, anti-all that shit. Anything that you can come up with as a category, it's like absolute apophaticism, absolute incognizability. You got to
like
rely
when Jesus
solely.
said, "For in secret I said nothing." He's putting it on the table. So I find it interesting
Your
that you're
mind
saying
is racing rationally to try to define what this is.
Well, no, it's my experience, right? So just even what I'm passionate about is finding a template for destroying the secret society template, because I understand that's where power comes from.
This is it.
So
this is it. If you read the fundamentals of Hyperborean wisdom, you would have the complete program or model for how to achieve that yourself.
But how would you achieve that though if it's not semantics, right? So let's just make it simple. Let's make it simple. Freemasons and the bars planning the Boston Tea Party or planning the French Revolution, right? And using those secret societies to foment that and actually achieve power through that. How can that be done through what you're talking about? How can it actually be done?
It is happening. They're in the orders. Hyperboreans exist. You're talking to one. I'm telling you this is the case, and I am a past master. I am a Freemason. So you're staring it right in the face.
How's that
happening everywhere. This is happening everywhere.
So the key to power is secret societies. You just have to have semantics to make it not sound like a secret society.
No, man, it's so far off. I think the best thing you can do is not rely on having a conversation for an hour about it. You just got to tackle it yourself. You got to confront it. If it's something that you are serious about, like, oh man, I want to destroy the New World Order, then if there's any book I would recommend, it would be this one.
Well, yeah, I'll look into it and I'll read it. I'm not scared of truth.
I will admit this though. Most people, even when they say they will read the fundamentals, they won't. It's like,
I will. I'm just saying that I'm not scared of the truth.
You don't have to say that. I'm going to say that I know you won't. Okay. But what happens is that they are confronted by the complexity of it and they don't grind through it. The first two books, easy knockout.
It's a classic conversation, though. Even when I was 14, me and my friends would talk about this. They'd say, "Hey, we could pretend to be a mainstream Republican or a Democrat, and then from the inside out, defeat the beast from the inside out, right?" Yeah. But then absolute power corrupts absolutely. So, what is the remedy? What is the template?
Yeah,
this is a classic conversation, right? So, I'm not scared of the conversation.
The answer is to just give up all material reality and
no.
That's it.
That's not the answer. We're not saying give up all material. It literally explicitly says not to do that. You just don't understand the doctrine. You're not asking the right questions. You're trying to debunk it. You want to take a Christian position and try to say that, no, Christianity is superior. That's wrong. But the problem is that most of us here know what Christianity is. We all grew up with that shit. We all know it.
See, here's the problem is you don't know what it is. You think you know what it is and you don't.
Okay, but be fair, right? Like, you know that people study Christianity. Most people know the talking points.
No, they don't. They just no. They don't.
Most people don't.
I'm saying I know more about Christianity than you know about Hyperborean wisdom. That is my point.
Tell me what Christianity is then.
Ooh, we getting spicy.
That may be true.
Spicy. Someone ordered some McNuggets in this bitch.
That may be true.
Christianity solely relies on the faith of Jesus Christ being your Lord and Savior.
No,
That's the bottom
not,
line.
That's not true. That's not
It
true.
is, though. It is the bottom line. Your salvation
The
is
bottom
dependent.
line.
The soteriology is dependent on Christ.
You take all of existence and wrap it into like a one-liner and say, "Oh, I got it."
No, the bottom line of Christianity is there's a soteriology. That's the essence of it.
I think you're
There's
just a
a
slave.
salvation.
You're a slave to reason. Your God is reason, and you're trying to dress it up as something else.
How can you be so off about things? Like, this is the problem with your diagrams. You like literally don't listen.
Well,
You're in
Neuro,
Descartes.
you're using reason
up
right now.
Descartes' ass right now is what you are.
So I literally just said that this is anti-reason, anti-rationale, anti-intellect, and you're like, man, you're just reason's your God. What? I'm so confused.
If you believe that, then you'd be a Christian. See, that's the problem.
I was a Christian. I was like a very devout Christian that took it so seriously that I ended up debunking Christianity.
Well, yeah,
I fucking knew it.
Well, yeah, but that when you say that, you should understand then the people that are asking the hardest questions, could be the stronger supporter of it. So when it's people, you were saying people are trying to just question it and this and that. Well, yeah, of course, because the people who are trying to debunk it could be the ones that believe in it once they try to debunk it.
No. Okay, understand.
So if we're trying to
the problem
debunk
is not you questioning
Hyperboreanism, if I try to debunk it and fail, that's a good thing.
Absolutely. My what I'm saying is that the questions, the way they're being asked, they're not going to get you to where you want to be, right? It wasn't the fact that you're asking questions.
I know, but I do trainings, right? Like I train staff, right? Like I have to create trainings and train staff. And sometimes you can't just from the top down dictate how you're training people. Sometimes people have to learn and ask questions from their paradigm. And if you're a good teacher, you can break it down for different levels of students.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. I'm not a good teacher.
So sometimes people come from a different angle, and it's just because that's the way their mind's wired up from the way that their experiences are,
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree.
So it's not like a personal thing where I'm trying to like do a gotcha or expose something or something like that. It's just genuinely the way my mind operates.
Yeah. Yeah.
Me personally, I can't speak for other people.
Because it seems like every one of the questions they were the same sort of question. I feel like they were already answered. So it feels like the questions were like circular, essentially. That's why I brought that up. It's not the fact that you're asking questions. People should ask questions. Jack right now I think he may be on one right now. I don't know if he drank a little bit or something, but he's kind of turned up.
No, I'm actually like probably the most sober person on these panels, but yeah.
Then just maybe a little triggered or something. And that's okay, right? But like the overgeneralizations.
But you understand you're making extraordinary claims and what you're saying, right?
Well, yeah, for extraordinary claims, you should have better questions, right?
Well, you should have better evidence, should you not?
We can get down to how we figure out evidence, right? What we call evidence. It's ultimately intuitive. This is not empirical science.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably agree with you on that, but it doesn't change the fact that you're saying like, things that are contradictory in language, right? And so if we're having a philosophical conversation and you're self-contradicting, like, I mean, that seems to be a problem, right?
I get it in the case of paradoxes. I don't think, since you've been here, I don't think I've said anything contradictory. Me and Mr. Anderson were discussing certain paradoxical concepts.
Just to be fair, there was a contradictory thing. So, for example, with the Jews, they have the bridge between the metaphysical and the physical, right? They have the bridge, right? And Christians would call that bridge the Logos or Jesus Christ, which was the bridge between the metaphysical, the non-physical, and physical time and space, where all of a sudden he's crossed over into time and space. So what is that crossover with what you're talking about with Hyperboreanism when you're talking about a spiritual race versus a physical blood race in time and space with matter? Where is that bridge?
Yeah, so the idea in Hyperborean wisdom is that the spirit manifests as a sort of plasmation. It's like a plasma-like substance.
So
the
physical
plasma,
in the physical realm.
well,
The
no,
physical plasma.
well, you could say that plasma is physical. You could, I don't,
No, I'm asking.
yeah, I don't think it's necessarily physical. I think it's something going on with the interaction between a spirit and a body. Like, it's a poor analogy. I brought it up earlier, but something like oil and water touching each other. They don't necessarily mix, but they do touch each other.
Yeah, this is one of the most profound conversations in philosophy is bridge between the metaphysical and the physical.
Yeah, I think there's like a membrane between the two, but there's no space in between anything.
What is that membrane?
No,
For Christians, that membrane is Jesus Christ. So what is that membrane for what you're saying?
the membrane is the boundary of the eternal. So the eternal cannot be temporal. And that is the boundary. There's a limit to eternity, and the limit is that it cannot be temporal.
But that's vague philosophical speak, though. It's hard to
It's
latch
not,
onto that.
though. It's not. Really slow down and think about what I just said. Really slow down and process that. Eternity, right? By definition, is eternal. So it cannot be temporal. But me and you, we exist in a world right now where temporality is apparent. So if it is there and the spirit is, if you're positing a spirit and it's eternal, then the separation between those two things would be its limitation of not being temporal.
So there's something eternal housed within something that's non-eternal.
I don't know if it's housed within or not. I wouldn't go as far to say that. Like topologically, I don't think I would say that.
So you don't have an eternal spirit housed within your body right now?
I don't know if it's in, I don't know if it's out. Topologically, I don't know. And I don't think
What is topological?
Like the properties of geometry. Like I don't know if it's interior, exterior.
Qualitative.
Yeah. I don't know that.
Okay.
But yeah, for like intuition's sake, yeah, let's say within and inside. Yeah.
That's a mind fuck. I mean, it's a classic. It's not you particularly. It's just this is a classic philosophical discussion, the bridge between the metaphysical and the physical.
I'm aware of that.
And it's really hard to. So I think that some would say, especially if you're talking about Europeans, right? Some would say that the precipice of European Western philosophy was the idea of the Logos and Jesus Christ being incarnate as truth, as a being, right? Where it's almost like the precipice of the known philosophy to where he can actually bridge that gap. It's simplified in a way that makes sense. So maybe maybe it has like a user-friendly
Right, but
aspect
in
to
that
it.
case, why can't you just accept Christianity as a topological metaphor then and move on, right? Like, why do you have to go like read some weird ass book from some dude in some basement somewhere? You know what I mean?
Is this coming from Michael Aquino? Michael, I thought you were dead.
Yeah,
Well, that's the thing. Is if there's a reason why Christianity spread so well. Christianity spread really well, especially among Europeans, because of the simplicity of it. So
yeah, I think that's late stage development, right? So like if you want to say Europeans, meaning like formed post Christianity, I would say the reason that most Europeans even converted is because the inherent Hyperborean wisdom within it. They had to use elements like the dying and rising God and the sacrificial God to even buy it, right?
Yeah, but but if something resonates because it's simplified well enough, then that's why things take off, right?
It doesn't mean that the Logos, right, is exclusive to the Christian doctrine. The concept of
well, that's why Christians talk about Logos spermaticos.
Yeah, you're talking about the Hyperborean version of spermaticos.
I think we're talking about two different things right now. What Jack mentioned and what you mentioned.
Well, you're saying that you're saying it was actually the Hyperborean thing that made them interpret it that way. I don't know. To me, it's about reality, right? So reality is the Logos and Jesus Christ resonated with a lot of Europeans more than what you're talking about.
No, I don't think that's the case. I think the people, majority
Not that
of
it's
Europeans,
correct. I'm
no,
just-
the majority of Europeans were destroyed because they didn't agree with it.
Okay, I see what
Yeah,
you're
they were
saying.
actually wiped out of existence, quote unquote existence. We don't see them anymore. We don't hear their stories. We don't know about them.
So is the Hyperborean thing a superior philosophy to the Christian philosophy?
Absolutely. If you want to call it philosophy, yeah, what they have to offer as far as philosophy is far superior.
Well, yeah, because like the Orthodox Christians, for example, I would categorize them as like Neoplatonists.
Yeah.
who
Correct.
basically
It's Christian
they
mysticism.
they use the lens of like Greek philosophy to determine that Christianity is the peak of European civilization philosophy.
There's, if you're a history buff, there's also a book by the same individual. There's 3 major books. The second book is a historical revision, and he gives sort of like, he alludes to why Christian doctrine is the way it is today. There's like a meticulous historical revision. If you like dates, places, names, it's full of it. And he talks about why there's a war. Essentially, it begins with a war between traitorous and loyal spirits. And that there are people within Christian factions, denominations throughout history that were infighting about what doctrine was. It's because some were traitorous and some were loyal.
Well, I will concede that there's something within the European that transcends Christianity. For example, if you have Christianity in Western Africa, it's going to be different than European Christianity because there is something racially different that's inspiring the lens and how people actually practice Christianity. So that's kind of evidence. I'll concede that is evidence that it's not exclusive to Christianity. It's more exclusive to race.
Correct. So blood. It's more specific to say blood.
No, I agree. Blood.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious because this is a classic conversation where people, and I've seen white nationalists talk about this, where they say, well, how do we lead our people? Do we lead them with neo-paganism? Do we lead them with Christianity? Like, there's so many Christian brothers or whatever that they're like, you're gonna cut out a major portion of Europeans by excluding Christianity, or do we need a new mythos? Do we need
this mythos, which doesn't exclude any of those things? It actually includes them. It doesn't rule any of those things out, but it puts it puts something above it all as a transcendent, charismatic center. So you can look at like Hyperboreans forming a circle, and this circle, the circumference of it, if they were all to look towards a transcendent center, you look at it vertically, right? Something above them, it would create a vertex. It would look like a cone. All of these people, no matter what place they're in the world, have this center point to reflect on. So this is the thing that unites the race at large. Doesn't matter where in time and space you are. It's a transcendent, charismatic center that bonds us. This is the thing that needs to happen.
So
but
what if that becomes a new universalism, right? So right now there's universalism of Christianity. It says if we're all one in Christ Jesus, Jew nor Greek, you can be a West African, you can be whatever, you're my brother in Christ, right? So that makes it to where whites will be genocided in their own countries, basically. So because it's like, as long as there's a Christian diaspora, it doesn't matter what race they are.
That's the other problem. So the other
how do you prevent that with what you're saying?
Another problem you're having right now is you're thinking that all white people are good.
I'm not saying all white people are good at all.
Well,
white is too broad of a category. That's too broad of a race. There's ethnicities that are more specific than that, right?
Hold on. I have to give me a moment. I'll be back.
No problem. Are you still there, Neuro?
Yeah, I don't know where to put it in the chat now. Maybe. Hashtag white ain't always right.
Yeah, I just yeah, and I don't want to say this when he comes back, but I don't totally disagree with his philosophy. I think a lot of it is speaking to my Aryan blood, so to speak. So it's, and I think a lot of it, is kind of how I view Christianity. I'm just trying to push back on the fact that it's like, it just seems like it's just kind of like, just another occult remixing of all this stuff. Which again, maybe there's a reason to do that. But I think if you're going to try to convince Whitey that, this Aryan thing is like a good way to like, I mean, again, like, I think it's kind of like the whole Blavatsky thing. It's like, okay, Aryan,
I agree.
Aryanism is good, and it's like a spiritual thing. I mean, I joke about it all the time, right?
I agree.
And again, I'm not saying it's wrong in a sense, but at the same time, it's also like, well, it can be like, if you're trying to say that you want to convince all these people to take on this mythos, and again, even if it's true or not is irrelevant. How are you going to convince all these people? And again, I don't know that people having a belief structure like this is like, techno Buddhism or something. I mean, anti-materialist Buddhism or something is like the way to do it. Like, Buddhism has been wiped off the earth multiple times, and now we have like a remnant of it, just like Christianity, just like all these beliefs. So all these beliefs get used up and, chewed up, millions and billions of people. So
Yeah,
I just don't know how we're
with
escaping that.
sutras, depending on the schools. Not many people read the sutras, but it's good to read the sutras. Some important ones are Lankavatara Sutra, Lotus Sutra, Platform Sutra, Diamond Sutra. Diamond Sutra is pretty important.
Yeah, but I mean, but
Depends
I
on
mean,
the school.
Guys, I gotta peace out, man. Thank you for letting me on. My daughter is like very ill at the moment. I think I'm gonna have to go to the
sorry to hear
hospital.
that.
Sorry to hear that. I hope she gets
Oh
better.
man,
take care.
Prayers with you. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Yeah, peace, brother.
So yeah, Neuro, you're right as far as the contradiction. It's like, if you're trying to speak to the white blood, so-called, that's white blood that exists in time and space in the physical realm.
I think he's trying to talk to more than just the white people. Again, like, when I say Aryan, I joke about it a lot. Like, I'm not just talking about white people. I don't look at that.
Yeah, but it is a contradiction because, well, not contradiction. I would say, like, white nationalists, for example, criticize Christianity because of its universalism. So if his Hyperboreanism is universalist, I mean, that's a problem. Because what is a spiritual race? You know what I mean?
He's not really a universalist, because he thinks the spirit is more intensely amplified in some people versus others. I actually read one of the books he recommended. So it's
That's arbitrary, though. He said that it can exist within a West African. So how's that not universalist?
I'll put it like this, just really briefly. Like, I can see a way that somebody could try to remix Christianity in a similar sense, to say, like, clearly some of us are going to heaven and some of us are going to hell. So those of us who go to heaven become a part of the church or a part of Jesus's, body, and part of heaven and a part of God, or, whatever, however you want to describe it, right? So we essentially become a race of people that are tied to Jesus, I guess. I mean, you could,
that's a loaded
try
term.
to say something like that, right? But
race is a loaded term, though.
yeah, it's a term I reject. I think I mean, I think tribe is probably a better term, to be honest with you personally. But
or nation, like the nation is it?
Exactly,
nation of Israel goes to heaven, and you're grafted into the nation of Israel.
Exactly.
If you're a Christian,
right? Because again, I think that Judaism, as we know it, is a totally constructed thing. Like, I don't think it existed in the term anything like what we think of today. Personally, like, I don't think there's a good argument that
what's a nation? Back in the day, it was nation and religion and everything was tied together with your tribe. It's what we would now call race, or more so we would call ethnicity.
Yeah, and I think Christianity is beyond tribe. It's a tribe that transcends time and space and blood and all this stuff, right? So it's the ultimate tribe essentially because it's available to anyone. And again, I'm not saying this makes it right, but I'm just trying to say, like, and Machine has was doing good critiques of certain aspects of Christianity earlier, where he's talking about how Christianity seemingly played a role in the
I don't think that was
philosophical.
I don't think that was a critique of Christianity in general or any philosophy.
Yeah.
I was just basically saying that, particularly in Europe, right? We're talking about how techno-liberalism spawned, right? So,
Right.
Yeah. There's no particular reason why it spawned within Europe.
Yeah, and I'm being loose with my terms, because basically what I'm saying is that what I think of Christianity and what the Europeans a long time ago like used it as a vehicle for their philosophy or whatever.
Because I've been pretty clear that what we're dealing with in the later centuries is an inversion of Christianity and so on and so forth, and then it basically rejects Christianity because man becomes the final endpoint of history, and then man becomes replaced by something that's going to replace man, right? So
right.
So Neuro, what do you think about the racial aspect of Christianity, right? So for 1800 years, people retain their racial concepts and identity, and then it's only been recently that it's been truly universalized. So was it always the destiny of Christianity to truly universalize that way, or is it just a recent phenomena that has caused that? For people to throw their own tribe in the trash for universalism.
So me personally, I mean, I don't know. That's a really big question. For me, I think it's always been the case that this has happened probably throughout history, but I do think that what we call Christianity today, at least, was a very efficient way of getting to where we're at. Obviously, or wouldn't be in a position. We wouldn't be in the position that we're in. So,
so has Christianity run its course?
I'm just not willing to blame Christianity for that, because again, I don't think we've had Christianity for at least 1,000 years, maybe longer.
Well, has it run its course though? Has Christianity run its course?
Me personally, I don't believe so, but I can see the argument why a lot of people would believe so, for sure.
Well, I think it got a second wind when it sort of merged with the with the Platonist ideal of humanism, right? So humanism, or or universalism, is actually pre-Christian, right? So it gets transformed by Christianity because Christianity puts God and man above nature, right?
But that was still like 1,700 years ago that it was already transformed in that way, right?
Well, Plato basically put man above nature to a certain extent, because he said that there's this thing called reason, and you can understand natural law through reason. So, so there's a way in which, man can have contact with, the true nature of things, right? Anyways, you already know the true nature of things, right? So the truth is sort of within you, right? So there's that aspect of things. So since you're, and it's almost like part of what the Hyperborean thing is, because you see you're an eternal being, right? So you just you basically know it all, because you could sort of remember, right?
You're tapping into it.
Yeah, previous lifetimes, and one discovery leads to another, and there's like all this factors behind it. But the fact is that when you get to the universalism that's there in in liberalism, it's a little bit different than what the Christian ideal seems to suggest. Because
you would connect Paul to liberalism though, right? Like as far as neither Jew nor Greek?
Well, no, not really. But
yeah, I read your book. I don't think that you say that. I don't think you're
No, he
implying
doesn't say that in the book.
yeah, I would say that it's Paul is universalism because he's writing in Greek, simply because, and because he unites the Europeans. So inadvertently, he contributes to the rise of liberalism within European society, right? But I don't think that he's particularly liberal or a universalist, right?
Well, yeah, I'll
I
just
see
say
what
a
you're
couple
saying.
things. I'll say a couple things because it might be tangentially related to the conversation we just had. So, for example, right, like when Hyperborean says that, well, Europeans have this Hyperborean spark in us and stuff like this. Like, this is a belief among a lot of Europeans, and myself included, up to some extent, just because it's what I know, and uh, but what I mean by that is, like, for example, right, like liberalism, in and of itself, I think we said before, like, it's not necessarily that it's bad, it's that it's a tool that has gotten out of control, obviously. And so, like, for example, like, you know I'll just make a argument. I'm not saying I believe this, but for the sake of argument, I would argue, like, okay, before Charlemagne, right? Like, you're living up in the Highlands of Scotland or whatever, right? And you've repelled, the Romans and God knows who before that, right? And then you have these British people coming in trying to fuck with you for 1,000 more years, and we repelled them, right? And then then this idea of liberalism, this idea of Christianity comes in, and we kind of adopt it and everything's cool. And then we kind of evolve into like a liberalism. Well, it's not very long before the Jews and everybody else who want to come and take advantage of our tribal nature that we've developed over the course of 1,000 years, are happy to take advantage of it because we're not interested in technique. We're not interested in all these things, right? So then this liberalism gets, technified or something. And again, this is just like, I'm just making a general argument, right? And then because of our susceptible nature, because of our tribal instincts that we've developed over a long period of time that has been so successful, right? I could see how people could believe, like, well, we're just different and blah, blah, blah. And then we transpose our tribalism onto Christianity. And I certainly am probably guilty of this as well, right? Where we're coming from it from, a frame of mind from our culture or our blood or whatever you want to say it is, right? And so then we say, well, Christianity is true, right? But then at the same time, it's like, well, does the guy in the Democratic Republic of Congo who has to, like, have his hand hacked off by, the rival tribe because he, side-eyed someone the wrong way or whatever, like, is Christianity or liberalism the best for him? You know what I mean? I'm not sure, right? Like, that's something that's outside of something I could make a argument over, probably, so.
Well, it's a conflict. It's
yeah.
a conflict between universalism and tribalism, and eventually, this universalism has taken over, for one reason or another.
Well, and again, like, for me, I'll say it from my perspective, right? Like, as Scottish people or whatever, right? Like, clearly Christianity and techno-liberalism and liberalism, all these things, has worked against us. And one of my big problems is, like, some of these people argue, like, well, we were taken advantage of. The people of the British Isles can do all these wonderful things, and we're so efficient at killing and building things and creating culture and whatever it is, right? Which may be true, maybe not. But the point is that, well, clearly it didn't work out in our best interest, and clearly we're not the smartest in the room to some degree. Now, at the end of the day, maybe we will be proven to be the smartest, because the game's not over yet. But what I'm saying is that it doesn't appear to be the case, right?
But you have to control the variables. There's
right,
multiple variables.
Right. And the difference is that people who understand the Kabbalah and these things may have an advantage in this period in time, because they do know how to engineer certain things. They do know how to use the tool. They may know how to use develop this, like, black magic technology that assists them in their conjuring
making
things
something out of nothing.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
And so that's how I would view it.
I would say that emptiness is the highest truth, because emptiness in the Buddhist sense, not because everything from signs, names, forms, doctrines, identities, or even the worlds, they function conventionally, but none possess intrinsic self-existing reality. The problem is not signs themselves, but grasping them as fixed, ultimate, or mine. Signless awareness sees appearances without abiding in them. So samsara is the same dependently arisen field grasped under ignorance, while nirvana is that field seen without grasping. Emptiness is therefore not nihilism or blameless, but the transparency of all signs when they are no longer reified. So that's what I would say. So
Is that its own version of universalism, though? If you're negating everything,
it's not negating everything. It's neither negation nor affirmation. Neither negation nor affirmation.
I'm curious as far as culture. What do the people here on the panel believe as far as culture and self-determination, right? And tribalism. Should we all unify into one universalist human being experience, or should we retain separate cultures and tribes?
I think we should hand over our sovereignty to the World Economic Forum, eat the bugs, go into the pods, and become a bunch of soy boys. And we should give up. Just kidding.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Well, do you think that we should do away with separate cultures and tribes?
No, I think we have to
People would say
scale
that
down
tribalism is
the
archaic in things, but I think
We
that
got-
it's beautiful to have different tribes.
Yeah, regardless, you got to scale down the technology before you can do
I
that.
don't think it's a problem with that. See, I mean, and I would like Machine's response because I'm just going to get what I'm getting from it. But I'll say it like this: like, for example, okay, I saw these like group of Indian or Pakistani guys, and they're up in Canada, and all these Canadian people are like, "Look at these guys! They're shooting their gun indiscriminately into the forest, and we're not supposed to do that in Canada." And blah 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 blah. You know, and I can see both sides of it. It's like, you know, these guys come here, they have all this freedom, and they're going out and appreciating nature and doing what they want to do, and there's going to be risk to themselves and other people, right? But at the same time, like, I don't see a lot of white people taking advantage of these things and risking their freedom to go and exercise their rights and all these things. So, like, on one side, you know, I can understand both, but on the other side of it, like, I would say that the compartmentalization of different peoples and languages is probably a good idea, especially because of the technology. So, like, my point is that because of the acceleration we're experiencing because of technology and freedom of movement and all this global system, my biggest problem with the system and the technology is just that it's syncretizing everybody's religions and beliefs and languages too quickly. And I think that it makes it hard to, like, hit the brakes if you need to, right? Like, if we're all compartmentalized in our own little tribes and we were developing this one person developed this technology, people would kind of have more of a choice to say no. Like, maybe we don't need that shit in the highlands of Scotland or in the plains of, you know, Wyoming or whatever, right? But the way things are now, we don't really have that choice because everybody's kind of being drawn and brought into it too quickly, right? So,
Because I agree with that. That's an interesting concept, and I'm curious, TML, for a more relevant tribalistic question. In Pakistan, for example, is it valid that Pakistan wanted to be their own ethnicity and tribe?
I don't think so, right? Because
Was
the
it
fact
manufactured?
because the fact is that the Muslims were in charge of India, right? So it seems like a pretty bad deal, right? You exchange the Mughal empire for, like, all this weird shit, the parliamentary nonsense, right? You could have held down a huge population of Muslims in India, right? And then they would have had, some way of holding down the cultural fabric there, but instead they just left India and then created a secular country for Muslims. It seems like pretty much a retarded idea.
Interesting.
Right? And so I think they, it's bad for our cultural ideal. Muhammad Iqbal was basically a genius, right? He was a genius in terms of poetry and philosophy, right? But in terms of statecraft, oh my God, right? Like he said, the parliamentary system was a replacement for Sharia law. So I think that's foolish. I think that's foolish. That is basically universalism, right? So,
do you think that was the globalist way of living to fight another day and weakening them by separating them that way?
I think it's had disastrous consequences for Muslims, right, in the Indian subcontinent, right?
But
I
also
think
for the
Muslims were
also for the
stronger.
Hindus, right? Also for the Hindus, right?
Yeah, I mean, possibly we would have been stronger if we just stayed in India, right? Possibly, right? I'm not sure that that's the case, right? We could have been like a minority that was dominated by a harsh, like Hindu government, but I don't really think that was going to be the case, right? So I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of weird, like living next to a country that's always spying on you and also has, nuclear weapons and all this crazy shit, right? And it's supported by Israel and all this fucking crazy, insane shit, right? But you share basically the same culture with those people, right? It's fucking insane, right? Like, so I don't know. It's really weird.
Well, yeah, because in America, if there was a bunch of white nationalists grouped up and said, we're gonna balkanize this place and make Georgia and Florida will be Black America, and then a certain part will be white America, the Jews would not let that happen.
It's already been
don't get me
tried
wrong,
multiple times. It's already been tried multiple times.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong. I'm proud of Pakistan, how we've handled things versus India, right? And how strong we are in the face of the Indians and all that type of shit. Like, so I'm pretty proud of Pakistan. Like, just the fact that they stand on their own 2 feet, right? They're not like falling apart like India or Bangladesh or whatever, but it is kind of corrupt, and all that shit. You know what I mean? It's pretty fucked up, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. As far as third world countries go, I was born there, and I don't know. I've had a pretty good life. Both my parents were doctors, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. They were very well educated. My mom was very well educated, right, in Pakistan, right? So this is when we were growing up. So so I don't think Pakistani society is lacking in any way. We had a female prime minister when I was growing up there, right? So a woman was the leader of the country, right? So this is weird stuff that I guess people don't really consider. In a lot of ways, I thought Pakistan was kind of like more liberal than the US in a lot of ways. Like when we moved here, and there's like a bunch of hillbillies, they didn't really like us that much. So I was thinking like, wow, this place is pretty hostile. And then I saw like the black people lived in a totally different part of town, and I was like, wow, this place is really segregated.
Oh yeah.
Whereas like we had Christians, right, that we treated like part of the family. We
in
had
Pakistan?
lady,
In Pakistan?
In Pakistan, yeah. We had people that worked, for my grandpa's clinic, right? My grandpa had a clinic, right, like in a village, and he gave everybody in the village free medical care to when he died. They all came to his funeral and said, we feel like orphans because he's dead now. And like, basically, like there's all these poor Christians that, like some of them took me to the store as a kid and bought like little things like shoes for me because they were like part of the family, because they worked at this clinic that my grandpa ran in Pakistan, so I just feel like I grew up like really appreciating different types of people, seeing like women in leadership positions. I saw my mom was as well educated as my father was. I don't know, so I don't know. And they're, obviously they have a very good relationship and all that stuff. So I don't know.
Yeah, I was just reading about the history of Islam in India because I've never looked at it, and I just read a very brief overview, but it's very interesting because it looks like the Hindus and the Muslims and the Sufis and all the different people were all basically getting along, and then the British came in and started like fucking with everybody. Like, no,
Oh,
no,
yeah.
no, 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 we
That
can't do
sounds
this
right.
anymore. Like, you
That
guys
sounds
are,
about right.
you guys
There
are
was
getting along too well. This is a
the
problem. We gotta
the
divide and
Muslim
conquer.
leader of India was saying he wanted to combine Islam and Hinduism. If you could believe that.
So that's what I was getting at, kind of like, because you know how like the Bolsheviks did their thing in Russia, and like I would even call it the Black Bolshevik thing that they did in America with Black Lives Matter, where they're trying to mobilize people. And do you think it was like that with Pakistan, or was there a real, genuine people movement and identity happening, or was it kind of just like a manufactured thing? Like you can mobilize college students and things to believe in that ideal, like especially a Marxist ideal or something. Was it like that in Pakistan, or was there really a differentiating ethnicity taking place?
Like like it's really weird. Like they had a dude, right, named Muhammad Ali Jinnah. He's like a lawyer from Britain, and he did debates with Gandhi and shit. And it's like they decided, like he formed a movement within India called the All Muslim India League, and there's prominent members of this organization, including Muhammad Iqbal. And Muhammad Iqbal and Muhammad Ali Jinnah are basically seen as the founders of Pakistan. You know, one is seen as sort of the spiritual head, and the other is seen as sort of the political founder, right? And they're both sort of lawyers from India. That, well, Muhammad Iqbal went to India. He went to Germany to study philosophy, right? And he wrote poetry, right? He wrote poetry in like the Nietzschean style. He was a prominent poet, right? And then, then Muhammad Ali Jinnah, he was a lawyer from England who married an Iranian dancer for the Shah. And yeah.
So maybe there was a natural movement happening, and they recognized that, and they had to do like controlled op of it, or because that's generally the way things go. It's usually not just out of the blue that things happen.
Yeah,
it's usually
yeah,
like a groundswell of grassroots things happening, and people, and then certain people go, "Let's control this outcome."
Yeah, a lawyer from Britain. I don't know, right? And then the secular setup of it, right? The parliamentary style setup of it. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, that's kind of what's been going on. Like, I'll use Thailand as an example because I follow it pretty closely. Like, they've been doing this parliamentary thing because they're one of the last kingdoms on earth, right? And they have all these rules against, like, you can't say bad things about the royal family, and like the last king they loved, and this one they think he's like really corrupt and all this stuff, and he's like living in Europe most of the time or whatever. Anyways, the point is that the people have been sold this idea of like democracy and parliament's going to save them, right? But then like every time you see like a person start rising to prominence, they were educated in like Harvard or Oxford, or there's some lawyer, and
surprise,
they're very deeply involved in like all these ridiculous I'm sorry, I'm seeing this person calling me retarded in the chat, which is awesome. Okay, so
who's that? Oh, godson.
That's okay.
Yeah.
But it's funny. But
yeah, he's cool though. But he's not very like abrasive.
No, I get it. But it's just like I just look down and saw it. So but they're heavily involved in trade deals, and I don't know much about Pakistan, but it does seem that you guys had, from what I know, which is not much, it seems that you guys are a little bit more independent, and so was Afghanistan.
They get tons from the IMF. They're not independent at all. right?
Oh,
They
really?
get yeah, they're not independent at all.
Were they ever independent, like way back in the day? I mean,
Pakistan?
Yeah.
I don't know. There's no real like independent countries unless like it's like Iran and Cuba basically.
Well, what I mean is after the end of the. What I mean is after the end of the how do you call it, the previous Islamic thing, Mughal or something. So I'm saying like since the end of that until now, there's never really been an independent. You would say there's never really been an independent thing because the British were already so heavily involved in that.
Yeah, the British
Okay.
and the Americans and all sorts of shit, dude. Like they've been all involved since like basically day one. Like basically every prime minister of Pakistan, right, has either been assassinated or thrown in jail.
Why
So
do you think?
if you're the leader of that country, like you're fucked. Like basically,
really-
like if you end up the leader of Pakistan, like you're either gonna end up dead or in jail. Like,
Really
it's
quick
bona
before
fide.
Avian, really quick. Sorry, really quick. Why do you think they chose Afghanistan as like this major like fake war zone between Russia and China and America and British
It's
and all that?
historical reasons. It's like a corridor. You know, like
Between Europe and Ukraine, essentially.
yeah, that and also like it's like a free like region, like especially Northwest Frontier Province in Pakistan.
What
Right,
about
that
the
area.
geography? You know,
That
is
area is even weirder. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
does
sorry,
the
go ahead.
geography does the geography have any difference? Make a difference in the migration? Is it just harder to get
maybe like
there?
people got like trapped there because there's like a bunch of different tribes and people
Well,
there.
it cut India and Pakistan off from Europe, right? I mean, wouldn't you and the rest of the Middle East, right? Like it basically cut you guys off through Afghanistan. Am I correct about that, or? Because I would imagine like you guys had more freedom of movement, before Afghanistan became like this war zone, right?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that there's a whole part in northern Pakistan that borders Afghanistan that you don't really know like where Pakistan ends and Afghanistan begins. Like it's kind of like a
Right.
weird like region.
But I'm saying
Mountains
is
and
like,
stuff.
what I'm saying is like this, like, clearly if I'm understanding, because I'm just looking at it from a historical point of view, like if the British came in there and to India and said like we need to get rid of these Muslim people who are ruling because there's too much unity in this particular region for whatever reason, people might say it's trade or whatever. I think it's more religious personally, but let's just say whatever reason they gave, right? What do you think that part of I mean, again, this whole like greater Israel thing, I don't want to get into that, but I'm saying like the idea seems to be like isolate, right? So like what they've done with the Europeans is they basically like developed all these fake countries, France and Germany and all this, which were somewhat based on language and culture, but there's a lot of there's still like a lot of mix, right? I mean, the last 1,000 years, what Spain or Portugal represented has changed vastly, the last 1,000 years or something, right? But my point is that now, what does it mean to be a Frenchman, right? Like I saw today, somebody said like, oh, France is on fire because of protest. And this person said, don't talk about my country. And then this other guy said, yeah, don't talk about my country. And one's white, one's black, right? So like, which one's the real Frenchman now, right? Like, what does it mean to be French at this time, right? And so I guess what I'm saying is that now, what does it mean to be a Muslim or a Pakistani or an Indian or, like these concepts that you had 200 years ago of what these people believed in or what they identified as has been vastly changed just in the last 200 years, right? And same thing in America and same thing in Europe as well. And it seems to me that it's like the compartmentalization and kind of like, or I mean, really the monoculture, is that kind of what you're trying to get at largely, is like they pretty much erased you guys as
I mean, what does it
history,
mean to be
whatever.
Pakistani? I mean, I think it means to be the rightful rulers of India for a very long time, and now we're not that, right? So I don't know.
Right. But that's what I'm saying is like it's kind of like they gave you guys they kind of put you on a reservation, right?
Pretty
Essentially.
much.
Gotcha, yeah. And that's kind of what they're doing to America, right? Like America's now become this reservation.
Well, I'm Native
society or
American,
something.
so I can tell you about reservations
Right. Well,
and
I
tribalism
yeah, Alex Jones
and
did this.
cultural erasure.
Alex Jones did an interview with a Native American. My dad lived on a reservation, by the way, for a while. But
Mine
so
too.
yeah, and
Dang, I better
and
watch it. I'm feeling kind of that way.
what
Okay.
when
I'm
he
sorry.
had blonde hair and blue eyes too, so it's pretty weird. But anyways, but yeah, it's pretty weird situation. But I was just gonna say, like, Alex Jones did this interview with a Native American, and he said, "Hey, he's like, hey, white man, welcome to the reservation. We're all on the reservation now."
No kidding. That's what we've been saying lately. Everybody's been talking about the Muslims coming over and the Haitians coming over, eating the cats and taking this and taking that. And it's like, welcome to the res.
Well,
I have a
honestly,
quick question.
my biggest
Do
problem.
I remember this correctly? Do Pakistanis they like cricket a lot, right? Cricket, that sport. Yeah, my friend told me that one. Cricket.
Yeah, I think they won the world championship one time, so they're obsessed with it.
Yeah, cricket. Yeah, cricket. My bad. Yeah, I've never played cricket before. So seems interesting. Has anyone here ever played cricket?
No,
Yeah, I've played it several times. Yeah,
I've never played.
Like, try it. Well, it seems more interesting than baseball. Baseball looks Freemasonic and stuff like that. You know, the compass and cross.
yeah, it's pretty easy. If you get a tennis ball, you put some things behind you that somebody has to knock down, by pitching, right? And then you get the cricket bat. You could basically just play it. If you get a few people, and you can do a lot of that. Okay, so I don't know who this person is. Let's see who this person is. Okay, so this person is definitely going to try to disturb the show. So let's try to see what happens here with this.
About the monoculture and the standardization and compartmentalization that Neurojack was talking about.
Oh no, this is the homie. Yeah, okay. Yeah, he's not a disturber. Yeah, he's been vindicated. Yeah, bless him.
I'll mix it up, whatever. But no, I'm not here to disturb. What's up?
Yeah, what's up, man?
You call me P, Pat, or nobody, because I am.
Yeah, we remember. Yeah, I remember you. Listen.
Happy to be here.
Peace. I gotta drop out. I gotta go crash. I appreciate you letting me on and everything. I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, for sure, Mr. Anderson. Yeah, thank you for being here. Blessings.
Yeah, have a good night.
Yeah, peace.
God bless. Good night, bro.
Yeah, I'm worried about Hyperborean, man. But yeah, hopefully he's.
Me too.
Cool. But
yeah, peace to Hyperborean. He's a good dude. He had some good faith conversation.
Yeah, he held it down. He's a star of the show and also of the replay. So watch out for the replay, guys, because it's gonna be Hyperborean.
He sounds young and very good intentioned. Peace to my enemies and all that.
Yeah, I think he's actually older, but I'm not sure. But yeah.
Yeah, but younger, and I'm primordial and shit, so I don't know.
Well, I like Hyperborean. Again, I'm coming at him pretty hard, but it's really like I think a lot of what he's saying is true. I mean, really, my biggest problem with him is that he's a Freemason. I mean, other than that, I mean, he seems like a cool guy, but
yeah, the biggest problem is he's rejecting Christ.
Well, yeah, that too. I mean, that's to be expected. I mean, most people are going to do that. So,
well,
it's hard. Nothing unique about that.
That's what Freemasonry is.
Well, it's hard to say because they have two figures, right? Because there's a sort of dualistic antagonism or whatever, right? But there's a figure named Jehovah Satan and one named Christos Lucifer, and they say that one of them is the good one. So,
the whole thing is
Christos.
They have Pindar. Their They are in. It's a cult built around rejection of Jesus Christ and worship of Lucifer. Real Pindar. I mean, I really mean it. It's all Luciferian. Like it's all Lucifer worship. But that's the point. Like, but most people don't understand. Like, you'd have to like exit the 33rd rank of Freemasonry to like understand. The people in the pews are always a different story. Like Freemasonry at large.
How do you know? How do you know that though?
Because I know Jesus Christ, my Lord. Like I literally know.
No, I mean, how do you know about like what's above the 33rd?
Because I know Jesus Christ, my Lord, who's above everything. I know what's above everything, like all this stuff. It's Jesus Christ. But that's the point. Like they are a cult built around rejection of Jesus Christ. Strictly, like having known the things.
Yeah, well, it's definitely like, I don't know. I mean, I think
it's witchcraft. I know how it works.
That's actually a good way of putting it. I mean, my problem with occultism is really not the belief. It's really the practices, because the practices just kind of draw you into this kind of like
it's all about
slavery,
right?
essentially.
Slavery. It's a cult, so it's all about membership fees. They just want your money because they want to rule the world. That's all. Like they just want to control you and rule the world, and they use witchcraft and it's all wizard stuff is the thing.
Well, let me ask you this: do you think it's the Jews or the Jesuits?
No, it's just Satan. Like it's just above that stuff. I'm a real Jew. Like I'm a real Jew. But at the same time, I'd say there is no such thing. Like there is no Jew. But it's the fake Jews that crucified Jesus in the flesh. Which is the same thing as the fake Jesuit, like the Jesuit so-called or whatever. It's just all cults built around denying Jesus Christ, because the whole thing is, right, they enter you into the dualism, right, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, the dark light, and they just make societies built around this stuff, where they have secret knowledge, right, and so they initiate you, they indoctrinate you, and they give you constant carrot sticks in order to chase. But at some point, you just exit that and you realize, they're just it's a cult seeking to rule the world and everything, and it's all because it's all in the words themselves. It's all words, but so they have to reject Jesus Christ. Everybody, including foremost the Christianities, the Christian churches, they use Jesus Christ, the name, but they have to.
Yeah, they certainly turn him into an idol for sure. Yeah,
they turn him into Lucifer himself. They have to. Because that's how this works. Because the moment you actually know the true Jesus Christ, you know that it's Jesus Christ in you. It's the true God in you. And you don't need them. And so you don't go. And you don't pay their fees. And you have admin powers. You're like a real game master of the universe. So you're above it all. And everything else becomes a joke. But that kind of stuff is like way big. Most people really aren't prepared for that.
Well, it sounds like what you're saying is that humans are vessels, and that if we're not filled with the Holy Spirit or Jesus, then we're going to be filled by other things.
So yeah, so 100%, we are all vessels. I'm just a vessel, like I'm just a fellow servant. All that, whose eyes have been opened, just like yours have been opened, and going to the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and discerning light and dark, good from evil and stuff. We are vessels of spiritual things going on. And the point is that Jesus Christ, the Holy Ghost, God himself, that's one, like he is that, is in everyone on the face of the earth. He's in all. And it's, if you receive any other, then yeah, you're lost and you're sold into slavery in Babylon.
But do you think that do you think they're just trying to drag us into, practices to get us off track for some other reason other than to get us into hell? Is there some other cause for that, or?
Yeah, it's not about like nobody's going to hell or whatever, like hell, like that itself, like infinite pain, nightmare chamber or whatever. It's a fiction of
Yeah.
Satan. Of course. It's
Yeah,
all
yeah,
about. It's
I
distracting
agree
you.
with you. I'm just
The
I'm
whole
just saying,
war.
colloquially speaking, like,
Yes,
yeah.
100%. I agree with what you just said. It's all that. And to even be able to speak that, which you just did, is like you're on a way up their level. Like you're beyond the 33rd degree or whatever, because that's how that functions. Fact is, because of the very fact that Jesus Christ, the Lord, that's the name of God given us. Like that's in his name. God promised us eternal life, all mankind, eternal immortality, eternal life, whatever you want to think of that as, the maxed out, good, infinite living, everything like that. Peace, joy, all the good gifts of the Holy Spirit, right? That's his name. The name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, Jesus Christ our Lord, right? Simply. It's important, the name, the entire interdimensional warfare, the spiritual warfare that Michael and his angels fought against the dragon and his angels from before time began, all that stuff that has been playing out in this world through human vessels, through humanity since the beginning of time. It's all about simply distracting you, confusing you, and destroying and abominating the truth of the Lord Jesus Christ. His name.
So two things.
Because wait, let me finish real quick. Because in that name, the man, in hearing it, the truth of it, in spirit and in truth, Jesus Christ our Lord, the salvation of our God, the anointed, right? You are anointed with the Holy Spirit. You are the same. That's your name too, is the point. This name is yours, is the point. It's given to you. That's related many ways in Scripture. In that very name, simply, the Word of God, the man is given to never die. Promised, and to know you live forever, to have eternal life, the real eternal life. So that's what all humanity, that's what this whole thing is about. So as long as they can keep you away from the name of Jesus Christ, from rejecting the name of Jesus Christ, you will die as men. But you are God.
So two questions. So two things. First, I like how you sound totally schizophrenic to most people, but I understand everything you're saying, and it's pretty straight. But the second thing is this: like, if everything you said is true and God is real and God is good, why would he allow us to come here and be tortured by all these things?
So God is the one living inside of everyone on the face of the earth. God is the one experiencing it all. Like that's a deep thing. And I understand, because you said why, like it's hard for me to speak on, because like I don't like why God did it this way. I'm not capable of answering in that way.
Sure. Well, maybe how is a better question. Maybe how is a better
right
question.
How is because it's God living in us all, and because that's his name, and this is how he did it, is by the Lamb of God, by Jesus Christ our Lord, the life living in us all. Like that's how he did it. The Lamb was slain from before the foundation of the world. Jesus Christ saved the entire world before the foundation of the world. Before it even began, God saved everyone, gave everyone eternal life, has always been the one living in us all. But it's because of this interaction of his creation, the flesh itself. He's the one living in the flesh. And that's because man was alienated in his mind, going to the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. We destroy one another because we are separate in our minds from God, but we are not separate at all from God.
So what's the goal of these other entities that we call demons or whatever, Satan? Like, what's their goal?
Okay, so Satan is the adversary, right? Satan is the enemy of God and of man.
Well, is he an enemy or is he a prosecutor? Is he here to test?
He's both. He's both. He's the accuser of the brethren. So the prosecutor, right? That's a good point. The courtroom looks like this, right? God is the judge. Satan is the prosecutor, the adversary. The accuser of the brethren is what he's called. He accuses man of sin. So man is on trial for sin, right? Because man disobeys God by taking of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil in the very beginning of the book. God knows how that works. But God is both judge and advocate, which is the defender, right? God is our defender. He's the one who forgives us of our sins. So Satan is the spirit that is not of God. The Antichrist spirit, he's called. It's non-reality, essentially. He lies. He's a liar, right? It's not the truth. It's not true. It's a creation of God. It's not the Lord God, who is self-existent, real, true being, right? So he made that thing in order to in order to make us as God is the point. In order to make man as God in his image and likeness, ultimately, as Jesus Christ himself at the end, right? Obviously, it's revealed. But so Satan is the one accusing mankind of sin when there is no sin. There is no sin. You have to understand this. You cannot be condemned of sin. So Satan is this false, lingering spirit that exists within the world, the earth. He was cast out of heaven. He has no place in heaven, no place in your existence in spirit. You cannot be condemned of sin. There is no sin. You are in Jesus Christ, and Jesus Christ is in you. He's the Holy Spirit. He's God. He's the judge and the defender. He's everything. In fact, he's the one on trial at the end of the day, right? He's all of that. And so he made the enemy, and the enemy understood that he could not defeat God, of course, obviously. Satan, the anti-spirit, understands that he can't destroy God, right? So what he does is he targets the family. He targets the vessel of God. He targets the creation of God, the children of God. And he targets Eve first. He targets the female first. She's the weaker vessel, the female. And that's kind of a longer story. But so, well, I won't go there. But the reality there is, right, in the courtroom is you do not have sin. You literally cannot be condemned of sin. If you feel it is Satan, God came to heal our evil conscience, our defiled conscience, our guilty conscience by going to the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, right? So it is Jesus Christ, the Holy Spirit, God. He is one. Like that's God going on there. It's just the Holy Spirit. And so the world, right, is telling you, specifically the leaders and teachers of Christianity, the Christian churches who come in his name, right? They use Jesus Christ to accuse you of sin. And they are in fact apostles of Satan, as it says. They come as ministers of righteousness when they are in fact ministers of corruption and death. They present themselves as men of God, but they are actually men of Satan. They only are the sons of Satan. Everyone else is children of God. There is no condemnation in Jesus Christ. He eradicated sin at the cross. He took away the sin of the world. So there is no sin. You have no sin. Not only you, but the entire world. That's how this is really working, and that's what's so insane and makes me sound schizophrenic and crazy to everybody, right? But to me, obviously, everybody, the whole world is crazy because that's what.
So, did Jeffrey Dahmer commit sin?
In what way? What specifically? The answer is no.
Eating people's brains.
The answer is Jesus Christ died for that, right?
Sure, but I mean, but we experience sin on some level, right? Like if somebody comes and like does something bad to me, like I experience it, right?
What is sin to you?
Evil. Well, I mean, mistake. Well, technically, sin means mistake. So there's
no, it doesn't.
There's a lot. I mean, as far as I understand, it does.
Right, but you don't understand. This is the whole thing. So it's written in the scripture, the Holy Spirit is come to reprove the world of sin because the world does not believe on him. And how that works is because you don't believe him that took away the sin of the world. You don't believe that there's no sin.
Well,
it's because you don't.
Well, what does sin mean? What's the definition of sin?
Right, sin is given in the scripture. Sin is, well, a clear definition. Sin is the transgression of the law. Right. So
so clubbing somebody's head open and scooping their brain out and eating it's not
right
against the law.
Okay, right. But Jesus Christ was murdered, right?
Right.
For sin, right?
I mean, I think it's a gross oversimplification of the matter, personally. But I mean, I understand what you're saying. But you know,
point is. Bear with me a little bit because like we're going way there, bro. We're going straight to the end. But this is the thing: is the world having gone to the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, right? You're talking about knowledge of good and evil stuff, right? You're talking about the law, but you are confused, and so you are. Because of course, like I understand good from evil. I understand the law. You're just going to say, well, this is a bad activity. That's sin. So we're sinning, right? but you're not thinking about what God has done, what God defined these things as. And so you've already gone there, and so you have to go to the cross to really be where I am, to see what I'm seeing and everything. Of course, I understand that this does not look pretty and everything. Point is, let's start here, right? Every man has sinned and come short of the glory of God, right? Do you agree with that?
Well, you just said there is no sin, so.
Right, there is no sin because Jesus Christ went to the cross to die for sin. He was made to be sin to eradicate the curse. He took away, behold the Lamb of God who takes away the sin of the world. So this is my point, is this is why the world is in chaos, because the law works wrath on our conscience, right? Because fact is, no man in the mortal flesh could possibly have kept the law. You could not be the penultimate good incarnate, right? You harmed, right? You've thought hate towards somebody. Of course I have too. Of course. This is my whole point. I'm not saying that I kept the 10 commandments. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I could not have possibly kept the 10 commandments. I broke all. I am guilty. It's a very delicate thing, is my point. And this is why
I understand what you're saying. I understand what
guys.
you're saying on that level. I'm just saying that, like, if you just tell everybody, well, do whatever you want because there's no repercussions. I mean,
That's
I don't
not
know
what
if
I'm
that's
telling
really
everybody.
smart.
That's not what I'm telling everybody.
Well, you're saying there's no sin and that it's all paid for.
Right, there is no sin. If you tell people that there is sin, that that's the real problem, is my point. And I'm trying to relate this to everybody because very few people ever.
Sure. I mean, so what do you? So no, I understand. So what? So how is it a problem? No. Well, how is it? How is it a problem to tell people that there's sin?
How is it a problem to tell people that they have sin? It's a problem because they don't have sin. And so sin is a word that is defined in the Holy Scripture that is the reckoned transgression of the law, that is disobedience against God's commandment from the very beginning of the garden, that is up to God, that is God's to say, okay? So the fact is there is no sin because Jesus Christ, the Lamb of God, was sent into the world to make an end of sin. And he did that by fulfilling all righteousness of the law under the old covenant, which was added thereto, for all people, for all time. And nailing the condemnation thereof, he condemned sin in the flesh, nailing the curse of the law to the cross, which was a literal tree. In fact, he had become the curse and he buried it and he rose from the grave without it. And so in him is no sin, and he is filling all and in all. He himself is the one living in us all, right? So the point is, like, you're a different thing, right? And not only are you, the fact that you are wanting to honestly, you're engaging this with me and everything, you're a very different thing altogether, of course, than the Antichrist who is leading the Christian churches, so-called, who is accusing the world of sin unto condemnations like hell, infinite pain, nightmare realm in the name of Jesus Christ, falsely using the power of the law, accusing them of sin. And that's what Satan does. Satan is the accuser of the brethren. Satan is the one accusing you of sin, right? So
are you saying that almost? So are you saying that they kind of that by accusing, like, so hold on, let me put it in different terms. Are you saying that for example, the way that the Catholic Church has done things, where they accuse everybody of all these things, kind of creates, like, giving them the idea to go and do these things? Essentially, is that kind of what you're saying?
Well,
or like,
okay,
or putting a curse, or kind of like putting a curse upon them that they're going to go and do these evil acts that they might not otherwise have done to begin with?
Yes. So, man, these things are so big. Point is, You're going the right direction. Okay, so and I can all these things I can explain so simply, but it's kind of hard. We gotta stay with each other. Most people aren't willing to like go there. Here's the thing. Okay, so the Roman Catholic Church, which is not Catholic. Catholic means universal. Like I am a true faithful Catholic, one of very few. Catholic means universal. I take all these words and I rightly identify with them when they are true to identify with, because I really am those things. So the true Catholic Church.
I would probably call myself that as well, but I've never really thought. I get what you're saying.
Yes. So the true Catholic Church in the very beginning is the point. Like these words were manifested for reasons. So the Catholic means universal. The one true church is in fact all mankind. Is every man, woman, and child on the face of the earth. It's the universal body of the living God, Jesus Christ. The church is his body. These are other words for that. The church it means gathering, collection of people. It's his people. It's all mankind, every man, woman, and child. I really mean it. He is in everyone. He fills all of himself. And so I rightly, of course, attribute, I'm happy to identify with that word. Catholic. The Roman Catholic Church is, of course, led by Antichrist, is Babylon. And yes, they have cursed themselves. They've kept the curse of the law here. This is how simple. Okay, the simple gospel, right? Jesus Christ saved the entire world before the foundation of the world. He fills all in all. There is nothing but Christ. Christ is all and is in all. There's no law. Nobody's under the law, meaning, you know, what you think the law is, the 10 Commandments, right? The administration of sin and death. Nobody's under the law. There's no sin, therefore. There is no sin in Jesus Christ. In him is no sin. This is how he took away the curse of sin. People, these are all words. Like to you, of course, you're like, well, people are killing each other. No doubt. Of course, I understand. It doesn't look pretty. Go to the cross. That's my point, right? Jesus Christ, the culmination of all sin and the worst of worst, right? Evil incarnate, whatever, is the crucifixion of the Son of God by the hands of sinners, of course. Jesus Christ came into the world to save sinners, which is all mankind. He justified them. He justified the ungodly by dying for us, by forgiving our sins. He did not account sin unto the whole world. That's 2 Corinthians 5:19, which makes everyone to ever exist, the blessedness that David described. Blessed is the man unto whom the Lord will not impute iniquity. So nobody was accounted sin. So the point is, you're not accounted sin. God does not account you sin. So I cannot possibly say you have sin. You're accounted sin because God doesn't account you sin. He forgave all your sin. That's our advocate, the defender in the room, and he's the judge himself.
So I want to bring Machine into this.
The Roman Catholic
if you
Church,
don't
the
mind.
Romans, let me be clear. Every single so-called church denomination, whatever, that is the whore of Babylon and the mother of all the harlots. They're all harlots. It's all cults led by Satan himself. The real
I understand. I understand what you're saying.
You don't understand. You really don't understand yet, but I understand that you're starting to perceive that and everything.
No, I
so
think
what
I
they're
do
doing is
on that.
using the world of sin when there is no sin, and they've therefore cursed themselves. And so
I
they
just want to ask
under
Machine
their
one
own-
question
their
about
own-
what you're saying, if you don't mind.
Ask me 1,000 questions, please.
No,
ask
I
me.
want to ask. I just want to ask Machine a question about what you said. Machine, what do you think that what he was saying about how all mankind is the church? Does that relate to what you were saying about Plato and also like the replacement of God out of the temple and stuff like that? Or I just wanted to ask you, is like, do you see what I'm getting at, or do you or about how like man has become the definition of himself or something? Or
Man was made as the image of God from the very beginning. God is in the man from Genesis, the very beginning, Genesis 2:7 or whatever. The head of every man is Christ.
right, but I'm trying to get at the one and the many question. And Machine was talking about this earlier about how these ideas of like man being able to define himself and become
I'm
like
not
God.
defining. I'm not defining myself.
No, man, meaning like man became God. God became man, so man can become like God, right? So, and this got eventually twisted into like, well, man can define himself, and man can
I know,
create things
yeah.
like God and all this stuff. So I just wanted to ask Machine if this is related to that, or am I?
It's definitely
tripping?
related, but it's the antithesis, is what I'm saying. Man was made as God from the very beginning, and in the end, perfected as such. Obviously, since the cross, of course.
Well,
That's
what's the
how it
difference
did.
between what you're saying and like what the Jews say with like divine sparks or like Luciferianism? Like, what's the difference?
What's the difference? Is Jesus Christ is Lord. That's the difference. It's Jesus Christ. With everyone. I mean, literally every single thing on the face of the earth, especially the so-called Christian.
What do you mean?
Jesus Christ. I mean, it's Jesus Christ. He's the Lord God in the very beginning of the book. So when you what is man? The point is, man doesn't know what man is, right? I know that man is in fact just God's temple. It's God and it's Jesus Christ.
No,
The Holy
no.
Spirit.
This is why I want to bring Machine in, because what you're saying is exactly what I wanted to get at with Machine about how you're saying that man is a temple. So like Jesus was basically what you're saying, I believe, is that Jesus told us that you don't need a temple because you are a temple and God dwells within you, right?
Yes, that's 100% true. My point is Jesus.
Okay, so I just want to ask
is the
Machine to jump in
temple.
on that, because this is what he was talking about earlier, and I just wanted to see what he says about that, because like that's that because what you're saying is so extremely related to what Machine was covering at the beginning of the show. So
I mean, in terms of, you know, if man is the final result, right, then, but I don't think that's what he's saying, right? I think he's saying it's man's fate is based on another thing, right?
but what I mean is, what do you think about what he's saying about how humans are temples for God, meaning like where he's what do you think of that concept?
God is in his temple. That's the purpose of a temple.
Well, I think I can agree with that, that we are just vessels that hopefully have God's Holy Spirit within us to guide us in the direction of what God would want.
But it's man doesn't know what man is the point. What I'm saying is man is as God from the very beginning.
Right,
Jesus Christ,
but just
the
let
God,
Machine jump in on it,
became a
because
beast.
let Machine jump in on it, because I want to see what he says about that, because it's obviously there's like a version of that that's like Luciferian, and then there's a version of that that's something different than what you're talking about. So that's why I'm trying to draw a line around what you're saying, so it's more clear the distinction.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So
thing is, I know the line,
Yeah.
right? Like Creek Mary's on a different side of things, where she says, right, Jesus is not God. But that's very incorrect. Like, it's man isn't what you think man is. Man is as God is from the very beginning. And that's because it's Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I gave 4 stages in the beginning, right? This is just a second stage. It's just resembling that. It's not, doesn't mean that it's all the way to humanism, right? You have to go way all 4 stages, and then you have to go past the human, right? So that was the opening stuff that I did, right? So it's way complex, right, to lay out right now again, right?
Yeah. No, but what I'm saying is that like what he's saying right now is like, it's like I understand what he's getting at, and I kind of agree, but I also see that like what he's saying can be used for Luciferianism. It can be used for, it can be used for other ends, like the Kabbalah, Zohar. I mean,
But
it sounds very close to that as well. So
what I'm saying is what Lucifer is like. That's what Luciferianism, whatever is because that's what Lucifer is. He takes God's word in the very beginning and he twists it. But you can't repeat you can't speak the truth of what I know and what I state. Otherwise, you'd be speaking the truth. You
sure,
cannot
but I
speak
mean,
the truth of it.
you're speaking into language, and language can be twisted inherently, right? So that's kind of.
But that's what Lucifer does. That's my whole point. Lucifer in the very beginning of the
Right.
book.
Well, how do I know that
That's-
you're not possessed by Lucifer right now and twisting words?
How
out of
do you know?
context?
Right? I know. there's a test, because these are real things, right? But you don't know, and that's why I'm trying to show you how it works.
Right, but I'm saying you're putting so much emphasis on the words that
Right, it's all about the words. It's the word of God, bro. That's what we're talking about. It's all about the words.
So is math God now?
No, mathematics. Well, mathematics is language, but it's in fact nonsense. Like when you actually understand mathematics.
Well, what's the difference between math and language?
No, okay. What's the difference? Math is a language,
right?
Like, what's the difference between?
But you just said that
red
math is
and
fake
color?
and gay, and now you're saying that language is.
I didn't say it's fake and gay and stuff. What's the difference between red and a color, and color? Sorry. Red is a color, but red is not green, right?
Yeah, but you're saying, well, if I said the magic words that you're saying, then I would be in truth. But because I'm not, I'm retarded or whatever.
No. You are in truth. Everyone is in truth. We literally live in the Lord, God, like Jesus. That's where we exist.
So nobody can ever be wrong because we're all God.
No, everybody's wrong because God is.
So God is wrong.
No, God is the truth. That's my point.
But God's in us, so how can we be wrong? Or
that's exactly how. God is in the false prophets too. That's how lies work, right? So the truth is the truth.
So God can lie?
No, God cannot lie. But if you believe lies, God will send you more. God has all control power over deceiving spirits. Satan is the father of all lies. In the very beginning in the garden. Okay, the garden.
So God wants us to be deceived?
God did not want us to die, brother, in that sense. No. But God purposed the Satan in the garden in order that we would be made as him in the end, and to know him and to live forever. We could not live forever without the adversary being presented and without the defeat of the adversary in that way.
So
you started to go a little bit like, don't, you know what I'm saying? Take it real seriously, please, with me if you want. Like, please.
No, I am. I'm just saying, like, what you're saying.
So this is what I'm saying. The Lord Jesus Christ, the Lord God, in the very beginning of the book, right, created the serpent in the garden. The most subtle.
So God made the serpent, and so God made us eat of the fruit. But now,
no, God did not make us eat of the fruit. We ate of the fruit because we did not obey the voice of God. And the reason that the first Adam, when you enter the book, the reason you don't obey God's voice of saying, here's the thing, in the very beginning of the book, right? God made, first of all, okay, simply, God made all humanity perfect from the very beginning, especially so revealed since the cross. Like, that's your completion in the identity known by the very few who go there to the end. God makes you perfect. He doesn't tell you to do anything. He says you can do anything. What he commands the man is thou shalt not. He tells you do not do one thing. And that is go to the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, take from the fruit thereof, which the fruit thereof is the knowledge of good and evil, which is an image. It's a primordial image, spiritual image in the book of what is to come later, given through the law, codified and manifest on Mount Sinai to Moses, the Ten Commandments.
Right, because we became aware of the law. Now we have to be told what not to do more than we got one rule. Now we have many rules, right?
No, that's my point, though. So the point is, you could not obey the law. The moment God knows that man does not obey him, because we don't even know the difference, and we don't know obedience. We hadn't learned obedience because you need suffering to learn obedience. It's through suffering that the Lamb of God.
Suffering is a merciful way to get us to be obedient.
Suffering is a very expensive, very it's not lightly taken, man. The suffering in this world, God understood it to the max, but it's the man. We do not understand the voice of truth and the voice of good. The man in the garden in the beginning does not understand what he has, which is just perfection. I mean, you live in pure bliss.
Well, but if everything was perfection, then he would understand, because he wouldn't want it.
No, because you didn't have the knowledge of good and evil. You didn't know the
So
difference.
so you're saying that man has an inherent flaw that it can't appreciate.
It's not a flaw.
Perfection.
It's just knowledge.
But if God's within us, isn't it God that doesn't want perfection?
No, God is perfection, and He made us perfect. It's the knowledge that the man hadn't partook thereof yet. You don't know the difference between good and evil. That's why Eve, right? The
So then there's
devil,
nothing.
the evil, literally
so
the
then God,
evil is
so then
lying
God
to
set
us.
us up. So then God set us up in a way to fall, so He could become like fallen, so He can experience all this stuff.
Are you trying to set me up? Are you trying to set me up? Like, do you believe that
No,
you're
I'm trying to understand
That's
what
how I
you
see it.
Well,
see
what
it
I
that the
think,
man was deceived. Eve was
what I
deceived.
think is to kind of break up some of this and probably get ready to go to bed since it's 4:00 in the morning and I got church, is that God created. Okay, at first there was only good. There was only God's will, and
That's not true.
if there was, shh, be quiet. If there was nothing but God's will, okay, God was okay. The Bible is a story of creation, and it is more and more duality, light and dark, water and land, so forth, so forth. And to me, it seems to becomes more and more fine, creation of duality. One of the creations of duality is an opposite to God's will. If there was no opposite to God's will, you would not know what evil was, because there was only good until that point. So whenever you go against God's will, I mean, I brought this up in Sunday school. God could have said, don't get up before 7:00 on Thursday. It didn't matter what God said, don't do. Don't do it. And everything was God's will up until that point when they decided with their own free will that they knew better and they would do what they wanted to do instead of God's will.
You don't have no free
And that
will.
was when it was created. Good and evil, because up until then there was nothing but God's will. Anyway, that's what I think.
I think that's confusion. And I don't go to Sunday school. And I am the church. And I do this every day, every night, unceasingly. This is all I do. This is all I care about. And I know the differences between these things. That it's so incredibly serious. It's not even funny and everything. Like, it's crazy. And you don't have free will. Creek Mary, don't you pray every day that Holy Father, thy will be done? Don't you believe it? That his will's being done and your will, you don't have a will being done at all? I believe it. Jesus Christ, the penultimate of mankind's will, was laid down. He said, not my will, but thy will be done.
I think every second of every day that you have the choice to do God's will or your own will.
You can't do God. What are you talking? How is your will God? Like, you're doing God's will? What are you talking about? I'm saying you need to lay down your will and accept that God's will is being done. You have to ask it.
Exactly. You have to lay down your own will, and that in itself is it.
But do you do that?
Is admitting that there is another will besides God's will.
Okay, but so it's not. You're not.
Yeah, so there
free
is another
willing.
will that you have to lay down if you want to follow God's will.
But
That
that would
other
mean
will
there's
that you
no
have
will.
to lay down is
Yeah.
your own will.
Right. So there's
And
no
that
will.
is what you have to do, is lay down what you want to do and take
Yeah.
up what God
you do
wants
that,
you to
though?
do.
Did you do that?
And that is my business. That is not up to you to worry about.
Well, I know
What
what
you need to
I
do
know
is
it's
worry
not.
about
You know
your
you.
own
Believe me, I
business
know that. I don't
and
worry.
take
Believe
the
me.
beam out of your own eye before you
Yeah.
start looking at other people and
Sure, miss.
trying to
I
tell other
understand.
people what to
Yeah.
do.
It's
You
just
spend
people
more
like
time
you.
looking at your own self
People like you are going
instead
to
of
get me
looking at
nailed to the
other
tree in
people,
public.
then
I
you
can
will
tell you right
learn
now.
more about what God wants
I
you to
only look
do.
at God. That's why when I
No,
hear you talk
you're
about
looking
your
at
free
me right
will,
now. And I
no,
don't blame you.
I only see Jesus Christ. You got a lamb and you got a lion, and Jesus Christ is both the lamb and the lion. And you think that's two different people there?
No, I think that this is Isaiah 11:6, where it used to say that the lion will lay with the lamb, but now it
It
says
doesn't
the
say that.
wolf will
No,
lay
it
with the
always said
lamb.
No, it always said the wolf.
No, it never
Of course it
did.
did,
It
because
was
Jesus
all.
Christ
Look at
himself
that
is the
picture. That
lion
is
of
a
the tribe of
lion
Judah.
and the lamb.
Yeah, but Jesus Christ is the lion of the tribe of Judah, and he's the Lamb of God, right? So he's
Yeah.
the lion and the lamb. He
And
doesn't lay with himself.
the wolf does not lay with the lamb. The
The
lion
wolf
lays with
lays
the
with
lamb.
the no. It actually
And
says
that is
correct.
why you don't know what you're talking about.
Of course I do.
Bye bye.
Goodbye.
Yeah, blessings, Creek Mary. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate you, and we will be
bless you,
wrapping
man.
up soon, and tons of ways. But yeah, thank you guys for participating.
Yeah, this is one of the weirdest conversations I've.
It's gonna get weirder, man.
It's gonna get weird.
I promise it's gonna get. You guys like. I know that these things are really big. I really like. I know how big these things are. Right? Because the moment I say there's no sin, that's insane to everybody. But it's there's in him is no sin. That's the whole point of the book.
What you're
Behold the
saying,
Lamb
but
of
you're
God.
also like,
Behold the Lamb of God who took away the sin of the world. You got an alien and some Jew guy kissing a wall, dude.
yeah, I mean, I think you're a Jew.
I'm a real Jew.
Yeah, I believe it.
What's a Jew?
Well, you're a real one, so why don't you tell me?
Yeah, I'll tell you. It's one who stands with the king of the tribe of Judah, which is where God's placed in man his throne to reign the earth.
Have you ever read the Kabbalah?
The throne of the house of David. No, I don't read your weird magic books and stuff.
I mean, but what you're saying is like a very Kabbalistic way
No, it's
of
not,
looking at
dude.
it. In a way.
No, it's not, dude. Like nobody. It's so crazy to me. Is there sin in God?
Well,
nobody knows what these
no, by
words are. Like,
definition,
this is so simple.
definition, no.
Right. By
Right,
definition,
so-
there's no sin in him. Right. So what I'm saying is we are in the Lord, and the Lord is in us. And not only we, but literally the entire humanity is what I'm talking about. Just the entire creation itself is in God. Right. So in him is no sin. So because I know that, right? If you ask me, do I sin? Of course I don't. I do not, and I cannot.
I just figured out. So this is what's funny is like you and Hyperborean are like total inverse.
Yes.
Of each other.
Yeah. Hyperborean is definitely.
That's what's going on here.
Because he denies Jesus Christ. He's like the builders, but he's a young. I'm not like
one is like we have to distinct ourselves away from everything, and then you're like the opposite. You're like we're all one thing, and it's like okay.
No, I'm saying both. I'm saying we are all totally distinct, unique individuals, and we are all totally one collectively, as made of God and everything. That's how the word works and everything. Thing is, like, I understand. I'm not like anything you've encountered before. Like, there's very few on the face of the earth.
Just as Hyperborean said.
Right. Yeah, but he's literally, like insane, possessed, and an enemy and stuff like that.
I'm sure he says the same about you. So
of course he would. But the difference is, right, I come in my Father's name. That's the difference. Always. I'm telling you, it's that simple. Jesus Christ, my Lord. It's that simple, right? He doesn't come in Christ's name, right? So he is violent, and he takes the kingdom by violence.
But if he has God in him, then God is violent, right?
Of course he has God in him. God is in everyone on the face of the earth.
So he's violent. So that means God is violent, right?
No, God is not violent like that.
Then how can he be if God's within him?
God's in everyone. He always was.
Right, but how can he be violent if God's within him and God is not violent?
Because the lust was found in him, sin.
But so then God lust then?
No, not like that. No. You don't understand the difference between the spirit and the flesh and everything, between the creation of man and God.
But you just said that it's all one thing, though, right?
Yeah, it is. It's not
so
like
what am I not understanding?
You're not understanding any of this, and that's why I implore you, please take this stuff seriously. Keep going with me.
I do take it seriously. That's why I'm trying to comprehend what you're saying.
Right, but you're making jokes. You want to ask all the questions, right? I can ask.
I'm not. It's not a joke. You're saying things that are paradoxical
I know
or
it's not a joke,
contradictory.
man. It's not funny how much this isn't a joke.
No, I didn't say it's a joke. I said you're saying it in a contradictory or paradoxical way. So,
It is
I mean,
paradoxical. It's definitely paradoxical, right?
Right. So I'm the same thing with like Hyperborean. Like you guys think I'm like insulting you, but you're saying things that are like extremely like
I don't think you're insulting me.
vague.
I am concerned about your potential to blaspheme the Holy Spirit, like because of these things. It's a very fragile time right now, is all. Like, but Hyperborean is.
I think you guys are all in a cult, and you guys just are being upset.
What cult am I in?
I don't know, but you guys all like have this.
Hey,
like,
you don't know. I'm not in a cult.
You guys all have this like
You
language of
know.
like, you just don't get it, man. And then you're like, oh,
Right.
you're.
It has to be that way. You understand? But the difference is I'm actually like one of the very few people on the face of the earth in the entire history of the world. Do you understand? I consider myself one of 144,000 human beings, souls to ever walk this earth. Yeah, no, it's that insane. I understand, believe me. But do you want to take it seriously or not? Like, do you want to?
So are you like a crypto Mormon or crypto Scientologist or something?
No,
or what
I'm
the fuck is going
nobody.
on?
No, I'm nobody. Nothing like that.
Yeah. Come on, man.
I'm literally none of
You're
those
not gonna
things. They're
pull.
all
You're not gonna
cults.
pull
It's all-
the lion's wool over my lamb
It's
eyes.
all cults, brother. You're the lamb. No, I'm a sheep. I'm a real lamb, dude. I'm the lamb of God.
All right.
I am that.
Yeah.
And I'm the shepherd of the sheep too.
Are you in the process church or something, or what the fuck?
No, I am in the Church of Jesus. I am the Church of Jesus Christ. In fact, the thing is, because these are all words and everything, I'm telling you, I know it's insane. Believe me, but that's why I'm
Charles
saying,
Manson a saint
saying
in your
you
religion
really
or
shouldn't
something?
laugh at it and stuff like that. Well, yeah, Charles Manson was imprisoned, right? But the Son of Man is the Lord of the Sabbath, right? I've never
Are you
so
in
much
Char-
as a speeding ticket, brother.
Is Charles Manson your saint, your patron saint, or something?
I don't know anything about these people. I'm telling you, I don't know anything but what I've seen on random clips and stuff of Charles Manson or whatever, dude. Charles Manson was a murderer, right? He led a real cult, right?
I mean, you're speaking like Charles Manson. That's why I'm asking you. You're saying
What I'm saying is every single thing on the face of this earth uses the word of God. They have to, by definition. And they twist
What's
it.
the name of your church or religion or whatever? Because I think it's like you're.
This is what I'm
you're
saying. You don't
You're
understand.
saying some like Scientology shit or something right now.
Well, Scientology is really funny, obviously. Like, that's a joke to us all. No, I'm saying it's all cults. I'm saying Christianity itself, all the churches, so-called, all cults of Satan. The real devil leads those churches, of course. My church is just Jesus Christ, the Lord, the same, the body of Jesus Christ, the body of the living God, which is you, which is all of us. Every man, woman, and child on the face of the earth is the church of the living God, the only true.
Yeah, look, I agree with that, but what I'm saying is like you're the other stuff you're bringing into it. Like I don't know where that's coming from, but
Well, in him is no sin, right? So there can't be any sin, right? That's where that's coming from. It's all scripture is what I'm telling you. Obviously, I know that what the book says, but it's just simply I just know God. He revealed himself to me. I trust in the living God. I trust in Jesus Christ. Simply. It's that simple, I'm telling you.
I think you must be a big fan of
I'm not a fan of anybody.
What's his name? Beta. Who's that guy? Jesse Lee Peterson. Yeah, you must be.
No,
a big
you're
fan.
talking about yourself, bro. You're talking about your own stuff. Because I don't know any of these people. I don't follow idols. I don't know. Believe me, I am not engaged in that stuff. All I care about is Jesus Christ and the gospel of God.
Well,
and
hold on. But if we're all God and you don't, God doesn't know himself now.
When did I say you're God?
You said we're all God.
When did I say that?
You said we're all one thing.
Yeah, we're all one thing.
So I mean, we're all God, right?
Is God a thing?
Is God is God everything?
Point is, I didn't say that, brother. And everything.
Is God everything?
God is way above, dude. God made everything.
Right. Is he in everything?
Do you see how I'm?
Is God in everything? Yes or no?
Is God our Father or not?
Is he in everything or not?
Is God our Father or not?
Is he in everything or not?
Is God our Father or not?
Is he in everything or not?
You're not prepared, bro. I'm telling you. You're making jokes.
See, now you're avoiding it because you said it
I
already.
didn't say what you're
catching you
telling me
on
that
it.
I said falsely. And
So I'm asking you a question and you're not answering. It's a yes or
God.
no question. Is God in everything or not?
Is God a thing or not?
I said, is he in everything?
brother, I implore you to take the word of truth seriously, and to take what I say seriously, and to take me seriously.
Well, I'm trying to, but what you're saying is not making
No,
sense.
I don't
so
think I don't see that at all, bro. Because I'm asking you simple things: is God our Father or not?
Obviously,
and you
yes. But that's not the same as what you were saying before, which is that God's living within
dude, what
us,
I
and so
say
we're all
is
God. You're saying we're all God, right? That's what you
No,
said.
you said I said that.
Okay,
Thing
so
is,
you didn't.
when you
So wait,
say-
so you didn't say that? Wait,
when you
did you
say
not say that?
when you say we, there's different spirits, bro. Like
You said we're all made out of God or whatever. I mean, you said basically
we are
we're all
made by
God.
God
So.
of God, for sure.
Okay.
But so that implies that there's a God above us, right?
Right.
Which is our Father by name. Which is not a
Yeah,
thing.
but you said we're all.
Which is
we're
not
all
a thing,
God.
dude. Thing is, you want to say that stuff.
So
I didn't
so
say.
wait.
I
So
did
wait.
not
Our
say
people
that.
thing. Our people
I did
thing.
not say that.
Wait.
You know,
Are
and I can
people?
see your image and everything
Are
like that.
wait? Are you a thing?
People are imaginations.
Are
Dude.
you a thing?
And you just want to ask me 1,000 questions?
No. Are you a thing, or are you something above a thing?
I'm nobody, dude.
Yeah. Well, as the name implies, right?
Who's the man on your image? Is that Charles Manson? That looks like Charles Manson with the Luciferian sigil cut into his stomach.
There you go.
With the infinity halo with the sun behind
Now
him.
you're
With
getting.
his
Now you're starting to get
lightning
it.
bolt.
This is
on
your
his right
daddy.
hand.
This is your daddy, Charles Manson.
With the lightning on his hand. It's your image, bro. Who are you talking about? My dad is Jesus Christ, the
No,
Lord.
this is a mirror that you're looking into right
My
now.
father is Jesus Christ, the Lord, dude.
I don't think so.
A mirror, when you look into a mirror, the mirror image is replaced front to back. Do you know that? It's your image. That is your, yeah, you don't know what this means. Your image, that's your image, right? Your name is Nuero Jack. My name is nobody. And I'm testifying Jesus Christ is my Lord and your Lord, your owner, dude. Your owner. Do you understand?
That's right. He's my master, right?
You think it's all jokes and everything.
You're making it a joke.
Am I,
That's
dude?
the irony.
Am I?
Yeah, you sound like Brown's boy.
I thought you were kind of serious, but you were actually just pretending.
Okay.
It's not going to go
Well,
much
I'll let
further.
Machine do his replay because I want to see what Hurricane says. So, but it was nice talking to you. I just don't know what trip you're on, but it's interesting.
It really wasn't that nice talking to you, brother. I'm not going to lie to you. Like, sadly. I'm not on trip,
well,
bro.
get
You
in the long
you just
get in the
made
long
fun of a
line
bunch of
people
stuff that I said, and you accused me of things like
get in a
super
long line
serious.
of people who
You
said that.
accused me of
because-
being a cult of Charles Manson while you literally rep Charles Manson imagery. You know, you mock the name of Jesus Christ.
What is
the
going
Lord.
on right now?
Dude,
This is very interesting.
What's going on is the end of the world. If you really want to be serious about it, like, but you don't really.
I mean, now you're so you say the end of the world. Now you're laughing, so it's all a joke to you, right?
Well, it is. No, it's actually funny. God laughs. In fact, God is
Right.
laughing.
So when you laugh, God's laughing, but when I do it,
No.
it's the
God, I'm
devil
laughing
laughing.
because God is laughing. God laughs at you, wicked.
Right. Well, how do you know that? How do you know that when I laugh, God's not laughing with me?
How do I know? God.
Oh, perfect. Well, I guess I can just claim the same thing, and we'll call it a day.
You could, and it's going to be revealed to the entire human race that you're not good intentioned for reasons. It's just sad, man, and everything like that. I don't know what you want to hear or whatever. But I'm not going to cry for you if you want to know that. I answer your questions, man. I'm present with you. You know, I really am about this. I really gave myself for this. You really just, it's just all fun and games to everybody. The lady's got Sunday church tomorrow. She worships God. You know, she knows God. She's going to speak all about God in the name of God, using God's word. But it's not Jesus Christ, right? It can't be Jesus Christ. She's gonna mock Jesus Christ. That's what everyone's doing. People don't understand how serious this shit is. It's not even funny, like, for real. It's sad, but you call me schizo, you call me crazy, you call me whatever, dude. But like from my perspective, it's really insane. Like it's really sad and everything. Because I see the world like, going around with an image of Charles Manson with Lucifer's sigil cut into his chest, with Zeus's lightning bolt, literally false, like just mocking me as if I'm a cultist of Charles Manson, that I worship a false god, that I worship myself, blah, blah, blah. It's insane because this is how it works. And I told you from the beginning, like he asked about it, we were kind of approaching the simple truth. Like that's how it works. It's just total confusion. This is how warfare is. People don't understand. Like it's simply in the name of Jesus. It's that simple. It's so insane. You keep the name Jesus, you believe it in spirit of truth, the Lord Jesus. You never die. You don't have to die. You're given to not die. And the fact is, most of the human race on the earth today will not die. They were raised precisely to not die, to enter the kingdom of God without this insanity that most of us have obviously partaken in, understood, seen. It's all for the children. Like, they're not going to live in this anymore, dude. They're not even going to see it. They're not going to know it. They're just going to walk straight into eternity with God. And it's all fun and games until Jesus just opens the sky, dude. People don't understand. Like, to most people, right, like, everything you perceive is like, this is concrete reality. When God's just through it all. Like, he can just literally melt everything you see. Your entire existence. He can melt it in a second. And you'll realize you're just in a tank. You're just floating in an ocean of God. And it's not for fear. He's not torturing. There's no hell. There's just none of these sick nightmare craps. There's none of that going on. It's just people like men, grown men right out here with this Lucifer sigil Charles Manson guy are given the chance. They're given the opportunity to simply hear the word of God and to trust him. And they just make fun of it all and shit like that. And so they're not going to be there. You lose your role in the leadership of the kingdom if you want to be like that. Like, it's really sick. Because you got church on Sunday. But if I go to church tomorrow, so-called church, you know, and I tell them, hey, Jesus Christ is Lord, Savior of the world. 1 John 4:14, the Father sent the Son into the world to save the world. So if he doesn't save a single person, he's in fact evil, a sinner. He broke the whole law. You know, he's Satan incarnate. Then they'll throw me out of the church. They'll call me the Antichrist. But that's how the entire church system works, so-called. And the whole thing's built around, of course, we're sinners. We all sin every day. We're sinners. We have sin. We not stop sin. And that's what God calls Babylon, confusion, and the Antichrist's kingdom. Denying Jesus Christ all in all. Preaching sin. He says they're plowing up sin like a farmer plows a field. They're just plowing into the earth, just sin. Everybody sins. And I say there's no sin, and that's insane to most people. But it's very obvious. It's the obvious truth. There's no sin in Jesus Christ. Behold the Lamb of God who takes away the sin of the world. He said, it is finished at the cross. He was quoting Daniel chapter 9. He came to make an end of sin, to make a reconciliation of iniquity, to anoint the most holy. All the things to save the world. Like, and I'm thankful for a place to speak. Like, even if nobody hears me, whatever. Thing is, like, nobody has to believe anything. Like, that's what's so crazy. John 12:47. Whoever hears my word and doesn't believe, you know, I came not to judge the world, or I judge him not, he says. If you hear the gospel, if you hear anything and you don't believe, you're fine. He came not to judge the world, but to save the world. He saved the whole world. Period. And that's the exact antithesis of what the whole world says. So it's really insane, of course. But it's better to believe now, obviously. If you simply believe in him, you're given to never die, and you know that you live forever, and you are literally coronated as he is, and you're enthroned, and you're everything. Like, those who are of the faith of Abraham are called the sons of the children of Abraham, rightfully. You're an adopted son of the living God, a child of the living God. You're in heaven. You're translated into heaven with him, sitting there. You speak in heaven. And he rules the world through you and everything. So, yeah. It's all insane to people, of course, but and like it's a big picture and everything, but like simply trust God. Like that's modus operandi. Just trust God. Jesus, like that's him. That's his name. Of course. It was God in Christ. That's the whole thing. It's the Father in him, in the Son. He is one, as he said. It's not two persons there. It's just God. Period. You know, and love. Love is all. It's a kingdom of love. So love all. It's that simple. It's that crazy. And nobody can stop it. Nothing anybody can do can stop it. Believe me. Like I'm just some random guy on YouTube and stuff. But I'm given to speak like, by God for whatever reason. Not many are gifted this grace, which is grace to me. You know, it's of his grace, the same for me. But it's like that. Very few are given. And you'll know them all by what they speak. Speak the true gospel. They're just as me. They speak the same. The Son of Man is Lord of the Sabbath. Right. Who died and made you king? That's what I get asked. Who died and made you king? It's funny, right? What, you think you're above the law, dude? The Son of Man is the Lord of the Sabbath. The law works wrath. The law is a curse. Rocky Shepherd, God's will is that all be saved. Yeah, God did save all, period. God will save all. God is saving all. God is doing a good work in all. God is in all. I'm telling you. There's levels to this. Like, not everyone's ready to receive, like, to understand as I that, like, everybody was saved from before time even began to the uttermost. You know, so a lot of there's universalism out there. They want, you know, they preach that God will save all, but we're not saved. There's still sin, stuff like that. But of course, he did save all at the cross. It's just God is outside time and stuff. It's non-linear. And the non-linearity of time and stuff, real time understanding is given by the fact that it's a book, right? So the book, you see it that God's above the book. God's the author of the book, and the time begins in the beginning. He writes, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, right? That's the beginning of time. And God is written in the book there. God is the word for the author of the book. In the beginning, God. And so God is the word, and God is the author, the Father, right? So the Father, the Word, and the Holy Spirit, those are the three that bear record in heaven. Those three are one. That's God. And that God is later made flesh, of course, to save the entire world. And so, yeah, believe this is the work of God, that you believe in him who he has sent, right? So it's like anybody saying, like, I believe in God, but it's not Jesus, right? You know, they don't believe in Jesus. They don't worship Jesus. No, it's you literally have to believe in Jesus Christ, the Son of God, you know, because that is the Father incarnate. That's him in the flesh. And Jesus didn't say, believe in my Father, don't believe in me. Worship my Father, don't worship me. No, he's literally in him, and he's in you is the point. It's just love itself. So It's really crazy. But I'll tell you, like Rocky Shepherd, that's how simple it is. Abraham, this is what Abraham believed. God told him simply the gospel. He told him, I'm going to save the whole world. And Abraham believed him. It's that simple. That's the gospel. He saves the whole everybody. Like universal salvation, however you think about that. And that's Christ. Like that was the promise, was Christ, Savior of the world. And so whoever believes that, good news of God, whoever, you can't even receive that. Like it's literally God here with us, giving us that good news. So if you believe that, then you are of the faith of Abraham and you are the rightful believers. Like you're the real thing. You know, you're rightfully called the children of Abraham. You're all the things. But you got to believe, like everyone's pure. God calls everyone a saint. Everything that lives is holy. Jesus knows me and I know Jesus. Hell yeah, dog. It's that simple. No condemnation for sin in Christ. Amen. There's no sin. I'm telling you. The only sin, like I don't even like going there and everything because but people want to understand the book. If you want the solution to the puzzle, that's how it works, man. There's no sin, right? For nobody. But that's except for they who are keeping sin here, simply. And they are condemning the whole world of sin, accusing them under the influence of Satan. And so they have cursed the gospel. Go to Genesis 12, verse 3, right? God gives the gospel to Abraham. He says, all nations shall be blessed, simply. All families, all people blessed. And then he says, whoever curses is cursed. So they're under the curse, having cursed themselves, having cursed the whole world. That's it.
That's your question.
You can ask me 1,000 questions.
I just need one.
Probably need more, but sure.
So you don't consider like satanic pedophiles to be sinning?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Why didn't you mention stealing?
Let me rephrase the question.
You know the book says that you accuse for what you're guilty of?
So who am I accusing?
Well, you just said satanic pedophiles, for instance.
You don't believe it's real?
I think you could have mentioned, serial killers or mass thieves.
This is what's at the tip of my mind.
Or idolaters. Right. Why is it at the tip of your mind? Because the book says, love speaketh no evil.
You know the Epsteins and all this other shit going on?
Why did you name Epstein, and not the 10,000 other Epsteins that you don't know
anything about? Because that's what's going on. Let's not play fucking games.
Because you're literally possessed, you're influenced to think about
No, I'm saying, let's not play games.
I'm not playing games, bro. I'm being dead serious. I'm taking you there,
you
bro.
Are.
No,
You
I'm
are
being
playing.
dead fucking serious, bro.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
I know the truth, bro. You're not prepared for this stuff, for real. You're really not, I'm telling you.
Like, I just need to know. Like, all right, let's say, shit. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on in the world. I'm
Was
just gonna
Jesus
name
Christ?
some current
Was
events.
Jesus Christ raped at the cross? Molested?
At the cross?
Was the Son of God molested?
Where's this headed?
Like, are you saying?
It always
like,
goes to the cross is the point. It's just you want to talk about Epstein. I don't want to talk about these spectacles of men that you're given on a marketing television show, bro.
Let me ask you something. Who the
You don't
fuck
know
do you think
nothing
you
about
are?
this world, bro.
You know what I mean? Like, who the fuck do you think you are?
Who the fuck do you think you are, dude? You think you're good? Are you the good one? You didn't sin?
No, I'm saying, who the fuck do you think you are?
I'm nobody, dude.
Are you a megalomaniac?
Are you?
No.
Of course
I'm
you
not
are.
the one out here pantomiming as
In
Jesus.
fact, I think that you're influenced by pedophilic demons and stuff like that. If you wanna-
Yeah, that's the world we live in.
Let's
Wake
just
the
say,
fuck up, fucker.
let's just say PDF from here on out.
No, I mean, I get it, but that's my point. It's like, why would you even go there, bro? Why is that your thing? You're obsessed
Because
with
that's what's going on.
That's not, dude. What's going on is the cross of Jesus Christ. Okay, right? The Son of God was crucified to open shame. He was born naked. He was stripped
That's
naked.
happening
The
right
king of the
now.
universe. He was stripped naked, tortured in public, nailed to a tree in public.
That's happening right now.
Yes, right now.
Right now, that's happening.
I am crucified with Christ.
You are.
Are you? Are you?
Which one of the thieves are you?
No, I'm crucified with Christ.
Yeah, which one are you?
No, I'm the king on the tree, brother.
You're the king.
Yeah,
Of what?
of the universe, dude.
You're the king of the universe?
Yeah,
Sounds pretty crazy.
sure, it does to you. What sounds crazy to me is to just start talking about pedophile maniacs and all that stuff.
Well, I'm asking a question. You still haven't answered.
Right, but why did you ask that question specifically? You could have
You
asked about
answer
thieves.
any question?
You could have asked
Or you
about
just-
traders. You could have asked about baby, whatever, enders of life. You could have asked about a
Are
bunch
you
of different
just gonna-
crimes. These are just
Are
crimes.
you just gonna? Are you
You
just
could have
gonna
asked
like?
about any number of crimes. Do you think blackmail and PDF imagery, JPEGs? Do you think JPEGs just began with Jeffrey?
I'm asking you a question though.
Thing is, you
Is
don't
that
understand.
not
I'm asking
sin?
you questions. You don't realize that by you
Is
asking that
the-
one
all right,
question,
let's
it
say
actually exposes a lot of
the
rape.
genocide in Israel, right? Is that
Genocide
sin?
in Israel.
What genocide in Palestine?
You
Israel's
said in
genocide.
Israel a second ago.
Yeah, I mean, like Israel's genocide in Palestine. Let's correct myself. Is that
It's good to
sin?
correct yourself. That's fair. I appreciate it.
It's all good, or is it sin?
Huh? Is sin evil?
That's not
Is
what
it
I'm
the
saying.
tree
I'm
of the
saying, like,
knowledge of good and sin? Is it the tree of the knowledge of good and sin?
So what Israel is doing to Palestine, right?
Is it the tree of the knowledge of good and sin?
Is it sin?
Is it the tree of the knowledge of good and sin?
I'm gonna need you to answer a question without asking a question for one
Really,
time.
dude, like, you don't understand
You're-
what kind of game you're playing,
Right,
bro.
that's
For real.
you. You are playing the game.
Was it Jesus Christ going to the Pharisees asking them, "Hey, is this how the law works?" Or was it the Pharisees coming to Jesus saying, "Hey, what about this law?" To try
You're
to
not
trip
Jesus.
him, catch him in some kind of confusion to condemn him to death.
You're not Jesus. Let's get that straight.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
You want to bet?
Yeah, I do.
Well, you lost.
Can you prove it?
Can I prove it?
Yeah.
You're a joke, dude. I trust you will know that I am no reprobate. Thing is, you don't
Yeah.
know that it's Jesus Christ in you, and you have to prove it to yourself because you're a reprobate.
Okay.
My father,
You know, at the end of the day,
the living
the
God,
day,
is
there's
inside
gonna
me.
be
Do
many.
you understand that?
There's gonna be many that claim to be Jesus.
No, that's
After
not how that
Jesus.
quote works. In fact, Jesus is literally all. In fact, that's what he claimed. Jesus
kinda
said,
roll
"There will
with
be
that,
many that come in my name, saying that He is Christ." Like you,
You
right? You
kinda
probably say
rolling
He is
with
Christ.
that,
You say that the Son of God is Christ, right? Don't you?
You got that Antichrist spirit rolling right now.
Oh yeah. But the
Yeah.
difference is, I know how this works. You actually are Antichrist, and you're actually
What's
possessed of the
this?
real. Do you understand that?
What is this?
The spirit of Antichrist is the spirit that is not of God, that denies that Jesus Christ has come in the flesh, meaning lives inside of all mankind. Right? You don't believe
No,
that
I'm
Jesus
saying
Christ
this.
in me. You don't believe it for yourself, obviously. And you're going straight. You're going there, dude. You want to go to the devil, bro? To accuse me of sin and condemn me of blasphemy, just like they did the Son of God, re-crucifying the Son of God to open shame in public, dude?
Yeah.
You think you're gonna get
Yeah.
away with that? No,
Absolutely.
You're not prepared for this war that you're intending to wage, bro. I'm telling you. You can't touch
Let's wage the war.
No, you are. You went to war against Jesus Christ himself. That's why you're just being annihilated, bro.
Never have.
You'll never touch me, bro. I promise
Well, I
you,
mean,
you can't touch me, bro. Are you anointed?
It's hard to touch someone who's insane.
Hey, bro, are you anointed? Yeah, I agree. You're insane.
You know what I
Are you
mean?
anointed? No, it's not hard to
Anointed
touch someone who's
with
insane.
what?
I don't agree with that. With the Holy Spirit, dude, the anointing of
Are you,
God.
are you asking if I'm Christ, bro?
I'm asking if you're anointed. That's
With
what
the
Christ
Holy
means.
Spirit?
That's what Christ means, right? Yeah, with the Holy Spirit of God, the anointing of the living God. Are you anointed? Is the book?
I don't think the anointed would know if they was anointed.
Oh man, dude.
You know what I mean? It's kind of like what's the word I'm looking for? Arrogant.
Supposedly, I know all things according to the book that says because I'm anointed with the Holy Spirit of promise. You know, I know
You
the
know all
truth.
things.
The Spirit of truth. Yeah, I know all things, right?
So what is the day and the hour?
Why won't you answer any of my questions? Why do you ask me all these questions? You try to trick me.
Because that's what you're doing.
Do you believe that you can trick me with the word of God?
Did you know
dude?
that's you?
Are you trying to condemn me, dude?
Condemn you? No, I'm testing you.
Oh, you're testing me.
Yeah.
What's the test? Do you sin?
Do I sin?
Yeah.
Not
Do you
currently.
sin? Oh, not currently.
Not currently.
So you're a deceiver. You work deceptive practices. You do sin, of course. You will sin.
No, in what
That's why
way?
otherwise, you would just say, no, I do not and cannot sin.
Are
Can
you
you sin?
accusing me?
Can you sin?
Are you accusing me?
Can you sin?
Anyone can sin.
No, that's not true. Whoever's born of God cannot sin.
It's part of free will.
Oh, you're a false prophet, dude. Thanks. Congrats.
Who am I professing?
What free will? Where's free will in the Bible, dude?
Where is free will?
Yeah, where is it? In the law, in the prophets. I don't even have a will.
Without the work
I have
of the
no
text.
will. I have no will. Oh, it's apparent in the text. Well, where is it? Just quote it. For
Yeah,
me.
it's
Where
throughout
is
the
it?
whole text.
Oh, just throughout the whole text. Well, where is it?
Yeah.
Go ahead and quote it for me.
Well, that's kind of why we have this problem in the first place.
Yeah, the problem. Yeah, we have this problem because you're literally. Well, you're in trouble and everything. But it's okay.
You're accusing me again?
You can't touch me.
But you're accusing me.
No, I'm not. Of course not.
No, you literally are. And then
is
now you're
that what you
lying.
think? Well, you're accusing me of accusing you when you're a liar.
Now you're bearing false witness.
Oh, but let God be true and every man a liar, right?
Yeah, but you're being a liar.
No, but you're accusing yourself and condemning yourself of what you're guilty of.
How so?
Because you're accusing me of accusing you, and I never
Listen,
accused you.
you're not Jesus. You're not actually.
Oh yeah. What does
selling it.
Revelation 3:12 say? What does Colossians 3:11 say? What does
Tell me.
Ephesians 3:14 to 15?
Tell me
It says-
all-knowing.
It says that's literally my name, dude.
Tell me about it.
I just told you.
You didn't. You're playing mystery games as if you were Jesus.
You're just
But you're
burying
not.
yourself, dude. It sucks and everything, but it's okay. But I don't know who you are and
You're
everything.
just-
You
you're
jumped
just
up coming at me with
accusing me.
flames, throwing stones at me, trying to trick me and stuff. And you only
What
murdered
stones
yourself.
have I thrown?
It's crazy
I
and
asked
stuff.
you one question. You still haven't
crazy.
answered it.
It's crazy.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, you don't have power or authority to require I answer your questions at all.
I don't need power or authority. I'm just
Of
gonna
course
call
you
you a
would.
pussy.
Of course you would.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you can call yourself names and stuff. That means nothing to me.
No. I'm calling you a pussy. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
who's you? But yeah,
you're a
Well,
bitch ass who can't
you,
answer a
when you
fucking
actually
question.
do require power and authority to demand answers of me.
I did.
I think you're so
Oh.
hot shit, dude. You're the best. You're so cool, man.
I did. No, that's you.
No, yeah, you're the
Go
dopest.
look in the mirror.
Yeah, I only see Jesus Christ when I look in the mirror, dude.
Yeah, because you're fucking tripping on acid. Relax.
Oh yeah, bro.
Yeah,
I've never tripped on acid ever.
could have fooled me.
You're funny, dude. You know, you're gonna answer for every idle word you've said.
You know you're a scoffer.
Yeah, dude, I really do laugh at you. In fact, God is laughing at you.
That God is laughing at me. That's blasphemy.
Yeah, the book says that. No, the book actually says that.
That's blasphemy.
You've blasphemed the Holy Spirit, like
You're
more ways than
speaking
I
for
can
God,
count.
bro.
Like coming up in here and speaking these things. Yeah, I do speak for God. In fact, it's just God speaking through me.
God's speaking through you now.
Of course, just as He said He would. It's God who
Hmm.
walks in me. It's God who lives in me. It's God who does everything through me.
So
words
Rocky,
that I
are
speak
you
are
saying
not
that
mine,
I'm?
but are of my Father.
Is Rocky saying that I have a blasphemous spirit too?
You said that.
Rocky's confused.
No, I'm not confused. You're
Of course
confused.
you are, Rocky.
You're
What's
confused.
God's name? What's the Father's
There's
name,
still
Rocky?
sin in the world. There's
What's
still
the
sin in
Rocky's
the world.
name? What is the
First
Father's
John
name?
1:9.
What's the
Why does
Father's
it
name,
say
Rocky?
acknowledge your sins?
It said
Why
if
does
you.
it say acknowledge your
Yeah,
sins?
did you do
Why
that,
does
Rocky?
it say,
What does 1 John
why
3:9
does
say?
it say he who is without sin is a liar?
You guys are weak legionnaires, believe me. You guys haven't trained
I
at
don't know what
all.
you're
You
talking
guys are
about.
weak as shit. What does 1 John
Right.
3:9 say, Rocky?
Christ died for everybody's sin, but
He didn't die in
doesn't
vain,
mean-
Rocky.
doesn't
You
mean there's no
freaking
more sin in the world.
evildoer. He didn't die in vain, Rocky. He died to
I didn't
eradicate
say
sin.
this. I
Behold the
didn't
Lamb of God who takes
put
away the
words-
sin of the world. He actually
putting
came
words
to
in my
take away the
mouth.
sin of the world. And you guys are keeping it here as sons of Satan.
You're teaching false doctrine,
You
you
guys are a
idiot.
joke, for real, to me. You guys aren't even...
You're a false teacher.
You're like Harry the Preacher's doctrine.
I'm literally just God's son, dude. You guys are jokes.
You're literally a megalomaniac.
I literally am not the one, bro, for you to talk with like that.
I know you're definitely not the one.
I said for you to talk with like that.
I'll literally talk however I want, and
I know
can
you
come
will,
see
and
me
you want
wherever you
to
want.
speak evil. You want to accuse me of
You
sin.
could
when there is
find
none.
out who
You
the
want,
one is.
You
right?
want it all, dude. You want to take my
You can
kingdom
find out.
from me. You want to take the throne from God Himself. You want to take it by violence.
You're not God.
You can't take it through
Okay.
faith. You can't take it
You're
through
not
faith.
God.
You have to take it through stoning me. You're evil.
What are you two? What are you two going back and forth over? What the fuck is going on?
If you only
This guy's a megalomaniac, bro.
You
He's
only
off his rocker.
understood. You're only condemning yourself. I promise you. You're accusing yourself. That's how this whole thing works.
No, that's you, bro. You already
You're
did
a
that.
real megalomaniac, dude. You really are.
You're a hypocrite. You're a liar.
You're
dude.
You're a
God.
blasphemer.
How come
Everything
everybody always
is
throws
dude.
God into their little arguments?
No, that's the
Shut
thing.
up,
They're
talk.
not talking about God. They
Shut
cannot
up!
talk about
Don't put. I don't know what God means to you.
Well,
don't put the fucking Most High, the Creator.
my
triggered by
father,
God,
dude.
Cage?
God is
God
my
is your daddy,
father.
Cage.
Oh, because I'm not triggered by it, but everybody always wants to put God
There's
in.
no
Shut
matrix
the fuck
in
up. God will laugh at your
This guy
goddamn face,
thinks-
you little fucking
This
retard.
guy
Shut
thinks
up.
he is God, bro. This is a whole nother. This is a whole
I will
nother
slap the
level
living fucking
of
shit out of
insanity.
you.
Hell no, you won't, dude. I'll bury you 1,000 ways.
God will slap the fuck out of you, buddy. Will Zeus you
God's the
up.
one living inside
Lightning
me.
bolt.
God is my father. You're a joke.
You're a bitch. You think you're better than anybody else? Okay, you're not very godlike.
I'm not better
Obviously,
than anybody else.
you've learned nothing.
You just said
And
that.
if you
means
think
that
hold on, shut up, bitch.
Yeah,
if you think you have
keep
power because
talking,
God
man.
favors you, you're out of your mind.
Keep talking,
Stupid
bro.
cunt. Like, what,
Keep
you must be
talking, bro.
retarded. Seriously.
Keep talking, bro.
No, keep talking.
You
Shut
guys
the
are,
fuck up.
you guys are a joke to me. You're just showing the whole world.
Are you stupid? Don't fucking bring God's name into it. Your little online nonsense. you
What's
little
God's
cunt.
name? Nobody can
Shut
even
up,
tell me what God's name is.
bitch.
None of you know.
It's ineffable. There's no name to it.
It's
It's
ineffable.
beyond your
You're
comprehension.
bringing God's
retard.
name in, but it's unspeakable, bro.
Beyond your comprehension, buddy. You can't
Yeah,
even
according to
bring
you,
that.
but why are you bringing God's name into it? Right? You just accused.
I'm
yourself.
not. You are.
That's what's so funny, dude. You
You
guys
don't
have no
fucking.
idea
You don't deal with Rant or
I'm
Mike, you
telling
little
you, you guys have
cunt.
no idea how this
Shut your
works.
little mouth, you little retard, before you get strike the fuck down, pussy.
You have no idea how
Right
this
here.
works. You're a grown ass man. You're a
You're a
joke.
grown ass man. You're a little bitch. Get out of your mommy's
You're a
basement.
little
Okay?
bitch.
Welcome back. Get out of your mommy's basement and go do something.
You're in my dad's house, bro.
Get out of daddy's fucking
You guys are
basement.
grown men. You're a joke to me, dude. The whole public, the entire
Yeah,
world
dude.
is gonna know who you are.
You're a good man.
Whatever.
You're just the
It's not
whole
gonna be
world.
safe for you,
Yeah, they
bro.
better.
It's not gonna be safe for you guys. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be really crazy when it happens.
You're fucking delusional. You're gonna wake up one day and get slapped.
Guys
the fuck
are
out.
funny as
You
hell,
can't touch
man.
me, bitch. You can never touch me. I promise.
What are you? I have a
Hey,
hammer.
Hey, real
Oh,
quick.
you have a hammer, dude. Oh, you're sick.
Hey, real quick, we got 5 minutes. I'm gonna basically go away. So if anybody has any closing remarks, let's do that now, right? Because I will be gone in 5 minutes, and then basically, It's dawn where I'm at, so I've been up all night. I gotta go do some things, right? So including maybe sleep for 2 hours. So there's all of that in the thing. So
Yeah, I
if you
got
guys
water.
if you guys want to give some closers, because we've been up here for a very long time, like 8 hours here. So the thing is that we will be back on Tuesday, right? So we'll be back soon, right? We may do a music show on Monday, but we're not sure about that. If not, we'll do it on Thursday, right? So we'll be back on Tuesday for sure, right? So look out for us on Tuesday, 9:15 p.m. Eastern time, right? But anyways, what would you guys like to say in terms of closing statements? Thank you. Please make it short. Thank you, guys.
Should I start first? Yeah, don't bring God into your little retarded YouTube.
God is inside of us all. Jesus Christ saved the entire world before it began. God is love.
I wasn't done.
Anyone who speaks
one by one,
false prophecies,
let's just go one by one.
whoever blasphemes the Holy Spirit is going to be thrust out of the kingdom of God. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Is that you?
Thank you, Slave, for your indoctrination, fucking spewing, you parrot. But yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
Okay, guys, we can't do the back and forth right now. Let's go the closing statements. You say your one.
I tried to, but it was interrupted.
All right, bro. I'm gonna drop you if you don't go ahead and do a closer. Go ahead and say a closer and then leave.
Everybody have a wonderful Sunday. You know what I mean?
Yeah, blessings.
There's a Monday approaching. Yeah, everybody take care.
Peace out. Yeah.
Look into the mirror.
All right, who's next?
I'll go next. The Bible says in 1 John 1:9, if we acknowledge our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive us our sins, cleanse us from all unrighteousness. This is post-salvation. After you become saved, you acknowledge your sins to be washed clean. And if there is no sin, then how the hell can you acknowledge a sin? Anyway, peace.
Blessings, Rocky. Thank you so much.
If you did acknowledge it, you'd have no sin. And you'd read 1 John 3:9 that says, whoever is born of God does not and cannot sin. Obviously, Rocky's a false prophet and stuff like that. But
it says he who says he's without sin is a liar.
It says 2 chapters later, whoever is born of God cannot sin, Rocky. You're a liar.
I mean, I'll go.
It says every man is a liar, Rocky. Like, you have to acknowledge that you have to acknowledge that you have sin, Rocky.
Yeah, let's
continue. Are you done with your closing statement, bro?
I'm gonna sit and eviscerate you with real magic, and you're fucked, you little fucking retard. But yeah, I hear you.
All right, drunk old man. Bro. Talking to
I just woke up after sleeping. TML was still live, bro. It's amazing. The man's stamina to keep the show going is crazy. So I even slept and woke up to this madness. To the dude down in the bottom, I really do like your spirit. You got the fervor, but I think you got to check that mania that you're experiencing right now and get more in line with what the Bible actually teaches instead of just trying to be the Bible. If that makes any sense.
I want to buy some bowls. I'm gonna buy some bowls and live in this delusion. A book told me to do it. Fuck you. I can make an AI give you a better Bible or Quran right now. Like, what are you retarded?
Right.
Maybe I'll tell them.
Too long. This is taking too long, guys. I gotta move on. Thank you, guys. Blessings.
If there's anyone to leave it up, please do.
Come on. He wants to
I
say
could go
goodnight.
for another 12 days.
We all know Cage is a Mason, and he's a member of the Illuminati.
Yeah,
Cage.
blessings, Rocky. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, have a blessed night. Thank you. Yeah, peace, guys. Yeah. All right.
Love you, brother. Thanks for having me.
Peace.
Yeah, for sure. Peace on me. Yeah, thank you for being here. Yeah, and we'll be back soon. Yeah, have a blessed day.
You too, bro.
Thank you, brother. Yeah, peace. And to the homie, obviously been trying to call you. So I think something happened with your phone where it didn't go through or whatever, but
gotta try my original number, yo.
Straight to voicemail or whatever. But
yo, try the other number, bro. I got a bunch of numbers. The 0237 joint.
No, I'll text you on the main one. Maybe you could send me the other one. I'm not sure where the other, or I'm not sure what number I have, but yeah. But yeah, I think
I'll
it's the
shoot you
worst.
with the back, bro.
All right. But yeah,
there you
all
go,
right.
bro.
All right, folks. Blessings to the people. I appreciate you guys. And we'll do some other things here soon in terms of, you know, taking some things into the mix where we're at. I appreciate you guys. And yeah, thank you for joining us here on the Machine Live. Unfortunately, I don't have too much that I could get into. Go back to the beginning of the show. Wednesday, we covered a lot of ground in terms of, you know, Tuesday and Wednesday. We looked at a lot of the history of transhumanism. We got an entire show right here on the history of transhumanism. Let me open this up for you guys. And of course, we got a key replay. I got some interesting things I'm going to get through right now that's going to reflect on internet, you know, you know, stuff. But also, we're going to play some music for you guys, right? So we'll see what the deal is. We got some replays where we're going to attack some people, right? We got a special on transhumanism. Transhumanism special. Transhumanism special show. I don't know. I'll just call it transhumanism special show. I mean, it's a range of topics there, right? We got Land and a bunch of other people, right? And yeah, I appreciate you guys. And yeah, we'll be back soon with more history of transhumanism, the foundations of techno-liberalism, and all of that. Obviously, we got tons of resources for you guys. And I appreciate you guys, you know, staying out here with me. But yeah, here's some interesting presentations, replays. I'll be here for a little while with you guys. You know, blessings.
This is a severe condition. This is not an evanescence. It's a chronic. But the clinical assessment is not complete unless the differential diagnosis is made as well. Psychoneurosis and psychosis.
It's death before dishonor, whiskey and marijuana. Wars with guns, we battle with no armor. Real life drama in a pre-Armageddon setting, causing chaos like Osama. In proms with the deadly arms, and I ain't talking about limbs, man. I'm talking about them bombers. Fun weaponry with loot for black commas. Drugs, whores, and underground rap farmer. Fuck fame, I'd rather weigh and cut cane, rather make a slut bang. Tricks or give up brain. That's why I got psycho blasted on my gut, main. Six side more like a bound by blood gang. We're like the skull and bones, cyclones are unopposed. The enemy trying to reveal the unexposed. We still conceal fugitives in ancient scrolls. Trap, no defense to touch you when the cannon blows.
Coming black ships, skull and bone type of action. Your time is up, give in to your masters.
All these numerology may help us know.
We coming black ships, skull and bone type of action. Your time is up, give in to your masters. Black robes and candlelight we sacrifice. Ask those who try to fight and lost their life.
I'm down with revelry, my street game is heavenly. Soldiers tuned in to words for the recipe. Can't give it all out, that'll be the death of me. You can kill a man but can't kill a legacy. Truth is the holy grail. We ain't in this shit to story tell. Of gory hell where the war be held. We're trying to open eyes and pattern eyes. Homie still thinking that the war between us is where they kills. This is a rebel era. My music stays full of terror. We live in earthquake weather. The sick get sick of this shit, we want better. We never fall homes and don't run ever. Even though we all gotta go someday, doesn't mean I'ma let you take me out with a K. When six siders go, we go out with a bang. We don't live on these and die right where we stand.
We coming black ships, skull and bone type of action. Your time is up, give in to your masters. We coming black shit, skull and bone type of action. Your time is up, give in to your masters. Black robes and candlelight, we sacrifice. Ask those who try to fight and lost their life.
An army of masked men. Anybody not where we want blast them. We outlast to make the enemy past tense and dense accent and soldier fast and street sweep with the mag tense. Your time is up, give in to your masters. When millions fight reptilian bastards, weightlifting gangsters, battle shapeshifters, spirit dancers. Natives help us with the mystery's answers. The victory enhances our chance to survive. Not only the battle, but keep birth from dying. Ghetto birds are flying, illuminate skylines. RPGs eliminating high time. Shells scattered on the floor with bodies, but our head counts lower than Illuminati's. The streets blaze on with illegal shotties till the end beats between the two war parties.
We come in black ships, skull and bone type of action. Your time is up, give in to your masters. We come in black ships, skull and bone type of action. Your time is up, give in to your masters. Black robes and candlelight, we sacrifice. Ask those who try to fight and lost their life.
All done, yeah. Yo, Godfather Don, niggas be taping your freestyles, buying your production word like them crystals from since 1990, yo. Now niggas be trying to rap hard over them like supermarket ambient music, man. Fuck that. Yo. The ill and tumor, doomer, rares mine Zuma. Soon to flare, my mind's in tuna. Boom, somewhere behind the moon, my tunes evaporate like concentrated solar. Rhymes inflated, holders of heat, sleep, mystique. Up a boa, throw the venom. Shot hot like Simmon when I'm in friend denim. Blue steels in them, send them straight to hell, grinning. Women a lot like prisoners, real parishioners. Say no submission to bitches, snitches, and listeners. Missions to separate limbs is crucial. Not what you used to. Two tools used to bruise you. It's the true school literal. It's the physical damage, a lyrical ravager, savager than all managers and Avister. Master passes the Johnny come lately. Know why they hate me? They can't equate the apparatus or the status, baby. Intent lethal, eat through like ruminism. I tune your vision while you misassumes position. My fist balloons your prism, mad glass and shatter. IGO's Panthane, insane, ill past my matter. The gat attracts the devil when it's rebels to my level. Rat-a-tat as the metal settles inside your fucking kettle.
Sleep is the cousin of death. I never sleep. Sleep is the cousin of death. I never sleep. Sleep is the cousin of death. I never sleep. Sleep is the cousin of death.
It's persecution, the words I'm using. Got it in for foes, this here is dope. That's why my peers scope like the Interpol. Devastator, mass destruction. Drugs for fast bucks in. Your ass is bugging, there's nothing to get the cash from rushing. State officials make the pistol, break the gristle. I get raw for my encore, score straight through tissue. Your fate to miss you, for real it's ill like a cardiac arrest. Test to spark me at your best, you're just a party act. Your text bitching, switching my techniques, addiction. Take fishing, spitting your best beats to diss them. You can't fuck with the father, don't even bother. Allah's devil carver, toughest tartar, write like several authors. And every chapter captures deadly rapture. Holocaust after, I showed the force to bury masters. These hands will mania, mysterious like Transylvania. Tame a dime, retain the mind and don't resort to anger. The change of my thoughts are hanging like so many niggas in the system. A brother trying to get his cash on and still you diss him. Try to quote you choke like emphysema. Misdemeanors with Buenasemas, banging like Selena and Beamers. Pushing weight, stake the spade of green trucker. Spleen toucher, rougher than the touch of green rubbers.
Sleep is the cousin of death. I never sleep. Sleep is the cousin of death. I never sleep. Sleep is the cousin of death. I never sleep. Sleep is the cousin of death.
Next stage is even iller than the first. Immersed cadavers, splatter as daggers. Hit your hearse, my curse bring winds of roar. Hymns of war, limbs are tore off the body with shoddy sloppy. I send your pores. Copycats die like Peter Cushing. Pushing off the coffin. In the eyes, you can see the cushion. You get gutted like Havanas with banana clips. It's the amorous click of fantasy damages. Hammer hits, connect the bludgeon. Next to flooding, text to plugging. You're sucking gasoline inside my oven. It's sealed. The covenant spills blood like intravenous apparatus. Busting your femurs, half the package. The madness grows like bacteria. Smite axes, wearier. Strike back with ivia. Exterior, streptococcus. Next to pop quick. You best to stop it or you gonna need a vest to fucking block this.
Sleep is the cousin of death. I never sleep. Sleep is the cousin of death. I never sleep. Sleep is the cousin of death. I never sleep. Sleep is the cousin of death. I never sleep.
You know what I'm saying? Straight up, representing this shit. BK, holding out a fort in New York. Word up, brothers be fighting mad styles. You know what I'm saying? But it's about to change. All this elevation, brothers think they got lyrical butters, expensive class, type luxury type styles. But they lying straight up, you know what I'm saying? They ain't real. You know what I'm saying? It's the hammer right here, Wine and Celsius, my man Godfather Don. Peace, all the gods.
All right, yeah, here's another thing. Oh, hold up. I actually got to open this up on another thing here. This conversation I had with the antinatalists, trying to understand their position. So I'll open that up real quick for you guys. And this is from Life Abolitionist. Or wait, Life Abolitionism. Sorry, so I'll put their channel in the chat. I appreciate the discussion. And yeah, LA, check them out. Very very educated fellow. You know, on a range of different issues. But yeah, anyway, so I'll play a bit of his show here. Trying to get to the part where I came in. Oh yeah, here it is. All right, so I'll let this play and I'll be right back in about 10 minutes, and then I'll show you guys the drama stuff. And obviously I don't spend a lot of time on it, but since people had to take time out, do a whole series. You know, there's a bunch of people who do a whole series on the machine lives. It's crazy. But yeah.
But I did not say you should go live in Slab City. Other people suggested that. I don't think Slab City is a place for you. There are other places, though. I did tell you there are other places that are.
How? I mean, it's not. I know you said that I could go to what is that city? I looked at that. That's not real anarchy. Anarchy is
no.
more.
I did not say. I brought it up as an example, but I did not say you should go live in Slab City. Other people suggested that. I don't think Slab City is a place for you, LA. I don't. There are other places, though. I did tell you there are other places that are not like Slab City. There are several communes in New Mexico, Arizona. I know of. Well, I've heard of one. I don't know of it personally in the Seattle area. There are places you can go to somewhat escape the oppression of the state. And I understand you are oppressed by the state. I won't argue that. We all are. I'm one who's willing, you're not, and that's okay. My issue here is the antinatalist view becomes just reversing the oppression. I agree if people don't want to procreate, they shouldn't. But if people do, they shouldn't be shamed for it. And your view calls for that.
Okay, let me just ask you a question. If we live in a democracy where everybody votes and they basically have control over other people, do you agree that when you procreate and your children become a part of the system, that they do get a say in my life and my rights? Like, don't they get to vote on my rights?
If they become a part of the system, yes. I don't vote, and my partner doesn't vote. I doubt I would encourage my children to vote, but that's a little what's the word? And that so
okay, but the bottom.
LA, I have a call coming in. I'll be back in about 45 minutes, LA. I have a call coming in. I have to take this.
Okay.
So yeah, go on with what you're doing, and if you're still here, I'll come back. I do have to take this call.
Yeah, I highly doubt I'll be here in 45 minutes, but The bottom line is that when you procreate, you're creating my new master. Your children are going to be my master. They're going to vote. They're going to oppress me. You're going to legitimize the state. So I'm going to be more subjugated by the fact that you procreated. I didn't do anything to you. I'm telling you not to create my new master. That's all I'm saying. And I have every right to do that because they're inflicting violence against me. I don't understand the way these people try to project their own violence against us. I don't get it. So, Machine Wise, did you have something that you wanted to say?
Well, I just came up to talk mainly just to introduce myself. I've been watching for some time. I definitely agree with your presentation, and I think it's a very accurate presentation, right? People are turned into sort of commodities, and the whole vehicle of this commodification is sort of the the technological system, right? And people are basically measured and weighed about what they're going to produce beforehand, right? Even before they're born, right? So it's almost like their life is determined in advance by the system. In terms of the fact that, they're turned into economic value as soon as they're born, right?
Or before they're born. You're right.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I also agree with this idea that, the state is a modern invention, right? There's a little bit of audio feedback going on there.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, I'm not talking, so it's not me, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm not sure yet. I know I just got a new audio interface, so it might be.
Right, so procreation is not a private act. It does affect everybody. Especially under the modern state, I don't see how you can procreate and think that it doesn't affect everybody.
Well, I'm more, I'd hardly talk about the birth issue or the population issue. I definitely know that situation is being exacerbated by the modern state, because it's kind of like a neo-Malthusian model where since people are based on their economic production, it also has to be based on the food production and the industrial system of food production, which is basically a threat to all life. It subjugates all life forms, right? Because it harms the ecosystem, it harms the other animals that are in the area. You have to take over this plot of land and then enslave these animals for the purposes of food production. Then you have to feed them things that are not in their diet, and you have to poison the entire ecosphere that's around. So there's almost no merger between the ecosphere and the technosphere, right? We just simply ignore that,
Right, and so the housing prices are going up. There's congested traffic, overcrowded schools. The cost of getting an education goes up. All these resources are based on supply and demand. And because you decided to have 10 children, I must do without, I must sacrifice. My life must revolve around your decision to have all these children. And yet I don't have a say in it at all. There's finite resources. I'm going to have to pay taxes to subsidize your lifestyle, and yet I have no say in it. How does that work?
Well, I think it works because the technological system is imposed on us, right? Like, it's even imposed on the people that, like, it doesn't matter what you believe in, right? If you believe in life or not life, right? The technosphere is going to perpetuate life against other forms of life, right? So I think it's imperative for us to think about ways in which we could limit the expansion of the world technological system, because, see, human beings are kind of naturally kept in a required limit by nature, right? Nature controls how many people get to be born. It controls the limitations of what they can accomplish, of what they can use. based on the survival of their natural environment. It's only the use of tools and machines that causes us to go outside of that capacity.
Right. I've talked about that too, that there is no limit to human population because of technology. The human species are the only species on Earth that has no natural limit. All animals are limited to their environment based on the crops that exist, based on the animals they're able to eat.
Right.
And so if they overgraze or if they overconsume, they're naturally going to destroy themselves. Humans don't have a natural limit. They can have unlimited growth, more technology, more factory farming, more expansion. And and what makes it so worse is that humans are the most destructive species on the planet. Through like the fossil fuels, the consumption, the pollution. And so who's going to check the human species? Nothing. Not nature. Because we do recognize overpopulation when it comes to animals. If there are too many wolves, they will try to check that.
Right.
But when it comes to humans, it's like, oh, human overpopulation is a myth. It's like, no. Why do you recognize it for other species, but when it comes to human species, you think we're exempt?
Well, I mean, since like human beings are like they have cash value, right? So at this point, it's like the technosphere and the state have merged, right? So hear me out, right? So I think that actually, if we try to look at the state and the technosphere being merged, right, and we want to control the birds, right, then we would have to use the state in order to accomplish this. But nature keeps man already in set limitations. So what our goal should actually be is to end the technosphere that is parasitizing on the ecosphere.
How do you do that?
Well, the fact is that, we don't, like, human beings don't have to perpetuate the technosphere, right? There's been many instances, in human history where civilizations, right, their power structure has collapsed, right? And the objective factor of power today is based on the technosphere, right? So, I mean, you could see how, organization-dependent technologies, right, that have existed in other civilizations, right, like such as aqueducts, right, or something like that, right, or like a system that's perpetuated by the technology of that time, by the organization-dependent technology of that system. Once that system collapses, they can't bring that technology back to perpetuate the system.
No,
right? So
but
all it would require.
You don't have any leverage though, because you have to work or you starve. So if they don't need your labor and you're disposable, then the corporations dominate because they're the ones who are actually producing, and now they have eliminated you from the workforce. So now they can produce crops, produce all the goods and services without humans. And so what makes it so bad is that their capital is protected by the state. They have property rights. They have patents. They have a monopoly on all property. And so how are you going to defend yourself? How are you going to defend yourself against capital and survive at the same time? You can't. You have no leverage. You're dependent on the system.
Well, here's the thing. The human beings are the leverage, right? You just pointed it out, right? There's three things in the equation, right? There's nature, right? There's mankind, and then there's a technological system. The technological system is using man as a resource, right? In order to perpetuate man against the ecosphere, right? So what we need to do is use man as a resource instead to end the technological system to keep man in nature's limitations.
How?
Like I just said, right? The human species can survive without the technosphere relying on nature. It's happened throughout history, right? And the technological system needs humans to perpetuate itself. So if we end the technosphere, right? Which, by the way, there's evidence that the technosphere cannot, infinitely perpetuate itself, right? It's not a model of infinite growth, right? It's not sustainable. Eventually, it has to collapse once the resources die out. So its collapse is eventual.
Okay. The problem is that maybe it's true that they still need some human beings to maintain the technocrats, but at the end of the day, there's more people than the people that are needed. So it's an oversupply of labor, and so they only need a limited amount of people to keep the technology functioning.
Well, we only need a limited.
So there's a surplus, and those other people need work. So there's always going to be more than enough people to keep the technology functioning. The rest of those people can starve, and so they have no leverage because the people who don't want to cooperate can easily be replaced, and so they have all the power, all the leverage, and you are at their mercy.
Yeah, but I don't think that the technological system is as powerful as we think. It's kind of like a house of cards, right? Like for example, right? If there's no pesticides, right, billions of people will just starve, right? If there's no internet, thousands of people will just like die because they can't like make a living, right? They won't have jobs, right? So it's like the internet, the pesticides, and the medical system, is being used to perpetuate all of this stuff on a massive scale, right? So how can we, right? Because there's no, there's a set limit to the technological system, right? If it uses man to perpetuate itself, then there's no limit to it, right? It's parasitizing off the ecosphere, so on and so forth. Right? There's no reason why the technological system has to just continuously perpetuate itself. There's probably a set time.
Why would it destroy itself when it doesn't have to? They're going to have all the power. They may need some human beings, but only a small percentage. And so the people who control the technology, the people who have all the wealth, what interest would they have in giving up their power? Like, how do we actually force them to do it?
Well, their power is based on the technology, right?
Not really.
But they own the technology and they own the means of production. So you're going to starve. They're going to continue eating. They're going to become wealthy. They don't need you. You're expendable. They have more labor than they need.
No, he has.
And the state doesn't care about you either. The state does not care about you. The state is going to get their wealth from the people who control the means of production. So I don't understand. I'm still waiting for you to explain how we're going to control the technology.
So you're saying that man does not control the technological system, or the technological system also, in addition to that, does not rely any bit on man as a resource?
Only a tiny percentage of the population, but the overwhelming majority of us, we're expendable. So they may need maybe a tiny percentage, and I don't know what that percentage is, but because they only need a small percentage, the rest of us are completely expendable and replaceable. So at the end of the day, the people who don't want to play, the people who don't want to comply and submit, those people are not necessary. They'll get rid of them, and they'll just get somebody else to do the job.
Yeah, so this is an interesting discussion. So it seems we've reached an impasse on the question of whether, the system will be perpetuated by the perpetuation of human life or by the perpetuation of the system itself. I think the solution is to end the system so that man can be set in nature's limitations. You say that the solution is to end human life in order to end the system that is sapping the ecosphere. So it's an interesting impasse.
That's the only thing that you have control over, because the state can't procreate. The state can't create human beings. It needs us to do that. It does need consumers, but we're already producing the consumer.
All right, so that's an interesting discussion. I'll play more of that later if I can. Right, but right now we'll move on to more music, and then I'll move to the interesting messages I got from people around the internet that were of a highly disturbing nature. And of course, I'll produce the information here so that it's on record and whatnot, but I won't comment much during the info. So yeah, I appreciate you guys. You know, here is a song called Dark Romanticism by Sinister Stricken.
The background became too terrible for you to bear. A medieval love affair set with a stare. I wonder empty where you sent me, sick with the envy. You can never befriend me, so don't try to comprehend me. Call me stark, raving mad from all the visions that I've had. Locked in cuffs on a bus where you women turn bad. But books made cheerful with flowers, forgotten hours, all dissolved into timeless doom. Snow showers, a fabulous Damascus on glorious embroideries. Delicately poised between two maidens anointing me. Take a second to imagine but still couldn't fathom. I chased all these dragons off down these dark chasms. You sat waiting in patience, sketching many innovations. Frescoed representations of elaborate constellations. All cheers of jubilation of the most sincere. Through the years of innovation I dissipate and disappear. Dark romanticism, I have risen, sinister stricken. You trapped with me inside this prison of indecision. As slowly as you went is as slowly as you came. She kissed me all the same, didn't even ask for my name. Dark romanticism, I have risen, sinister stricken. You trapped with me inside this prison of indecision. As slowly as you went is as slowly as you came. She kissed me all the same, didn't even ask for my name. So come and step near, became so delightful to hear. Held a rifle to your head until your thoughts became clear. Many days filled in rage were all insurmountable. When the poppy no longer grows in a field once bountiful. All the daffodils wept and cried, no my friend, seriously. On a night he was vehemently denied and died mysteriously. An unknown disappearance on an Everest expedition. Got loose for more division in this brief intermission. So deep is your gratitude shackled within the bowels. As the tiger prowls through the long grass, they hear it now. And some pay for what they believed was heaven beyond the grave. My quatrains contain all that there is left to gain. Insecurity so sharply carved they became your immunity. Riding on the waves of temptation, outbursts of lunacy. Impunity, delicious, fictitious, ambitiously wealthy. I'm screaming out loud but there's nobody here to help me. Dark romanticism, I have risen, sinister stricken. You trapped with me inside this prison of indecision. As slowly as you went is as slowly as you came. She kissed me all the same, didn't even ask for my name. Dark romanticism, I have risen, sinister stricken. You trapped with me inside this prison of indecision. As slowly as you went is as slowly as you came. She kissed me all the same, didn't even ask for my name. Descending from great heights to a life less contented. Falling from where you stand without success, you reach a zenith. A falcon fully fledged, a face at the water's edge. Of your spouse bound by his words and all that he said. A victim of his own depravity, I became the insanity. Dragged from the cavities of the mind haphazardly. With the epitome of all that's lost, standing at the crossroads. In the field of cloth of gold, all the glimmers shall be sold. The philosopher's stone, all awash with animosity. Excesses of the aristocracy kept dropping me. Speak properly, but was never discussed of enough. Blow the dust off my tombstone, reveal the cause was just. My solace in your guilt proved too heavy to carry. Down the aisle you came, locked in chains, all set to marry. This paintbrush handled with care, I was never truly there. Cut a locket of your hair, kept for moments of despair.
You miserable bastards. How dare you make trouble in my house?
Cartons of the milk. Thinks he could drive his Hummer on the moon, blasting DMX off the soundtrack of to the apocalypse. Cartons of the Milky Way with pictures of a missing planet last seen in pursuit of an American dream. This fool actually thinks he could drive his Hummer on the moon, blasting DMX off the soundtrack of a South Park cartoon. Niggas used to buy their families out of slavery. Now we buy chains and links, smokes and drinks. They're paying me to record this, even more if you hear it. Somebody tell me what you think I should do with the money. Yes, Dread, tell me what you think I should do with the money. Exactly how much is gonna cost a free meal? What you gonna do with this freedom? Talk on the radio? Radio programming is just that, a brainwashed and cleaned of purpose. To be honest, some freedom of speech makes me nervous. And you looking for another martyr in the form of a man here like a man with an outstretched hand. In a world of harsh thoughts, reactionary defensiveness, and counterintelligence, what exactly is innocence? Fuck it, I do believe the existence of police brutality. Who do I make checks payable to? A young child stares at a glowing screen transfixed by tales of violence. His teenage father tells him that that's life, not that Barney shit. A purple dinosaur that speaks of love, a black man that speaks of blood. Which one is keeping it real, son? Who manufactured your steel, son? Hardcore, basing elements at the Earth's core. Fuck it, I'ma keep speaking till my throat soars. An MC told a crowd of hundreds to put their hands in the air. An armed robber stepped to a bank and told everyone to put their hands in the air. A Christian minister gives his benediction while the congregation hold their hands in the air. Love the image of the happy Buddha with his hands in the air. Hands up if you're confused. Define tomorrow. Your belief system ain't louder than my car system. Nigga walk down my block with his Rottweiler. A subwoofer on a leash. Each one teach one. The DJ spins a new philosophy into a barren mind. I can't follow it. My head nods as if to clear the last image from an etch-a-sketch. Something like Rakim said. I could quote any MC, but why should I? How would it benefit me? Karmic repercussions. Are your tales of reality worth their sonic lace discussions? Suddenly the ground shivers and quakes. A newborn startles and wakes. Her mother rushes to her bedside to hold her to her breast. Milk of sustenance heals and nourishes. From the depths of creation life still flourishes. Yet we focus on death and destruction, violence, corruption. My people, let Pharaoh go. What have you bought into? How much will it cost to buy you out? What have you bought into? How much will it cost to buy you out? What have you bought into? How much will it cost to buy you out?
How much it gonna cost to buy you out of my mind? Penny for a thought. Y'all niggas is half-stepping, wasting my time. Please, nigga, what? Talking to me? Please, baby, please, can I borrow a nickel, a dime, of that quarter? Baby, penny for a thought. How much it gonna cost to buy you out of buying into a reality that originally bought you? Dime a dozen. Yo, niggas a dime a dozen. Penny for a thought, nigga. Come on, penny for a thought. Think fast, come on. Time is money.
Time is money, money is time. So I keep 7 o'clock in the bank and gain interest in the hour of God. I'm saving to buy my freedom. God grant me wings. I'm too fly, not too fly. I soar to look at humans without wings, so I soar and find tickling the feathers of my wings. Flying hysterically over land, numerically I am 7 mountains higher than the valley of death. 7 mountains higher than the valley of death. 7 dimensions deeper than dimensions of breath. 7 mountains higher than the valley of death. 7 dimensions deeper than dimensions of breath. We're performing an exorcism and all this, keep it realism, violent sensationalism. In the name of the hip-hop that nurtured me, cultured me, we are ordering all evil entities that exit this body, leave this body. In the name of microphone fiends and a young boy's b-boy dreams, we charge you to leave this body, leave this body. All evil entities, all wannabe MCs, decoys, send in the true b-boys, B-men, motherfuckers, B-men. In the name of Scott LaRock, in the name of T LaRock, motherfuckers remember how to do the Reebok. Rock, how? I charge you to leave this body, leave this body, leave this body. I charge you to leave this body, leave this body. Motherfuckers must think I'm crazy. Shit, I think your motherfuckers is crazy. I want my fucking MTV. Penny for a thought, nigga. Penny for a thought. The fuck have you brought into?
Yeah. So let's move to the trolls, right? So I'll first move to this message I received. Quite strange, right? So I kicked this dude off the show because I suspected that he was trolling. Because I seen him on the Thorpes and other sort of troll farms channels where they do like whatever lol cow live or whatever other stupid shit that's funded by the production companies, and talk about pedo shit. They talk about incest shit, and the guy's got like a pedo logo on his thing that's recognized by the FBI with the hurricane triangle, right? So this is what this dude had to say. Right, this is what this dude had to say. Here, hold on, give me a second. And I'm just gonna go through what I've seen. Right, so this is extremely strange, right? Oh wait, I gotta put this away. This here, it says the world will be a better place if the machine lines had cancer and dies from it. That's how I feel about this sensitive F word. Now, everyone at the machine lines can't wait to see how tight your daughter's young pussy feels. Pretty weird. I don't have a daughter, but yeah, he also made some weird comments in that regard. Right, so let's see some other things that he said in terms of just interesting remarks, right? Obviously the dude is not thinking straight, right? But yeah, if anybody tried to send this dude to the channel, I don't think you should maybe stay away from associating with him, right? Because he says some pretty strange things. In this one, he accuses me of PDF, which is really weird, against my imaginary daughter that he wants to have sex with and take my daughter's virginity. This is the things that he said, right? So obviously the dude is kind of not really all there, right? I'd say he's possibly a sicko of extreme magnitudes, right? Possibly extremely, extreme levels. But let me put this up here, and we'll put this guy here, what he says. Give me a second here. So I actually recorded. He sent me this in the DM.
Like fuck all this trolling shit. Pull up here next week and let's have this boxing fight to see if you're really about it. You fucking. Hey, the machine lies. You put this upon yourself, my nigga. You started this. But now, since you're the one who started this, I'm the one who's gonna finish it. Since you're the one who's bringing up flow state into this, like, what the fuck does flow state like has to do with me and you? With me having a problem with you?
I don't know what does flow state have to do with with me and you, man.
The wire going across. Oh shit! Oh shit! Fire!
What does he have to do? Right, pretty weird.
With the way you running your platform. Like, nigga, you sound just like Bex right now, and Jimmy from Cage's panel. Like, are you from over there too? Like, I would not be surprised. Talking about whole state. Like, what the fuck does flow state have to do with me and you? I don't know what the fuck is your problem is with me. If you really want to do this, how about you pull up in here? Let's go to the gym and let's have 10-round, 10-minute boxing match. Since you want to feel like a bitch ass nigga, since you have a problem with me, huh? Let us forget about this internet shit. Like, fuck all this trolling shit. Pull up here next week and let's have this boxing fight to see if you're really about it. You fucking faggot. Or unless you keep fucking your mother like you always do, motherfucker. Or your daughter. Bitch ass nigga. Pull up and fight me, faggot.
so very colorful language, and then obviously I showed you guys the text message of what he said, right? So so yeah, so the dude is totally unhinged, right? And we'll get to, I mean, all my information's posted online. My name, he's saying my full name on his show, right? So I'd like to get your full name, your address, so I could come and find you, right? And we could trade information, right? If you're not afraid, right? Like you're calling all these names and whatnot, right? And also making weird PDF type comments. Let's take a look at his PDF comments to Hostile Hyperborean, talking about how he'd like to stare at dudes' dicks, and what he thinks about little girls and all this type of stuff. So the dude's an extremely sick and disturbed fellow. So if people are associating with this fellow online, that's saying he likes to F little girls and whatnot, right? And people's daughters and whatnot. And also he's from that community, the Thorpes, that also talk about PDF and incest and all this weird shit, right? So I don't know what type of people these are, but here is a thing I recorded of him backstage talking to our friend Hostile Hyperborean. Hostile Hyperborean has been a very just a very useful interlocutor on a range of issues, from history to philosophy to theology. I mean, the dude is one of the most intelligent people I have met online, you know, for sure. Right. And I like to keep that with a lot of the people that we have around here. Right. So a lot of people are just not up to par with the discussions. Right. They can't handle the level of discussions, and we can't tolerate much input from them. Right. So that's just, I mean, we've tested and, you know, seen what everybody can contribute at this point. We've seen the other interactions they have with people online. So, I mean, sort of the jig is up, right? We've looking at, you know, we've been looking at you guys. Anyways, enjoy this replay of this Paro fucking sicko, you know, weird, you know, basically pedophilic rants of this dude about staring at dudes' dicks, right? While he's calling other people the F slur, right? This is what this dude likes to talk about, right? So we're going to expose this fucking dude. We got more of this dude and his associations online if he doesn't, you know, yeah, we'll figure out what's going on. Blessings. Oh, yeah. So thank you for watching us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you guys have a blessed morning. We'll be back at noonish, okay, with the music stream. Okay, so come and check us out at noon for a music stream today. Blessings.
Yo, yo, yo. Wow, what a stream. What a stream. What a stream.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Everybody out. Yo.
Oh, see, that's already.
Yeah. Hostile, man. that was good. No, I get what you mean, bro, because you want to be right and exact, and I really appreciate that. It's just, but I can see. I'll say this, right? But I can see where it's coming from in the sense that, like, it's a feel good thing, right? but sometimes that's not enough.
But that's not truth though, man. Like I agree with him in a lot of ways, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I also agree that you got to meet people where the fuck they are. And so people are like, have been kind of curious, like why I've been talking about God a lot. And all this, you know what I mean? It's because you have to fucking meet people where they are, dude. Or they're just going to be completely lost.
Some people believe in it.
Them where they are, and then you slowly drop fucking seed, bro.
Twilight.
Oh, we are okay. Yeah, I'm gonna play.
I get what you're saying. It's not about our disagreement, right?
Thank you, machine.
You have a different.
No, I know it was incoherent because she's saying that there's a separate deity
that's
is
it.
Like
that's
creating
it.
things.
PML
I know. It's like if we're all gods, why do we have to like, worship something higher than us that's supposedly the same as us? And it's like
I don't care that people have a different
like, is this non-dual? Like,
Well, I do.
Right.
That's why I laughed when I said that. So when you said, no, hey, man, so you notice everyone else had to try to chime in and explain for her, right? Because everyone's confused and they're trying to label it what they think it means, right?
Because they're all still under it, dude.
So when you said it's non-dualism, right? If I think I understand her, and that's why I laughed before I asked her that question, because I knew that she would not agree with it.
I knew too.
She's sitting there explaining non-dualism, and then she was like, well, no, it's not.
It's not, though.
Where was the same energy before Twilight?
She's still coming out of it, man, and that's why you just got to be gentle with people.
That's why I did it, though. That's why I do this shit, right?
Right. No, I know, bro, but sometimes you got to be a little gentler.
You can explain your worldview.
What does that mean, Twilight?
Yo,
I'm asking you a question. What do you mean by that?
What do I mean by what?
What you just said.
I'll be right back, guys.
About faith?
No, that you said that she's something. So I want you to repeat what you just said.
Something.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
Can I let me finish with him real quick, and then you can try to figure out what you said. Okay. What I'm getting at is that me and you have had conversations. We have opposing views, right? Or not opposing. I'd say different views, right? I don't need to go this hard with you because you know how to try to explain yourself. You make a sense out of what you're saying. Same with TML. Same with Avian. These people know how to explain their worldview. But when somebody sits there and goes on for 20 minutes and there's just like a plethora of errors in thinking, I'm like, okay, hold on a second. Let me run this person through the gambit, through the grinder.
Right.
That's all I'm doing, right? Hopefully, what I hope it did is that
she hasn't rigorously gone through her.
It's resonating, right?
I get
it's sitting there and she's left resonating with this conflict, right? Like, okay, why did he say these things? Why is he so confused, right? Maybe she can learn to express it better next time. Maybe she has a coherent worldview, but she just does a poor job at expressing it, right? Well, maybe these kind of
can you do it better? Since you did a poor job, can you do it better?
Yes, I can do way better.
I mean,
yes,
she may
I
not
can
exactly
way
Show it. Show us. Show us.
Hypatia of Alexandria or something, but the thing is like she's definitely like based in a few ideas. Like for example,
show us
in terms of the J's, in terms of the no creation idea, right? There's something to that, right?
Yeah.
So she's got some things that seem to point to a greater sort of metaphysical compass than most people can afford just with their own ideology, right? So that is pretty remarkable.
Absolutely, that is all true, right? And that's why I mentioned. That's why I said the only reason the hostility becomes this way is for reflection, right? I don't matter when she goes to bed tonight. And 2 days from now, she's not going to remember me, right? I don't matter, but it's the conflict that's left there, right? And maybe she'll refine the way she expresses it over time, and that only helps. That only helps people. I don't need it's not about me. It's not about.
No, I get what you're saying, dude, and I respect it to an extent, but I just think that sometimes you got to be more gentle with people, man. Like it depends on the purpose, or it depends. Well, I guess it depends on the purpose too. I guess it's not necessarily a slip, but it depends on the person. You know what I mean? Like if you see that somebody clearly is not aware of what the hell is obvious contradiction, you know what I mean? Like they're still forming their ideas.
It's kind of like when No, I'm not going to use that analogy. That's bad. That's bad. No,
No, use it. We're backstage, so
it's kind of like when a child is like learning something, right? As it's growing up, and it's doing the same air over and over and over, and then
Are
like
you not a child?
parents resort to spanking ass. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like
And
this is like
faces, not-
ideologically spanking
just the
ass.
ass, but
That's
the
all it
faces
is.
too.
No, I get you, bro. I get you. Like, I'm not mad at you. I just think you might have been a
course
little
not.
harsh with her. Because I think that, although I do think that her number one issue was saying that we idolize words. I thought that was kind of preposterous.
I don't exactly.
It's like,
we
it's
both
like
all,
what
we
are you
all
saying?
know that
Like, we
words
all
fail.
use fucking words to communicate. You know?
Alright.
But other than that, like, I honestly enjoyed her spirit.
What is preposterous, Twilight?
If anything, man, like, I enjoyed her spirit. Like,
It's there.
I thought she had good. I thought she had good energy, you know. And
What
you know.
TML said, what TML said is on point. It's there. The spirit is there. I
Right.
know that.
Yeah.
I know that.
Yeah.
It's always
and I
there.
mean,
It's always there.
she didn't seem judgmental or anything. I mean,
Ain't nobody said nothing about being mental.
you know,
No,
that's
judgmental, bro.
that's
Okay, so chill out.
That's a far
But still
that's a far cry from most people, you know. So
I will
respect that.
disclose though that this isn't just random, right? So I've been on panels in the past with her on them where she gets crazy and like crashes out on people. So I was trying to match that. There's a deep
Everybody
thing
can be
within
crazy
her.
Okay.
It's
Yeah,
nice.
there's a deep thing within her that you haven't
Everybody can be
maybe
crazy
haven't
sometimes.
experienced, but
It's
like I
life.
have. So I'm trying to
Okay.
bring that level of hostility towards
So
her
this is why we
philosophy
had this
because
conversation.
nobody was really engaging with her philosophy on these ortho bro panels.
Okay, then
They were-
explain your
nobody would call
philosophy,
it
sir.
for
Explain
what
your
it was.
philosophy.
I get it, bro.
Carl,
Okay,
wait
okay.
a second, bro. Like I get it. You're eager.
Yeah, I
right?
didn't know
I'm
that, man.
eager. What do you
That
mean?
makes more sense now.
You keep asking the same question, and we're in the middle of a conversation. I get it,
Yeah,
bro.
bro,
You want to
like,
hear
for
my
real.
philosophy? I get you.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
heard
Bro,
you.
you're the one who crashing out over a woman's worldview. So that's why I'm here, like asking you, like why can't you just accept it at least? It's not your worldview. It's
What do you
her
mean by
worldview.
accept it?
So why
What do
can't
you
we
like
just
hear it?
accept
dude? What does that
Do
even
you mean
mean?
like? Do you mean like hear it? Is that what you mean by accept it? Because I
Like,
heard it.
we heard
If you don't,
it,
if you don't like it,
what are you
just
talking about?
appreciate it at least. That's
Yeah,
what I'm
see,
talking about. I'm
see, I
talking
like
about that
to-
y'all crashing out over words.
I want people to be better at what they do, right? So like I'm like an opponent
Same
in
here.
a sport. So look at philosophy as like a sport, right?
Right.
I'm just the other team, right? Who's trying to win on a basketball court or on a soccer field or something, right? And I'm putting up defenses and I'm trying to score goals. Like she should also try to uphold her worldview, right? She wants to get up on a panel and try to explain her worldview. Well, if there's problems with it, if somebody understands clearly that there's problems with it, they should be brought up. That's all I'm doing. Now, my voice and my emotions that may come off as crashing
Basically,
out.
if you hold something as a conviction that strongly, you should be able to
But all
defend
I'm
it.
saying is that people that disagree don't act like how you acted right now. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, you're right. You're right. I've already mentioned that. Twilight, we disagree, me and him. TML,
yeah.
we disagree. We already know that. Do I have to come at TML like this? No, because his worldview is sound. He bases his worldview off of first principles that are basically presuppositions that I can't argue. But how he works from those first principles up to the end is sound. She's trying to take a claim. She's trying to stake claim on something that's. Listen, real quick, bro. She's trying to stake claim. Okay, say what you said. Sorry.
It's about you and her. Like, what does TML have to do with this? This is between me.
I'm talking about my ability to be fine with disagreements. You don't understand that I disagree with people on this very panel that you're on here with.
You're right.
And I've never have to have these levels of engagement with them because they're not retarded. Do you not get? Do you not understand what I'm saying?
Nothing about retarded. You see, ad hominem. Yeah. Wow. Very big.
Okay. Well, I mean, actually, the word originally means to go backwards, to regress. So
no, I mean, I don't care, ad hom or not, right? This is the sport aspect of it.
Right.
This is I really don't care. And like I said, at the end of the day, she's not going to lose sleep over this conversation.
Right. Yeah, some people just can't handle like disagreeing. That's what's crazy. Like it's kind of insane.
No,
Really. They take every disagreement as personal. And
this is sparring.
And then they call us crazy. And they call us crazy and crashing out. And it's like we're sitting here like smiling, like calm, and they're all freaking out.
My crash out, right? You notice that when I'm
it's funny as shit, dude. We're emotional, but we're calm. It's funny as shit, honestly.
The crash out that you're
like,
mentioning.
I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about other people that I've dealt with, where it's like they're like fucking asking every imaginable question and asking for evidence, and then I try to show them, and they don't want to look at it, and it's like, bro, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't even have knowledge of what you're speaking on, so really, you're not even qualified to talk to me about this. You know, I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about others who have done this shit. And then
Nobody's
they
not
fucking
qualified.
and then they sit and act like you don't know what you're talking about. And it's like, bro, like what are you even saying? Like you don't have any knowledge of what the hell I'm talking about, but yet you're gonna tell me it's wrong. Like what? You know, like I always respect everybody's worldviews. I don't care what anybody believes. You know what I mean? Like I'm not as hostile as you are. I mean, yeah, I like to, you know.
It seems like y'all really take this debate more seriously than normal people do.
It's really not a debate though, right? Because like I'm already in a position to where I'm confident in my worldview. It's not about that.
Yeah.
It's about putting someone else through the grinder. I've already told you that I've had previous experiences with her on panels where everyone just takes her worldview as a joke. So they don't even seriously engage. So
because they all think like you. That's why.
No, they don't. I actually agree with a lot of things that she said, like the eternity aspect, no creation. What TML mentioned is spot on. She has these latent ideas, not even latent, they're expressed, right? But there's a true cosmology latent in there that needs to be fully uncovered. And I'm just trying to nudge it on. That's why I brought up the Socratic questioning earlier, right?
Yes.
This was a purely Socratic engagement. I knew what I almost every time I knew what the answers were going to be. I was trying to lead her into thinking about a problem that she was actually coming up with, and her problem was expressed. I was trying to bring attention to it. That's all I was doing. And sometimes that it takes a competitor. That's the hostility.
The adversary. Yeah.
It's not, like I said, none of us are losing sleep over this, bro.
Right.
You just have never been engaged in deep philosophy, I guess.
Like I said, y'all take this shit more seriously.
Well,
I think she does. I think Marilyn does.
Well, I don't take it as seriously as he does.
I never see proof of her taking it seriously. That's why I said that
she takes her worldview seriously, and I think it matters to her.
And it's okay. It's okay. That's how she feels. Like accept it at least. You don't have to like be like harm about it. You know what I'm saying?
I don't have to be harm about it. Is that what you said?
I mean, the way you was going after her, you know, saying that people think that her worldview is a joke. So of course, that's what I meant.
Okay, no, but previously, I just now said that when we were actually engaged, me talking to Marilyn, was I using ad homs or was I scrutinizing her worldview with actual points?
Yeah.
I didn't say nothing about you using ad homs, but one thing I do know that you were kind of low-key crashing out.
Yeah, my voice sounds like that, right? I'm engaged. I'm passionate about philosophy. It sounds like I'm crashing out. But the crash out, a true crash out is like, fuck you, blah, blah, blah. Like nobody has a sound argument. I was putting up sound questions.
There's different crash outs if you haven't noticed.
Which one?
I just noticed that people usually say people are crashing out are the ones that are emotional.
There is small crash outs, and there's medium crash outs, and there's large crash outs.
Yeah. Okay. Explain how this one was a large crash out.
People define whatever they want.
No, it's a medium crash out. That's what I.
So okay, you've divided it into 3 categories. What makes this one a medium crash out?
Okay.
A medium crash out is the way you went off. Listen, the way you went off. Like you're trying to fight her worldview. That's a medium crash out. The small crash out is you just like not agreeing everything that a person is saying. But a big crash out is when you say fuck you, this and that. Like that's a big crash out.
Yeah,
that's what I mean.
So scrutinizing someone's philosophical worldview, cosmology is a medium crash out.
Right, I guess so. Yeah.
Ta-da.
Oh, okay. So basically, the entirety of philosophy is one giant crash out.
Right. Yeah.
You know that philosophy is
No one
literally
said
people
nothing about
scrutinizing
don't
other
asking you
people's
understand
can you
what
explain
talking
what's
about.
your philosophy? I be asking you that from long. Like, can you explain what is your philosophy?
It would take hours for me to break this down to you.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Bro.
But I've already given you one example of where me and her disagree that I feel like it ties up one of her issues. One of the ontological errors. Her separating big G from little g's, plural, right? Why? Why not circumvent that, right? There is no, if we're all eternal and we're not created, we should all be on the same playing field. Just call it G's. There's no reason to say that there's this other God.
I don't
right?
know about big G's or small G thing. I don't know, but
Oh, so so you don't even understand, but you're wanting to tell me I'm a bad guy?
Exactly.
I never said nothing. You're a bad guy.
Okay, you want to say I'm having a medium crash out, but you don't even understand the arguments?
Right.
It sounds like you're coming from
going on.
You're coming from
that you were kind of tripping.
You're
That's
affectional. You're affectional. You've already said
what the fuck
quote,
does that
quote,
even mean?
You're emotional. You're an emotional man. You said,
This is
"Oh,
what
why?"
I'm saying, dude.
Tell me.
Because
Tell
you
me.
literally put an emphasis on the word woman when you said I was scrutinizing her worldview. You said a woman's worldview, and then you said like
a woman's worldview.
It's not about her being a woman or a man. If she was a man, I still would have put her ass through the gambit. What are you talking about?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You haven't put anybody to the gambit, homie. Sorry to say.
That literally
no,
was
he
the
has.
gambit, and you're calling it a crash out.
No, he
Yeah,
has.
right.
And
All right.
honestly, I would
Whatever you
rather
say, bro.
I would rather talk to him about it than 90% of the other people because they just want to tell you you're wrong and they're right and get emotional and have absolutely no bearing, no evidence, no logical consistency to anything they fucking say.
So,
and they're just insulting and everything else. I've had deep conversations with Hyperborean that have been very respectful, and we have deep
Pero,
mutual
and
respect for each other.
agree and we disagree entirely. Like when
It's
it comes down to
logical.
those 2 points that those disagreements are, those points of contention are huge.
Yes.
They change the
That's what she
philosophy
said.
entirely, right? But I don't need to crash out because I don't need to have the gambit issue because when he explains himself, he has a sense of coherency. There are just presuppositions that I don't agree with. Those are inarguable. Those are like points of faith or intuition, right? That's not a problem. It's her claims. Her claims aren't intuitional errors. They're
But
errors
why do you have a problem with her claims?
because they don't make sense. That's the problem.
Well,
Now I'm
make it make sense. Well, make it make sense, sir, if you can.
I already gave you an example. Her
You tried the
ontological
whole-
error, right? So
You tried
I'm
the
having
whole
a
thing,
discussion
point.
with I'm having a discussion
What?
about philosophy with somebody who does not understand any of the claims. You're basing your judgment off of emotions. You saw the emotions of that
People-
debate or that scrutiny.
People talking about they don't understand philosophy, who don't understand philosophy, people who don't understand, talking about
what the
logic, who
fuck
don't
is
understand the
going on,
first
bro?
principles.
You
of
haven't
logic.
mentioned one
It's fucking
problem with
hilarious.
the actual the scrutiny that I had, right? You didn't
They
mention a
can't
part of
find
the
the fucking
discussion.
word.
You said I was like crashing out and that I
Yes,
was
you were.
not accepting
Yes,
a
you were.
woman's view. That's emotional,
By
right?
being
Why don't
grateful,
you-
dumbass. That's what the fuck I meant.
Okay,
Why
so
don't
now
you
we're-
explain
I'm-
where
So now you're
where
crashing out, right?
Like I
was
said,
the
I don't
By
know
your
what the hell is
definition.
going on. I
By
don't know
your
what is going
definition.
on, but I do know is you were kind of going off.
No,
What
I
she
know
was
you
trying to
don't
make
know
the
what's going
statement.
on.
No,
That's
no one's
apparent.
going off.
Exactly.
No, I know that.
I don't
That's
believe
apparent.
in
No one's going off.
I don't believe in none of this Christianity type shit.
I don't
That's
either.
what
Do
I'm
we?
trying to say.
I don't either.
Oh, but you taking it seriously. Like you say you don't believe it, but earlier you say you take this shit serious.
Her points weren't necessarily Christian. They were metaphysical, spiritual claims.
Come on, man.
I think that you you just you're not at the level of being able to discuss these things, right?
Yeah,
Like
no.
I'm not going to say you're retarded or you're low IQ or anything, but you just
I'm
haven't
retarded.
taken the
You're right.
time.
I'm retarded.
You just haven't taken the time to understand
don't
what
to say with your chest, bro.
what
I
you
get
just saw happen. You're seeing it from the outside as an observer, and you don't resonate with what a philosophical discussion is or a polematic discussion. You don't know what you don't know what a polemic is. You think it was a
You're
crash
right.
out. Yeah,
I'm not a debate freak like you. That's why.
Well, I'm not really a debate freak, right? It's all about.
Oh, really? Oh,
well,
okay.
I'm not though. Like I said, TML, Twilight, these other
Basic
people that I
logic.
have disagreements with, that doesn't get to this level. She's talking about things that directly correlate with my cosmology, my metaphysics. So, do I just let errors go by, or am I brave enough to step up and run somebody through the gambit? If anything, something positive will come out of that interaction. You think it's this negative thing that I abused a woman or something.
That's the thing.
That's super gay.
I never said anything about you abusing a woman. Like,
Then why did you put an emphasis on her being a woman? Why did that matter to you?
Because she is a woman, stupid.
But why do you need to say that?
Yeah,
if it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, right? Exactly.
Why didn't you just say person
Oh my God.
or her or Marilyn or whatever?
Okay, what you want me to say? That's a he. What was the topic of this stream?
Well, no, you could have just said her name or that person, right? Right? You didn't need to say, well, why can't you accept a woman's view?
I mean, like I said, I thought you were a little harsh
Well,
on her.
to be honest, I said
honest.
the woman's view. So get that right. I don't know where you got it from. I know it's Marilyn, but all I'm saying is that let's say if it's a different woman, not like Marilyn, saying the same thing to you.
Doesn't matter who it is.
All I'm saying is, like, you might not like it, but you have to respect it.
There are women right now in the world that have really solid cosmologies and philosophical worldviews.
Yep.
And they don't. I wouldn't think once about scrutinizing them because they usually when somebody has a sound argument, it can only be reduced to presuppositions, which you can't
Brian,
argue.
it's really simple, bro. Most people they've done tests on this. Communication specialists have done tests on this. Very few fucking people actually listen and respond. They hear and react. That's the reality.
Yeah.
Hear and
they've
react.
shown.
Yes, that's
like
the
I'm
key.
telling you, there's a very small percentage, brother.
Can you, Pyro? How about this? Let's flip it on you. What about her worldview made sense? Can you explain?
That she's a Christian, that she believes that this and that we all are gods. I mean, that's according to her. I mean, I may not agree with it, but I give credit where credit is due, and y'all should too.
Explain this one point, right? There's something called God, and then there's gods, right?
Well,
and we're all
I already
eternal.
said I appreciate her spirit. I'm not
We're all
hostile
eternal,
as-
but we're made in the image of another eternal being. Explain that to me. Do you understand the nuance behind that claim?
I don't really know what the fuck that means, to be honest.
Me either. That was my point. That was my point.
But you were arguing with her about it, and you don't know about it. Like, come on, bro.
Okay, so just sit back and accept it. Be like, yeah. No, I'm saying I understand it's a contradiction. I'm saying it doesn't make sense. When I say I don't understand it, it doesn't make sense to me. So I want the person to elaborate and make sense
And
of
that's
it.
the problem that I have with you, that you're not giving it credit where credit is due.
That I ask
You're saying that it
questions.
doesn't make any sense.
Oh.
You just said it doesn't make any sense. So all I'm saying is just give credit at least. Just
Okay,
give
so
some credit.
next
You don't have
time, just don't ask any questions. Just sit back and be like,
So
yeah,
basically,
cool.
bro, just smile and give her 100 on her paper. And
I got you. Yeah, he wants to give
her a big
everybody
star,
an A.
dog. Just give
Got
her a
it.
big star, dog.
Yeah,
I never
I'll
said
give her an
nothing
A
about
next
money.
time, bro.
Give her.
I don't know when that debate. I don't know when that debate is gonna happen, but all right, let's see what happens. But
Look,
did
bro,
you
I
say that
just
you were
dropped
on
in the
panels with
chat.
her?
I mean, like I said, I get where you're coming from. I did respect her spirit. I thought she had good energy. She didn't seem like she was judgmental. It seems like she's still working her ideas out. You know what I mean? I think you could have been more gentle and like trying to like plant seeds or whatever. You know, because I get what you're doing. You know, obviously I fucking I understand the lingo she was using. My biggest issue, honestly, was her talking about idolizing words. I thought that was fucking preposterous.
Yeah.
It's like, yo, you need words to explain shit. Like, come on.
Yeah.
You know,
She could have just, instead of saying that and throwing it on me, she could have just explained the difference and the nuance between the word made and create. That was it. That's all she had to do.
Right.
But
I know.
she
That was
couldn't
the
go there.
thing. Is that it was such a minor thing that like caused such
So
a threat.
minor.
That's what
You
was
could tell that
crazy.
you could tell that she's a like pro-Christian. The way she sees that worldview. Don't get it twisted. My mom sees that worldview too. That's why I kind of understand her point.
No, yeah, and that's why I agree with you, Pero, because I understand people like, you know, come out of that and it's a hell of a drug. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're all like, indoctrinated by that. So like I get it, you know what I mean?
Finally, you agree with me, Twilight. Finally.
No, I have agreed with you the whole time, man. It's just I also see his point. I just think that he went a little too harsh on her.
Bro, I'm matching energy right now. Like
yeah,
I said,
and that's why I confronted him.
There are panels that she gets on and literally crashes out and calls people Jew retards. Like she cusses at people.
Oh, for real?
Yeah,
Like
bro, like
Jim Bob?
absolute crash out,
Like
which
Jim
I'm
Bob?
not really against, but I'm
Right.
saying
Like Jim Bob?
there's a certain energy that she participates in, right?
So you're saying she's not always in that energy?
Well,
Like
no,
Jim Bob?
no, I thought she would be if I got up there, but she didn't really go hard like on the ortho bros. I think she was actually contemplating my questions. They were the questions that she took seriously.
Okay, well,
that's how I assess what happened. But I'm letting you know what I did on her radar. I'm telling you, bro. I did not affect her. There's no.
Right.
She's not offended by me.
I don't doubt that. So you're saying that she's been more hostile too?
Absolutely, bro. She's
Okay.
absolutely like super based. What TML said about her being
I
based,
think we're even then. I mean,
bro. She's super
I haven't
based.
seen it, but I believe you. You have no reason to lie to me. So, I mean,
I think this conversation should be dead a long time ago because the debate is over. Like, don't y'all think it's time to talk about something else?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you can stop telling people that they were like, not accepting women's worldviews or whatever. We can move on.
Bro, what the fuck did I just said? Like, the conversation is dead.
Yeah.
Like, let's talk about something else.
Let's move on, bro.
Exactly.
Yeah. So let's hear Pero's worldview. What's yours?
How was your day? How was your day?
The title of this panel is God a Woman? What's your answer to that?
Nah, but the earth is.
And like I said before, and I'm gonna say it again, I don't think God is a woman. If it is, the world would be feminized.
Right.
It will be full of women. We wouldn't have like masculine men like Sylvester Stallone, who else? Arnold Schwarzenegger, and many others, because it would have been women taking over that shit.
So if there is a God,
now,
if there is a God, it's like androgynous. It has a little bit of both or something.
If it's a God, if it's a what? Repeat.
Nah.
Yeah, if there is a God, it's like male and female, right? Because we have male and female in the world. Is that what you're saying?
Like I said, God can be a he. There's no way that God can be a she. The people that think, God, that she is a she, that they have that worldview, and I don't know who put them in that situation that led them to think, God is a she, God is this. They even think that God is trans. Can y'all think about that?
I know.
They even think that God is trans.
They have trans people like teaching the Bible and shit, bro. It's like disturbing as fuck. Like they're using Bible verses to like teach children, like be ye transformed. And I saw a video, bro, and they were literally like quoting the Bible, and they're saying, look, God knew beforehand that there were going to be trans people in the world. I was like, yo, this is twisted, bro.
So you've already made like a contradiction in a way. And now should I just like not ask you a question? Should I just be like, cool, man? Or should I like actually engage with you? Should I engage with you and ask you a question?
Man.
You still with the same old shit, bro.
Well, no, I'm saying, right? Like I'm trying to, is Socrates a bad guy? Is there a reason that they wanted to kill Socrates? Is this the reason?
Yes,
what the fuck is a Socrates?
Okay, let me just ask you a question. I'll ask you one question.
Sure.
One question, right? You said God can't be a woman because the whole world would be like feminized, right? So
Yes,
if God is a
was
man, why isn't the entire world masculine?
Well, compared to now, like I said, y'all don't hear who's running the system? Have y'all forgot like who's running the system that's responsible for this LGBTQ agenda being shoved down our throats? I heard that Jeffrey Epstein was behind it. That's what I heard.
So like in the past, everything was matriarchal, right? So like was God a woman at one time, and then like they arm wrestled. There was another guy that came by and like beat her in an arm wrestling match and was like, "I'll take it from here."
God transition, bro. No.
Take it from where?
That's what the Bible says. Be transformed.
Yeah, no, you said God is a man, and I'm just, I guess I think I kind of understand what you're saying. You're saying because the power structures are masculine, it's patriarchal, that God most likely is a man. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, we all know God is a man because who the fuck thinks that God is a woman or God is
I don't
this
know,
and that?
like
We all know he's a man.
all the ancients beyond like 0 AD. Yeah.
Yeah, some people thinking that, oh, it could be an animal, it could be a person, it could be a place, or it could be a thing. But me personally, I think like God is a man because God creates everything. Yeah, person, place, or a thing. Haven't you heard about that? Like back in school?
Do you think God is a person, place, or thing?
Person. Duh.
And it's a he?
Yes.
Did you say duh?
Yes. Because you asking me questions that is accurate. Of course, God is a he.
I asked you an accurate question, so you say duh?
You just did. Yes, you just did.
How does that make any sense? So I asked you an accurate question. First of all, I don't know what that means. What you mean by that?
You asked me if God is a he, and I said, yeah, duh.
No, I said, is it a person, place, or thing? And you said
a person. Yeah, person. Yes, person. Yes, yes.
You have trouble remembering what you said seconds ago.
But you asked me if God was a person, and I said yes. Of course, he's a person. But the way people view it, they think, oh, it's a place or it's a thing.
Explain to me how you know, of course, right? Like enough to say duh to somebody. Like, well, how do you know that? How is God a person?
What if it was a place?
My God, if God was not a person, who the fuck will create this world in the first place?
There's a creation.
So you think there's creation? Yeah.
Who created the planet? Who created the beaches? Who created the sharks?
What if
you can laugh all you want, but I'm asking you, who created mountains? You know, bushes.
There's a so look, man. I'm not, instead of like, you judging me and thinking I'm like, abusing you. There's a philosopher, a pre-Socratic philosopher named Parmenides. Just go read Parmenides, and then like maybe later we'll talk about this.
I don't know what the hell that means, but
just type it in, save it in your phone, search Parmenides, and then try to like find all the writing that you can about him, right? Parmenides.
Parmenides. All right. Can you type it in the chat? Can you type it in the private chat?
I got you, man. And you'll thank me for this later. I promise you will.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see.
Oh yeah, I'm banned. I'm banned from the chat, bro. I crashed out. So
no, in the private chat, not in the
got you,
because it ended.
How the fuck?
Oh, got you.
Oh, right. I was going to say, what the fuck?
Yeah, but I have a problem listening to what I'm saying. All right.
No. So what? Why I
Hyperborean.
I'm sorry. Why I recommended him is that there's this idea out there, right? That there's a such thing as eternity. Do you understand that?
Yeah, you're asking about our worldview. That's our worldview. I mean, obviously we have
and I respect it. I give you credit where credit is due. But I'm asking y'all, like, when others have like different worldviews, you might not like it or anything, but just give it some credit. That's all I'm saying.
No. Well, I'm more agreeable than my friend here.
You see? There you go. Boom.
I mean, I like to also like dig deeper into why someone believes what they believe. But I less challenge them and more just like try to understand, why it is they believe what they believe, if they have a strong foundation on it. And then like what usually happens though 90% of the fucking time is I'm the one being questioned. So that's why I don't do it
on that side. Exactly.
That's why I don't do it as much as he does, because usually I'm the one who is being questioned and interrogated and like, what the fuck? Because it's so different than most people.
Bro, when I get on other people's panels, I'm the guy. What just happened to Marilyn? I'm the guy, right? And I don't leave thinking like, oh man, they yelled at me.
Yeah, no, I know exactly, bro. I know. And people don't know that, but it's okay.
Yeah.
But
I thought I said that we
we're
could move
constantly
on
defending
from the
ourselves
conversation.
or not even
Yeah.
defending ourselves. But
Well,
having to
you
make
just
ourselves
you brought it
clear.
up, Paro. You literally just brought it up, not us. You were like, "Hey, man, you need to accept me." I don't need to
Yeah,
accept
but I
you.
told you that
I don't need to
dead long
accept
time
you.
ago.
I don't
told
need
you
to
that.
accept you. Do you understand that?
That you are right now. That you are right now.
Listen,
you are right now.
If you go through life thinking that people need to accept you, you're gonna have a shitty trajectory, right?
That's true.
Because a lot of people are not. So you need to get that idea out of your mind quickly. It's not about me accepting you, bro.
That Maryland, you just mentioned Maryland again, and I told you like why you guys still talking about this? Like
you just said
it's gone already.
You.
Wait, hold up, Carol. I didn't say that.
For example, oh my God, bro, is this guy high or something?
That's what I'm thinking about you. You literally just
you,
brought it up.
Not me. You.
Okay.
You didn't bring it up. An example. Do you know what example is?
Let's slow shit
Jesus
down. Let's
Christ.
slow shit down.
Yeah.
Slow shit down. Let's just
Dumbass.
You can't even remember what you said seconds ago, and then you're saying that
You
I
can't even remember what the fuck you just said. Like earlier when you were talking about I didn't forget what it is, but you forget too. So don't think that I'm the only one.
No, I haven't forgot anything. I'll tell you exactly where you brought it up.
What else you mentioned earlier?
You literally said you need to accept me. That's what happened. I'm reminding you of what happened.
I said give credit, you dumbass. That's what I meant. Give some credit.
He did say give credit, and I get what he's saying. Like
exactly,
like I said,
bro.
you gotta meet people where they
dumbass
are,
nigga
bro.
don't fucking understand, man.
You have to meet people where they are sometimes, bro.
No,
you know?
that still applies to Maryland. He said both things: accepted and give credit. He said that.
Why you have to bring down Maryland, bro? That like leave her out of it.
Well,
Just leave her out of it.
It's like this, man. Like
it's
you gotta be
over.
able to like
move on.
Maybe it's because like when I grew up, I was like around so many different people from different cultures and different backgrounds and all that. Like you gotta meet people where they are, man, and try to like speak in their language. And
bro,
shit, you know
no,
what
I
I'm
don't
saying?
have to do what you do, Twilight. I don't have to do that.
Well, you don't have
I'm not,
to, right? You don't
I'm
have
not,
to.
Okay, right?
But
Like
I'm
I get your point. I get your point.
Right.
I'm not going to do it though. You understand that?
Right.
So Pero, the reason
So
this
I'm saying
whole
that's
conversation.
kinda
The reason the whole conversation got derailed is because you went on this tangent about me needing to give you credit or us needing to give you credit.
For an example.
Nobody needs
That's
to give
what
you
I'm
shit.
trying to say.
Nobody
For
needs to give you
example.
shit. So quit saying that, right? I don't
Nobody
need to do
doesn't give me
anything.
shit. Exactly. That's why I called you out, nigga.
Why don't you just explain the worldview and then we go, oh wow, that's awesome. That makes a lot of
I
sense.
already did, dumbass. The way she has the worldview, that's her worldview. Just like you have your worldview, just like Twilight has a worldview, Joe Cool has his worldview, and even NPC, TML. Accept it. We all think different.
Yeah.
Jesus
no,
Christ,
I get
bro.
you. I get
Is this
you,
guy
bro.
this guy slow or something?
No, I'm not
no.
slow. No. We were having a conversation, right?
No, he's hostile.
No, we were
slow to
literally having a conversation, right, about God being a woman, right? And you said, no, it can't be a woman because the world will be feminized, right?
No, bro, the devil is a
and
woman.
you start asking questions from
then I
this.
said,
so don't you dare say that I brought it up.
I'm
You're the
walking
one
you
who's
through
still
what just happened
thinking
because
about
we're
it.
having trouble remembering what just happened. So, and then you
Yeah,
said,
you.
I said, what is God?
Y'all
Is
know.
it, what is it? And you said, it's got to be a man.
Make some sense.
Right? And then I said, well, if it's a man, why isn't the world masculine, right? I tried to turn that, your claim about feminism or whatever, the femininity of the world.
Yeah, what's going on right now today?
And
but
then
what today has to do with before?
And then it led
Like,
to
who
you
created
making
the
the
planet?
claim that God is a person. And then you said, duh, right? You said, duh, it's a
Because he
person.
is.
And then I said, explain why.
Who is Jesus
right?
Christ's father? Who is the father of Jesus Christ?
So then I said, why is it a person?
Exactly.
Why is that so
You can't
dumb?
even
You
answer
said,
it, bro. You
No, I
can't even
will.
answer
I
it.
will.
Get the
I need you
fuck
to
out
catch
of here,
up,
man.
though. I will answer that question because you'll forget that question you just asked me in about 5 seconds, and I'll bring it back up. So
You can't even answer me who's the father of Jesus Christ.
there is no
Wait,
Jesus
hold up.
Christ. There's no Jesus Christ, bro.
Wait, hold up. I
Nigga,
thought you
bro.
rejected Christianity.
Yeah. This is wild. This is wild.
Wait. That was a question towards me?
Yeah. You said Christianity, you don't buy it. Now you're saying that God is the father of Jesus
I
Christ.
don't. That's the only thing that I know. I know some of these things. I just don't take it seriously because that's who I am.
You do
if y'all do more power to y'all.
Said that God
no,
is a
I
man.
don't.
You just said God is a man. You
This
said that.
dumbass, bro. This dumb. He is
I'm
a man.
a
'Cause who
dumbass
else it
because
is?
you're making claims.
Who else it is? Who is the
Well,
father
we
of
were
Jesus
getting
Christ? You
there.
can't
We were
even
getting
answer.
there,
You
but
can't
you
even answer
derailed
me.
it. You
You can't even
derailed it,
answer
right?
me. You can't
No, I
even
did.
answer
I
me. Who's
said
the
that
father
Jesus.
of Jesus
I
Christ?
did.
Who's
There
the
is no
father? Who's the
father.
father?
Fathers are a misnomer. My
Who's the
claim
father?
is there is no
You can't
father.
even answer that simple question, bro.
I just
All right,
answered
whatever.
you. There's
No,
no
you didn't.
father. There's no such
There's
thing as
no
a father.
That's not the fucking question, you dumbass. Holy shit. Bro, I tried to move on to the
Wow.
conversation, but you
You have to
still
be the lowest
stuck
IQ
from
person I've
with this
ever met.
Christianity type shit.
Literally.
You still with this Christianity type shit.
You're
I
the
just
one
telling you to
talking
move
about
on.
Christianity.
No, bro, we reject that
I'm just
model
telling you to move on
entirely.
that you still with the same old shit, bro.
You
I
just
told you
asked
move
me
on.
who was the father of Jesus Christ, and you're
Yes,
calling me
I
a
did.
Christian?
Bro, that's like saying who's the father of Superman?
I just told you there's no father. There's no such thing as a father.
Talking to you is like talking to a rock. Like, I'm sorry. Talking to you is like talking to a rock.
So I just answered your question, okay? You asked me who is the father of Jesus Christ.
Yes.
My answer is both of those things are lies. There's no such thing as a father. That's your problem.
Okay, so how did I got created in this world then?
You're
Tell
not
me.
created. You're eternal.
How we all created from this world? Tell me.
Because the world is
how did we all
temporal.
created?
You're identifying just like you're doing right now. You're identifying with creation.
Everybody. So you're saying that Jesus has no father? Are you trying to say that?
I'm saying that absolutely no one has his father. Spiritually, no one has a creator. You are
Everybody
eternal.
has a father, you moron. Do you have a father? Because I do.
You don't. You're not getting
Everybody has a father.
You have a spirit, right? Do you believe that you have a spirit?
I don't believe in no fucking spirits. The only spirit that I believe is the Holy Spirit and Christmas spirit.
Okay,
That's the only spirit I
so
believe.
did Jesus have a biological father?
Like I said, it could be God.
Okay, so
That's
you
what always been
you agree
explaining.
with the idea that there's these like fathers that aren't in bodies, right? There's a father somewhere that doesn't have a physical body. You call it God?
Am I talking? Am I talking to a tree or something? I already told you that God is the creator of everything. What do you think he calls himself? The Heavenly Father.
Your spirit
He's the Heavenly
is not
Father.
created. You're not created.
Yes.
Your body is formed out of matter, but your
Okay, tell
spirit
me
is
how
not.
am I created then? Since you think you know too much, tell me how am I created? Tell me.
Well, no, I'm telling you, you're not created.
He's saying there is no creation.
There's no such thing as
We
creation.
reject the entire Judeo-Christian paradigm. Okay, and we're saying that
So who
the
created,
entire thing is basically a psyop. Okay, so the
So
whole
who
of Christianity and
created
everything that goes.
mountains?
Hold on. No, no one created mountains. Okay,
Created beaches?
everything.
So you're saying that it was for nothing? That
No, I'm saying it's
the world
always
is made
existed.
for nothing?
I'm saying it's always existed.
It's always existed. Do you understand that?
There's nothing made. There's nothing created. It's always existed. Everything
always
is eternal.
existed.
Nothing was made. Nothing was created.
God, bro.
There is no beginning,
Jesus
and there can
Christ,
never
man.
be an end. There's pure awareness and awareness of itself. A will.
Here, wait.
There is
Maybe
a
this will help.
will. There is a
He
will.
likes using the Bible, right? So maybe this will help. Do you remember when God in the Bible said, "I am the Alpha and Omega. I am the beginning and the end"?
No, I never heard nothing about God saying that. And I don't even read the Bible either. If you do, more power to you.
Okay, so
to know.
wait, Twilight. One more thing, right? So this is the only other
We're
route
having the
this could
same
go.
problem again.
Hold on, Twilight. Hold on.
Okay, so we're created, right? We had to be created, right? That's what you're saying. Where did you
You
come from?
moron.
Where did mountains come from? Right?
You're a moron, dude. Stop it.
Right?
Stop
Is that what you're saying, Paro?
It's like avian.
Wait, Paro,
I'm
is
a
that what you're
moron?
saying?
Twilight, am I a moron or him?
No,
That's
me.
what you're trying to say?
He's saying I am. He's saying I am.
I'm saying
Okay.
he's
I'm being a fool, right? I'm wilding out.
Okay, it's okay. Y'all could gang up on me if y'all want. But all I'm saying is just I'm defending my talking points.
Twilight
just
is
like you
taking
defending
your
your
side.
talking points.
Twilight is taking your side right now, okay? He's helping you, not me.
I'm trying to
wow.
get him to see where you're coming from, bro. Because I think he's not understanding where you're coming from.
No, I
You know what I'm
understand where he's
saying?
coming from. I'm just more hostile about the reaction. You're not.
No.
You want to be nice about it.
Well,
Everybody's trying to be nice on things, but when it comes to shit like this, you have to be mean.
Okay, so God had to create us, right? In the mountains and the birds and the bees and the water, all that, right? That's what you're saying, Paro? Okay. So who created God?
Who created God?
Yep.
Do you know?
No,
That's a good
I'm
question.
asking you because you think that there has to be a creator. So you know that we're created by a father. Duh, is what you said.
Yes, duh.
So where did he come from? Is he eternal? Has he always existed?
Right, exactly. That's the
I'm
crux.
trying to get
world.
Paro to understand his own, like, to get there.
No,
gradually.
I know, bro. I know.
Bro. Jesus Christ.
If you
bro.
don't make that claim, it's called an infinite regress. You'll always go in this circular argument about who created your God. That's a problem. Do you understand that, Paro?
Yeah. Like, who created God?
Yeah, who created God? Okay, well, this guy. Well, who created him?
Do you know
Well,
who created God? Okay, tell me who created God. Since I don't know, tell me.
You're eternal.
No,
there's no such thing as creation. That's the end
What
of
is
it.
that? What is that eternal?
Because eternity is the only thing that's real. If you believe in temporality, it's not permanent.
Yes.
If you believe in the body, you only live for 70 years. Do you believe that you're your body? Do you believe that you really only live for 70 years? If so, I feel sorry for you.
Exactly.
I don't believe in that. Never said I did.
Okay, then you believe in eternity.
now
You're agreeing.
I'm agreeing with you.
Same page.
Aye, bro. Aye.
You're
Whatever
agreeing then. If you don't believe in death, you are
I'm not.
eternal.
Yes. Yeah,
That's what we're saying. Then you're not
That's the
created.
transition.
So I'm still keeping the same energy.
Like in the Gnostic text, it says life cannot die and the dead cannot live. Okay? So that means that, like, when people talk about the afterlife, it's like, no, there can't be afterlife. Life is life. By its essence, all it can do is live. Okay? So that's the thing, is we're restricted by time and space and matter and all this. But the reality is that everything has always been. Creation is something that only appears to be a reality because of our limited perspective of reality. We could get really deep on this shit.
You think that creation is the reason you believe in creation is because you think you come into existence being born.
Yeah.
You
You
think that
identify
being
with your
born-
body and your identity, not as your eternal self that was never created.
Even when you're born, you're not created. You're just made. You're fashioned, right? The semen exists. The womb of the woman already exists. None of these things were brought out of nothing. There's just transformation. There's just transmutation. Things are changing. That's it.
Yeah,
There's
energy
no-
cannot be
Yeah,
created
no
or destroyed.
shit. We know things are changing.
Okay, so if it's only changing,
Like, you could
there's
break
no
this down
creation.
scientifically.
There's no destruction or creation. Both of those things are false. That's a false dichotomy.
Yes.
None of those
energy
things are
cannot-
real.
Energy cannot be created or destroyed, only transformed.
First law of thermodynamics.
So
is
that's
what
it.
Twilight said.
That's it. Like, you could break
So-
it down scientifically. You know what I'm
So
saying?
that's why we know we're not just making shit up. We know we're eternal.
Yes.
You cannot prove to me that you can get rid of something, and you cannot prove to me that you can bring into existence something from nothing.
Exactly.
So there is no creator God, right? You think there is because that's what you've been told. You've been told that your whole life.
Yeah,
And you
religion
believe-
has brainwashed everybody.
And how do you know I was being told about
You just said that all you know is that God is the father of Jesus.
Yeah.
You're literally
He is.
admitting that you
Our
believe your
father.
Bible.
He's your father. He's Twilight's father. He's
You're a
NPC's
No,
father.
I don't have a
He's
father.
TML's father. He's our father.
No, he's not our
So you-
father. That art
Yes,
out
he is.
that thou art in heaven. No, that's no, bro.
Yes, he is. Oh
What
my
if Krishna
God.
is our father?
But wait, you're not a Christian. What is happening here?
Right, exactly. This is
I'm
the part that-
Catholic, dumbass.
Oh my God! He
Oh,
thinks that
Lord.
Christian and Catholic are different.
Right. Well, I mean,
I'm
you know,
done.
they always
Did I
done.
say anything about Christian?
I'm done, bro. I'm done.
Yeah, done. Yeah. Yeah, I'm done too. Like I said, let's move on.
You were talking about speaking with rocks, right? Like,
Right.
I'll admit that
What?
you're sentient, right? But
Yeah, you.
like,
Like I'm talking to a rock or something. Because
Like-
it's hard for you to understand.
I could probably get more out of a rock though. To be 100, like thinking from a panpsychist view, like I could actually work with a rock.
Really?
Like,
All right.
Yeah.
All right,
I
buddy.
could work
Let's
with a
see.
rock.
All I'm saying is make sense and learn how to accept people's worldview by giving them credit. That's all I'm saying.
I won't question anybody ever again.
You don't have to be harm on them. Okay.
Sorry.
That's all
So
I'm
you're
saying.
probably somebody who believes in hate speech too, huh? Do you believe that there's hate speech?
Who the fuck's talking about hate speech?
Well, you're like telling me that I need to watch what I say and I'm being harmful. Like, am I hurting somebody?
Yeah, you hurting somebody. You trying to like hurt somebody that I know. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, okay. So Marilyn, you know her, right?
Of course.
Has she ever verbally hurt somebody? Has she ever with words hurt somebody? That's a lie. I've literally been on panels where she's telling Jews, "You're crazy. You're crazy. You don't. You're lying, bro." Or you haven't heard it.
First of all, whoever she's trolling, they deserve it. They're the ones that started it.
So she doesn't deserve scrutiny. Other people deserve
So
scrutiny.
what the fuck you talking about? Okay.
Oh, okay.
All I'm saying is just you might not like her worldview, but just respect it.
You sound like
And
a
you still with the
simp-tard.
same old
You
shit.
are a simp-tard.
I'm a
done with
simp-tard.
it. Like, no,
And you
now
are
I
a
understand where you're
rage-tard.
coming from.
I'm a
like,
simp-tard.
completely.
You're a
are.
rage-tard. You are a rage-tard. You're raging right now.
I'll take
Look at you, bro.
rage-tard over simp-tard
Look at you.
any day.
Well, I'd rather pick simp-tard than a rage-tard. Because that's what you are.
I'd rather be hostile as fuck than be a simpy cucky that literally sticks up.
Oh,
for
I'm a
woman
simpy
that
cucky. Yeah,
can't be-
yeah. How about you pull up here and let's see who the real simpy cucky is?
I would love to. We know that's not going to
All right,
happen.
pull up.
Right?
All right, pull up.
But
Yeah,
I
you
would
know. Yeah,
love
you know.
to.
Yeah. Why is that? Why is that?
Well,
Exactly.
obviously, I'm not going to dox
Fuck outta here.
myself, and I'd hope you wouldn't dox yourself either. Hopefully, you're smart enough to not do that, right?
Who
But,
the
like,
fuck
if
said
we
I'm doxing
were
myself,
ever-
dumbass? Bro, you a whole bitch, bro. Just shut
You
the
want
fuck
me to
up.
pull
and
up
just
on
end
you,
the
right? How do we
conversation.
do that? How do we do that
Hey,
without
you're the
doxing
one who
yourself?
giving name. You're the one who giving name. So hey,
Wait.
if you think I'm a simp cucky thing, but pull up and let's see who the real
Okay,
simp
so
cucky is.
wait, you're so retarded
Exactly.
that you think that we
Who
can
you?
meet up without
Who you?
doxing ourselves.
Yeah, exactly. Because you know what's gonna happen if you pull up here. Bitch.
What would happen?
What would happen?
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, I'm
That's
asking
what
you. What
happened.
would
You
you
would
do?
never
Would
talk
we
shit
get
to
in a
anybody
physical
again.
altercation? Would we fight?
Hold on. Like I said, I know somebody that has a ring.
You think
that we
I'm
could
scared of
take it.
fighting you? Is that what you're trying to say? I don't understand.
That's what it seems like it. That's what it seems like it. That's what it seems
okay.
like it.
Got it.
Because I
Cool.
know I'm not scared of y'all. It seems like y'all scared of me. Well, not just you, but I mean anybody that I challenge.
Whoa.
You know, Kakaduck, for example.
Excuse me? I'll talk to you privately, bro. Don't start with me.
Whoa.
Exactly. I'm not
privately.
starting nothing with you, Twilight. I'm talking about the people that I challenge.
Is this
Okay,
a,
I'm about to
is
say,
this a
'cause we're
small?
good, man. Like,
Is this a
Exactly.
small,
Yeah, you're not
medium,
saying
or
nothing.
large crash out?
everybody always wants to
Small
challenge me. I'm
people?
always trying to
Yeah,
be nice
large
to
crash
people.
out. Yeah, right.
Is this a small, medium, or large crash out?
Yeah, it's a
I mean,
large
I'll
crash
fight
out
with
because
people,
you
have a
made
drink,
it
and we'll be
happen.
good.
You made it happen because you can't keep your mouth shut and just accept other people's talking points. Bitch ass nigga.
Oh, okay. So I'm a bitch ass nigga unless
Yes,
I
you are.
accept your
Yes,
view.
you are.
Okay,
You
got
are
it.
a bitch ass nigga.
Yes, sir. Yes,
That's
sir.
what I'm saying. Stop being a bitch.
I accept your view.
Stop being a
You're
bitch,
not
bro.
okay. Your view
That's what
is
I'm saying. Stop being a
you're
bitch.
not a Christian, but you believe the God is the Father of Jesus Christ.
Catholic,
You're
bro.
not a Christian, but you're Catholic.
Yeah.
I can't scrutinize a
And you
woman's
still with the same
worldview,
old shit,
but
bro.
she can
You still with
because
the same
those
old
people
shit.
deserved it. I'll just accept that. You got it. Aye, Captain.
You still with the same old shit, bro. Jesus Christ. All I'm saying is just respect people's talking points.
Sir,
you don't
yes,
have to
sir.
like be harm on them.
Sir, yes, sir.
Oh my God. Whatever. That's all I'm saying, okay? You don't have to be harm or anything. That's what you're doing right now. But it
Yeah,
seems
I'll
like you
watch
have a
what I
problem.
say.
That's why
You're not
that's why
harming people with your words.
Watch what I say.
I am. My bad. Sorry. I'll watch what I say, boss.
Whatever. I know you're not gonna listen. You're not gonna listen. But all I'm saying is like you don't have to be like harm the way you did to Mary. That's all I'm saying.
Got it.
I think we all should pull up, but instead of fighting, we should have a fucking drink. And it's like fucking seriously, bro. Like, that's why I was like, do we need to talk privately? Like, what's the problem? Like,
there's this, I swear, Twilight, there's a threshold, right? In I don't know what it is, right? Maybe it's just in communication, like communicative ability. There's a threshold where people can talk and not want to like fight. And then there's that other layer of the threshold where you absolutely cannot talk about philosophy, religion, or politics with people without, encouraging a fight. Yeah, I'm beyond that, right? Matter. So like I'm talking about your ideas. I don't want to punch you in the jaw.
I know, man.
I don't want to.
Wild. It's
like I'm literally scrutinizing your ideas.
But here's the thing, Hyperborean, is I'm like super fucking
people
nice
have
people, and they
different
still want to
worldview.
jump on my ass.
That's
crazy,
exactly what I mean.
bro.
No,
so maybe I should be more hostile because they want to fight me anyways, bro. And I didn't even do anything wrong.
Yes.
Is that maybe that's what this is teaching me? I need to be more of an asshole.
I'm telling you, when it comes to philosophy, when you engage like this, I swear it does more. It does better because it leaves somebody not with like losing sleep, but the next day they're actually thinking about those argumentative views. They're like, why did that person think that I was confusing them?
I just hate when everybody takes the shit personally, man. It's an idea. It's not you, bro. Like, it doesn't mean I don't respect you as a person. You know what I mean? Like
the guy thinks I'm a simp and I'm a cucky, so I'll let him let him know that if you think I am, pull up here.
Well, dude, that's because you're saying you want to fight him, bro.
Yeah, the reason I said that you're a simp is because you said that I'm bad for scrutinizing the woman's view, right, and not accepting it. But then you turn around and said that Marilyn actually verbally abuses people because they deserved it.
I never said nothing about Marilyn abuses people. I'm saying that whoever that she's trolling are trolls. Get it right.
Okay. So I can't troll her, but she can because other people deserve it and she didn't.
You wasn't trolling her. All I'm saying is you was kind of in your fifis when she was like bringing her talking points out.
So I can't be in my fifis when talking to her, but she can, right?
I never see her in her fifis.
I mean,
I think she's always having a good point.
I have seen it.
I've never seen a purpose in troll.
Name it.
Yeah, personally.
Yeah, on Confluence's panel. On Confluence's panel, I've showed up about 3 or 4 times, right? And there are ortho bros on there that when she comes on, obviously they're presuppositionalists, so they don't agree with her and they just laugh at her, and then she just goes raging.
Of course, because like, they all think like you. That's why.
Well, no, I'm not a what? I'm not a presuppositionalist.
They all think like you. They all think like you. That's why y'all see her that way, because they all think like you. I don't know who hurt you, but I'm sorry. Somebody put you in that situation.
So what if I said that made you think I'm an Orthodox Christian?
You should go easy. That's all I'm saying.
Don't even answer that question. Don't even answer that question.
No, I answer it. Answer it. I mean, ask it.
Well, no. I don't want it to drag it out anymore. It's really dumb. But
this conversation should be dead already. Like I said, move on. Like you, for some reason, you still with this. God this, God that, God this, God that. We should be talking about something else already.
The
like,
title of the
panel.
The title of the panel is God a woman?
But the stream's dead already, dumbass.
Oh, okay. Yeah, man. So yeah, what's up, man? How was your day, Pero?
My day was good. Thanks for asking,
man.
How was yours?
Man. It was pretty good. I worked really fucking hard. Yeah. It was really good.
Good to hear.
Yeah.
You see, now we're going somewhere. We're going somewhere.
Yeah.
Have y'all heard of like Chuck Norris passing? What is your thoughts?
Yeah, man.
That's crazy, man. He was in such good shape too. That's kind of wild. Like he was just doing videos like all over the fucking place.
Yeah.
Talking about how healthy he was. And he really was too. Like exactly. So I'm wondering what the fuck happened, bro. Like, yeah, it was kind of strange, man, to be honest with you.
And y'all want to know the worst. Y'all want to know the worst thing
too.
These are like anytime I see him, right? Anytime I see Chuck Norris, it reminds me of Walker, Texas Ranger, Eye for an Eye, and other movies like those type of good movies. But the worst thing is, right? He was on his 80s, while Clint Eastwood is on his 90s, and for some reason Clint Eastwood is still living. Like there's a conspiracy behind that. Like in my opinion.
Wait. I think like, to be fair here, right? People die at different ages, right? That's a real thing, right?
Hey, that's what it seems like, kid. You know, there's some like backstories behind these celebrity deaths. You know, Hulk Hogan, for example.
For sure. I mean, not
So
all
do
of
not-
them are, but there most definitely are people that are fucking iced. No doubt about that. No doubt about that. Especially in the music industry, we could talk about that for fucking hours, bro.
I think Chuck Norris was in.
We can talk about
music.
that's one topic I'd like talking about just as much as philosophy. Dude. I could talk about music for fucking hours.
So, like, if anybody wasn't in the club,
I used to be a DJ and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, so yeah.
Clint Eastwood,
food and music, bro. Food and music. I can talk about food.
If anybody wasn't in the club, it would be Clint Eastwood, right? Because he's obviously abrasive to the message, to the narrative. Chuck Norris was pro-narrative. He was a club member, right? So, like, how do you explain that? If it is a conspiracy and like Chuck Norris his life was ended short on purpose, like, why? What did he do? Right? He was pro Operation Warp Speed. He was like, he was pro. Like, it didn't even matter on the political party. He was just pro narrative.
Hyperboy and trust the plan, man.
I believe he got outed for some reason. I believe he got outed for whatever reason. That's what I believe. And then trying to make it
maybe
seem
an idea
that
of like what reason?
that he's been hospitalized. Because they're saying that he's been hospitalized, and we just stated that he was healthy as fuck. So there's no way that he could be hospitalized. But they said that he's hospitalized. And you know how the news is. You know how the news is. You know, when it comes to watching the news, like it's fake as fuck.
You know what was really strange is Robert Williams. He did like an interview with his daughter, like right before he died. And he was perfectly fine. And he's just fucking gone. Like that shit was weird. And then he hung himself, right? Just like fucking what's his name? From I can't remember his damn name right now. My brain's
Kill Bill?
foggy. There you go. Yeah, that guy.
David Carradine.
David Carradine. Yeah. He's another badass.
David Carradine? Who was that?
Yeah. Both of them
He
just
was
happened to
Kill Bill.
fucking hang
He was
themselves
Bill.
the same way, bro.
He was
Like, come
Bill
on, man.
from Kill Bill.
Oh.
Yeah. Everyone's
From
just
part
hanging
two.
themselves, bro. Like, come on, bro.
Oh,
Fuck
okay.
out of here. You
Yeah,
know,
and
we
they
all
tried,
know
that's
better.
weird. They tried
bro.
to say that it was sexual asphyxiation. But
Yeah,
he was
bro.
like,
Whatever, man.
Yeah.
That shit's sketchy.
yeah.
Yeah,
know
don't
what I
forget
mean?
Linkin Park. Don't forget Linkin
Yeah.
Park.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
the Bennington.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And Chris
Benoit.
Benoit.
And Chris
Benoit.
And then you
No,
got like,
Chris Benoit, I think he did that. You mean Chris Cornell?
Cornell. Yeah.
No, Chris Benoit. Chris Benoit.
Oh,
Nah,
man,
don't-
Benoit,
let's
I
not
think he did that, bro.
Yeah, that's what people think. But according to the people, they're saying that Benoit would never do this and that.
Benoit
And
was a
also,
drug addict, like knowingly. Like everyone knew that in the wrestling community.
his body was tested negative.
What about
when they
DMX,
tested
bro?
his body of alcohol. Huh?
What about DMX?
Oh, I don't know about that. And y'all already know how I feel about DMX.
I don't already know. What do
No,
you feel about
no.
DMX?
No, I don't. Actually.
Well, I thought these two were listening, but well, ever since I heard that this nigga like refused to sleep with Gabriella Union, I couldn't see him the same, to be honest.
Why? Why is that a point of contention?
I thought DMX was dope, man. I thought he was
What
real.
grown
he
man-
went through a lot of
what-
shit, but
What grown man will decide to reject a queen like Gabriella Union?
Why do you think that Gabriella Union isn't in the club?
right. Yeah,
What do you-
DMX
what do you-
was
what
very
club?
anti fucking establishment, dude. Like he spent most of his life like
Bro,
rejecting
there's a
shit. He got
reoccurring
caught
theme
up
here,
in it.
bro. Wait a second. There's a reoccurring theme here with you and women, right? Like there's like, you think that it's weird. Like, obviously, Gabriella Union is like up there in the club, but like because she's like hot or something. Why are you saying that?
Y'all don't see like don't act like y'all won't tap that. Don't
So it's
act like y'all
because
want
she's
to tap
hot,
that.
is what you're saying, not because
But
she's
that's
a good
different than
person.
respect. I have high respect for women. Let me make that clear.
Yeah, I do
Okay.
too. I have a wife, bro. I have daughters, but like
Right,
Gabriella
right.
Union to just
Right,
like
right.
throw all the
Congratulations.
shit out the window because she's hot.
Yeah,
I
but just
actually
because she's
respect
hot, it doesn't
DMX.
mean that she's a good person.
Yeah,
you know
I
what
respect
mean?
DMX. I'd be like, fuck you, ho. I ain't
DMX
fucking with
DMX
you.
Yeah,
is
and
dope,
that's
bro.
why I have a problem with DMX. I don't know which is
Nah,
worse,
bro.
that or
DMX is
Paul
dope,
Walker or Paul Walker being nervous to tell Jordana Brewster how we feel. Like he was nervous to tell her that he had a crush on her. Who the fuck does that? Like what grown man will ever decide to hide his feelings for a woman?
Bro,
like,
come on, man. I think
this
that's
reminds
too
me of
much.
Andros. This reminds me of Andros from Power Rangers in Space. A Red Ranger, a leader, is too nervous to ask a woman out. Bro, I can't take people like that seriously.
That's cliche. I mean, I agree with you on that.
But no, I mean, that happens though. Not everybody operates, not everyone has the same temperament, right? Like not everyone operates on the level that you would. And to make the claim that like somebody's sketchy because they are nervous about asking somebody that they love if they love them back or something, that's weird.
Bro.
Like there's other things that are like more that are more serious implications than that, right? Like who's paying Paul Walker? Who is Paul Walker? What is he doing outside of acting? Right? Not like because he can't
helping out homeless people, you know, the worldwide thing, you know.
Exactly.
Have y'all heard of the worldwide thing?
Right.
And you know, seeing sharks, you know, that's what he's been doing outside of Hollywood.
That is more of a reason to not buy the Paul Walker death thing than hurt him maybe being. I think you're implying that these people might be gay or something. Is that where you're going with it?
I never said anything about.
No,
being gay
I'm
or
trying
anything.
to ask, right? Or what are you implying by these men like DMX and Paul Walker, like not having sex or not asking women?
Well, DMX had 1,000 girlfriends, so he's
yeah,
really
for
not
sure,
gay.
for sure. So like, what is it? Why is it wrong for DMX to not fuck Gabrielle Union or for Paul Walker not to?
Knowing
tell
him, there must have been a fucking reason because he you know.
Yeah,
Well,
I know. Gabrielle Union, I wouldn't touch that with a 30-foot pole, bro.
I'm trying to answer the question by being cut off. Like, goddamn. Well, I'm trying to.
Bro,
the only thing I'm
getting
saying,
emotional, man. Chill out.
I'm not being emotional. How the fuck I'm being emotional? Tell me.
You're like, man, goddamn, man.
I'm trying to answer the question and I'm being cut off. Like, how would y'all feel if y'all being over talked while y'all in the middle of a question?
You know how many times Twilight gets cut off talking in panels?
Okay, well, that's not me. That's not me. I'm me. I'm the one.
He never
who's
once
been
goes,
asked
come
the
on,
question.
man. Goddamn, man.
Yes. Goddamn, man. Yes.
Continue, bro.
All I'm saying is, yeah. All I'm saying is, real men do not be nervous to ask a woman out, and real men do not refuse to sleep with women. That's some faggot shit, bro.
Okay, so it is he's gay.
That's the way I see it. Okay.
Okay.
If you
just told me no, though, man.
you're a faggot.
You're fucking with me, Pero. You see what I'm saying? How inconsistent that is? That's fucking with me. I'm the Rock, right? But like, come on, man. I just said, is it because he's gay? And you were like, nah, man. What?
Why are you bringing the Rock?
Well, I'm saying, right? Like I said that is it because they're gay? And you were like, no, what? Why would you say that? I never said that. And now you're like, man, that's some faggot shit.
Yeah,
bro.
I did say that, but you the one that think that Paul like Paul Walker is gay or something. I never said nothing about Paul Walker being gay. All I'm saying is him nervous to ask a woman out who's very attractive that every man wishes they could have, you know, like Jordana Brewster. Like being nervous to tell her.
That's some faggot stuff, ain't it? That's some faggot stuff.
Oh my God. DMX refusing to sleep with women. That's some faggot stuff. That's the difference.
So you notice
real
how
men
empathetic I
do
am,
not
right? Like
refuse
I
to sleep with women.
understood that's where you were going. That's why I asked if you were implying that. I'm not just like making shit up, right? Like I'm empathetic. I'm intuitive. I understand where you're coming from. I'm not trying to like dog you or challenge you, right? Like I'm just saying, like, be real. Just say it's because some faggot shit. I understood that.
Right.
Yeah, but I see Paul Walker as a pussy. That's the difference. Well, I see DMX as a faggot for refusing to sleep with a hot black woman like Gabriella Union. I mean, if y'all don't like her, that's fine, but I do.
Have you ever seen the movie The Matrix?
Yeah, of course.
You know the lady in the red dress? You familiar with that concept?
The lady in the red dress. I never say anything about Lady in the Red Dress, or unless you're talking about the sequels.
So no, it's the first one. Morpheus takes Neo into the simulation, right, where they're practicing, and Neo's walking down the street. Morpheus is trying to explain to him how the world works, right? And there's this hot chick in a red dress, blonde hair, that walks by Neo.
Yes.
And he turns around and looks at her. He's attracted to her, so he turns around and he quits listening to Morpheus. As soon as he turns back around to try to gather his attention, he's staring down a barrel.
Yeah,
There's a gun in his face.
she turns into an agent. In other words, she's
She
a
turns into an
misdirection,
agent. Yep.
a red herring, away
Like
to lead
Agent,
you away from your path.
Smith.
like
Yep.
Agent something, like
Smith.
Agent Smith. Yeah, Agent
Yeah.
Smith.
So Morpheus
Right.
says he teaches him a lesson right there and then. He says, "Look, man, what were you doing? Oh, well, you know, I was distracted. I was looking at the hot bitch.
Right.
Yeah. Don't do that, bro. Don't do that because you're gonna end up dead.
It leads
You're
you
gonna
away
die.
from your path.
And the path. That's
What
the
Morpheus
ultimate
was
lesson.
saying. He's saying
I
he's trying to teach him something very important, and he gets
That's
distracted
how I
by his
interpret
lower
the DMX
passions,
thing.
his lower carnal desires. What that's really talking about is like the lower chakras, the lower
Yes.
drives of the animal drives of the human being.
Without getting too
You
occult
know?
about it, right? That's how
Yeah, we
I
all
would
want to
interpret.
fuck hot bitches, of course.
That's
bro.
how I interpret
Like-
the DMX situation, right? DMX obviously had hoes, bro. He was fucking things.
No,
That's not
DMX
that's
is
not a
dope, bro.
that's
Well,
not
they're
a
not
mystery.
better than Gabriella Union, in my
But
eyes.
do you understand why he would turn down the woman in the red dress, especially being somebody who's abrasive?
DMX is fucking woke the shit, bro. That's why.
Yeah, he
But
was
what's the
very
Matrix
bait
have to do with real life?
because
We're talking about
DMX
real
was
life.
breaking out of the Matrix. He
Yeah, dude.
understood that the world was
So
an
it-
illusion.
So as everybody was breaking out on the Matrix, even Andrew Tate.
Well, no, Andrew Tate is Agent Smith.
No, Andrew Tate was trafficking women, bro.
Yeah,
you want to talk
he's
about
the
people who
Agent Smith.
disrespected
He's
women.
a
He's
part
a
of.
fucking. You want to talk about people who disrespect women? Like you got no better fucking person to
Yeah,
play
that's weird, bro. Like, I wouldn't go as far as Andrew Tate. Like, I actually believe in chivalry and that the woman is
Yeah.
held in high regard.
with. Yeah, yeah,
Andrew
yeah.
Tate.
Mel Gibson.
What?
Mel Gibson too escaped from the Matrix.
Yeah, Mel
Forget
Gibson
the
is
name.
based as fuck, bro.
Yeah, Mel Gibson's dope. So is
Yeah, I
Jim
never
Carrey.
hear stories of Mel Gibson refusing to sleep with any women. You know, and I'd rather keep it that way. Never hear him like being nervous to ask
But
a
if
woman.
he did, I would interpret it as Lady in the Red Dress programming. I would say he
I
did
would
it for
see
a
him
reason.
different. I would
Yeah, what
definitely
if he
see
was
him different.
sent there to like lead him away from what he was doing?
Yeah,
Like we don't
what
know.
if Gabrielle
Well-
Union was trying to catch him up on a rape charge or like send him to prison or something? Come on.
Yeah, I
bro.
mean they
Well-
threw DMX in prison like
Well, for
17
y'all
times with the
information,
same fucking charge, man.
For y'all information, women love men with big dicks, and DMX is one of them.
How do
That's
you
why
know
Gabriella,
DMX has a wait? How do you
Yes.
know that?
Whoa.
He's a real nigga. Like you said, he has hoes. So
Oh, okay.
he has
So
a
real
big dick.
niggas automatically have big dongs.
That's
Right,
right.
right.
Okay, bro.
Then I guess I do. Shit.
I'm gonna go out on a limb, Twilight. I'm gonna say that this entire
I guess I do
time,
then, bro. Like fuck.
this entire time, Paro is actually a troll. I don't think this is a real conversation at all.
How am
from
I
the
a
very
troll?
beginning.
All right, man. Whatever.
There's
All
no
I'm
way
doing is
that I
telling the
believe
truth.
this, bro. I cannot believe you right now.
Women want men that are good in bed, and DMX is one of them.
Oh,
That's
he's
all
talking
I'm
about
saying.
big dick
What about
energy.
men
Life.
with money?
Well, I mean
What
that's
about men
true.
with
Yeah,
money?
yeah.
Yeah,
There are a
that
few
too.
men that
But
can actually
when
please a woman. That's for sure.
when it comes to feeling pleasures,
For
women
real.
want a man that could give them
All right,
that.
bro. All right,
No,
bro.
yeah, for sure, for sure.
I'm
Women
gonna
don't-
have to leave
women-
on this one, bro. After you
women-
saying that you know somebody has a big dick because of how they act or whatever, I'm gonna have to leave on that mark. I'm gonna leave you with one comment. Young grasshopper.
Women don't want no small dicks.
Young grasshopper.
Let's be real.
You need
Young
to
grasshopper.
wake up, man. You have to wake up.
We
You're-
all wake up.
No. You are deeply asleep right now.
Oh my God. If I
You
was
need to
asleep,
wake
you would
up.
have heard me snoring.
No, you are. What everything that you're saying is snoring, right? And I'm dredging through it. I'm dredging
Jesus
through it with muck boots. The content coming out of your mouth is like a deep swamp, and I'm trying to wade my way through it. Okay, now listen.
Oh boy.
Wake up, bro. Hopefully
I'm
tomorrow
already
you
awake.
remember what I'm saying. Hopefully you remember what I'm saying tomorrow. All right.
All right. And I
Twilight.
hopefully like everything is fine tomorrow after this.
Yes. Just wake up, man. Quit thinking about dicks. Quit thinking about ladies in red dresses. Quit
What?
thinking about quit being a Christian when you're not a Christian. Like, bro, let's start there, okay?
Where's the lie?
Wake
Where's
up.
the lie? Where's the
Wake
lie?
up.
But where's the lie that I mentioned though? About what women like. It's about what women like.
Well, not all women like dick size, bro. That's not a thing.
Huh?
That's not like
I don't
they're
think
not
he
real
means
women.
that literally, bro. I thought he did it first, but I think he
They're
just
not
means,
real
like,
women.
how to please.
Oh, wait. Women who don't necessarily judge men off of their dick size aren't real women. This is crazy. Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say. If y'all get offended, sorry.
I'm not offended.
That's
It's just like low level.
I mean, I've had a lot of women, so I don't take offense to that.
Exactly, because your dick is big. That's probably why. You know, shout out to you.
It's crazy.
Where's the lie?
Hyperborean, you catching that?
I did, bro. Yeah, I am catching it. I like your responses. Twilight, take it easy, bro.
Yo,
yeah. Much respect.
You know it, bro.
TML, I know you're probably asleep, but if you run this back,
God,
bro.
Yeah. Real shit though, real shit. TML Hurricane, right? If you want real knowledge, right, just show up to a TML show and just chill in that chat, chill in the chat, bro.
Yeah, I do streams too.
I always be in a chat,
bro.
TML knows it. I always be on this chat.
Okay, so you should have seen us on there then. I know I've seen you probably in the comments and shit.
Yeah.
I mean, y'all could see me. I'm here, NPC and other chats.
Yeah, because I do streams too. Here and there.
Same as I.
But
Y'all always welcome to my show.
You do streams too? Okay, cool.
Y'all always welcome to my show. Like
bro,
anytime.
I'm not coming to your show. I'm not doing it, bro.
Then suit yourself then. But just saying, like, if y'all like welcome, like if y'all want, y'all always welcome. Just saying. Oh, everybody quiet now.
No, I hear crickets, bro. But listen,
literally are
crickets.
I'm just saying, bro. It got
sounds
a little
like, sounds like projection.
Started talking about dudes' dicks, and then
like
now
projection.
I noticed. I was
like
wondering
projection.
why, like your sub title on there is the BBC Monster.
Exactly.
It's a little weird, man. It's just a little weird.
Sounds like projection.
It's like a little phallocentric, right? Like, why are you why the dicks, bro? Is that not
and
weird?
why are you thinking about it more than I do? Don't you think that's weird?
I'm not.
Yes,
I'm
you
bringing
are
it up
right now.
Right now. You literally made the claim that a guy had a big dick that you've never seen. You've never seen the guy's dick, and he has a big dick.
I don't need to see it, but I know he has a big dick.
So you're
why do you think women love him?
What do you think
women love him?
People's dick size, bro.
What do you think women love him? I don't think it's not about dick size or anything. It's about what women want.
Maybe fame or money, right? If somebody's never had sex with him, how would they know if he had a dick? It's a big dick. It's a gamble, right?
Well, he has game. He has riz. If he was broke, he has riz.
So
like
people
men that have riz
big dick
knows how to give women.
So big dick equals riz, or riz equals big dick, is what you're saying?
Yes, it's about what women want. Like I said, it's about what it is our job as men to give it to them.
Do you not understand the overgeneralization that you're making?
Oh my God, bro. Okay, then tell me
what
it is.
People having big dicks or small dicks, right? I'm just saying that you're making a wild claim. It's like saying all men have small dicks. All men who don't have sex with women have small dicks. That's weird.
I mean, listen, men like The Miz have small dicks. If y'all don't know who The Miz is a wrestler who's still married to Maurice, who should be with men like us.
Why are you assessing that men have? Why are you assessing men's dick sizes?
Not with small dick men like The Miz. How the fuck are y'all not be bothered by corny ass couples like that?
Have you seen his dick?
No, but I know it's small.
Wow.
Small like a motherfucker.
How though?
And it's sad that Maurice had to deal with it.
You're envisioning somebody having a small dick because you've never seen it. You're actually envisioning this.
Listen, like I said, I know about big dick energy and small dick energy. Big dick energy is what I'm giving out right now. Small dick energy is what The Miz and people like that, you know, CM Punk, Dominic Mysterio are giving out. That's the difference. That's like what you're giving to me right now. That's called small dick energy. I'm sorry.
Do you watch wrestling?
Yeah.
Whoa.
I mean,
this is crazy, bro.
I watch old wrestling, not modern day wrestling, because modern day wrestling sucks.
I'm talking to a wrestling fan, and he's trying to tell me that my dick's small. This is crazy.
I said what you giving is small dick energy. Because the way you respond, the way you arguing against my talking points. That's what I'm saying.
So if I was like, so if I had shitty talking points and I was like over emotional like you, I'd have a big dick.
Emotional? I didn't say nothing
you're like,
about
we're
emotional.
talking about women, man. I know her, man.
Why are you bringing Marilyn in this?
I'm bringing.
We're talking about
the
a
fact
different
that
topic.
I can say that you have small dick energy because you're a cuck simp.
Yeah, you're the one. Yeah,
you are a cuck
you're the
simp.
one who giving.
You've already
You're the one
expressed
giving
that.
small dick energy.
You're like,
the one
I'd
who
have
giving
sex
small
with
dick
Gabrielle
energy.
Union, man. I don't care at all, man. It's gay if you didn't.
Yeah, you? Who you? Yeah, I know.
No, I'm
Because
saying
I'm not the
you
one who's
said
giving
that.
small
You
dick
said
energy
that.
right now.
Who wouldn't have sex with Gabrielle Union, man? That's simp energy, bro. That is cucky simp energy.
How that simp energy, bro? Like
a real man says, no, I don't.
Whoever hurt you, I'm sorry, bro.
I
Whoever
don't
hurt
care
you, I'm
about
sorry.
who she is or how hot she is. Doesn't matter to me. That's
Well,
real
I
man.
do. That's real man.
Yeah, that's real man.
Yes, there's real men that refuse to have sex
Simps,
with
people
other
who
women.
are
But Gabriella Union,
basically
bro.
pasu, animal men, people who behave like animals. Throughout all the mystery schools teachings, I don't know, thousands of years.
Animals, bro. Holy shit.
Well, yeah, that's what it's associated with. They call it in the East, they call it the monkey mind. It's when you're only focused on hunger and sex. People who can think at a higher level, and this doesn't matter about your dick size. If you can think at a higher level,
telling the truth. I'm talking about the truth. That's
there are
all.
people who
Nothing but
have
fact.
and had big dicks who aren't concerned with having sex with women, bro. Do you know that?
And that's a problem too. No matter
Why is
what,
that a
women
problem?
still submit to them. Women still submit to them. And it's like we need to start speaking up about it. If we don't speak up about it, it's gonna keep continuing. Like, come on, like you have daughters. You have daughters. How would you feel if your daughter gets older and you see her date these type of men? Ain't no real men that will be okay with that.
Wait. You basically want my daughter. What you're saying, right? And this sounds so bad, I don't even want to say it. But what you're saying is all women basically are made to pleasure big dick men. That's what you said.
That's right.
That's not what my daughter is, bro. That's wild. Do you have kids?
No, I don't. But if I
that makes a lot of sense, bro.
If I have a daughter,
you have a wife?
I would definitely raise them right.
Do you have a
and
wife?
Them date real men.
Do you have a wife?
Not yet. Well,
This makes a lot of sense. This is probably why you are married. How old are you? If you don't mind
don't worry about my background. Worry about the topic.
Well, no,
please.
I'm saying,
And I'm
are
30,
you
and I'm
getting
30.
past? Are you
I'm
getting
30.
past? Yeah, bro.
I'm 30.
This is why you probably don't have kids and aren't married, bro. This is bad. You need to fix that. You're gonna miss your chance, dude.
Yeah, it's bad for you. I mean, I already missed my chance anyhow. So
yeah,
fuck it.
your pool, the playing field that you're playing in is the eggs are done, bro. They got no eggs. They're done.
I'm not a woman.
No, I'm saying the women that you're gonna attract are the ones that don't have eggs, bro. And you're not gonna have any kids.
Okay. And who the fuck said I'm having kids?
But isn't that a part of it? You're like the real man manosphere guy, right? Like, what's going on, bro? Aren't you supposed to have kids and continue the?
I never
the
said
bloodline?
anything about that. Having kids. If y'all want to have kids, more power to you. But
Okay,
me,
what about you though?
won't.
Do you agree? Do you want to pass on the bloodline? Does that matter to you, man? Real man?
Pass on a bloodline. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
Spreading your seed in the world like a real man.
Oh my God.
Do you not care about that?
Not all men wants to have children. Like, look at John Cena, for example.
Oh, no, I agree with that.
So why you don't question him?
No, I agree with that. Just like
Exactly.
all women don't care about having sex. That's not the point. Bro.
Because don't care, bro. Like I said, any women that date small dick men are not real women. I'm sorry.
I think that you've been strategically confused by the enemy. The enemy has captured your mind, bro. You're asleep. You're deeply asleep.
No, I'm sorry.
And you're thinking
I'm just
about
telling
dicks.
the truth.
They
I'm
literally
telling the
have
truth.
you thinking about dicks, bro.
I'm
This is
telling the truth.
crazy.
Okay, I'm thinking. The only thing I'm thinking about is what women want. For your information, okay?
Whoa!
I'm
So
doing
your
nothing but
worldview is
thinking,
entirely what women
sex.
want.
Exactly. Women do not like men that have small penises. All right.
What happens to Pero after you die?
What happened to Pero? Okay, I die and then life goes on.
That's it,
What kind of
right?
question is that?
Yeah. What I mean,
Yes.
what happens to Pero though? Life goes on. Yep, the world keeps going. I get that, but where's Pero?
Where's Pero? What do you mean? Where's Pero?
When you
Like,
die,
gone,
where do you
buried.
go, bro? Where's Pero then?
I don't know where I'm going. Either heaven or hell. That's my choice. But why
Okay,
does that
so
matter?
Everything all culminates and is based on what women want and how to give them
Bro,
that.
this nigga's something else, bro.
That I can sum up you in a nutshell. You basically admitted that all you are worried about is giving women what they want and need.
Yes. My
So how are
mission
you
is to
not a
make
simp?
women happy.
How are you not a simp?
How am I a simp when I'm trying to help women, like how to be happy and what man is worthy for them, and help men grow their dicks up? I'm just trying to help like real relationships.
You
not corny
literally said that
relationships.
your entire worldview is about giving women what they want and need. How is that not
Exactly.
simp, bro? What the fuck?
How the fuck is that simp? Do everything for you is simping. How the fuck is
Your
helping a
entire
woman out
existence is
so
serving
helping
a
a
woman's
woman out
wants
is a
and
simp?
needs.
So helping women is a simp?
Your
Makes you a simp?
existence is
that what it
giving
is?
a woman, fulfilling a
Bro, you
woman's
can't
wants
even
and
answer
needs.
my question, bro. All right.
No, I just
whatever.
did. I just did.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Helping a woman, in your terms, was giving the woman what she wants and needs. And that's it. That's your entire worldview. That's it. That's Paro's existence. He doesn't
Put
care
smile
about where
in
he
your
goes
face,
when
dude.
he dies. Fuck that. Who cares where I go when I die? I gotta
All
give
I'm-
women what they want and need. Bro, you've been mind fucked. You've been captured.
I'm not the one who's been raging earlier, but I'm mind fucked.
No, you absolutely are mind fucked. In the movie The Matrix,
Yeah,
you are Neo looking at the woman in the red dress and you get shot in the head.
Nigga, we're talking about real life, not TV.
We're
Like, get the
talking about
TV
we're
imaginary shit
talking
out of
about
your
a
head.
metaphor.
I don't know what metaphor is this. Like, I'm talking about real life.
This is the metaphor. You don't only live for 70 years. Paro is eternal. But the problem is you don't know what happens after you die. You're too worried about what women want and need.
Exactly, because I'm the only one who's doing all the hard work.
But you don't want to have kids. But you don't want to have kids.
What the fuck does that have to do with?
Wait, women want kids though.
Some women though. Some women though.
Now it's particular, right?
But what the fuck does having kids have to do with women loving dicks?
Okay,
Yo, are you stupid? Are you
let
slow?
me get this straight. Let me get this straight.
Yo, you gotta be slow, bro.
All women love big dicks, but not all women want kids.
But all women want kids. Yo, you gotta be the stupidest nigga I ever meet in my life. Holy
Let me
shit.
ask you this question. Be honest.
Holy
Do you
shit, bro.
really think I'm stupid? Do you really think that?
Yes, you look so to me. I mean, judging the way I'm.
Do I
you
look
are?
so?
Yeah.
Like the image on my screen, like my symbol, I look stupid.
Yeah, bro. Who cares about the fucking symbol, bro?
You
It's
said
about
I look
what's going on
stupid.
in the
My
damn
point
topic.
is I'm nitpicking how stupid you are. You don't even know how to talk, right?
Yeah, you.
So, like,
Who you?
I'm the
Who
guy.
You don't know how to talk? All right. I don't know how to talk.
You said I
But
look
You can't even have a
stupid.
normal conversation.
How
You
do I
can't
look
even
stupid,
communicate. You don't know how to communicate.
No, I do. You don't know how to speak.
No, you don't. And you don't know how to act right. You're being a bitch. Just say. Yes.
Oh.
I don't know how to speak. Then why am I speaking now?
Okay,
Fucking
so hold
stupid,
on.
bro.
No, I'm
Fucking
saying
stupid.
I'm nitpicking, right? So when I said I look stupid, you're like, yeah, you
You
look
don't even know what the
stupid.
fuck that is, bro.
I said, do you really think I'm stupid? And then
Yeah, you are.
proceed to say that I look stupid. So while you're calling me stupid, you make
Yeah,
a
you are.
stupid ass claim. You don't even realize the language
How the
you're
fuck it
using.
make stupid ass claim? All I did is just say the facts. So
Do you know that
women want
look?
in
Do you
bed.
know that look means that you're seeing something?
Bro, you're
How
the
do I
type of guy
look
that will
stupid?
be okay if your daughter dates a small dick man. You're that type of guy.
How do I look
it's
stupid?
okay.
I may sound stupid. Do you agree
That's
that
what
maybe? Oh, okay. So I should just automatically mind read you, and you meant sound stupid, right? Just like all the other stupid shit you say, I'm not gonna make sense of it, right? You got to learn to speak right. There's a lot of stupid shit.
Okay,
you've
then
said tonight.
teach me how to speak then,
Yeah.
Mr. Perfect.
Yeah. So
Mr.
looking
Perfect.
means you
Teach
can
me how
see
to speak.
something, right? So you must mean my symbol on the screen, right? That's confusing.
Nigga, bro.
Yeah. So all the other shit you said too, all the overgeneralizations, they're really stupid and retarded, right? And I don't mean that in an ad hom way. I mean that
like
literally, like by definition of retarded. Like,
All right,
that's
whatever.
what I mean.
Whatever you say.
Like,
homie.
I'm not calling you a
Whatever
bitch, right? I'm not saying you're an asshole or a motherfucker. I'm not saying that as an ad hom. I literally mean it's slow. The IQ is real low. So, like, you literally think that
Does your IQ more perfect? All right. Go ahead.
My IQ's high enough to know that not all women are concerned with big dicks.
All right. Yes. And I still stand on it. Is there a problem?
So 100% of the women in the world, right, are worried about big dicks. That's what they need and want.
That's right.
What about children? What about girls who are like, toddlers? What do they want?
Bro, you fucking weird, bro. Why the fuck are you bringing children into this? We're talking about women.
No. Stop.
No, nothing. No.
You said my daughter, bro.
You projecting that shit. I said when she gets older, you dumbass. Don't you dare put words in my mouth. Don't you dare put words in my mouth, nigga.
I'm making a point of how dumb you are.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Not all women.
You're being a fucking weirdo.
I'm being a weirdo, but you think that my daughter needs to think about dicks. You said that, bro.
I don't know. When she gets older, how would you feel if she date a man with a small dick? You moron.
Oh, okay. So I should just read your mind. I should have to fill in the blanks.
Yeah, but I'm the one who's lost. I'm the one who's brain dead. All right.
Okay, so the guy who doesn't know how to express himself, who doesn't know how to speak,
you.
right, I have to do that.
I guess
nigga, you're not even speaking at all. You're not even making no sense. I'm not speaking right. You're not making no sense.
I guess like bringing her
ass nigga.
Safety.
The fuck is wrong with you?
He thinks that all women.
I guess bringing her safety and stability.
Trying to put words in people's mouth.
And
like I said, if you think who I am, just pull up here and say it to my face. That's all.
Bro, stop with the big tough guy shit, bro. If you were in person,
ain't nobody being no tough guy shit. You're the one who's being tough. You're the one who's talking all that shit. So
have I once said come pull up on me, bro? If we locked, it would be a wrap. You would be 5
let's go. Let's go next week. Then.
My God,
let's go, bitch. Yo, oh my God, bro. That's all you have? Yeah, exactly.
No, you don't have. I just know. I can tell.
Shut the fuck up, bro.
It's these guys who talk about fighting all the time.
If you're not really about it, shut the fuck up.
These are the guys who have no training.
If you're not really about it, shut the fuck up. I could tell you a dweeb in real life.
They've never fought.
I could tell you a dweeb in real life. You're a dweeb in real life.
Hold on.
You're a dweeb in real life.
I got it. Okay, so listen to this.
I got it. Yeah. Okay.
You told me I'm a disrespecter
like niggas supposed
of women,
to be scared of you,
right?
bro. Get the fuck out of here, man.
By what you said, women can't do anything else. A real woman needs to think about big dick. They can't be spiritual. They can't pursue a career. They don't need to think about anything else but big dick, bro. Do you know how fucking absurd that sounds? You sound like a fucking retard.
It's not.
Yeah, like you.
How am I a retard?
Also the retard.
I have to.
Because you're calling me a simp without the definition, and you're trying to put words in people's mouth.
Okay, wait. Who was here when they heard him say this, right? And tell me if I'm wrong, girl.
I think.
Oh my God! I ask you, how would you feel if your daughter gets older and you see her dating a man with a small dick?
I don't know about the guy's dick size, bro. I'm not learning the guy's dick size.
Yeah, and that's the problem. That's the problem right there.
That's super gay.
That's the problem right there.
No.
So
real men do not let their daughter date small dick men.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
Twilight, real quick, though,
I said what
and then
I
I'll
said.
let you speak. This is for all you guys who have just tuned in, right? Gabriel.
Nobody's not watching. The chat is dead.
No. Gabriel,
the stream ended.
Hold on, Pero. No, it's you guys. We've been watching you on the NeuroJack machine. Is
Listen.
Yeah, but hold on. Let me say this. I know. This is important. This is very important for us to say, dog. I'm gonna let you guys.
All right, let the host talk. Let the host talk.
I'm about to go to work. I gotta go teach. I had to run up the stairs right now, but like I'm gonna let it play. I told my wife that like as long as you guys keep going, she'll let it keep running. But you guys still want to talk, right?
Well, I just want to say this one thing. Hurricane Pero himself, right? He said that all that he cares about, his entire existence is about
make
giving,
women happy,
serving what women want and need.
I know that's his philosophy of life.
That's called simping. How is that not simping, bro?
Hey man, let you say.
That's how he thinks about me. NPC. That's how he thinks about me.
I know, but here's the thing, Pearl. You even though you say you're not a simp, I'm not calling you one, but you gotta be realistic in the fact that when you say that, some people are gonna think that. Doesn't mean that they're right.
And
all women want.
And I'm gonna do the same thing that I'm doing to this guy right now.
Yeah.
By calling them out too.
Let's not go
like he has a problem with my worldview.
Listen, it made me happy like 10 minutes ago when I tapped in and I heard you guys getting along. I didn't think it was going to happen.
No, bro. It went weird.
Hell no.
For sure. It went weird.
It's not that serious,
yeah,
guys.
you weird, nigga.
Come on, bro. Like,
the guy that doesn't think about dicks all the time is weird.
The guy that doesn't, bro, you have a small dick. Just admit it, Tussle. You have a small dick. You have a small dick.
I'm getting to know Hyper, and I think that if he really wanted to, he could be really mean-spirited, like imperious, but he's not. However, he's not a pushover.
Motherfucker can't even make his
talking
point
sensible.
Look, man.
Come on, bro.
Look, bro. Okay.
Anyway, I'm gonna go. Twilight, take care, brother. Hyper, Arrow, Machine. I'll let you guys keep it going. I'll talk to you later. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you. Have a good night or a good day.
I might later, bro.
So
I'm gonna leave on this. Women want dick. Pero, his whole existence is giving them what they want and need. Y'all have a good night, man. I'm out of here.
Women want safety, security,
now he's
someone to calm their chaos. Right. They need to be uplifted.
I won't be surprised.
They need to have stability. They need to have safety. You know, like they need to be uplifted into their potential. You know, because society usually degrades them and turns them into fucking objects, or, you know, makes them lesser. You know, like it takes a lot to actually have honor and trust a woman of that and to make her, you know, your fucking partner.
No,
What?
I'm a paroist now. I'm a paroist now, bro.
Right,
it's all
right,
about the
right.
dick, bro. It's all about the dick,
yeah,
bro.
dog.
I've been
Well, I mean, that's
converted.
important too, man.
I'm a new
but,
man.
like, I mean, that's
Hey,
that's
you can
another.
think whatever you want about me, because I already know that you gonna start using it against me when I'm not around.
No,
it's
bro.
okay
I'm gonna
that I gave you
go out in the world and I'm gonna use your philosophy and see how far it takes me.
Bro, you should make a T-shirt, bro.
Dude, you have your
yeah.
worldview, so use it. I already know that you're gonna that start saying, oh, like don't you think that shit is weird? That like this guy's weird, like yeah, and start talking shit. But it's okay. It's
Bro,
okay.
I'm not even gonna remember you after tomorrow, bro. I'm not.
Neither do I. Neither do I.
The only philosophies that are really impressing, right? Those things, they leave a mark. This right here is super gay. I don't want to think about dicks all day, bro. That's not what I'm worried about. Like, I'm on a whole nother level.
Bro, I think you're gay.
I never said that you should. I never said that you should.
Bro,
and I never said nothing about
what men's dick sizes are, and you don't see them.
It's about what women want.
About dicks, bro.
If y'all think I'm gay, fine. Because I'm not thinking about fucking y'all anyway. So if y'all think about that
I think you would.
I'm out of the closet,
I think if you had
fine.
a booty hole in front of you, you would probably steep to having sex with it. I think so.
Yeah, women's booty hole, of course.
No.
Yes.
I think
you don't even know who the fuck I am, bro. You see,
I think
it
you
seems
would
like
do
you have a
man
problem.
butthole.
Who, you?
No,
yeah,
you.
I know.
I think you would do manhole.
You.
Bro,
yeah, we know that.
I have multiple children and a wife, bro. I'm good.
Right. Yeah, right.
I'm good already.
Is does she really love you?
You, of course. She's she is
okay.
Hyperborean in nature, bro.
Okay.
She's based. She would say that you sound gay right now.
What is she doing? Do you think what she's doing right now? What do you think she's doing right now?
Do
you know?
We have
right now
sex. Bro.
Right now.
We have amazing sex, and it
okay.
has
Okay. Do you last 8 hours?
I don't think we're busy. We're like normal human beings. I don't think we're like having sex for 8 hours a day.
Exactly. That's what I thought.
No, we have.
That's what I thought.
We have toddlers. So like when you have kids, you actually it exhausts you.
It's impossible.
Oh my.
Yeah, you don't have sex after raising a 2 and a 3-year-old and a 14-year-old.
You're retarded. You're retarded, bro. Holy shit.
Literally,
so you don't love your woman.
The kids go down at like 8 or 9 usually, and then I have to be at work at 6 in the morning.
Bro, if you have to
literally
work 8 hours and you have to sleep 8 hours,
you want me to go? You want me to burn a hole in my wife for 8 hours and then go to work?
Bro, basically
8 hours in bed, nigga.
Dog, that means you sleep for 8 hours. You sleep for 8 hours.
This guy's a dumbass.
You sleep for 8 hours, you work for 8 hours, and you fuck for 8 hours, bro.
No real woman wants to have sex for 8 hours.
I just want to bring out the math, bro.
You can
that's
ask
the problem right here.
The miracle
Women want men that can last long in bed.
You can ask 100 women.
Saying.
This is how I know you're a little kid.
But I'm the dumbass.
Mind, right?
But I'm the dumbass.
Women.
Yes, I'm lame. I can't get no women.
100 women,
that's all
right?
you could have against me.
You can ask 100 women, right?
Fucking
what's their preferred dick size? And out of the 100, 8 out of 10 will not exceed 7 inches. And on top of that,
they're idiots.
They will not,
like
and
you.
they will listen, and they will
and
not
after
want to go.
dude, they need a break.
Yeah, and they will not want to go past 30 to 40 minutes.
They get
bro.
tired, man.
You are living in a porno. You literally are living inside of a porno. Dream.
How am I living in a porno? Do I look
you
like
think women want to have sex for 8 hours, bro?
No,
yes, that's the truth.
Hour, bro.
That's the truth. Women don't want no quickies. That's what you don't understand.
30 to an hour is not a quickie,
bro.
Yeah, you're so retarded.
You're probably a whore Maxer fan.
Now I understand.
That's why you have that worldview.
Now I understand.
That's why you have that worldview.
You probably masturbate all the time. This is really what's going on.
Well, I watch porn every day, so you got me, but not all the time. Like often, like hours and hours and hours.
See, now it's making more sense. You don't have a wife. You don't have kids. You watch porn. You are a
what do you say? No, repeat what you said. Repeat what you said.
Do you have a porn? Do you have an account? Do you have a porn account? Like, do you follow like a website? And like, do you have an account on a porn website?
Yeah, but what that has to do with the situation?
And you're not a simp, bro. It's free. Why are you making an account? Do you not understand?
The one who brought it up. Listen, you're the one who brought it up. You're the one who brought it up. So I'm asking is what the fuck does that have to do? You taking it too seriously.
You have serious hypersexuality problems that aren't real.
It does.
Your projection.
That's not the point.
You know
what
you're
letting you know is what women want.
For spirituality.
Bro, this nigga's an idiot, bro. You see, this is what I'm saying. This guy doesn't know how to have a serious conversation, like a normal conversation. He'd be like over talking people like
I'm the idiot. The guy who doesn't have porn accounts, the guy who has a wife and a healthy relationship and multiple children. I'm the idiot. But you're the guy who simps and pays for a porn account.
I'm simping. So you thinking that all simps are bad? That all simps are bad?
You pay money for pussy. Are you serious?
No, I didn't. Never. I'm broke, nigga. I don't have a job. So how the fuck I pay for these women? Do you have
an account? How do you have an account on a? How do you have a membership on a porn website?
Holy shit! You could sign up an account for free, dumbass. Go to X Hamster or X Videos or XNXX because I can't.
But why when it's free? Why would you do that?
Like I said, you could make an account there for free. You don't have to pay nothing
for like premium porn. Have you ever paid for porn?
No, never paid for an OnlyFans. Yes, but
not
I'm still counting on it.
Porn, period. Have you ever paid for it online?
No, but I'm still thinking about it. Yes, I don't know what's funny.
Troll. He's trolling us right now.
Oh my god, bro!
This can't be real.
Everything for you is a troll. Everything for you is a troll.
You know,
your responses are crazy, bro. You cannot be real right now.
Hey, I get it. People can't handle the facts that come out of my mouth. It is what it is.
Well, it's funny because when I make a claim, right, you're like, no, man. And then you're like, well, yeah. You've done that.
Well, no. Yeah. Nigga, you just mixing like one point to another. Like, what the fuck? We're talking about women, right? What women
We're talking about how you don't have women.
You're the one who brought it up.
You don't have them.
You brought it up.
The guy who understands women so much doesn't have one. And he doesn't have kids.
What the fuck does children have to do with this? Bro, you're a fucking idiot, bro. If
you don't have a woman, you don't have kids. You don't know how women work. And this is the problem. You think they're hypersexual.
So you thinking I'm a dweeb that I never been with a woman before? You saying that I never seen a punani before? You don't even know who the fuck I am.
I'm saying you don't know what women really want. You're hypersexualized by the internet. The internet has fucked your mind up. Beyond.
It fucked your mind up.
Extrapolating fantasy with reality.
Yes. Your fantasy is not reality. Most women don't want
I never said nothing about fantasies. I'm letting y'all know what women want.
Your worldview.
You're arguing with me.
We know what women want.
Women want good
We don't have problems with women.
Women want
4, 6, or 8 hours.
I'm trying to help you, but it's a lost cause.
You don't look like you're helping. You don't look like you're helping. The way you're talking,
I'm trying to wake you up from your deep sleep.
To me.
You're snoring right now, and you
right now you're talking about women in a dress, or you bringing up the Matrix. Like, what the fuck does the movie have to do with real life?
He still doesn't get the analogy.
Bro.
This is crazy,
bro. Google the woman in the white dress.
Just admit that you're a pill popper,
bro.
Just admit.
I'm not. I'm totally sober. No drugs at all.
Dog, stop with the drugs, man. I told you about
not
that.
a pill popper. Don't smoke weed. Don't do any of that, bro.
Oh my god.
Sober as day. I work a 9 to 5. I have a career. I have a wife, children. I have a house.
Bro,
what are you talking about?
8 hours a day, sleeping 8 hours a day, and working 8 hours a day, bro. That's it.
Congratulations.
If you're not doing that, you're fucking gay. You know what I'm saying?
He's already admitted that he's masturbating.
Wait,
not all the time, but a lot.
Do what?
And then he has a porn account.
All right. I'm gay. Like I said, if y'all think I'm gay, fine.
And he's thinking about paying for porn.
Just because I watch porn, I could overtalk too, nigga.
Bro, you need help.
No.
Yeah, you need help. You need help.
You need the Jordan.
No,
babe.
No, you're not gay for watching
need the
porn.
biggest help.
No, you're not gay for watching porn. You're just hypersexualized, and you're confused. You don't understand that you have a spirit.
I'm confused. All right.
Yeah. you are identifying your reality with the body. You think your body is reality.
Whatever you say, homie. Whatever
you think dicks, actually more specifically, you think dicks are the pinnacle of reality, and they make women do what that's what women,
it's about
they
what
grow
women
up to
want
serve
and
the
how
dick.
they feel and what they want to feel. It's our job as men to make sure they have that. But the fact is, women are too scared to date man that has a fucking small dick. That's what I'm trying to say.
What?
The women that think, no, not the one, they're capping. They're just coping. That's why we don't listen to women, because women do not know what the fuck they want. But I do know that that's what they want. That's what they want to feel.
Gotcha.
Am I wrong for saying that?
No, you're not. Well, yeah, you're wrong, but it's not wrong for saying it. You're just retarded.
Right,
it's like, it's not a big deal, right? Like, the people are retarded. That's a thing. It happens, bro. But like, at some point, there are people who are going to come across this and they're going to say, hey, man, do you understand how retarded that is? And you can either take it as an opportunity to wake up, or you can stay masturbating and eventually pay for Pornhub or whatever.
Bro, you should have an account too, bro. Don't stop being a moron.
No, bro.
You hear that?
No,
You
I
should
have a
an
wife.
account too.
I have a very sexy wife. Yeah,
Good.
body parts that I like.
I'm not hating. I'm not hating on it. Am I hating on it? No.
You should be thinking about dicks, bro.
Bro, I'm
good.
thinking about it. Like right
Y'all
now,
thinking about it more than I do.
there's a
That's
part
the
of me
problem.
that's like, wait, is he onto something? Like, is this the real arcane? Has he come across the
treasure dog?
Is this the true occult arcanum right here?
Real, bro. Yes.
Damn.
Yep.
I fucked up. I thought it was like about eternity and shit. Damn it.
Continuity, yeah, man.
No, continuity
that
of
was the
awareness,
point.
bro.
Yeah.
Remember
not
what I
thing.
told you earlier? Hustle. Remember that I told you earlier? Everyone has a different worldview. You
Yeah.
might not like it, but you have to
Yeah,
respect it.
some are retarded and they need scrutiny, right? I'm not going to let you just keep being retarded. I'm going to try to help you by arguing with your worldview and scrutinizing it. I'm going to tell you that thinking about dicks a lot is gay, right? And I'm going to tell you that thinking women want.
Yes, it could be.
And I'm
You're
going to
right,
tell
it
you
could be.
thinking that all women want is dicks is not going to get you married. Like, you're not going to. Maybe you don't care about being married, but I'm just saying, man.
Oh
Maybe
my
usually
God,
when you're
bro.
70 and
All
you're
right, whatever
wrinkled
you
up,
say, bro. Whatever
when
you
you're
say.
when you're wrinkled and you have no kids, things get a little weird and real when you get to that level. Then you start to think about, oh shit, maybe it wasn't dicks. Maybe it was something else. Maybe it was like me, my awareness and my spirit, and like meeting a woman who is also spiritual. Because now I'm like a decade away from dying and my dick doesn't work anymore. Oh shit, maybe it wasn't dicks. Right? I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to wake you up.
I'm
You've been
already
dragged-
waking up.
No, you're manosphere tarded. Like you've been hijacked by the internet.
Yeah, like you.
No, this is not the internet. My philosophy is not the internet, bro.
It seems like it to me. Well, it would be better if we had this conversation on my panel. for the world to see. I mean, it's sad that NPC ended his live stream, but it would be better if we have this for the world to see, bro. I mean, I know some people are going to take up your side.
Yeah.
There's some people going to take up your side, but all I'm saying is, bro, like, not everyone has the same worldview as you. That's all.
How many times have I agreed with that? I understand it. I said some.
Right, exactly. And I'm going to repeat it again. It seems like you didn't get it the first time.
No, I did. I'm saying your worldview is retarded. Do you not get it? There are retarded ass worldviews, and I don't have to agree with it, and I don't have to go, cool, bro. Masturbation, porn, women want dicks, cool, bro. I'm not going to do that.
You're the one who bring it. You're the one who bring up porn. You're the one who bring up porn.
I brought it up because it's pertinent to the conversation, and you agreed.
Not to me. Because I bring it up because I told you that, yes, I do watch porn. How the fuck is you?
You're confused. You're being rocked right now. You don't really understand what's happening. It's pretty crazy.
Dude, you don't even know where you are.
Really? Do we have to go back to this? You think I'm the one who has a problem with knowing where I am right now?
Yeah, we can go back to it anytime. Anytime, baby. Anytime.
Okay. The guy who can actually recall the entire conversation from beginning to end has the problem. Not the guy who's constantly contradicting himself. Who's like, no, man, I never said it was gay, but it's actually really gay.
But y'all thinking about it more than I do.
No, man, I don't buy porn, but I'm probably going to buy
thinking
porn.
about dick in my head, but y'all do right now because the way y'all keep bringing it up. So who's the gay one now?
Okay, so tell me how your thought process works real quick.
He has a wife and kid.
Think about this real quick. Think about this.
But he's still thinking about it though.
No,
just because you have a wife and kid, that doesn't mean that you're not with you.
I'm trying to get you to wake up and to see how absurd it is.
He's talking to you about it. That's the only reason.
What
I'm saying is his response is weak sauce.
My response is weak sauce. Then you just that's fine, right? Like we're talking to each other. I get it, but keep having fun with assessing people's dick size when you don't see it, right? To me, that sounds like you're envisioning men's dick sizes, because how else do you know their dick size? You've never seen it, so you're literally thinking about dick sizes in men based off of their energy. It's like some new age shit. Man, I know what big dick energy is, and when a guy has big dick energy,
exactly. I know.
It doesn't matter how big your dick is. If you can't bring stability and safety and security, it ain't gonna last very fucking long.
Let me ask you this question: Have you ever seen Greek or Roman busts or entire statues of men like
you could get 100 fucking women?
What is
high
that?
value women?
We're talking about the most virile men in history, right? Have very small penises, right?
Oh my god!
Have you not seen that? Have you?
Why would I see that? I thought you said I'm gay for thinking about dicks, but you asking me like, have I seen?
Well, no, I'm trying to disrupt your worldview with evidence. I'm trying to give you evidence in the real world that goes against your claim, right? Like Alexander, have you seen his? Have you ever seen statues of Alexander and his penis, his uncircumcised penis? It's small, right? Have you ever seen it?
That's a statue.
He conquered entire continents. Very virile, very energetic. He was a philosopher as well. Very spiritual. Had women bowing to him. Obviously, they knew his dick size, right?
Because there's
statues everywhere of his dick. So were they more concerned about Alexander's dick size, or were they more concerned about his spirit and his virility? Hopefully this is actually making sense to you and you're not just like retarding out right now.
I'm listening.
There are men in history who had women knew they had he had small dick. That was a given, right?
Because they're pygmies. That's why they're accepting it. That's the way I see it.
Wait, what? They're pygmies?
Yes, pygmy. Pygmy women.
So now you've got history all fucked up. Okay, so pygmies are known for having very large members, having big dicks. Do you not know this?
Women that love small dick men are pygmies. That's the way I see it.
But I don't understand why you're using the word pygmy, because pygmies are known for having disproportionate sized dicks. So did dwarves.
No, he's saying pick me. He's using modern terminology for
exactly. This nigga dumb, bro. Holy shit, bro. I thought you were catching up.
Well, Well, you said pygmy, right? It sounded like you said pygmy.
Pick me.
Okay. Okay, pick me, right? Two different words. P-I-C-K-M-E. Gotcha. Okay, so pygmies want small dicks? That doesn't make sense.
Hey, that's what they call themselves, pick me.
No,
Last time I
that's not
said
why
real
they say
women
that.
want big dicks. Real women
Where-
want big dick men. I'm
Wait,
sorry. I don't know
no,
what else to say. I don't know
no.
what else to say.
Bro,
That's
that's
the truth.
not what a pick me is.
That's the truth. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say. I don't make the rules. I wish I would, but I'm not.
In a way, I like having a conversation with somebody this low IQ. I really do. Because
All right, you can
it's
think
like-
I'm low IQ, I'm
it's
lame, I'm
practice.
this and that.
Right? It's practice
Whatever.
for how to try to lift up the low IQ. How to get the asleep out of the mud. To make him mobile again, right?
Whatever you say, bro.
So
Whatever you
it's
say.
entertaining to a certain degree. It's a little frustrating, right? Like you said, the rock analogy. It to a certain degree, this is like speaking to a rock, but you actually deep in there, I think you hear what I'm saying. I think you know deep inside the difference between virility, energy, real charisma, honor, valor versus, just having a big dick. Do you think there's men out there with big dicks that are just nerds and never get pussy? Is that a thing?
I don't know about that. All I do know is men with big dicks are not nerds. They're not nerds. Like Brock Lesnar. Are you saying Brock
big
Lesnar
dick,
is a nerd?
big dick, therefore not nerd. That's the equation, right? Big dicks mean you cannot be a nerd.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so it's just your thinking is very overgeneralized, right? That's it. That's all I'll say, and I'll leave it at that. We can move on.
Finally.
I tried to help, man, but
and I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome, man. You're welcome.
So now where do we go from this? Because I already know that it's gonna be different the next day.
I'm not worried about tomorrow, bro. Give it up. Nobody's worried about this. I'm not going to be thinking about how you think about dicks tomorrow, okay?
But I do know it's going to be criticism. That's all I'm saying.
How? I don't have a channel. I'm not going to be talking about you in the future. Believe me. This is like low tier, like special ed tier conversation.
Well, I've been in special ed classes, so it all makes sense. But I don't be thinking about that when it comes to like,
some of your responses are so out of control that it sounds like it's a deliberate troll, right? Like when I called you special ed, you're like, yeah, man, I wasn't special ed. Or when I'm like, bro, you buying porn? You're like, no, man, but I'm going to buy porn. This is shit that literally, like,
I never said nothing about me buying porn. Okay, so stop pointing words.
You did. You did. You said I'm thinking about it.
Yes, I'm thinking about it. Not now. Bro, you're an idiot. Oh, somebody's in the back said, "Can you add me?"
Bring Avian in here. How do we bring Avian in this motherfucker? NPC, please tell me you're on the phone. Please bring Avian.
NPC gone.
NPC gone. He's taking a walk, but he's still here. So I don't know. Maybe he could do something. Oh, Avian's here. Oh, that's perfect.
Does anybody have the link? Can anybody drop the link for Avian, please?
I don't know. Fuck, I don't see.
Maybe drop it in Discord. I don't know.
Yeah, that would be great. That would be great. I don't see the fucking link though, bro.
Is the link? So I'm on a laptop. Is the link the actual the web address up here at the top? Is that the actual link? Here, let me drop it to Avian real quick.
I don't. Do you see the StreamYard? I don't see it in the chat.
I do. Let me see if.
Okay, yeah. Well, then.
Avian, I dropped it. Oh, he's backstage. He just. I see.
But can you add? I don't think you can add him though.
No,
I
can't. I can't.
Yeah.
Damn, bro.
Fuck. Well, I can go live if you want, bro.
No, because I don't think Pero's willing to come over there.
Why not?
Now, somebody wants me to join their panel anyway, so I guess Yeah, I would love to join too. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah, thanks for being a good sport, man.
You're welcome.
Okay, Neurojack just sent me a link. I don't know if that's like just a weird coincidence or what, but yeah.
No, it's Avian messaged me earlier and he said Neurojack.
So you're saying that we're gonna stay here
Okay,
forever?
yeah, he's going live. He's going live. He's recording this, I think.
He's recording this private, quote unquote, conversation.
Wait,
So
how the
Pero-
fuck does he do that? Wait, hold on.
Pero is fucked because I have nothing to do with that, right? Like that's all.
I'm fucked. Well,
Well, it was recorded. That's all I'm saying. You saying you want to, you think about buying porn and you think about dicks all the time. That's recorded now, right?
But
So
but I'm not even thinking about that at the moment.
Nobody's gonna
Christ,
say
bro.
anything. Nobody's gonna say anything though.
This thing, I can laugh too. We can go.
I
all
would
night.
never do that though, right? Like you see how it
Well,
fucks you
good
up?
for you. Don't worry about me. Worry about yourself.
Yeah, so Neurojack has his own stream going. That's what it is. I think he's switching things up.
Neuro's messed up for that, bro. Neuro.
So we should. Neuro is always fucked up. I love Neuro. Neuro's the homie.
Advice for the future, right? Advice for the future. Like, even if it's private or like anywhere, right? I would just keep the, assessing what men's dick sizes are to yourself. Like, I wouldn't express that to other people, right? Keep that as like a secret occult thing that you do. Dickomancy.
Well, okay.
Right? Keep your
Yeah, bro. If we're gonna
romance-
talk about dicks, we might as well talk about like sex magic or something. Let's do something with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because then we can talk about dicks. You know what I mean? Like, But if it's just about like fucking bitches and that's the end of it, well,
Dickomancy, bro. This is crazy. He's like,
right, bro.
like you're like sitting there assessing. It's kind of like astrology or tarot or something. You're like, all right, man, his energy and the way he walks and big dick. He's got big dick. This is crazy, bro. This is wild.
Yo, Jack is saying to pop up over there.
Man, to be real, I was entertaining this Pero guy. I do have to work tomorrow.
Yeah. I already did. Fucking
Pero, do you have a job?
So I'm good.
Pero, do you have a job?
No, I don't.
God damn, this is crazy, bro. This shit,
Yeah, bro.
You can't add this shit up, man.
That's why you got 8 hours, man. When you work and have kids and shit, you ain't got no fucking time, bro.
Fucking porn stars, bro. Shit. More power to you, man. More power to you.
I mean, I met a porn star. That was kind of cool, But
have you ever seen a porn that lasts 8 hours? Have you ever seen a
I have
porn
not.
video?
I guess I'm missing
Yeah,
out.
man,
bro.
that lasts long. Yeah, we all did.
Dog, 8 hours though. Like when I was like fucking 20 something, maybe like with breaks in between and like, like with my first fiance and shit.
Yeah, the breaks in between shit makes sense. I've done that.
Right,
shit
yeah.
before.
Like we were
8
fucking,
hours,
like,
bro.
crazy in love and like fucking just like completely lost in each other.
Yeah.
And we like take breaks like after like an hour, take a break, get something to eat, fuck around, make out, fuck again. Like, sure, yeah. But 8 hours straight is, dude, that's literally impossible.
Bro, I've never heard
Unless
a
you're
woman
on
say that,
drugs.
bro. She would be like, that shit would burn a hole in me.
Right,
bro.
yeah. She's like, my pussy is
Crazy.
fucking like, no,
It's
bro. That shit
fucking
would hurt.
like an
She
Indian
would be in
bird.
pain. She's definitely not in pleasure, bro. She's gonna be hurting, dog. Like,
Yeah.
she needs a fucking break, man. You
That's
slamming that
crazy.
shit like that, bro? Like, fuck. Oh yeah, we're live. All right, I don't give a fuck. Okay.
This is shit that like kids
I've been
say. You know
quiet
when you're
long
like,
enough.
when you're young and you're like, you're virgins, right? And you're hanging out with the friends, and like one guy's like, "Yeah, I've done it," and you're like trying to one up the other guy, and he's like, "I did it for 8 hours, man. If you can't go 8 hours, dude."
Yeah.
That shit is crazy, bro. But like when you're an adult and you hear somebody say 8 hours, you're kind of just like, what the fuck? What? Yeah. Nobody does that, bro. I hate to break it to you, but like that reality's gonna crash in on you.
Because they're betas.
Yeah, I guess alpha males have sex for 8 hours straight. Makes sense.
I never call myself an alpha male.
Well, you call me a beta. You call me slow, right? You
Oh
call me
my
slow.
God. What does that have to do with anything?
Bro,
just
if
a
you have a
term.
wife or you have a successful relationship,
Christ,
you're a
bro.
beta. So, you know.
He calls me a beta, right? And then when I
But
insinuate
what
that
the
he knows
fuck
what an
does that
alpha
have to
is,
do with me
It is
being alpha? I'm just a
fucking
real
common.
nigga. Bro, you dumb, bro.
okay,
I'm
so
sorry.
what are you
dumb.
insinuating? If I'm beta and I can't have sex for 8 hours, right? And you
Bro.
you can have sex for 8 hours. What are you?
You have lives, bro. No
A
one,
real
can have
nigga.
sex.
That's
No
who
one
the
can
fuck
have
I
sex
am.
for 8 hours when they have
Wouldn't
a
that
fucking
make you
job.
wouldn't that make you something greater
And
than
a
beta?
dog, you know, I'm just saying, like, if you work 8 hours and you have a relationship, I mean, I'm not married, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I have a relationship and it's like, you got shit to do, bro. Like, I don't understand. Like, yeah, we fuck, sure. And it's great. But, like, I mean, the fucking all day, everyday shit, like, no. When you're a kid, yeah,
Wild,
sure.
bro.
When you're a
Yeah,
kid,
like
that was
take me out
breaking
to
between,
eat. Can we
sure.
eat? Can we eat?
You,
Because you worked for 8
you
hours
eat
and you slept
breakfast,
for
you
8
eat
hours.
lunch, you fuck, you take a break. I mean, yeah, sure, like that. You watch a movie, you make out like halfway through it, miss half the movie. Sure, yeah. I did all that shit, man. You
That's
know,
crazy.
we'd go out in the fucking middle of nowhere and shit. We were crazy, like
It's crazy.
fucking public and shit. You
Kind of
know, like
wild.
I can tell all kinds of crazy fucking stories that I can remember like in fucking vivid detail. So I ain't no fucking beta, all right? Not that I need to tell
In the
anybody
first
that.
degree, in the first degree
I can't
cat
fucking
lecture,
tell you. Yeah.
there's something in the first degree cat lecture of masonry. There's something called the working tools, and this is monitorial. So it's something that you can just read. If you go get a monitor from a lodge nearby you, you can read this, right? And it says every Mason learns this. He says
that's something I actually want to talk to you about.
He says,
I added you on Discord. I want to talk to you privately about that type of shit. Because I know obviously you don't hold those beliefs anymore, but I'm very curious like, what you actually got out of it.
The 24-inch gauge is an instrument made use of by operative masons to measure and lay out their work. But we as speculative masons are meant to use it for its more lofty purpose or something like that, right? And it says the 24-inch gauge being divided into 24 equal parts is emblematical of the 24 hours of the day, which we are taught to divide into 3 equal parts, whereby we find 8 hours for the service of God and a distress-worthy brother, 8 hours for our usual vocations, and 8 hours for rest and for refreshment and rest. So, bro, you literally have like even the Mason, like you throw this at him, he's gonna be like, how do you fit that into your fucking day, bro?
Right.
It's crazy, bro.
Right.
How long we're gonna be here?
You don't have to be here, bro. Are you being held hostage?
Last time I checked, we should be out of here a long time ago. I mean, I mean, unless y'all love being backstage, and
yeah.
Why are you here? Friends.
Why are you here?
Because I can.
Okay, we can too.
Okay.
So why are you telling us to leave, bro?
I thought we all should leave because the stream is end. It's over.
You can leave. You're worried about somebody talking about you. Let me tell you something, Pero.
What?
No one gives a fuck, bro. We don't care. You will be forgotten tomorrow. And I don't mean that to be negative. I'm just saying it's like there's nothing here worth remembering, right? Like you didn't leave something impressing on me that's like, oh, it didn't rock me.
Neither do you.
That's unfortunate, bro, because you're gonna go back to, okay, bro. I'm just saying, bro. What do you call your philosophy? What do you call it? Is it dickism? Is it dickism?
Dickism? Yeah, but I'm the one who's thinking about dick. You're the one who's thinking about it more than I do. The way
I'm
I
just
see
saying,
it.
bro.
All the time, bro.
I'm just saying. Is it penisism?
Penisism. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Penisism definition.
So, like, when you talk to God, like, what do you?
Yo, what's up?
What are they talking about?
I have no idea. Honestly, I started the stream like 8 hours ago and left it after like an hour, and then machine was recording this panel, and then it ended, and then it was still recording like whatever they were talking about. So I'm not sure, but it sounded like there was some dicks involved and stuff. So, but yeah, I just wanted to. If you want to cover anything, let's cover it while we're here. So, because we didn't catch up for a while. I sent you that Yarvin thing. I thought that was pretty weird. I found a bunch of weird shit with Giorgiani today too. Did I send you all that? Like Giorgiani was saying, like Indians and Iranians are the real ones taking care of the world or something like that. I don't know. Oh, you're muted, by the way. But yeah.
Well,
until they're
still here.
confronting death. Until they get to death, like right on the gate of it, when they're 70 or 80, do they start asking these questions? You can be answering them now while having a wife, while getting laid, right? Like, you don't have to just
Is this the
exclude it.
backstage boys or something?
But the
I guess I'm part of
mistake
the
you're
backstage
making
boys now.
is that you're identifying your entire existence with temporality for 70 years. And that's it. And the way you define that is sexual relationships, big dicks and women who want big dicks. That's it, bro. So like Twilight is saying, okay, well, what are you going to say after you die, right? You believe that you've already
What are
made
you
the claim
watching?
that Jesus's father is God, right? So what are you going to do when you're at the great white throne, right? And you're being judged? What are you going to do?
Oh boy.
You're going to tell him, man, I
What do
thought your
you-
dick was big, bro.
Wow, to who?
Yeah,
To
no,
God?
God
You're
must
going to be
have
like,
the biggest
God, I
dick,
thought
right?
you was big dick energy, bro.
I don't
So do you think
know.
Bro,
God
you're
has like the
insane,
biggest
dog.
dick? Like, how does
Yeah.
that work?
He's got to
Is it
have the
like
biggest.
is it
Well,
like a
he's the
fractal?
creator. Wow, I'm the one who thinking about dicks. Well, y'all the one who talking about dicks
Bro, you
right
did
now.
this. You brought this
So
on yourself,
goddamn it,
bro.
babe.
Take
Nigga, I'm not the one who's thinking about it right now. So y'all are. The fuck?
We're talking about your worldview, which includes dicks, okay? Not
At
us.
3
Not my
a.m. in the
worldview.
morning. Bro, that shit's weird as fuck.
Okay,
We're
so listen.
asking what
God is the
else
creator.
is important to you.
Are you made from like cosmic semen? Is that what you're saying?
That's how we was created, stupid. We are on semen.
Cosmic
We all were
semen,
made
bro.
by semen.
Bro,
We
you're
come out
being
of our
stupid,
mother.
bro.
Yeah, like you.
I want to be done, bro, but I can't. This is crazy.
Everyone,
Bro,
stop
he
being
believes
stupid, bro.
I can't believe we're
panspermia.
going back to
He
the
believes
first topic.
panspermia
Yeah,
comes
right.
from like a big
Yeah,
giant
right.
god dick. This is crazy.
Bro, it's the Big Bang, bro. For real.
The real
Fuck.
Big Bang. Hell yeah.
Whatever y'all say.
Yeah, that
So
Milky
does that
Way.
mean God has a wife? Because like
If
supposedly
God has
there's
a
no
wife,
like
then
female.
so what are you trying to say? God likes men?
No, I'm saying. No, I'm
No.
asking. So if there's like, there has to be a female divinity then. Because we're saying like, there's no way there's a female divinity. Well, I mean, doesn't God have a wife or something? I mean, you know.
Of
he has a
course he
big
does,
dick.
because
Right. Okay.
what are you trying to say? He's gay?
So we live. So is God? Wait. Is God
Now,
like
that's
a
what it
big
seems like.
human?
No,
Is
that's my entire point. Is we were saying earlier, like, is there a female divinity? And you said no. And I was like, well, if God has a big dick, then obviously he has to please his girl, right? So that's what I'm saying.
Facts. So is God a
Yes,
big human? Is he like a big human with like hair and blood and bones?
My God, bro. Yo, where are we going with this? Can I ask?
Well, you just said facts, right? God has a consort that is a woman, and they like
About big dick? Yeah, I was agreeing with what Twilight is saying. I don't know how you got involved.
So God has a big dick. I'm on the same page, bro. I just want to know, is God like, does he look like us, like a human being? Like, does he have arms and legs and a dick?
The biggest.
Yo, what the fuck did I got myself into, bro?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying right now.
I'm saying the same thing.
You're literally agreeing to things. Do you even know that you're like, yeah, that you're saying yes to things?
Who you?
Twilight said, "Do you think God has a big dick?" You're like, yes.
Let me just stop focusing on the other stream. Yes, because like I said, women want real men. Okay.
And God is a real man.
I'm talking like Triple H.
God is a real man,
Triple
right?
H, bro.
Gorillas.
Of course he is.
Okay.
The Heavenly Father. Jesus Christ, bro. I can't believe we went through this like for an hour, bro.
I never thought about panspermia like this, bro. This is crazy. Paro, do you know what metaphysics is?
No, I don't.
Okay.
But I do know about backstage boys, though.
That was a little weird. What do you mean by that? That was sounded
What do you
gay
mean a
as
little
fuck.
bit weird? Like I said, like
You listen to the Backstreet
about.
Boys?
I said backstage boys, meaning we're still on the panel after it ended.
Why
Like,
don't
we're
you
backstage.
leave? You keep
Why
saying
do
really
leave?
compromising
Why, you
shit
want
that
me
I
to
would
leave?
never want
You want me to
recorded.
leave? What you want me to leave? Recorded?
You're being recorded right now.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, let's just go through the list. You
Bro,
said
what
that
the fuck
basically
did
you're
I
a
got
simp.
myself
Your
into,
philosophy
bro?
is simpism/penisism. And then
Yeah, like you.
you said God is a big dude with a big dick.
Hey, I'm not the one that Twilight did. Twilight did. Not me.
He
Yeah,
doesn't
I can
no,
have
he
two.
doesn't believe that. He's asking
He's
you.
the one that brought it up. He's the one that brought it up, not me. So don't you dare put words in my mouth.
Bro, the IQ is like peaking at 40, maybe 40, 45
It's like
right now.
arguing with a
This is
fucking retard, bro.
crazy.
Jesus Christ. Yes, it is crazy. Very crazy. The fuck? Hey, yo. Bro, what the fuck did I got myself into? This
I
is
don't
a
know,
lesson that I
bro.
should learn.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that it happened. I'm sorry. But it happened, right? Like we move on and we learn. We learn to be better.
Yeah, I
Do
guess
better.
whatever, according to you.
Do better, man.
Same to you.
Thank you. Thank you. We can all do better.
Yes, we all can do better. Just like Twilight should do better, everyone should do better. So, are y'all silent now?
I'm just, I really don't know what to think right now, right? After that conversation, I'm kind of just letting it sink in. I'm trying to process, that like there are people who think this way, so let me sit with it for a little bit.
I guess.
But you can leave though, whenever you're ready.
A lot of people, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you know. But right now I'm just staying for the moment.
Cool. So yeah, I wish Avian could get in here for real though, because I miss having conversations with him, man. It's been a minute. A lot of people give Avian flack, right? But I see beyond the crash outs and like the crazy shit that's said, I try to look beneath all that. In every one of my interactions with Avian, I see the truth behind those interactions. Avian he's coming from a place of like earnesty. He wants to know the truth. He's very inquisitive and he's a deep thinker. And I respect that, man. So like for all the people that give Avian shit, believe me, I've had my shares of fuck yous, and shit like that, right? But I don't care about any of that. I throw that in the trash. Like, I understand the human side of avian, and then I look at the
There's a lot
spiritual
of
side of
brown
avian.
nosing
Avian
between
is,
certain people.
like he said in the chat, my cup of tea, bro. Avian is my cup of tea. Even if he's a Mahayana Buddhist and we never end up agreeing, seeing eye to eye.
He knows the human
like I
side
said
of
earlier,
avian, but does he?
doesn't
I mean,
matter about our
does he know the
disagreement.
avian side
It's
of
about
avian?
how people put together their worldviews, and I can respect when they're coherent. Avian has a pretty tight knit worldview of Mahayana Buddhism, you know. So I don't know. I miss my conversation.
Sounds like he's thinking about avian's dick right now.
I'm hoping we can have some more in the future for sure.
I mean,
they need people with certain type of mindset. They don't like, especially Christians and
I'm
people
talking about
with, gods,
like in a
especially one
Discord or
God.
whatever. Like hearing his voice is a whole nother level, right? When he's going, you know, and you're hearing him fluently spill out ideas. I don't know. He's charismatic when he speaks. He has at least to me, it resonates to me. Some other people might not feel that way.
Yeah, you hear the gay brown nosing
ability to portray his worldview, to propound it. I like it. I can listen to him for a long time.
LARP away.
Yes, feel the
Believe me, I know
flow
the points
within
of
you.
contention. I've seen the drama. I understand it. I'm not really. Yeah, I can throw that all aside.
Oh, he left.
Yeah, I mean it's getting late, man. You know what I'm saying? You can leave when you want to, man.
I guess it's you and me then. Me and you.
Me and you, bro. Mano y mano.
Yeah, man to man.
I thought that meant hand to hand. Is that wrong?
Hand to hand? What do you mean by that?
Mano y mano means hand to hand, right? Am I wrong?
Yeah, like mano. No, it means like man to man, like mano a mano. Like think like Spanish people they'll say like I don't know who created, but I
he
heard
has so
that
much
term in,
knowledge, but he
Robin
doesn't
Hood
know
many
what
times. Have you
mano a
seen that
mano
movie?
means.
I
I didn't know
think so. That's
Spanish.
a comedy one, right? It's like a
Yeah.
funny one.
Yeah, that's correct.
Twilight, are you here, buddy? I don't hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here, man.
I haven't seen that movie in a while. Like to tell you the truth.
I'm just learning the philosophy of big dicks, you know, stuff.
I think it means hand to hand, but
I'm learning. Mano means hand. It does. He's mixing up two different phrases. Mano is absolutely hand. It's the same in Italian.
You got a problem with something with your hands
And I've
there,
dated
boy? You
plenty
need
of
some hands on
Puerto
your big
Rican,
dick.
and yeah, no, Pepper Boy is right. He's mixing up two different terms.
You got to say it with a little squiggly line over it. Mano y mano.
Why can't I see anything? That's weird.
You don't see this happy clown? Lorp, are you here?
I am no longer LARP. I am a Balzacian.
And are you queer? Yes. I don't know.
Queer
I
and
invited
here.
You hear me? Hello?
I tried to invite all those people
Hello?
over here, but they didn't come. I
I
can
hear
hear
you.
you, but you can't hear me, I guess.
Yes, I hear my schizophrenia.
I cannot hear you. Again. Jack, it's not me, it's your streams, because I was legit, like, fine the whole fucking time.
Well, class, did we learn anything today? My formula hasn't changed much. Oh, no, I don't hear anything. No, I'm the one with the schizophrenia problems. Bosakian. I'm gonna pop the firmament. Oh boy, don't everyone queef at once. Bosakian.
He's back now.
Yeah. Why does it look like I'm backstage even though I'm not? That's weird.
Well, you know what they say. We save the best act for last.
I'll see.
Applause, applause.
What's up, brother man? I see.
Yeah.
Hey, last man.
Now I had with that. I don't know. Since that experience I had the other day with the phone, I don't know. I would say my outlook on things have been different. So I don't know. I'm pretty content with reality. I think I'm starting to understand God's plan a little bit more and understand that the best you can do is just have faith that God's will is going to work out for the best in all ways, even if it seems bad, because I don't know. All I know is today was a good day. So,
well, that's good. Well, shit, man. What are you talking about? What, you got my attention now. I'm gonna have a seat, my popcorn. Like, I'm not being facetious though. I'm serious. What do you mean? What happened? What changed your? I'm very curious.
All I can really say is I'm thankful for every second that my existence gets to be as peaceful as what it is. I wish I could change it for every other human being on earth, but I'll just put it this way. I got to spend some great quality time with my son today and have a good time today. And there was a few times where if I could have removed the world and just put me and him in a void and had a conversation for forever, I'm sure.
Right.
I'll put it this way. My son's really advanced beyond his years sometimes when me and him have little conversations about God and stuff. So, you know, it's not easy to, when you see the world in pain and you know that there are children in other countries going through things that are the same age as your child. But man, you know, I just got to have faith in the Lord because man, what else you going to put it in? Man, machine?